Introduction. The scars of the past have faded beyond recognition, leaving us in uncertainty about the essence of this world. You are no longer you, and I am no longer I. The promises we once made have dissipated like mist in the wind. In the silence of waiting, our fingers intertwine. After the chaos, what we most desire is tenderness and understanding. As the splendor settles, a solitary stage unfolds. Let go of the past and witness her transformation of the unknown. Can you see it? The world I have crafted anew for you. Chapter 1. Boom! The explosion reverberated, accompanied by the shattering of glass, creating a jarring cacophony in the stillness of the night. The piercing sound of alarms followed, intertwined with sudden screams, the thud of blunt objects colliding, and the sharp crack of gunfire. All these sounds amalgamated into a fierce symphony of destruction. A full moon hung in the velvet black sky, casting an eerie copper glow, silently observing the unfolding events. Has it begun? In the night sky, a girl floated above the scene, as still as the moon, murmuring to herself. Aren't you going to intervene? A man behind her cautiously enveloped her in his embrace, lowering his head to inquire. She is destined to perish tonight. The old man of karma has predetermined her fate, one I cannot alter. Moreover, to open the interdimensional passage, the power of her soul is insufficient. A hint of frustration tinged the girl's voice, her teeth gritting in anger. They have caused such a ruckus with my family's electricity. When I return to the Chaos Center, I will certainly deal with those 3 old men. Though she knew the electricity was entangled in the curse, because of her, it seemed they wouldn't even grant her a drop of water. Those 3 old men were excessively devoted. What is the target elimination progress? A voice crackled through the earpiece, blending with the sound of alternating current, as a man who had barely moved since entering the villa held his breath, awaiting a response. 99. Only the brain of intellect remains. Its location cannot be traced. The message from the communicator of a teammate eased the tension in his body for a fleeting moment. Make sure to find it. That person cannot be spared. Understood. The earpiece fell silent. Should I proceed? Gazing at his hands, he hesitated for a moment before resolutely stepping toward a certain area within the villa. It was time to bring closure. Miyu, and this family. Is it coming? He switched off the surveillance screen that dominated the wall of the room, then pressed a button on the bedside control, flipping the screen back in the wall, and pressed the switch. Afterward, he reclined quietly against the pillow, inhaling the artificially filtered air that carried the scent of bleach. Finally, have you chosen to take action? A sheer white veil cascaded from the ceiling, obscuring the walls of the room, seemingly protecting something from the clamor and turmoil of the outside world. In the center of the room, layers of blue curtains descended from the ceiling, enveloping the bed on which he lay. An intricate web of life support systems snaked along the bed's edge, connecting to his body, sustaining a life flickering like a candle in the wind. The wall sconces cast a soft green glow, while the incense burner in the corner emitted wisps of smoke, the faint mist gradually dispersing in the light, rendering the room with an ethereal and uncertain quality. His body was nearing its limit, wasn't it? Initially estimated by doctors to last only until the age of 20, modern technology had sustained him to 23. Indeed, that was sufficient. To be destroyed alongside the demise of the Dream family was not so bad after all. After all, it was his hand that initiated this, wasn't it? Long ago, when he decided to conceal his lineage, he had already foreseen this outcome, hadn't he? The downfall of the Dream family had been sealed the moment his father decided on that proposal. This family, which had begun to rot from within, crumbled at his hands perhaps. This was a blessing in disguise. At the very least, the Dream family, which had stood for nearly a century and perished at its pinnacle, would forever remain in the memories of others, becoming a legend rather than collapsing due to internal strife. Wasn't that the best outcome? The one she chose to obliterate this family, the cycle of cause and effect, was the most fitting conclusion. What would be said of the one who bore the title of last survivor in the mouths of others? It seemed it no longer mattered. The shackles of responsibility upon him would finally be lifted. He navigated the familiar path into the study's hidden chamber, then ascended to the well-known sealed top floor. Must all things come to an end now? At last, the time for closure had arrived. Gripping the dagger in his hand, the cool handle wrapped in pale blue silk, the specially treated blade reflected a unique dim hue under the fluorescent light at the tunnel's apex. Only near the grip did a faint silver reflection form blurred inscriptions. Pausing before the closed door, the man in black hesitated for a moment, before finally taking a deep breath and lifting his hand to input a series of numbers on the door's keypad, then placing his hand on the fingerprint scanner. The alloy door opened silently. The man in black entered the room with feline grace, moving without a sound. As he lifted the blue curtains surrounding the bed, his movements paused momentarily. On the bed, draped in obsidian sheets, lay a woman, peacefully with her eyes closed. Her long hair, once a pure gold in his memories, had transformed into a silvery hue reminiscent of mercury. Her skin so pale it could be described as devoid of blood, reflecting a translucent jade-like quality against the sheets, tinged with a subtle bluish hue. Numerous tubes trailed from the wall, entwining around her frail body, while a semi-transparent respirator covered her nose. The medical alert light at the head of the bed blinked rhythmically, recording the life signs of a woman whose presence seemed ready to vanish into the air at any moment. The scene appeared frozen in time. The young man, lifting the curtain with one hand, gazed at the sleeping figure. If one were to disregard the slight tremor of his hand and the gentle rise and fall of her chest beneath the sheets, it would truly seem like an entirely still painting. After watching the sleeping woman for a long while, he suppressed a barely audible sigh, pressing the blade of the dagger against her delicate neck. The woman continued her shallow, hurried breaths, seemingly unaware of the impending danger surrounding her. With just a bit more pressure, the nearly exposed carotid artery could be severed, extinguishing a life. This way, it will be better for both of them. He was acutely aware of that. Yet, the hand holding the dagger trembled, as if it possessed its own will, refusing to execute the command from his mind. As dusk fell, she remarked in a half-jesting tone that if he could return within 2 months, he might still be able to see her off. This light-hearted comment echoed abruptly in his mind as he prepared to leave. She had always excelled in utilizing the information at her disposal to analyze and predict forthcoming events, yet her casual demeanor had led him to dismiss her words at the time. Now, however, it appeared her predictions were indeed alarmingly accurate. Even if he chose to ignore her, given her current state, death seemed to lurk perilously close. Thus, the man, convincing himself of this, sighed softly, withdrew his dagger, and turned to depart. As he reached the doorway, an instinctive sensation compelled him to pause and glance back at the bed. He found himself captivated by her silver blue eyes, as delicate and translucent as thin ice reflecting the clear sky, nearly forgetting to breathe. "Why?" she asked, struggling to prop herself up, her voice calm despite the slight nasal tone caused by the respirator. Yet, her soft, gentle timbre carried a coolness akin to the night breeze. "What do you mean?" he inquired, equally composed, his dark eyes studying the woman before him, whose effort to speak was evident. She raised the corners of her lips in a gentle smile. "All of it. The reasons to kill me, the reasons not to, or perhaps I should add, the rationale behind uniting with outsiders to obliterate the Meng family. You know, don't you, Miss Chinchue?" he replied, his voice laced with sharp sarcasm. "Aren't you the brain of the Meng family? Aren't you the best at analyzing and forecasting what is to come? Is there truly anything in this world that escapes your predictions? Forecasting?" She closed her eyes and let out a self-deprecating smile. "I am human, not a deity. How could I predict everything?" Yet, she had foreseen today's developments long ago and welcomed them. For that person was Meng Mushi, who once dreamed of becoming a knight, rescuing the princess from the clutches of evil. Indeed, so, I have succeeded now. He stood at the threshold, the overhead light casting a shadow that obscured his expression. From this day forth, the Meng family shall cease to exist. Completely. Vanishing from this world, just as those 74 did a decade ago. Congratulations, you have finally achieved your wish. Her voice remained flat and unperturbed. You should be able to let go of your hatred towards the Meng family now, shouldn't you? She knew. She had always known his intent. In fact, she had indulged and secretly aided him. What do you know? He suddenly moved closer, leaning over her as he placed his hands on the headboard, gazing down at her. Do you know why I chose to act tonight? She closed her eyes again, because today marks the 10th anniversary of those 74 individuals, correct? Years ago, the calamity sown by her father manifested in this form. You. His tone shifted, tinged with agitation. You know? Then why? Had his actions ever truly evaded her calculations? Why was she doing this? Because this is the Meng family's own reckoning. After my father made the erasure decision that I could not prevent, I understood when you appeared before me. Opening her eyes, she met his dark gaze directly. The Meng family has existed in this world for long enough to have begun rotting from within. I merely successfully injected a catalyst into this decay. Was everything part of your scheme? He gripped her shoulders tightly, oblivious to the bruises he inflicted on her frail frame. What do you gain from destroying this family? This is your hope, is it not? She continued to smile softly. I cannot prevent your decision. So you used my hand? Merely to uphold the last honor of this family? The realization dawned on him, his voice sharpened with clarity. From the very beginning, you knew everything. You were using me? Her already pale complexion seemed to grow more translucent, and she closed her eyes again. If thinking so brings you solace, I do not mind if you believe that. Solace, not mind. He let out a cold scoff. What a tender sentiment. Mushi. She seemed to awaken from her weariness, softly calling his name. Do not utter my name. He inhaled deeply, as if suppressing something. You are this way with everyone, as if your kindness can encompass all. Pausing, it seemed he had found a release for his frustrations. Except for those you truly care about, you calculate the most basic interests for everyone else. So, do not look at me with that phony expression. Phony, is that how you perceive me? Her body stiffened momentarily. Then she raised her face, still smiling. Mushi, you remain as unrelenting as ever with your words. He fell silent. Suddenly, his communicator buzzed, prompting him to turn slightly and answer the call. Yes, we have located it. He glanced at her, then continued listening. The individual has been confirmed deceased. Yes, I will return to the team immediately. Hanging up, he did not cast her another glance and turned to leave. You never lie. Her calm voice halted him once more. This is my affair. He did not look back. Then may I ask you, why? She gently inquired, a smile still gracing her lips. An awkward silence ensued. Mind your own business. His voice erupted with a suppressed growl. The smile at her lips widened. Indeed, Mushi's expression of emotions remained as awkward as ever. She had known all along, hadn't she? From that afternoon 18 years ago, she realized that despite the passage of time, his nature had not changed. And as for phony, that was a certainty. For someone like her, raised under the elite education of her family, calculating gains and losses had become instinctual. Yet, the smile she donned, a mere facade to maintain the good spirits of those around her, had become a mask she could not remove. This Mushi, who had been by her side for nearly 8 years, understood all too well. Thus, she truly did not mind his words, for they were simply the truth. The gentle smile she wore had long since merged with her visage. Irretrievable, he once expressed a desire to display more emotions, and even now, she vividly recalls the expression on his face when he uttered those words. It was because of him that she gradually unearthed a rather unpleasant facet of her personality, one that relished in playing pranks on those she was familiar with on aspect she believed had long since disappeared. Thus, she perceived her smiles as insincere, leading to a profound sense of self-loathing. However, when pretense becomes second nature, it truly signifies a rather tragic state of existence. Indeed, it is not something I need to concern myself with. With a self-deprecating smile, she struggled to sit up. Nonetheless, I appreciate your kind intentions. At least she could be certain that she still existed in his heart. Knowing this was sufficient. After a brief, subtle sound, she let out a muffled groan, heavily suppressed. Chinchuyu. Sensing something amiss, the man immediately turned, only to momentarily forget to breathe at the sight before him. A dagger of the same design as the one in his hand was plunged into her left chest, dark blood slowly seeping out and staining the pale, apricot nightgown she wore. As she raised the corners of her lips upon his gaze, she uttered, "But I am quite happy." The special poison coated on the dagger began to take effect upon contact with her blood. Her body lost its strength and fell limp. Mushi, do you understand? In truth, the so-called princess is merely a sacrifice offered to the devil. When the knight vanquishes the devil, it is time for the princess, who has long been intertwined with the devil, to meet her demise. At the end, it is you who is by my side. The final words were so faint that they dissipated into the air the moment they were spoken without exceptional hearing. They would have gone entirely unheard. The man, finally snapping back to reality, rushed to her bedside to assess her wounds. There was no saving her. The once glorious Meng family would fall this night, marked by the death of its last member. Mushi, could you please inscribe my name on the dagger? You know, I lack the strength. Don't you know? Our daggers must be submitted for maintenance and medication periodically. How could we identify them without names? This was the explanation she had given him when she asked for his help to engrave her name on the dagger. Oh, you didn't know? Daggers are numbered. There's no need for engraving. This was the answer he received after inquiring with others. Gazing at the dagger now stained with blood, He saw the engraved name Qianxue, and then the poorly inscribed Mushi on the opposite side, causing his grief to erupt uncontrollably from his throat. Why? Why did he only learn of all this now? Why conceal all emotions behind that gentle smile, revealing not even a hint? Qianxue, you truly possess a cruel tenderness. Ah, finally obtained it. The girl exhaled, capturing the flickering soul flame in her earrings, then turned to the man beside her. Our objective is finally achieved. Lu, let us return. Back to the Chaos Center? The man smiled at the girl, who wore a satisfied expression upon completing her task. TCH, you know I cannot return until I ensure their safety. Why ask such questions, Lu? She shot him an irritated glance, puffing out her cheeks. Understood, we are heading to that Chaos fellow then. His tone carried a hint of repression and displeasure. Yes, indeed. We must hurry. The passage opened by the power of the deceased souls cannot be sustained for long. We need to reach Xiao Hun quickly. The girl urged. Got it. The man nodded and wrapped his arm around her waist. In a flash of light, the two vanished as they had come. The Mbias strip curses those ensnared within to never live beyond the age of 25, and they shall never be with the ones they truly love. They can only carry their regrets, reincarnating through countless lifetimes until their souls are scattered. Electricity, I forcibly took you from the source and implored chaos to alter your fate, pulling you from the cycle of reincarnation, all in the hopes that you might find happiness. My demise was not your fault, so you need not bear such a heavy burden. Those who once journeyed with me have largely found their own happiness. The mischievous Cyril, the silent Shadow, the flamboyant Lee, the earnest M.O., and the astute Arthur have all been freed from the influence of the Mbias strip under my arrangements, each attaining their unique happiness. Therefore, I hope you too can find the happiness that belongs solely to you. This is all I can do for you, within the constraints of space's laws. I wish for you to find joy in that world of the fire shadow, born from the emergence of shadow. Chapter 2. When consciousness returned, Qianxue opened her eyes in astonishment, discovering she was in a pitch-black, lightless space. Is this what they call the world where souls arrive after death? It is eerily tranquil, so quiet that she could only hear her own fragmented and slightly hurried breaths, accompanied by the rhythmic thumping of her heart. Am I dead, or am I still alive? With a self-deprecating smile, Qianxue curled up her body once more. In truth, whether it be death or life, it had long ceased to matter to her. Ironically, this quietude mirrored her past experiences in a sterile intensive care unit. From birth, her left ventricular membrane valve was congenitally defective, and due to a recessive genetic disorder, her immune system was incredibly fragile. What would merely result in a cold or flu for an ordinary person could lead to life-threatening pneumonia for her. Thus, from a moment of her birth, she was placed in a special intensive care unit for monitoring. Unable to withstand direct sunlight, as it would scorch her delicate, underdeveloped skin, unable to breathe the air that could be described as fresh for most, as it was akin to poison for her fragile immune system. As a direct victim of the Meng family's recessive genetic disease, a body as weak as hers was deemed a defective product, unworthy of the Meng family's elite standards. She was to be taken by a special institution of the Meng family, erasing every trace of her existence in this world without leaving a single flaw. If not for her extraordinary intelligence displayed during routine brain testing as a newborn, then being recycled would have been her ultimate fate. Due to her remarkable intelligence, she managed to escape peril, yet the reality of her frail constitution remained unchanged. However, being born into the esteemed Meng family afforded her access to advanced medical technology. After enduring 3 years of genetic therapy, she finally emerged from a condition more fragile than glass threads by the time she approached 3.5 years of age. Before that moment, although she possessed consciousness and sensation, her existence was ensconced in a perpetual darkness, accompanied only by the faint sounds of her heartbeat and breath. In truth, she had often contemplated that perhaps dying during that time would have been the most fortunate outcome for her. At the tender age of 6, her physical condition, largely stabilized through genetic treatment, allowed her to partake in a Sunday afternoon respite in the courtyard, where the sunlight was gentle. It was during this period that she met Cece. She was tenderly nurtured and cautiously probed, unaware of her true identity, and naively believed she was a princess. It was he who unveiled the enchanting world beyond her confinement. They even agreed that whenever time permitted, he would return to share stories of the things that piqued her interest. Besides Cece, she experienced an unparalleled sense of relaxation and joy a welcome reprieve from the relentless scrutiny of family elders who inundated her with knowledge. Unquestionably, she cherished this feeling and whimsically wished to bind Cece to her side. Had it not been for a sudden illness at 6.5, she might have unraveled Cece's true identity, for only children from the Meng family or its collateral branches could enter her villa. In pursuit of supposed pure bloodlines, the Meng family often disregarded national marriage laws, leading to the emergence of genetic disorders like those afflicting her. After 3 years of treatment and education, once it was confirmed that her body could withstand exposure to the outside world, she finally began to engage in family matters. Henceforth, she assumed the role of the intellectual shadow behind the family patriarch. Yet, the boy named Cece never reappeared. Regardless, he remained the final sanctuary in her heart. Even amidst her relentless calculations of familial gains and losses, when her exhaustion peaked, thoughts of that boy brought her solace, convincing her that her actions might benefit the entire Meng family, including him. At 13, her father, in response to a leak of confidential business information, resolved to eliminate all members of a collateral branch of the Meng family involved. Although she attempted to intervene, her authority in economic decisions did not extend to family affairs. Thus, she was powerless to prevent the expulsion of those implicated into a sealed location, and she could only watch as her father activated the instrument. The following day, headlines flooded newspapers. A gas leak in an apartment affiliated with a major family enterprise resulted in no survivors among the 74 residents. It marked her first encounter with the dark side of power, an experience she could neither bear nor resist, ultimately resigning herself to fate. Her physical condition began to deteriorate once more as she grappled with the uncertainty of whether her decisions might harm others, particularly those dear to her. Eventually, at 15, she formally assumed the responsibilities of the decision-maker for all Meng family enterprises. To ensure her safety and accommodate her fragile health, her father carefully selected a personal bodyguard, Meng Mushi, her 3-year-older cousin from the collateral branch. It was undeniable that this arrangement could imply a plan for them to eventually unite, a sentiment not uncommon within the Meng family. In truth, from the moment she laid eyes on Mushi, she recognized him as the Cece of a decade past. Yet, upon encountering Mushi's eyes, a stark contrast to those of her memories, she realized that circumstances were far more complex than she had imagined. The innocence and simplicity that once characterized their bond had vanished, leaving only a profound darkness and a flicker of sorrowful indignation. They had both changed. She was no longer the 5-year-old yearning for the outside world, and he was no longer the playful knight who once vowed to rescue a princess. Time, the most merciless of sorcerers, had wrought transformations upon them. Leveraging her superior intellect and information network, she effortlessly uncovered Mushi's true identity as the sole orphan remaining from the collateral branch marked for annihilation by her father. Had she reported this revelation at the time, perhaps the subsequent events could have been averted. Yet, she chose silence instead. She covertly utilized her influence to rectify Mushi's circumstances, crafting a plausible and complete identity for him. For Mushi was the very individual her father had selected to masquerade as Meng Mushi, unaware that the one he sought was indeed the original. Her task was merely to fill in the gaps of Mux's past before his selection. For despite the changes, his essence remained that of Cece. In the treacherous realm of business, amidst endless schemes, he was the one who preserved her innermost sanctuary. Moreover, she contemplated that allowing the Meng family to dissolve might not be an unacceptable outcome. The decay of a grand family often begins from within. When marriages among kin commenced in pursuit of blood purity, the Meng family had already begun its decline. As for her, she was indifferent to what she might become after the downfall of the Meng family. Her attending physician had once prophesied that, even with the most advanced genetic technology, she would not survive past 20. Indeed, she could hear the relentless struggle of her heart and cells each passing moment. Life and death held no significance for her. She simply believed that if she had come into this world, she should act in accordance with the unfolding events. She would fulfill her duties as an intellectual and await her demise in quietedethis was once the entirety of her existence. Perhaps, she had considered more than once that ending the Meng family was her true purpose in this world. After all, why else would she have encountered Cece and recognized him upon their reunion? Revered by the outside world as the brain of the think tank, she is rumored to possess the ability to see through everything. Yet, she is acutely aware that this so-called insight is merely a conjecture developed upon the foundation of extensive intelligence analysis. At the very least, She cannot fathom the human heart. Otherwise, she would not have become ensnared. When did she realize that her gaze upon Mu, she transcended that of mere friendship? She does not know. Only in Mu Shi's presence does her sharp tongue reveal itself. Only before Mu Shi does she display expressions beyond her usual smile. Only when with Mu Shi does she indulge in playful antics, and only in Mu Shi's company does her vulnerability emerge. By the time she became aware of it, it was already too late. She could neither retract nor desire to withdraw the attention she had bestowed upon him. Thus, it would be reasonable for Mu Shi, who harbors a deep-seated hatred for the Meng family, to overthrow this dynasty. At the very least, it would be executed with far greater decisiveness and clarity than her own actions. The dagger meant for self-destruction is a personal weapon bestowed upon each descendant of the Meng family. Uniform in design, it serves both for self-defense and for suicide. Its purpose is precisely that. This dagger upholds the last vestige of dignity for a member of the Meng clan. Ultimately, the Meng family could not escape the fate of annihilation. As for her, she possesses her own dignity and responsibility. Thus, she chose to end her life as the last surviving remnant of the Meng family, letting the Meng family's tale conclude with a definitive period. Carrying with her a love she could never articulate, she made the most resolute choice. Yet, even so, she remains unrepentant. The frost glimmers faintly beneath the night sky. Veiled shadows gently outline the railing. Though people seem as enduring as the moon, how rare is it to witness its fullness year after year, desiring to inscribe my yearning in the margins of the leaves. Yet my thoughts cannot flow beyond the 5 pavilions. The eastern pond begins to sprout new green lotus, still small as a coin. I wonder when the lotus will bloom. Mu Shi, do you know? Once, I wished so fervently that time could freeze at the moment we first met. You remain that night with fairy tale dreams, while I still embody the snow akin to the princess of your dreams. How wonderful that would be, if only life could be as it was at first sight. The verse I once read in a book perfectly encapsulates the essence of my relationship with Mu Shi. Yet, it is precisely because I know this is unattainable that it renders one all the more expectant and fragile. Life, if only it could be, as it was at first sight. A tender child's voice broke the silence, causing the drowsy Qianxue to open her eyes once more. She found herself momentarily dazed. For the child who suddenly appeared before her, the previously dark space was now suffused with a gentle, soft, milky white light. Sensing Qianxue's astonishment, the child scratched his head. I didn't mean to disturb you. It's all right. Is this child also deceased? Qianxue felt a pang of regret. This child, with an astonishing beauty that captivates at first glance, is merely a child now. One can only imagine the kind of alluring presence he will become as he matures. However, sister, how did you end up here? The child looked up, his large, dark brown eyes gazing intently at Qianxue. Why can't I be here? Qianxue tilted her head to regard the child, sensing that something was amiss. Because. The child raised his chin, speaking earnestly, because this is my world. Qianxue paused, struggling to comprehend her current situation. This place belongs to this child? Her mind raced, instinctively analyzing her predicament, a reflexive action that allowed her to separate her thoughts and inquire about the information she sought. May I know your name? From the moment she laid eyes on this child, she felt an inexplicable familiarity. White? My mother named me Mizuki Bai. The child beamed. What about you, sister? Bai? Even someone as composed as Qianxue couldn't suppress a sharp intake of breath. The only person she knew who matched this child's description and bore that name was the tragic character Bai from Naruto, who was so beautiful he hardly resembled a boy. Suppressing her astonishment, Qianxue managed a gentle smile. My name is Qianxue. At this moment, Bai should still be unawakened to his abilities, allowing him to smile so naturally and beautifully. Qianxue sighed inwardly. As a decision-maker, her leisure time could be described as scarce. On an occasion, when she opened a network connection to search for information, she inadvertently clicked on a manga website and became enamored with the stories unfolding in that alternate space. It was her solitary means of escape from prolonged isolation from the outside world. Among them, her favorite manga was Naruto. Though she did not particularly enjoy the setting of the story, the bonds of care and affection among the characters resonated with her, representing experiences she could never access or comprehend, dreams she could only yearn for. That must be a form of longing. So, her current situation could be described as crossing over. Unexpectedly, this occurrence, statistically improbable, had manifested in her life. Qianxue smiled wryly. In her dazed state, She could not recall what she and Bai had spoken of thereafter, nor how she had bid him farewell. All she knew was that after Bai departed, facing the now darkened space, she was engulfed by an overwhelming sense of helplessness. This feeling left her curled up in resignation. She did not want to think, to ponder anything. She is no longer here. Everything she knew, everything familiar, everything she bore. In this world, all seemed like ephemeral illusions, non-existent. That sensation is indeed strange. It feels as though a person who has borne a heavy burden walks along, only to suddenly have all their weights yanked away and discarded. A surreal sense of lightness envelopes her, as if she were weightless. With the sudden absence of purpose, she truly feels lost. It is indeed an exceedingly peculiar feeling. Could it be that she, too, is susceptible to confusion and uncertainty? How unexpected. Mushi would likely scold her again. A faint smile tugged at her lips, tinged with bitterness. How could she have forgotten? In this world, Mushi does not exist. He should be living well in that world where she does not belong. Perhaps one afternoon in his old age, he might suddenly think of her and smile as he shakes his head in reminiscence. Although there exist individuals in this world who bear resemblance to Twilight, that person, after all, is not Twilight. Overthinking has begun to induce a subtle ache in my head. Shallow snow curled up her body. Bai, I am aware of your gentleness and kindness. Thus, I beseech you to allow me to slumber within you for a while unperturbed. Might you grant me this solace? Let her continue to evade, if only for the moment, for she is truly, exceedingly weary. Chapter 3. Evading does not truly resolve anything. Shallow Snow is acutely aware of this, as it is a notion repeatedly instilled in her by the so-called elite education. Yet, despite this understanding, she chooses to succumb to slumber within this nearly eternal realm of darkness, avoiding all that lies before her. The dream family has vanished, and the Twilight is no more. Why did she not simply disappear from this world at that moment, but instead find herself here? The reasons elude her. However, one thing is certain. She has never felt so utterly lost and adrift as she does now. With her family gone, the burdens she once bore have dissipated, yet her heart feels an overwhelming emptiness, leaving her utterly at a loss. Thus, she opts for sleep, evading everything. If only she could continue to sleep forever. Though she harbors such thoughts, Shallow Snow is painfully aware that she can never truly attain a peaceful slumber. It is not a matter of will, but rather an instinct deeply ingrained in her very being. Due to her congenital deficiencies and prolonged medication, her skin has become excessively sensitive, rendering even the most insignificant wounds a source of enduring pain. Likewise, her compromised immunity prevents her from enduring polluted air, compelling her to breathe artificially purified oxygen, which bears the distinct, sterile scent of machinery, a scent that becomes the harbinger of nightmares each night. In a desperate attempt to evade dreams that threaten to engulf her in an endless void, she forces herself to refrain from deep sleep, maintaining only the most superficial slumber. The slightest disturbance awakens her, etching this habit deep into her bones until it becomes instinctual. This cycle persisted until the arrival of Twilight. Observing her restless, wakeful state, Twilight silently ignited a fragrant incense. The subtle, elegant aroma gradually enveloped the room, distinct from any sandalwood scent she had previously encountered, yet unexpectedly instilling a sense of calm and comfort within her. With a hint of alluring charm, the initially delicate fragrance thickened upon inhalation, inducing a pleasantly intoxicating drowsiness. It was the first time in her life that she slumbered dreamlessly until dawn, once believing herself devoid of tears. Having thought that all her vulnerabilities had dissipated through relentless trials, she was surprised by a wave of emotion that surged within her upon awakening to the sunlight streaming through the window. This impulse, tinged with nostalgia, stirred a bittersweet sensation in her heart. From that moment on, each night, Twilight would light a piece of that fragrant incense, becoming the sole source of fragrance in her bedroom, ensuring that she would no longer awaken repeatedly. The Twilight once revealed to her that this fragrance was derived from a flower, a bloom strikingly akin to her essence. This flower, known as Yudan, blossoms only once every decade or so, unfurling its petals solely in the dead of night, with a fleeting bloom lasting but an hour. Consequently, she exercised her authority to construct a greenhouse, filling it with Yudan. Under her tender care, the flowers began to bud, and, barring unforeseen circumstances, they were poised to bloom imminently. However, before that could transpire, a series of events unfolded, the collapse of the Meng family, leading her to ultimately choose to end her own life. The inability to witness the Yudan's flowering remained an enduring regret nestled within her heart. Sister Chinchua, what is Yudan? A tender, childlike voice, imbued with a soft lilt, broke through Qianxue's reverie, drawing her back to the present. "It is a flower that possesses a delightful fragrance and exquisite beauty," Qianxue replied, glancing down at the child nestled in her embrace, and smiled gently. "Haven't you seen it?" Bai? Indeed, the true reason for her restless nights was this very child. Since discovering her existence, Bai had frequently manifested in this space, persistently engaging her in conversation. Bai, still a mere 3 or 4 years of age, remained blissfully unaware of the world, a child as pure as freshly fallen snow, who, even when hurt, clung to the notion of beauty in the universe. Once, she too had been an innocent child, oblivious to the complexities of life, believing, despite her elite education, that everything possessed a silver lining, thanks to the presence of Cece. It wasn't until she turned 13 and began to engage with the family's affairs that her naivety was abruptly shattered by her father's directive to suppress their operations, compelling Qianxue to abandon her reminiscences. "No, Bai has never seen such a flower in the village," Bai replied, her attention now captivated by the golden strands of hair she was toying with while seated on Qianxue's lap. Her smile was radiant and pure. "However, Mama said that if Bai behaves well, Papa might take her to the town this year, and perhaps there she might see one." Momentarily lost in the innocence of Bai's smile, Qianxue returned to herself, gently tousling the child's soft hair as she smiled and replied, "That may not be necessary. Perhaps that flower can no longer be seen. After all, it belongs to my world. This place could be considered another realm altogether. Does it even exist here? But why is Sister Qianxue here?" Bai queried, nestled comfortably in Qianxue's embrace. "It's the first time I've seen someone else here besides that person." "That person?" Qianxue raised an eyebrow subtly. "Have others appeared in this space before? Have you encountered anyone else here?" She inquired softly. "Yes, before Sister Qianxue appeared. I had seen someone here. I seemed to recall something," shivering slightly. "That person is truly frightening. Sister Qianxue, please don't speak of her." "Very well," Qianxue responded. "Based on the current clues, this should be the realm of Bai's consciousness. How she arrived here is a matter for another time. If there are others present in this space, what does that imply? Has she truly resolved to not ponder anything at all?" Qianxue's expression darkened momentarily before she smiled and said, "If you choose not to speak, then so be it. However, Bai, do you not find that your frequent visits to me affect your health?" "Why does Sister Qianxue ask such a question?" Bai replied, pouting slightly and shaking Qianxue's arm. "Do you wish for Bai to leave? Do you dislike Bai?" Her beautiful, dark brown eyes blinked, glistening with a hint of moisture. "How could that be?" With a gentle sigh, Qianxue patted Bai's back soothingly and smiled. "I truly like you, Bai." "Really?" Bai looked up at Qianxue, earnestly pressing for clarification. "Even after knowing about my circumstances, will you still continue to like me? Such a perceptive, pure, yet sensitive child." One cannot help but feel a sense of compassion for this child, who is destined for a tragic end. For the sake of Momochi Zabuza, she met her demise. Reigning in her thoughts, Qianxue maintained her smile and said, "Yes, why would I dislike you?" "Really?" Bai's face lit up with joy as she nestled closer to Qianxue. "Mother once told me that people would come to dislike me after learning of my abilities. Sister Qianxue does not dislike me. That is wonderful." His eyes narrowed with delight, his cherubic face radiating exuberance. Such a pure smile, yet it surely cannot last long. Why would anyone harbor such dislike? Qianxue held Bai gently, smiling as she caressed his back. "Why would you think that I do not like you?" Bai's expression dimmed for a moment, because Mother once said that my abilities are not needed. Seeing Bai's demeanor, Qianxue felt a pang of sorrow in her heart. She understood the origins of this sense of rejection. The land of mist, where Bai resides, had recently endured a fierce ninja war and prolonged internal strife, leaving it gravely weakened. Yet the authorities refused to acknowledge their mistakes, instead misleading the ignorant masses to seek a so-called culprit. Consequently, those endowed with the rare bloodline limit, possessing formidable combat prowess, became the targets of hatred. What could she possibly say in response? Ultimately, this is merely a psychological conundrum worthy of contemplation. For instance, if one person harms another with a knife, the injured party should harbor animosity towards the assailant, not the knife itself, correct? Yet, without exception, people direct their hatred towards the innocent knife. The reasoning is simple. They cannot confront the person wielding the knife. Or perhaps the wielder possesses the power and status they fear. Thus, they vent their frustrations on the innocent instead. Bai and his mother are victims of such a mentality. But who can truly claim that this is their fault? The vicissitudes of life, is this what it refers to? Surely not. Bai Qianxue wore her customary gentle smile as she earnestly gazed at Bai Dao. In this world, no one is born without purpose. Each individual's existence carries its own significance. Is that truly the case? Bai lifted her small face, filled with anticipation. Is what Sister Chinchua says true? Will Bai be needed? Indeed. Suppressing a sigh, Chinchua replied with a smile. Do you know, Bai? In a person's lifetime, one must seek out 4 individuals. Oneself, someone who needs you, someone you need, and finally, the person with whom you will share your life. Why must it be divided this way? Bai inquired, her face etched with curiosity. Because one must first discover oneself to understand what one truly needs. The one who needs you bestows upon you the meaning of existence. The one you need will be your greatest support and companion throughout life. And the final person is where your happiness lies. Chinchua let out a soft sigh and continued. Thus, Bai, it is not that you are unwanted. You simply have yet to encounter them. Will Bai truly meet such a person? Yes, undoubtedly, Chinchua affirmed, embracing Bai's petite frame. Indeed, you will meet them. In the realm of manga, for Bai, that person is Momochi Zabuza, who acknowledges Bai's existence and is regarded by her as the most significant individual, even if he perceives Bai as a mere tool. Even if he seeks to exploit her abilities, Chinchua firmly believes that in his heart, Bai occupies a position of importance, not as an implement, but as someone cherished. Is someone truly needed, though? Bai's voice fell to a whisper. Bai, it is time for you to return. Shaking her head, Chinchua lovingly stroked Bai's soft hair and smiled. Yes, I understand. Goodbye, Sister Chinchua. Bai nodded obediently and then vanished from the space, leaving Chinchua in the once again dim surroundings. As she watched Bai disappear, Chinchua exhaled softly, reflecting on the information Bai had gradually shared with her over the past days. She was aware that Bai possessed a bloodline limit, a fact known to her through the manga. However, what surprised her were the specific details Bai had revealed regarding this bloodline limit. According to Bai, his mother had informed him that the Mizuno-yuki clan's bloodline awakens immediately upon birth, based on the records in the family scrolls that Bai's mother had seen before fleeing. The Mizuno-yuki bloodline is quite rare, encompassing the attributes of wind, water, and lightning. However, due to the passage of time and unknown reasons, the existing members of the Mizuno-yuki clan have only awakened a unique ice attribute derived from the dual properties of wind and water. Moreover, what astonished Chinchua even further was the revelation that Bai's body is an asexual entity. According to Hakushi, the bloodline of Mizuki dictates that the true gender of the Mizuki clan members will only be determined upon reaching the age of 18, with their cognitive gender differentiation serving as the guiding principle. Prior to this, what they perceive as their gender is merely an illusion controlled by individual will. For instance, Hakushi currently appears as a boy solely due to his mother's insistence. Although taken aback by this revelation, it does elucidate the reason behind Hakushi's extraordinary beauty in the manga. Indeed, this world is filled with unexpected occurrences. Asayuki sighed softly and curled up, pondering the reason for her presence in this place. What purpose does it serve to dwell on such thoughts? The events here no longer concern her, do they? While she is aware that Hakushi's story is destined to be tinged with tragedy, she never anticipated that the day would arrive so swiftly. She curled up in a light slumber, just as she usually did, until Hakushi's arrival. Unlike before, this time Hakushi's appearance was abrupt and jarring. Following a thunderous sound that could only be described as tumultuous, a fissure suddenly opened in the dim space, from which Hakushi descended. Unlike previous instances when he emerged gradually in a burst of white light. Hakushi? She called gently, standing up, for in the realm of consciousness, weight and orientation are of no consequence. Upon seeing Asayuki, Hakushi lifted his head, tears shimmering in his eyes, and dashed into her embrace, breaking into heart-wrenching sobs. Asayuki softly patted his back, tenderly comforting the fragile child who had succumbed to tears, inwardly sighing. Has everything that was meant to happen already transpired? Yet, in her current state, there is nothing she can do, is there? All she can do is watch Hakushi weep, just as she had been powerless to prevent her father's decree. After what seemed an eternity, Hakushi finally ceased his cries. What has happened? Asayuki inquired softly. In such moments, she could only feign ignorance. It was better for them both this way. Everyone is dead, Hakushi choked out. Is it only Hakushi that remains? He lowered his gaze to his hands, his voice trembling with fragility and fear. I killed them. They wanted to kill me. It is not Hakushi's fault. Asayuki gently embraced him tighter, offering a warm smile. You mustn't blame yourself. For a child as pure as Hakushi, the brutality of such slaughter is indeed too cruel to bear. However, under Asayuki's soothing presence, Hakushi's body gradually relaxed from its initial tension. Yet, his voice remained choked with emotion. Hakushi just wants to strive to live, doesn't he? As Chinchua gazed down at Bai, whose beautiful, large eyes were now swollen and red from crying, she pondered deeply. Bai was striving to survive solely for the sake of encountering those who truly needed her. Was she not? Bai remained silent, her body trembling slightly. After a long pause, a muffled voice emerged. But, Bai, you need not blame yourself. For the fault does not lie with you, does it? Yet, if it were not for Bai's abilities, would this have happened? Bai choked on her words, questioning if her abilities were indeed meant to exist. Should she have never been born? As she witnessed Bai's quiet sobs, Qianxue felt her heart tighten with sorrow. She detested this feeling of helplessness, reminiscent of the time she had watched her father issue the extermination order. Back then, she had been powerless to intervene. Was it the same now? She refused to accept it. Closing her eyes, her once nebulous thoughts suddenly crystallized. Oh, could this be the very reason for her existence in this world? To alter by a seemingly predetermined fate? No, that could not be. All her thoughts became lucid with this newfound realization that sprang to mind. Gently stroking Bai's hair, Qianxue smiled and said, Bai, do you not remember what I told you? In this world, no one is born without purpose. Each person's birth carries its own significance. Bai recalled this and nodded, lifting her face to look at Qianxue. But what if I never meet them? You will, Qianxue reassured. Throughout one's life, one must encounter 4 significant individuals. Not meeting them now does not mean you will not meet them in the future. With a gentle smile, Qianxue added, therefore, until you encounter those people, you must not perish, okay? And you must not forget me. Seeing Bai begin to emerge from her initial sorrow, Qianxue's smile softened. Regardless of how others perceive you, please do not forget my existence. Sister Qianxue? Bai momentarily appeared lost in thought due to Qianxue's words. If you did not exist, I would also cease to be. Qianxue replied with a smile. Thus, even if others dislike you, until you find those 4 individuals, I shall remain the one who needs you the most. The version of herself that existed within Bai's consciousness might very well vanish upon Bai's demise. Whether she would disappear entirely or transfer to another realm was beyond her comprehension. Do you need me? Bai whispered. Yes, I do, Qianxue affirmed. Gently tousling Bai's soft hair, she encouraged, now, you must return, or your body will not withstand it. I understand, Sister Qianxue. Bai's form began to shimmer with a radiant white light as she gradually disappeared. My most beloved person is you, Sister Qianxue. Thank you. With that final whispered sentiment, Bai's figure vanished, and the space returned to its original dimness. What is there to thank me for? Qianxue let out a self-deprecating smile. This was simply what she ought to do. Lowering her gaze to her palms, she quietly clenched them tightly. She wished to avoid the repetition of that overwhelming sense of regret that consumed her during each nightmare, a feeling born of her inability to intervene. Bai, I shall not stand idly by as you tread the sorrowful path of fate. With her eyes shut, Qianxue exhaled deeply. Change. This would be her ultimate aspiration moving forward. Chapter 4. Although Bai had emerged from the void, the fissure through which he had fallen did not dissipate. In the dimness of this space, only that singular opening radiated a unique luminosity, with soft, ever-shifting beams of light streaming in from beyond the crack. In Qianxue's recollection, this was the first instance since Bai's departure that a glimmer of light remained in this realm. Furrowing her brow, she scrutinized the fissure for a prolonged moment. After a moment's hesitation, Qianxue cautiously rose and approached the edge of the crack, peering outside. Staggering back in astonishment, her mind buzzed, nearly unable to comprehend the scene before her. Beyond the fissure lay a realm of pure white. Fluffy snowflakes drifted gracefully from the leaden sky, enveloping her vision in a blanket of white. Only occasionally did she catch glimpses of iron-gray debris or dark earth peeking through the thick blanket of snow, preventing the illusion that she had entered another world. The entire landscape seemed to sway rhythmically, at times shifting side to side, akin to an observer moving through their surroundings. If one were to consider the nearby trees and reference points, the perspective belonged to Bai, did it not? Just as this conclusion formed in her mind, Qianxue felt as though her brain had been struck by an unseen force. How could this be? Stunned into silence, she gazed at the fissure before her, her mind racing. She understood clearly that the space she occupied, though desolate and shadowy, was uniquely his, constructed from his consciousness and spirit. Based on the peculiar and supernatural accounts she had previously encountered, it was evident that apart from its creator, Bai, no other individual could enter this domain. However, those endowed with formidable power might occasionally defy this norm. She believed the individual Bai had mentioned was one such exception. Yet, this could not alter the exclusivity and autonomy of this space. The best example of this was herself. Since arriving in this realm, apart from the sporadic appearances of Bai, she had no other means of acquiring information from the outside world. This space, to evoke a vivid metaphor, is akin to an absolute domain, one that belongs solely to Bai. However, now, as she gazes once more through the fissure, she discovers that the environment outside, which had inexplicably come to a standstill, has begun to move again, albeit slowly. Surprisingly, she can peer through this crack and glimpse the outside world, sharing resources with Bai's perception to a certain extent. What could have precipitated such a phenomenon? Shallow Snow squints slightly, raising her left hand, half clenched into a fist, resting delicately against her slightly parted lips. Her index finger gently caressing her nostrils, a signature gesture she adopts whenever she embarks on an analysis of data. If one were to deduce from the circumstances surrounding Bai's appearance, the sole explanation for the current situation would be that Bai's initial shock and guilt from his first act of murder, coupled with a profound denial of his own existence, have rendered his spirit and consciousness no longer as complete and whole as before. Based on the duality of existence, if she can connect with Bai's spirit through the fissure, then conversely, should her mental strength prove sufficiently formidable, it would not be beyond the realm of possibility for her to usurp Bai's spirit and claim dominion over his body. The prospect of gaining access to Bai's robust and formidable physique jolted Shallow Snow back to reality. She swiftly retreated from the fissure and curled up in her original spot. How could she have entertained such a thought? It was profoundly tainted, abhorrent. The very idea of seizing Bai's body had emerged within her. What astonished her most was that after drawing such a conclusion from the information at hand, she did not halt her thoughts. Instead, she found herself calculating the probability of success in such an endeavor almost instantaneously. Miyuki, your assessment of me was indeed accurate. I am truly cold-blooded and heartless. Shallow Snow bit her lip, feeling the chill emanating from deep within her body, gradually freezing her nerves. Initially, she had resolved to protect Bai's innocent smile and had decided, come what may, to safeguard him. Yet now, confronted with the allure of reclaiming a corporeal form, she found herself wavering at the very moment she recognized this possibility. She was indeed the epitome of selfishness. In the face of temptation, how many can maintain true clarity without succumbing to base desires? Words she once read flashed through her mind, and then she curled her lips into a mocking smile. Yes, temptation. In the face of temptation, no one can remain entirely unshaken. If one could achieve such steadfastness, it could only be due to the misalignment of the temptation or the inadequacy of its allure. She understood well that if the choice were presented with wealth or treasures, she would remain resolute, perhaps even scoffing at the notion. Yet, why was it precisely the body, the very embodiment of health she yearned for deep within her heart? For someone who, due to physical constraints from a young age, has been unable to lead a life akin to that of an ordinary individual, and who, even amidst elite education, must progress according to her body's minimal tolerance. A healthy physique is something she would pursue at any cost. In fact, when she was still known as Dream Chinchua, she once harbored the audacious notion of employing biotechnology to create a healthy body for herself. The only reason she did not implement that plan was her understanding, having studied bioengineering, that the complete transplantation of consciousness is an unattainable fantasy. What significance does a flawlessly constructed body hold if one cannot transplant their thoughts? For her, possessing a healthy body was as elusive as a mirage, beautiful yet ultimately unreachable. However, now, confronted with the tantalizing prospect of fulfilling this long-held desire, she finds herself profoundly shaken. All notions of tenderness, kindness, and guardianship are merely illusions, empty words. Miyuki, you truly are the one who understands me best. I am indeed the most despicable person. Lacking the courage to gaze into the cracks, Chinchua closed her eyes, forcing herself to slip back into slumber. The fear of confronting those dark thoughts within her heart paralyzed her. She dreaded the notion that she might, overcome by the intense temptation, risk indulging her own desires and irreparably harm the still fragile Bai. That humble yearning for a healthy body felt so cold, her body nearly numb. Treading through the snow, Bai sensed that his limbs had completely lost feeling, frozen into a state of numbness. At this moment, his ability to move forward was nothing more than a mechanical response, his body acting unconsciously. Why had it come to this? He did not know. All he was aware of was that he had once been blissful, blessed with a loving mother and a caring father. He had naively believed that such a tranquil and serene existence could persist indefinitely. As the woman with the resplendent wings had said, safeguarding Sister Chinchua's soul, and thus living out his days in this small village, perpetually embraced by snow. Do not be naive. Your abilities destined you to a life devoid of tranquility in this world. Yet, the words of that woman echoed like a curse, resonating in his ears. His mother had once claimed that his powers had been sealed. Thus, he had foolishly assumed he could continue living happily alongside his parents forever. With a sealing ability that barely qualifies as low tier, do you truly believe it can fully suppress your powers? If it weren't for me, do you think you could have lived this long without anyone discovering your abilities? If that is the case, then why not completely seal his powers? I bear no obligation to do so. That woman carried an air of indifference, as if the matter was of no concern to her. Due to the influence of electricity, the seal I have placed upon you is already a privilege. The effects of this seal will likely last until you reach the age of 5 or 6. Moreover, the choice to lift this seal lies solely in your hands. He paused his weary steps near an archway of a bridge, feeling utterly drained of energy. Was he to perish? He once believed he would never break the seal left by that woman, thinking he could live out a mundane existence. However, everything changed on that fateful day. He had never loathed himself so deeply, nor his insatiable curiosity. Had it not been for his playful spirit, he would not have ventured into the snowy forest with his companions, nor would he have encountered the perilous snow bear. And had he not faced the snow bear, his mother would not have unleashed her bloodline abilities to protect him, thus revealing to his father that they possessed a special lineage. If they had not been discovered, his mother would not have met her demise at the hands of his father. It was evident that his mother possessed the means to defend herself, yet, to shield him, who was rendered powerless by the seal, she offered no resistance and was slain by his father. Why? Having such abilities was not her fault. Yet, why did the father, who once cherished him, turn the blood-stained blade upon him after taking his mother's life? The crimson blood, flowing from his mother, stained him, warm yet reeking of a nauseating metallic scent, gradually cooling and drying into clotted remnants. In this world, no one is born without purpose. Every birth carries its significance. The words of Sister Qianxua echoed in his mind, yet despair enveloped him. When his father captured him and bound him with chains, he clung to a sliver of hope. However, as his father raised the blade to strike, despair consumed him entirely. Was all the tenderness he once knew merely an illusion? Were the moments of warmth he experienced nothing but figments of his imagination? Was it solely because of his innate abilities that he was deemed unworthy of love? Your fate is already predetermined. No matter how fiercely you struggle, you cannot escape the trajectory of destiny. The words of that woman resonated clearly in his ears. As the cold blade pierced his flesh, delivering sharp agony, he felt an overwhelming sense of unwillingness. He was truly unwilling to accept this fate. He yearned for affirmation. He longed to be needed. He simply wished to demonstrate that Bai was not a child without worth. Then he thought of Sister Qianxua, the one with enchanting silver blue eyes, the one with radiant golden hair, the one with a gentle, beautiful smile, who treated him with kindness even upon learning of his abilities. What would become of Sister Qianxua if he were to perish? Electricity merely resides temporarily within your consciousness. Once her soul is restored, I shall take her away, and your mission will be accomplished. If we are to heed the words of that woman, should he perish, Sister Qianxua would also meet her demise, would she not? He does not wish for Sister Qianxua to die. He yearns to witness her continue to smile and live. His thoughts momentarily blank out, leaving only a single notion echoing in his mind. He does not want to die. By the time he regained his senses, his father lay crumpled at his feet, a shattered form that bore no resemblance to the man he once knew. Crimson blood, akin to that of his mother, flowed freely from him, and the air was thick with the nauseating scent of rust. Around him, villagers gathered, their faces twisted in malice, weapons clutched tightly in their hands. How terrifying it is that those who were once so amiable have turned so unfamiliar. He does not wish to take a life, yet those people spare him no mercy. Your seal shall be broken only by your own hand. The woman's words seemed a curse upon him, yet they resonated as truth. As the blade descended, the surge of terror rendered his consciousness blank once more, replaying the haunting scene of his father. He could only watch helplessly as countless ice shards, formed from water, materialized around him and shot forth with alarming speed. How dreadful! Is this truly his power? Those who once spoke and laughed now lay still, just like his father. Your fate has long been predetermined. Has it truly been set in stone? The anguish is unbearable. Tianyin, it seems that Y has completely become the antagonist in this chapter. Well, as long as the outcome is favorable, that is what matters. If only this were a dream. If only this were a dream. Then, instinctively, he thought of Sister Qianxua. Surely, if it were the ever-gentle, smiling Sister Qianxua, she would speak to him tenderly and would never harm him, right? And indeed, that was the case. When he heard her voice, soft as the night breeze and laced with concern, he could no longer contain his emotions and burst into tears. How terrifying! How terrifying! Why has this happened? Can anyone tell him that what he has just experienced was merely a nightmare? If only he could awaken to find his mother alive and his father once again nurturing him, with everyone as kind as they used to be. It is not Bai's fault. Even upon hearing that he has taken a life, Sister Chinchua still embraces him, smiling gently as before. It is not Bai's fault, and there is no need for guilt. Indeed, Sister Chinchua is different. Bai merely wishes to strive to live, does he not? Sister Chinchua gazes down at him, her beautiful and uniquely pale blue eyes reflecting his image, and she solemnly tells him, Bai strives to live in order to meet those who need him, does he not? Indeed, he yearned to ascertain whether there were others who needed him, seeking affirmation of his worth, striving to prove that he was not an unwanted child. In the past, he believed that being reprimanded by his parents was the most sorrowful experience. However, he now realizes that the profound sadness lies in being unwanted by anyone. Bai, have you forgotten my words? In this world, no one is born without purpose. Each individual's existence carries significance. It is certain that Bai will eventually encounter those 4 important people in his life. The absence of such encounters now does not imply they will not happen in the future. Sister Chinchua always encouraged him with her gentle smile, providing him with the will to persevere. Yet, he pondered, who else would need a child so utterly abandoned by his father and the villagers? Moreover, Bai must not forget me. Indeed, Sister Chinchua smiled tenderly as always. Regardless of how others perceived Bai, she implored him not to forget her presence. Sister Chinchua acknowledged her need for him, which should have brought him joy. Yet, why did his heart still feel so hollow? If Bai did not exist, I too would vanish, Sister Chinchua remarked. Thus, even if others despise Bai, until he finds those 4 individuals, I am the one who needs him the most. The thought that Sister Chinchua might only need him out of a necessity for survival pained his heart deeply. However, for Sister Chinchua, he must strive to endure, as she was the first person to truly require him, was she not? No matter his actions, Sister Chinchua always embraced and tolerated him, proving to be the kindest of souls. He cherished her deeply, desiring the strength to protect her rather than being perpetually shielded by her. The person I adore most is Sister Chinchua. Thank you. As he departed from that realm of consciousness, he expressed his gratitude for her acknowledgement of his existence. Forever gentle Sister Chinchua. Thus, for her sake, solely for the sake of the sister who could not thrive without him, he resolved to choose life. Yet, at this moment, it seemed increasingly impossible. Curled up in a corner beneath the bridge, Bai sensed his body temperature gradually declining, life ebbing away in the chill of the season. Just as he felt himself on the brink of slumber, a shadow obscured the light before him. Bai forced himself to lift his head, and against the glare, he beheld a figure. The person was tall, half of their face wrapped in white bandages, adorned with a glimmering object atop their head, and their expression was fierce. Yet, why did he not feel fear? Poor little ghost, the figure approached him, then crouched down to meet his gaze. His voice was somewhat grating and coarse. No one would ever need someone like you, little brat. You shall perish without freedom or dreams. Upon gazing into that person's eyes, Bai finally comprehended why he felt unafraid. Because those eyes reflected his own image as seen through Sister Chinchua's gaze. He could sense the striking resemblance between himself and the person before him. Unable to restrain a faint smile, he remarked, Big Brother's eyes are just like mine, equally lonely, equally yearning to be needed. How delightful it is, Sister Chinchua, that what you said was indeed true. I believe I have found the one who would require my presence. I have truly found it. In this world, it seems there is no one who is utterly unnecessary. Therefore, I beg your forgiveness, Sister Chinchua, for my selfishness in abandoning the promise made to that dark-haired, violet-eyed woman with the resplendent wings, forsaking you to prioritize this individual. It is because this person bears such a striking similarity to me. Chapter 5 Bai, are you truly resolved to do this? From Bai's fragmented words, filled with excitement and joy, Chinchua discerned his intent, and an overwhelming sense of fate's inescapability spread through her heart. Yet, gazing at Bai, who seemed to be brimming with exuberance, she found herself at a loss for words. Bai had encountered his life's focal point, Naruto. To her, this seemed like a predetermined fate. Observing Bai's transformation from a despondent state to one filled with renewed vigor and purpose left her with an overwhelming sense of fatigue. Was everything she had done merely in vain compared to a single word from that man? Indeed, it was. Zabuza had stated his need for manpower, and striving to learn was the only course of action available to her at present, was it not? Bai nodded earnestly, his youthful face alight with excitement. Was it truly impossible to alter a fate that had already been decided? As she watched Bai nestled in her embrace, overwhelmed with exhilaration from his first experience at the Ninja Academy, Chinchua swallowed her sigh. Was she to merely observe in silence? She vowed to protect Bai, yet her own desires lingered, and she felt powerless to alter the course of events. She detested this aspect of herself. Meanwhile, Bai had discovered his aspiration, to become an exceptional ninja of the hidden mist village. Becoming a member of the Umbu was a goal assigned to him by Zabuza. For Bai, Zabuza was the fulcrum of his future existence. Even if she were to tell Bai that he might lose his life for the sake of Zabuza, he would likely respond with a nonchalant expression, as if it were the most natural thing. To sacrifice everything for someone of great importance. Bai, do you not find this course of action foolish? It resembles the twilight of yesteryears. However, this is a choice made by Bai himself. Qianxue reflects that she has no right to interfere with his decisions. The only thing she can do now is to smile and listen to his narratives whenever he needs her, just as before. In moments of confusion and distress, she may offer him some substantial, breakthrough advice to help him extricate himself from his predicaments. Beyond that, she finds herself utterly powerless. Sister Qianxue, Bai appears before her, scratching his head in distress, his youthful face etched with confusion and frustration as he gazes at her. With a soft sigh, Qianxue carefully buries all her darker thoughts beneath a veneer of smiles. Should she feel grateful for the life she once led? Though reluctant. After enduring the treacheries of a morally ambiguous marketplace, she has learned to don an impenetrable mask. Among the expressions a person can wear, a smile serves as the finest disguise. Those who perceive her smile often remark on its gentle, soothing magic. Yet, only the twilight can discern the helplessness that lies behind it. Is something troubling you? With a smile directed at Bai, Qianxue silently thanks her mastery of disguise. At least Bai cannot detect her reluctance at present. Today's lesson was thoroughly noted, yet I still find myself perplexed. Bai frowns, visibly dissatisfied with himself. What is it that Bai does not comprehend? Qianxue wonders, intrigued. If memory serves, Bai from Naruto should be a prodigious ninja. After all, he managed to devise a strategy to counter Kakashi's Sharingan with but a single viewing. Even Kakashi held a favorable opinion of Bai's initial display of strength. Indeed, Bai begins to recount the analyses of chakra and its applications discussed in his ninja school. Once he finishes, he elaborates on the aspects he finds unclear, awaiting her response. Is that so? Upon hearing Bai's recount, Qianxue furrows her brow in contemplation. The issues Bai raises are, in truth, complex derivative questions. It is evident that Bai, capable of formulating such inquiries after merely hearing foundational explanations, rightfully deserves the title of a genius ninja. Given her understanding of the Naruto universe, coupled with her analytical prowess, addressing Bai's questions would be a straightforward task. However, she hesitates, pondering whether to divulge her thoughts to him. Should she share her insights? Bai's remarkable intellect would undoubtedly allow him to grasp and apply the knowledge swiftly, distinguishing himself among his peers. However, at that moment, with the ulterior motives set aside, one cannot overlook such a remarkable piece as White. Once entangled with the likes of Zabuza, White would inevitably inch closer to a predetermined demise. If one wishes to avert White's death, then what can be done? Does Sister Ayasui not understand? Seeing Ayasui fall into silence, White felt a tinge of disappointment, accompanied by a hint of self-reproach. After all, Sister Ayasui is not a ninja, and I cannot expect her to provide the detailed insights my teacher would in class. It is only natural that she cannot assist me. Ayasui maintained her silence, lowering her bangs to conceal her expression. It is merely that I have placed too great a burden upon you, White remarked with a casual smile, rising from Ayasui's embrace. I cannot continually rely on Sister Ayasui to solve my problems. I apologize for the trouble I have caused you this time. No, White, you have not, Ayasui replied, observing the slight despondency on White's face, which only intensified her feelings of guilt. Sister Ayasui, you are incredibly gentle, but there is no need to comfort me this time. White lifted her face, smiling sweetly. In truth, I ought to find a way to resolve this myself. After all, I cannot always depend on Sister Ayasui and Mr. Zabuza once said, in all matters, one must rely on oneself. Is it truly right to conceal this from myself? White pondered, her innocent and kind nature causing Ayasui to waver in her decision. I am sorry, Sister Ayasui, for burdening you. Watching White's figure fade into the gentle white light, Ayasui felt a tightening in her throat. White had placed her utmost trust in her, yet Ayasui had concealed so many truths from her. Others may deceive themselves, but she could not, for she understood all too well why she chose silence and pretended ignorance in response to White's inquiries. The notion of not wanting White to be associated with Zabuza, the desire to shield White from undue attention, and the wish to protect her. Every grand justification was, in fact, a fade. Deep down, Ayasui recognized that her choice to withhold the truth stemmed from a singular motive, to prevent White from sacrificing herself for Zabuza. She understood that if White were to perish, then her own existence within White's consciousness would vanish as well. Dissipation would be her only fate. Ultimately, Everything boiled down to a fear of death. The courage she once possessed in the face of mortality seemed to have been entirely eroded by that act of self-destruction. She did not wish to die, nor to fade away. This was her sole thought. Indeed, in stark contrast to White's purity and kindness, she felt selfish, ugly, and tainted. Looking up at the faintly glowing fissure after White's departure, Ayasui forced herself to think of nothing. She truly did not deserve to be held in such high regard by White, for she is merely a wretched being who deceives others incessantly to survive. Is that all there is to it? The abrupt words resonated in Qianxua's ears, startling her from the brink of slumber. The voice was pure, possessing a unique and transparent quality akin to crystal, melodious and imbued with an undeniable air of nobility. Soon after, Qianxua felt the dim space illuminate, and after a gentle cascade of multicolored light, a figure materialized before her. Her long, raven-black hair shimmered with an ethereal blue sheen, seemingly alive. Elegantly arched willow leaf brows were partially concealed beneath delicate bangs, and her eyes sparkled like the finest amethyst, exuding a sense of clarity and transparency. Beneath a straight nose, her rose-tinted lips were pressed tightly together, with skin as smooth and luminous as jade, coupled with a tall, slender figure. She emanated a unique presence that captured the gaze of all. Setting aside her exquisitely refined features, the pair of wings unfurling gracefully behind her, radiating a kaleidoscope of colors, was sufficient to convey the extraordinary nature of the individual before Qianxua. From the moment the figure appeared, Qianxua acutely sensed her breath quickening, as if an unseen weight bore down upon her, rendering her unusually heavy. Her eyes, seemingly endowed with autonomy, could not stray from the face of the woman before her. Yet her body remained in a posture of utmost respect, afraid to exhibit any sign of abnormality. Noble and graceful, she inspired both reverence and a desire for closeness. Such was the aura of the woman in front of her. "Who are you?" Qianxua managed to voice, her throat dry and labored. "Quite adaptable, aren't you? You can speak already. Much better than that little imp who stared at me for nearly 20 minutes upon our first meeting," the woman remarked. Her arms crossed as she appraised Qianxua, nodding slightly. "All I need to know is that your name is Meng Qianxua. As for mine, that is not for you to know." Her tone was one of absolute authority, brimming with confidence. "You," Qianxua stammered, taking a moment to process. "You are the one I mentioned?" "Indeed. Is there a problem?" The woman regarded Qianxua with a smirk, awaiting her response. "Am I here because of you?" If this woman truly possessed the ability to traverse the realms of others' consciousness, then it would not be particularly difficult for her to transport a soul into another realm of awareness. In an instant, Qianxua's thoughts coalesced, and she instinctively inquired, "Who exactly are you? How do you possess such abilities, and why do I feel an inexplicable familiarity?" "I have already stated, my identity is not for you to know," the woman replied, raising an eyebrow. "As for who I am, according to the religious theories of your world, I should be regarded as a being of a similar caliber to Pangu, Jehovah, or perhaps even Shiva, or even higher. To put it simply, I am a deity." As the startlingly audacious revelation momentarily caused Qianxua to lose her composure, she quickly regained her senses. Why? Why bring her into this world? The answer was deceptively simple. The woman chuckled softly, revealing that the life of a deity is, in truth, exceedingly monotonous. Without the pursuit of amusement, one would surely succumb to the tedium. A lump lodged in Qianxua's throat. "The answer you seek is, in fact, quite straightforward." With her slender, fair finger pointing at Qianxua, the woman made no evident movement. Yet in the next instant, she stood before Qianxua, declaring, "You are but an experiment of mine." After inhaling and exhaling, Qianxua closed her eyes to steady her emotions, taking a considerable time before she opened them to behold the exquisite visage so near that she could hear their breaths intertwining. "Is it truly so enjoyable to treat people as mere toys?" The woman smiled, her lips curling upward as she swayed her finger. "To become my plaything is a privilege bestowed upon you insignificant humans, in my eyes." Had her body not betrayed her brain's commands, rendering her immobile, Qianxua would have relished the opportunity to slap the person before her. In truth, observing humanity's struggles and their futile attempts to alter their destinies is indeed quite entertaining. The woman regarded Qianxua's silver blue eyes, then gently pressed her finger to her forehead. "I have encountered many intelligent humans and those with experiences akin to yours. Yet you are an anomaly among them, and I am curious to see how you will struggle within the web of fate. Moreover, to be candid, you have provided me with considerable amusement thus far." Qianxua closed her eyes once more, utterly helpless in her current predicament, feeling a deep embarrassment that ignited her anger. The prideful essence of her being found it unbearable to accept her current subjugation. With a light laugh, The woman stepped back. Humans are perpetually striving to defy destiny, oblivious to the fact that the trajectory of fate cannot be altered by mere will. Yet, is this the nature of gods? To regard human desires as trifles, merely observing the struggles of the masses from lofty heights? The so-called divine love for humanity is not but a doctrine conjured by deities like Jehovah and Buddha to garner the strength of faith, not a principle to which we gods adhere. The woman scoffed. The true responsibility of our divinity is merely to maintain the stability of various realms. Your so-called salvation is a burden imposed upon us by your kind. Those alleged miracles arise solely from our amusement. Is this what it means to be a god? Though an atheist, Qianxue had once harbored admiration for deities in her youth. Yet now, that exalted image lay shattered, replaced by an unending blaze of fury. The notion of equality among all beings is indeed true. Those who pride themselves as superior humans are, to me, no different from ordinary creatures or mere dust, perhaps even lesser. The woman's tone approached a complaint, lamenting environmental pollution and species extinction, revealing the immense effort she exerted to maintain stability in certain realms. It felt as though trouble had been deliberately sought. Without the creation of a new world to alleviate my ennui, I might eventually succumb to exhaustion. Am I merely your new plaything? The tremor in Qianxue's voice betrayed her distress. If you choose to interpret it this way, I do not oppose it. At least for now, you have brought me considerable amusement. I look forward to what lies ahead. The woman smiled, stating that her appearance was merely a reminder. I know you are aware of the fates of many in this world, yet you are powerless to disclose the destinies you know. Nor can you impart knowledge to buy that exceeds what she ought to comprehend. What would happen if I did? The consequences are not particularly severe. However, the body you currently inhabit would perish instantly. The woman's smile was exceptionally sweet. Yet you are under my protection and will not die. At most, you would merely find another vessel to inhabit. Is this what divinity is? How does it differ from a demon? Qianxue trembled with indignation. Enough, enough. I cannot linger for too long. Until we meet again, tiny yet diligent human spirit. With that, the woman's figure vanished into the gradually illuminating spectrum of colors. Tianyin, speechless, gazing at the heavens. It seems that Yi's role in this piece has become increasingly malevolent, but it matters not. In the future, I shall have the opportunity to vindicate her. This is entirely plot-driven. Is this what divinity is? It was only after the woman disappeared, and the space reverted to its original somberness, that Qianxue felt the tension in her body ease. Utterly powerless to resist, even in her utmost fury, her body remained unresponsive. Were her thoughts and actions merely a spectacle for that woman? This was utterly excessive. Was human struggle futile? To the divine, was she merely an amusing toy, rendering her nothing? She possessed her own dignity, her own pride. Even for a deity, such behavior was truly intolerable. She could not accept it. Qianxue, elder sister. A sudden voice jolted Qianxue from her reverie. Lowering her head, she saw by tugging at her sleeve, gazing up with a face full of concern. Kneeling down, Qianxue managed a faint smile. What brings you to me? When I entered just now, it seemed you were lost in thought, and no matter how I called, you did not respond. I nestled into Qianxue's embrace, whispering, I was truly worried. I'm sorry, I was lost in thought, Qianxue replied. Her gaze filled with regret as she looked at Bai. Was it something I asked you earlier, Qianxue, elder sister? Bai blinked, her eyes wide. After a moment's hesitation, Shallow Snow nodded slightly. I apologize for causing you distress over my matters. White puffed out her cheeks, wishing her own strength could be greater. It's nothing. It is precisely because it is you, White, that I desire to assist. Gently caressing White's soft hair, Shallow Snow closed her eyes. Is it truly impossible for humans to alter the course of fate? White, may I discuss something with you? Upon reopening her eyes, Shallow Snow had already formed a resolution. What is it, Shallow Snow sister? Listen closely, it is this. She shall demonstrate to that so-called deity. She vowed to protect White at all costs. I wish to borrow your body, White. Chapter 6. The days that followed flowed by as uneventfully as a gentle stream. No matter how diligently one might strive, retelling and original phrasing would inevitably bear slight discrepancies, potentially leading to misunderstandings. Thus, it was preferable to listen together with White. This served as her explanation regarding her proposal to White, which appeared to be accepted without objection. After the woman departed, Shallow Snow gradually regained her composure and, upon organizing her thoughts, unexpectedly discovered an additional fragment of memory concerning mental sharing. Was this what the woman had implanted in her mind? Had everything been meticulously orchestrated by her? Though reluctant, Shallow Snow felt compelled to adhere to the methods left by that woman, establishing synchronized connections with White's visual, auditory, and tactile senses through the fissure. In other words, the knowledge White acquired in the Ninja Academy was now also being learned and absorbed by Shallow Snow simultaneously. White was astute, capable of understanding and expanding upon the concepts learned. His only shortcoming lay in experience and exposure. Shallow Snow, however, was poised to compensate for this deficiency. Thus, whenever White posed questions, Shallow Snow endeavored to respond with simple, comprehensible language, encouraging him to think critically and discover solutions on his own. She aimed to enhance White's cognitive abilities and bolster his chances in battle, striving to make him strong enough to safeguard himself. As for Zabuza, she had already devised a corresponding strategy. Based on the information gathered over the past few days, Zabuza was likely beginning to prepare for his rebellion. Showing little concern for White, the only course of action available to her now was to effect as many changes as possible before the inevitable transpired. She understood the principle of the butterfly effect, yet she also recognized that relying solely on one person's strength was ultimately futile. In a fit of rage, she had vowed to demonstrate change to that woman, but in moments of clarity, she understood the formidable challenge of altering a predetermined fate. Nevertheless, she believed that it was not entirely impossible. As long as there remains even a glimmer of hope, one must never surrender. This mantra echoed within her, a self-hypnosis, until she abruptly realized the distance between herself and Bai was gradually widening. She could not pinpoint when it had begun, but Bai no longer nestled in Qianxue's embrace as he once did. Instead, there was an unspoken politeness that seemed to hang between them like an invisible barrier. Qianxue found herself at a loss for words, her only recourse to maintain her unwavering smile. Often, when Bai's lingering doubts found resolution, they would share a wordless gaze, the suffocating silence stretching until Bai would rise to depart. She detested this situation, yet Qianxue was uncertain how to shatter the awkward quietude. In her past, her social circle had been exceedingly small, and she felt utterly ill-equipped to navigate this predicament. She lacked the courage to breach that barrier. Paralyzed by the fear of the outcome, terrified that even if she mustered her resolve, they might never return to their former closeness, or that their estrangement could deepen even further. Would she be condemned to endure this until Bai's eventual demise? Qianxue lamented helplessly over her overly sensitive heart, burdened by the anxiety of loss. In the end, was she still as powerless as before? In her previous life, she had been unable to dispel the hatred dwelling within Yuki, leading to the obliteration of the entire Meng family from existence. Now, was she equally incapable of aiding Bai? She loathed her own impotence. Was this her penance? A punishment for the impure thoughts she once harbored? No, that could not be right. Why did it feel so wrong when it seemed theoretically sound? Bai paced irritably within the confines of their shared consciousness. Silently observing Bai's near-frantic movements, Qianxue contemplated all the potential reasons for their current predicament. The troubles plaguing Bai were not mere issues that could be resolved through simple analysis. They entailed a complex interplay of bodily experience and multifaceted skills. Aside from her initial theoretical suggestions, Qianxue felt utterly powerless to assist. With a single hand, she formed a seal. She had once witnessed by employing this technique during a battle with Uchiha Sasuke in a manga, executing the 1,000 killing water surge with remarkable ease, leaving Sasuke in disarray and surprising Kakashi. Yet, to her astonishment, what had appeared so effortlessly executed then was proving to be exceedingly challenging to master now. Where had things gone awry? Presently, Bai appeared as a 7-year-old, yet according to Zabuza's stipulations, Bai needed to attain the strength requisite for entering the Umbu within 2 years. Although Bai possessed the unique bloodline limit that granted him both wind and water chakra attributes, his current chakra utilization was a mere fraction, less than 15. Thus, the threshold for entry to the Umbu remained dauntingly high. Only by mastering the single-handed seal technique could Bai hope to qualify for Umbu membership before his 8th birthday. Upon contemplating this matter, Qianxue felt a surge of resentment towards Zaibuzhan. This individual was undeniably irresponsible. After sending Bai to the Ninja Academy, he had shown no interest whatsoever, merely appearing every fortnight to deliver some essential supplies and guidance. Yet, not once had Zaibuzhan mentioned anything of substance. How could it be that the manga indicated Bai's ninjutsu was taught by him, yet such discrepancies arose? Shaking her head, Qianxue abandoned her musings on the matter and redirected her attention to the pressing issues currently troubling both her and Bai. If it were not for that woman who was using Bai's life as leverage, she might have considered having Bai learn martial arts instead. Qianxue believed that what she had mastered was undoubtedly superior to the physical techniques taught in the Ninja Academy. Due to her innate physical limitations, she was unable to engage in sports activities. However, this very circumstance had ignited a profound interest in martial arts, rumored to enhance one's physical prowess. With the assistance of Mushi and the influence of the Meng family, she had explored many solitary texts on cultivation methods. Through her time spent learning alongside Bai, she had deduced that the so-called refinement of chakra was quite similar to the internal energy cultivation methods found in martial arts novels. The difference lay solely in the application. One method involved gathering one's ambient energy and compressing it to maintain a cycle within the body's meridians, while the other entailed storing it directly within the body to be utilized later through specific pathways guided by mental force, thus forming what is known as ninjutsu. However, when it came to the knowledge of meridian mastery in the world of Naruto, Chinchue felt an overwhelming sense of helplessness. Having undergone acupuncture treatments daily due to her health issues, her understanding of meridian positions could rival that of an experienced traditional Chinese medicine practitioner. Thus, the fragmented and superficial knowledge that Bai had acquired in the Naruto world left her feeling so despondent that she wished to find a tofu block to bash her head against in despair. Indeed, the profundity of Chinese medicine and martial arts was something that Japan could not hope to glean in mere years. Yet, there were those who, having absorbed only the slightest superficiality, boasted of their prowess, distorting the essence and leaving those who were aware of the truth both amused and exasperated. From the method of chakra refinement, it is evident that someone has audaciously altered the principles of inner strength after clandestinely learning them. The knowledge regarding meridian points is merely superficial. The effects of certain points deviate significantly from their original intent, and the teachings on meridians are far from comprehensive. As for physical techniques, they are even more lamentable. Chinchue recalls her initial encounter with Hinata Niji's bagua palm and her subsequent inquiries to Mushi about it. Mushi merely cast a glance and declared that it was all fabricated, pointing out the numerous flaws in the techniques. True bagua palm, when executed to harm an adversary, would only yield results under conditions of mutual restraint in martial arts, or if the opponent possesses remarkable resilience, or if there is a significant disparity in levels. Otherwise, no one could withstand its full application. Although she could not practice these techniques herself, having absorbed a wealth of information, coupled with her near photographic memory, Chinchue retains considerable knowledge of various cultivation methods. This is also related to her background, as her family sought numerous so-called masters from beyond the world in order to enhance her physique. However, in this age of advanced technology, the martial arts tradition has undeniably declined. Yet, witnessing Bai's troubled demeanor without being able to assist him is a tormenting experience. Eventually, Bai seemed weary of pacing and came to a halt. "Do you have any ideas?" Chinchue inquired with a smile, lifting her gaze to him. Bai despondently shook his head and settled down beside her, stating, "I can't seem to think of anything. It's truly too difficult." Observing the exhaustion etched on Bai's face, Chinchue sighed gently. "There's no need to rush. Bai, you should rest. You haven't had a moment's reprieve in days." "Indeed," Bai yawned, then continued, "Sister Chinchue, I'll just sleep here. You can use my body." Chinchue's body trembled slightly, uncertain of how to respond. "Bai? Does he understand what he is saying?" As Bai relaxed, his eyelids swiftly drooped, and he emitted a deep, weary sigh. "It's nothing. You rest. When you wake, I'll return the body to you." Chinchue smiled and gently patted Bai's shoulder, only to be astonished when he collapsed into a curled-up slumber. It is no wonder he has scarcely rested these past 3 days, dedicating himself to researching single-handed hand seals with her, barely managing to stay awake until now. He has truly reached his limits. Thus, next, drawing near to the fissure, Chinchue inhaled deeply and extended her hand toward it. Suddenly, she felt an intense pull emanating from the crack, and then, she lost consciousness. Her awareness returned, triggered by faint sounds that alerted her body instinctively. When she reopened her eyes, the blinding morning light compelled her to shut them once more. Why had she never realized how glaring the sunlight could be? So dazzling, radiant to the point of being blinding, that long-lost brilliance pierced my eyes, causing a profound ache. The pain was so intense that tears streamed down uncontrollably. I raised my hand to shield myself from the searing sunlight that seemed to scorch my very soul, warm liquid staining my cool palm before cascading down my cheek. Ultimately cooling in the air, my body felt achingly weak, with sharp sensations radiating from my knees and ankles, a consequence of the rigorous training I had undergone in recent days. A soft knock echoed, stirring my thoughts from their foggy haze, beckoning me to retreat into my solitary world, as I had done countless times before. Rising, I gathered my hair, which had grown to my shoulders, and secured it at the nape of my neck, then vigorously wiped the traces of moisture from my face. Despite my muscles protesting fatigue, my movements remained crisp and decisive. My body was remarkably flexible and resilient, embodying the health and vitality I had long yearned for. Shaking my head, I took a deep breath and approached the door. Opening it cautiously, who is it? Outside stood a little girl with dark hair and eyes, clutching a medical kit. Her jet-black bob did little to obscure the delicate, blushing doll-like face, and her glossy eyes seemed devoid of courage as they fixated on the kid in her hands, her fine lashes fluttering gently. With her head lowered, the girl spoke in a voice almost as soft as a whisper. I came to help you change your bandages. I recognized her, Yuan Jingyue, a classmate with remarkable medical talent. Though entirely inept in physical skills, due to her timid and meek nature, she often faced exclusion. The only person she could truly converse with was Bai, the one who had saved her from bullying. It's nothing serious. Thank you for your concern, Miss Jingyue, I replied calmly and quietly, my voice resonating with a clear, childlike purity that lingered in the air. Suddenly, Jingyue looked up at me, gasped, and took a step back, nearly dropping her medical kit. You're not Bai Jun, are you? My brow furrowed once more. Why do you say I am not? Surely it couldn't be so easy to discern a flaw? Had I revealed a weakness? Jingyue retreated cautiously, her hand poised over her pouch of ninja tools. Who are you really? After confirming that my appearance had not altered in any way through the blurred reflection in Jingyue's pupils, I tilted my head and inquired again. Why do you insist I am not Bai? Bai Jun's eyes are dark brown, she noted, her kunai now in hand. Yet your eyes are silver blue. Had my eye color changed? It appears that a slip has occurred here. However, there is little to be done. This is her first experience inhabiting Bai's body, and she is uncertain of what to expect, instinctively pressing her hands against her eyes. Jingyue silently chuckled to herself before smiling and saying, the wounds on my body must have been bandaged by you, correct? If I am not Bai, then how could these injuries have manifested? Jingyue bit her lip. The body belongs to Bai Kun, but Bai Kun would never speak in such a tone. Jingyue raised an eyebrow, noting the girl's keen sensitivity. With a slight smile, Jingyue quickly entertained another thought. Indeed, the body is Bai's, but as you perceive, I am not Bai. Before she could finish her sentence, Jingyue had already tossed aside the medical kit and charged at her, exclaiming, what have you done to Bai Kun? Her youthful voice brimmed with indignation, prompting Jingyue to reflect that Bai's allure was indeed of a captivating nature. Bai is merely around 7 years old, yet already has admirers. Raising her hand, Jingyue effortlessly deflected Jingyue's assault with a flying needle, her expression softening into a gentle smile. Do not be so hasty. Allow me to finish speaking. Return Bai Kun to me. How troublesome. It seems I must find a way to prove my identity. With one hand defending against Jingyue's attacks, Jingyue simultaneously familiarized herself with Bai's body while also studying the direction of the chakra flowing within. She recalled that Bai's technique, the 1,000 killing water flight, required a specific hand seal. With one hand occupied in defense, Jingyue attempted to bring her free hand close to the one holding the needle, trying to form seals with both hands while fending off the attack. Strangely enough, although the hand seals were incomplete, her chakra began to mobilize, transmitting through her feet to the ground, spreading outward. Is this even possible? It felt as though something in her mind had shifted. Let us give it a try, she thought, and activated Bai's signature ninjutsu. Water style, 1,000 killing water flight. Almost instantly, several water arrows erupted from the water barrel beside the house, shooting towards Jingyue. Caught off guard, Jingyue was struck by 2 of the water arrows. Did it actually succeed? Jingyue paused, momentarily lost in thought, her mind racing to analyze the previous events. Then, a glimmer of realization surfaced, provoking a self-deprecating smile. Was the answer to her ponderings truly so simple? The principle of forming seals with one hand was far less complex than she and Bai had imagined. The so-called one-handed seal is merely a reflexive response of the body's chakra. In recent days, Bai had repeated the 1,000 killing water flight to study one-handed seals, and the stimulation of her chakra through the hand seals had developed into an unconscious reflex. Thus, it was no longer necessary to utilize both hands. Even an incomplete hand seal could effectively trigger the flow of chakra, enabling the execution of the ninjutsu. The principle is straightforward, yet there are nuances to be mindful of. Firstly, the control of chakra is notoriously challenging, necessitating that ninjas concentrate their spirit when performing ninjutsu. It is essential to establish a reflexive flow of chakra, even with an incomplete hand sign formed using a single hand. Consequently, extensive and monotonous practice becomes unavoidable. Furthermore, many of the hand signs in ninjutsu are repetitive. However, the alteration of even one hand sign can fundamentally change the nature of the ninjutsu. When several hand signs intended for dual-handed seals are represented with a single hand, it transforms into a unique sign, indicating that the ninjutsu suitable for single-handed seals must be meticulously selected. It is perplexing that she and by mistakenly believe that single-handed seals require entirely different hand signs to substitute for the dual-handed ones. No wonder their prolonged research yielded no results. How could you be bi? Jingyue exclaimed, her eyes wide with astonishment upon realizing the injury inflicted upon her. That is precisely why I needed you to listen to me fully, Jingyue responded, regaining her composure with a smile. I am bi, yet I am not bi. However, I would never commit an act that could harm bi, for should he perish, I too would cease to exist. I hope this explanation does not cause any trouble. I wonder if this world of Hokage has any individuals suffering from split personalities. Jingyue furrowed her brow. So, does this mean you are another version of bi? Very well. She replied, though there are some discrepancies, at least it is comprehensible. Jingyue chuckled softly. Indeed, I am not bi. If you wish, you may call me Shui. Chapter 7. Shui, must you truly not leave? Standing at the edge of the hidden mist village, Jingyue gazed down at her feet. Her fair cheeks tinged with a delicate blush, her hands twisting the fabric of her ninja attire, her voice barely audible, only discernible to those standing closely beside her. Someone has requested that I retrieve something from the land of sand. If all goes as planned, I should return swiftly, resisting the urge to sigh. Jingyue smiled as she answered the question that had been posed to her countless times on this journey. Observing Jingyue's attentive care over the past few days and her current demeanor as she prepared to bid her farewell, even a fool would recognize that this delicate and charming girl, akin to a doll, had developed feelings for bi. However, the dilemma lies in the fact that she is not bi. Although this body has yet to differentiate in gender, bi's thoughts and actions are predominantly masculine. Yet, this does not imply that she can alter her own gender identity or adopt a male perspective. In truth, she is quite content with her identity as a woman. Thus, she finds it necessary to suppress her discomfort in response to Jingyue's enthusiastic gestures, forcing herself to endure the resulting goosebumps. Thus, when Zai Bujan appeared in the room, requesting Bai to venture to the land of sand to gather a rare herb, she nearly felt a wave of relief wash over her, almost expressing her gratitude by thumping her chest and pledging to undertake the task immediately. This illustrates just how exasperated she had been in her interactions with Jingyue. Indeed, the trials of beauty are not to be underestimated, as ancient wisdom rightly suggests. However, it is worth noting that despite her efforts to conceal her eye color through illusion, Zai Bujan did not recognize that she was not bi, which is rather curious. Nevertheless, the choice was ultimately Bai's to make, and all she could do was accept the situation. After finally extricating herself from Jingyue, Jingyue paused atop the mountain that marks the boundary between the land of mist and the land of sand. Given that the hidden mist village is situated near the border, her journey did not consume an excessive amount of time. Even so, it had taken 2 days, which was beginning to take a toll on Bai's body. She retrieved her reserves of fresh water and military rations, leaning against a tree to recuperate her strength. Although she had not formally trained, her discussions with Bai regarding ninjutsu techniques and physical conditioning were not in vain. With the help of a map and some scattered knowledge, she had ultimately managed to reach this point. Having a healthy body is indeed a blessing. Shaking her nearly empty water pouch, Jingyue unfurled the map and began to strategize her route to the nearest supply city for a final resupply. It is crucial to understand that once she entered the land of sand, water would not be readily available. Thus, preparation was essential. Speaking of which, Bai had been silent for the past 2 days. Could she still be resting? Even if she had gone 3 days without a break, that would be an excessive amount of fatigue, wouldn't it? However, never mind. Let her indulge in this rare moment of solitude before Bai stirs. Stowing away her water pouch and map, Jingyue adjusted her mask, which obscured the upper half of her face. Unfortunately, the duration of her illusion was limited, making the mask more practical. Squinting to discern her direction, she prepared to embark on the next leg of her long journey. Just as she was about to depart, a faint sound from behind prompted her to turn and assume a defensive posture. Upon seeing a somewhat disheveled woman emerge from a half-grown thicket, she relaxed her stance. The woman appeared to be slightly older than Bai, perhaps around 13 or 14 years of age. She sported an unusual and rare greenish-blue mane, adorned with a silver headband embroidered with red floral patterns. Her face and attire were smeared with dirt, rendering her quite a sight. Yet, her amber-colored, slightly upturned eyes sparkled with brightness and vitality, shimmering with a glimmering radiance that was quite enchanting. Judging by the basket on her back and the bruises scattered across her body, it was evident to Jingyue that this girl had gotten herself into such a state merely in pursuit of medicinal herbs. Gasping for breath, the girl's eyes lit up upon spotting Jingyue, and she immediately exclaimed, "Do you have any water?" My water pouch fell. Gazing into the eyes filled with hope and observing her parched lips, Chinchua sighed softly. Retrieving her water pouch and tossing it to the girl who was evidently a victim of a fall from the mountains. Thank you, the girl exclaimed, gulping down the water eagerly. Remarkably, even as she drank, she managed to articulate some words, albeit in a muffled manner, which left Chinchua somewhat impressed. After receiving the now deflated water pouch back, Chinchua smiled gently. Please be cautious when foraging for herbs next time. Otherwise, you may miss out on future remedies. With that, she turned to leave. By the way, my name is Yuduanfei. What is yours? Came the girl's bright voice from behind. After a moment's hesitation, Chinchua uttered, Shua, before swiftly employing her body flicker technique to depart. Is this the place? She pondered, closing her map to scrutinize the oasis that stood as one of the few in the land of sand. In her recollection, Sunagakure exuded a stifling and somewhat ominous atmosphere, characterized by relentless sandstorms and the cold moonlight casting shadows over all. She remembered Gaara, the embodiment of the sandstorm, sitting amidst the chilling night, observing everything with a detached gaze. Here, one could not find the green flora that symbolized peace and vitality, nor the abundant moisture that contrasted starkly with the land of water. Yet, upon stepping onto this vast expanse, the sheer majesty of the desert profoundly moved her. Perhaps due to the passage of time, beneath the azure sky, the bizarrely weathered rocks stood silent amidst the dunes, either partially buried or having collapsed under their own weight, evoking a sense of awe at nature's cruelty and power. It was devoid of the gloom she anticipated, instead embodying a weighty solemnity that resonated with brutality. Observing her surroundings, Chinchua began to comprehend the rationale behind Sunagakure's educational philosophy. This harsh environment truly shaped its inhabitants. Shaking the water pouch in her hand and casting another glance at the seemingly well-preserved small lake, Chinchua approached without hesitation, ready to replenish her essential water supply for the journey. The climate of the land of sand was exceedingly arid, causing the part of her mask that clung to her skin to become damp and itchy from the combination of sweat and sand. With a soft sigh, she removed the mask and knelt beside the lake. The emerald surface of the water, though rippling under the wind's influence, still clearly reflected her visage. No matter how many times she looked, Chinchua couldn't help but marvel at the extraordinary beauty of her face, despite frequent exposure to sunlight. It remained as fair and luminous as pure jade, exuding a translucent sheen without a trace of tanning. Her delicately arched eyebrows, reminiscent of slender willow leaves, and the dark ink-like strands of hair tied at her nape were equally striking. Her petite nose, soft pale lips, and subtly pointed oval face were all unfamiliar, save for the pair of silvery blue eyes that were so faintly colored they seemed almost devoid of hue, unlike the captivating coffee brown of Bai. Her gaze was a peculiar shade of blue, reminiscent of an inorganic hue, a silvery blue that mirrored the sky like a fragile shard of ice. This distinctive eye color marked her identity. Yet, for reasons unbeknownst to her, as she beheld her current self, inhabiting Bai's body, Chinchua experienced an uncanny sense of familiarity. Strangely, she felt that her deep black hair did not quite suit her. She yearned for the translucent, glass-like white instead. It was as if she had once encountered a version of herself that resembled this. With a frown, she executed a swift backflip, landing gracefully 5 meters away from her original position, where 3 shurikens were embedded in the ground. The mask she wore returned to her face as she flipped, and she stood still, her water pouch retrieved, calmly gazing in the direction from which the shurikens had been launched. May I inquire if my water gathering here has inconvenienced you? She spoke softly, her voice tinged with a childlike innocence juxtaposed with an unexpected coldness and sharpness, emanating from a figure perched on a tree by the lake. They were nearing the Sand Ninja village. For precautionary measures, I kindly ask that you accompany me. With unruly, fiery red hair billowing in the desert winds, the sunlight cast an illusion that made it appear as if they were ablaze. The slender, diminutive figure bore a dark blue uniform, resembling Chinchua, while a butterfly-shaped mask adorned with golden patterns concealed their face from prying eyes. Standing proudly with one hand resting behind their back, this slight silhouette gazed down at Chinchua, evoking an inexplicable sense of recognition within her. After a moment of contemplation, Chinchua realized the source of her familiarity. It was strikingly similar to the feeling she had when watching Gaara in Naruto. However, the individual before her lacked Gaara's savage brutality, instead exuding a profound depth of resentment. Clearly, this person was not Gaara. Otherwise, the attack would have been delivered with sand rather than shurikens. Her delicate fingers brushed her wrists, and as she extended her arms, each hand deftly grasped a flying needle. Standing calmly, Chinchua offered a gentle smile, asking, What if the answer is no? Although accompanying them would not consume much time, her concern lay with the uncertainty of when Bai would awaken. Should Bai assume control of this body to confront the cunning elders of the Sand Ninja, the inexperience of this novice ninja could lead to the revelation of sensitive information, leaving her with no room for regret once the moment had passed. Squinting slightly, Qianxue instinctively adjusted her stance, entering a state of battle readiness. As for her personally, she harbored a keen interest in her current abilities and the outcomes of confronting the elite members of the Shadow Organization, did she not? At that very moment, the individual brandished two sharp chakra daggers, their presence igniting a surge of anger within her, provoked by that decrepit old man. The butterfly mask quivered gently, and in an instant, the dark silhouette conjured a whirlwind, arriving at Qianxue's side. Clink, clink. The sounds of the flying needles clashing with the chakra daggers resonated in the air. With a peculiar twist, the upper body contorted, and the right hand holding the needle retracted, causing the immobilized chakra dagger to drop due to the sudden cessation of force, narrowly gliding past her attire. Subsequently, the retracted right hand swiftly and accurately struck the wrist of the shadow operative. Clang! The glimmering chakra dagger fell to the ground, while Qianxue's left hand, having pierced through, drooped limply. Almost simultaneously, the petite figure that had retreated now stood firm, gazing at Qianxue. Although the left hand was rendered useless, it still clutched tightly to the chakra dagger in the right hand. Can we cease hostilities now? I have no intention of instigating a conflict. Qianxue smiled gently, the flying needle dancing gracefully between her fingers, refracting a beautiful silver light under the sun. Humph. However, her response was met with a cold snort and the swift approach of a sharp blade. Oh dear, what a troublesome little brat. Are you so unwilling to concede? Drawing upon the reflexes honed through days of arduous travel, Qianxue sidestepped the dagger and pressed forward into the opponent's embrace. Her flying needle positioned just ahead of the dagger poised to pierce her body, now resting against the target's throat. Now, shall we have a proper discussion? Qianxue chuckled softly. The scent of blood? And something felt amiss. Suddenly sensing a shift in the thin layer of chakra enveloping her, Qianxue swiftly withdrew. A surge of searing flames erupted where she had just stood, the blast so powerful that even at a safe distance, she felt the scorching winds rush toward her. Furrowing her brow, she pondered, how is this person capable of such feats? To conjure flames without hand seals feels reminiscent of Bai's ability to transform water into ice without seals. Yet there's no hint of chakra manipulation. Could it not be like Bai's use of chakra as a medium? Fortuitously, her vigilance had her releasing a small amount of chakra, forming a thin aura around her. It was this very sensitivity that alerted her to the drastic change in airflow, or else she might have truly met with disaster here. Before she could untangle her thoughts, she was abruptly interrupted by the red-haired ninja's sudden close-range assault. The palm she struck bore a bloody gash, from which droplets of crimson were expelled, the metallic scent wafting through the air. When the fabric inadvertently stained with droplets of blood suddenly ignited after a mere handprint from the opponent, Shallow Snow nearly faced a blow due to this unforeseen circumstance, and her lingering doubts were finally unraveled. Supporting herself with one hand, she executed a graceful side flip followed by a spinning kick, successfully forcing the red-haired Umbu back to a safe distance. With a raised hand, she harnessed her chakra to condense the moisture in the air, extinguishing the flames that licked at the edges of her garment. Could it be a bloodline limit that manipulates fire through the medium of blood? To think that the Sand Village would possess a fire-related bloodline limit. How intriguing, she mused, resting her chin on her hand. However, it seemed that pondering such matters was not timely. It was imperative to resolve the current predicament and seek out medicinal herbs. With her hand behind her back forming seals, chakra extended from her feet into the nearby lake. Water release. 1,000 killing water arrows. Hundreds of water arrows soared from the lake, crystallizing into ice needles due to her white bloodline limit, exponentially increasing their lethality. The indiscriminate attack meant that, despite the red-haired Umbu wielding fire, it was improbable for him to melt all the ice needles. The result of his frantic evasion led to Shallow Snow effortlessly using the flying needles to completely seal his chakra flow and mobility. Now, could she finally take a moment to breathe? Observing the red-haired Umbu's chest heaving rapidly, she offered a gentle smile. Recognizing that sharing her pent-up frustrations with someone would be beneficial, carelessly provoking him would not be prudent. From the intensity of his attacks and techniques, it was evident that the red-haired Umbu was troubled, which allowed her to maintain dominance over him. Yet Shallow Snow understood well that, as a member of the Umbu, he could not be so easily defeated. You needn't concern yourself. The red-haired Umbu's voice was muffled, yet one could discern his petulance. Indeed, he was still a child at heart. Gently, she reached out to remove his mask, acknowledging her own curiosity. However, it seemed only natural to desire a glimpse of the true face of someone who matched her prowess. His unruly eyebrows, resembling the sharp tips of black willow leaves, arched defiantly. His striking amber eyes, as clear and beautiful as the finest amber, gleamed with a hint of dark red, captivating enough to hold one's gaze. His slightly upturned nose and tightly pressed lips, tinged with annoyance and devoid of color, were complemented by sun-kissed, healthy wheat-colored skin. The red-haired Umbu before her was a girl, slightly younger than herself, exuding an air of wild defiance. To become an Umbu at such a young age? What are you staring at? The girl shot an indignant glare at Shallow Snow. You. Shallow Snow began to speak. Let go of Sister D. A child's angry, muffled voice rang out, filled with youthful fervor. A sudden burst of sand forced Shallow Snow to perform a somersault, landing gracefully 10 paces away from the girl. She quickly sprang back to her feet, somewhat clumsily evading the relentless tide of quicksand that surged toward her. In the air, a foreboding chakra swirled, emanating an ominous warning of danger. This technique belonged to Gaara, who had perched atop a small tree by the lake, grounding himself. Only then did Shallow Snow have the opportunity to regard the unexpected guest glaring at her from in front of the red-haired girl. Compared to the girl, whose vibrant red hair was somewhat dulled but still striking, the visitor's hair lay soft and flat against her head. Her pallid complexion gave an impression of fragility. While her pale blue eyes regarded Shallow Snow with a wary intensity, her body tense and rigid. Grains of sand danced around her, swirling protectively around the red-haired girl and herself. What is this situation? Shallow Snow felt as if her mind were faltering. Wasn't Gaara supposed to be utterly alone after Yashimaru's death until he encountered Naruto? Why did it seem that he held such concern for this red-haired dark ninja? Are you alright, Sister D? Gaara shifted his body, carefully tugging at the hem of the red-haired girl's garment. His tender, somewhat hesitant voice was tinged with a soft, anxious tone, his eyes blinking in earnest. Xiaoai, how did you get here? The red-haired girl frowned, her initially cold and sharp tones softening involuntarily. I heard you had a quarrel with father. Gaara's gaze wavered, yet his small hand clung tightly to her garment. Sister D, please don't leave. I don't want you to go. I never said I was leaving. The red-haired girl rolled her eyes skyward. All right, Xiaoai, let go. I need to stand up. You want to leave me, will you, Sister D? Gaara's voice was soft yet insistent, clinging to her garment with a plea for assurance. With a resounding thud, Shallow Snow's chin struck the ground. Was it an illusion? That child was undoubtedly the Sandstorm Gaara, right? She had expected an aura of solitude, cruelty, and bloodlust, yet why did she now perceive a small dog wagging its tail, yearning for its master's company? Yes, indeed, the red-haired girl affirmed, using Gaara's body to rise, her brow furrowed as if contemplating her own condition. Do you need assistance? My flying needles are not easily undone. Finally recovering her composure, Shallow Snow called out from her perch in the tree. Both of us were at fault in the recent skirmish. May I offer you treatment as an apology? Suppressing the words on his lips, Gaara's companion nodded. Yes, that would be acceptable. As the binding effects were lifted, Shallow Snow inclined her head slightly. If there are no further matters, I shall take my leave. May I see your face? The red-haired girl suddenly inquired, gazing at her. My name is Hong Chi-Hindi, and this is Gaara. What is your name? Revealing one's identity in the shadows is indeed a grave taboo. However, since the other party has already disclosed theirs, it is only fitting, as a matter of basic respect, to reciprocate with one's own name. Otherwise, one can only be regarded as an adversary. With a soft sigh, Qianxue removed her mask and smiled, saying, My name is Xue. Chapter 8. She knew that despite her tender age, her visage, of a beauty that could bring calamity, possessed an undeniable potency. Observing the somewhat dazed expressions on the faces of Chihua Di and Gaara, Qianxue amused internally. She had read in books that beautiful women often faced misfortune, yet they also tended to be well-liked. Now, it seemed there was a kernel of truth in that notion. Reapplying her mask to obscure their gazes, she cleared her throat softly and smiled, inquiring, I wonder if I might now venture to gather herbs? Time is rather pressing. Oh, certainly, Xiaodi responded, only realizing Qianxue's beauty after she donned her mask. You look stunning. Merely skin deep, Qianxue dismissed with a wave of her hand, turning to seek out medicinal herbs. That, Xiaodi trailed behind her, a flush creeping across her cheeks as Qianxue glanced back, while Gaara, following closely, tugged at her garment, his gaze wavering. Is there anything I can assist with? Momentarily taken aback, Qianxue couldn't help but marvel at the overwhelming influence of beauty. Nevertheless, It struck her that Bai's current physical age still seemed to be around 7. Should one commend Bai's allure for transcending genders, or lament the precociousness of today's youth? Casting a glance at Xiaodi, who was diligently assisting in the search for herbs, and the shadowy figure of Gaara trailing behind her, Qianxue found the scene rather peculiar. Was that truly Gaara? Lowering her gaze to the half-filled pouch of herbs by her side, she absent-mindedly scratched her cheek while holding the medicinal plants. It appeared that possessing an excessively beautiful countenance indeed had its advantages. "Thank you both for your tremendous help," Qianxue said, her smile brightening as she contemplated the pouch filled in merely half a day. She expressed her gratitude freely, for it cost her nothing. "You're welcome," Xiaodi replied, coughing awkwardly and averting her gaze. "Will you return here again?" Perplexed, Qianxue tilted her head, unsure why Xiaodi posed such a question. Xiaodi turned her face back. "When you smile, it brings a sense of comfort and warmth, reminiscent of my brother whom I can never see again." In the presence of this individual, witnessing her smile, Xiaodi felt a soothing calmness wash over her, free from the previous impulses to lash out in frustration. If possible, she wished to preserve this feeling, as if her brother were still by her side. Did she see the shadow of someone on her? Observing Xiaodi, who seemed to be lost in thought, Shallow Snow wisely refrained from probing further. Perhaps, if time permits in the future, she might visit. Meeting Xiaodi's gaze, which held a hint of expectation, her response was deliberately ambiguous. This was the extent of her promise, for this body did not belong to her. After bidding farewell to Xiaodi and Gaara, Shallow Snow embarked on her journey back to the hidden mist village. However, she had no intention of retracing her steps. Instead, she chose the path leading to the borders of the Land of Fire, preparing to traverse through it before returning to the hidden mist village. The pouch of medicinal herbs she carried was imbued with a special ninjutsu, ensuring their freshness. Furthermore, there were no stipulations from Zabuza regarding her return, was there? Therefore, a slight delay in her itinerary was of little consequence. After all, upon her arrival in the Land of Sand, she had moved with remarkable speed, completing a journey that typically took 5 days in just 3. Admittedly, her decision to travel through the Land of Fire was entirely fueled by curiosity about Konoha. However, let there be no misunderstanding. While curiosity exists, Shallow Snow harbored no fondness for the ninja villages. From what she learned at the Ninja Academy and the history she read, her regard for all ninja villages, including Konoha, diminished as her understanding deepened. Over a century ago, the ninja clans had already come into existence, with a family or a few families residing together, typically numbering from a mere 3 to 5 individuals, living in the shadows. Occasionally, they would accept commissions from the ruling lords to gather intelligence, conduct assassinations, create chaos, and spread rumors. This was the essence of a ninja's existence and an inescapable fate. Naturally, some ninjas, upon attaining a certain level of power, would retreat from the world, seeking personal strength in the depths of mountains and forests, eventually becoming legendary figures capable of contending with tailed beasts. As some lords recognized these formidable ninjas, they became instruments of mass slaughter within a century. This century also marked a period of rapid development in various ninjutsu, with many ninjas capable of slaying hundreds or thousands gradually replacing the traditional military forces. As ninjas emerged as the primary combatants, the world descended into chaos. The existing 5 great nations formed their current borders only after annexing several smaller nations. For instance, the Land of Fire, where Konoha is located, expanded several-fold. This configuration was largely influenced by the 5 great ninja villages: Konoha, Suna, Iwa, Kiri, and Kumo. Additionally, various small nations established their own ninja villages as a means of military assurance, including some, like the Rain Village and the Grass Village, which even remain nameless on maps. Although it may sound as if they possess a long history, the establishment of the 5 great ninja villages occurred within the last 50 years, with the longest legacies spanning merely 3 to 4 generations. However, due to its formation and the subsequent incorporation of several pre-existing ninja clans, along with numerous ordinary individuals endowed with the talent for ninjutsu, the village possesses a formidable combat strength exceeding 1,000, despite its brief existence. The tragedy that befell White was precipitated by the Ninja World War that commenced over 2 decades ago, which ensnared virtually every notable clan, whether renowned or obscure. Until the cessation of hostilities last year, no one could evade the turmoil. Only bloodshed and flames remained, with peace merely a fleeting interlude between 2 battles. The brutality and ferocity of the conflicts forced what should have been carefree youths to bear the weight of heavy destinies far too early. For instance, While the current standard graduation age for ninja schools is 12, historical records indicate that during the early stages of the war, individuals graduated at the tender age of 6. Take Kakashi Hitaki, who graduated from ninja school at 5 and became a chunin at 6. His extraordinary aptitude played a significant role, yet it was also a reflection of that particular generation, which was nearing the war's conclusion. If one doubts this, they need only consider the likes of Orochimaru, Jiraiya, and Tsunade, who graduated from ninja school at 6 and fought alongside the third Hokage. This is well documented and has been incorporated into textbooks. Yet, despite its current appearance as the most powerful entity among the 5 villages, Konoha's position, in the eyes of Ayakashi, is precariously unstable. Firstly, the Land of Fire relies on allies to suppress the 3 antagonistic ninja villages, Rock, Mist, and Cloud, while internally, it exerts its influence over Sand and various small nations. Secondly, Konoha's current inheritance system is exceedingly chaotic. Basic education is provided by ninja schools, while intermediate and advanced education follows traditional mentor-student relationships. With family legacies operating outside the standard framework, various examinations may seem equitable, yet the disparities in family secrets and guidance from elite J-nin wholly undermine the premise of fairness. This distorted inheritance system inevitably produces a multitude of mediocrities alongside a select few elites, fostering unavoidable animosity between the two factions. In times of war, this may not present a significant issue, as everyone has the opportunity to prove themselves. However, in the present era of peace, truly unique talents, if they do not conform and dull their edges, risk being marginalized and extinguished within the inheritance system. Those unfamiliar may draw parallels to contemporary examination-oriented education, which bears striking similarities. Moreover, it is crucial to acknowledge that, as the saying goes, a tree that stands out will inevitably be toppled by the wind. Konoha will eventually face ostracism from numerous ninja villages due to its overwhelming strength. This is not mere conjecture, as evidenced by the current maneuvers of the Mist Village. She is not overly passionate. She is not the type to be incited into a fervor by mere platitudes about the ninja spirit. Nor is she a fool who would expend all her energy to fulfill a mission. The elite education from the Dream Clan, along with her personal experiences, has long taught her to recognize reality. The marketplace is akin to a battlefield. After enduring over a decade of treachery and deceit, constantly weighing the scales of interest and sacrifice, the true strength of a ninja is revealed when the prideful spirit of Konoha, the will of fire, seeks to protect those they cherish. To be candid, Ayuki holds no regard for this notion, even scoffing at it. Trained in the arts of lethality from a tender age, and burdened with the mission of slaughter in adulthood, their hands are fated to be stained with blood. Yet this grim reality is cloaked in a facade of camaraderie and selflessness. To put it succinctly, is this not the epitome of hypocrisy? Moreover, if memory serves, in the chronicles of Konoha, it was the founding figures, including the first Hokage and Uchiha Madara, who articulated and refined this very spirit, only to turn against one another in a fierce confrontation at the Valley of the End. Is this not an irony that provokes reflection? Returning to the matter at hand, if Konoha is indeed steadfast in its beliefs, then those ninjas, faced with the demise of loved ones in war, would have long since succumbed to despair. Regardless of the eloquence of rhetoric, death remains death. Once it occurs, everything loses its significance. The deceased are gone, but what of the feelings of those left behind? Who shall protect those who have sacrificed themselves for the so-called guardianship? Without the resolve to embrace bloodshed and sacrifice, and without an acknowledgement of the harsh and ruthless reality, individuals will inevitably suffer when they lose friends and family, leading to confusion and anguish. At least from Ayuki's perspective, such individuals are utterly unqualified to engage in discussions about protection. Furthermore, even within Konoha, which claims to embody the will of fire, there exists the organization known as Root. While they present a facade of noble intent, claiming their existence is to safeguard the village, the reality is far grimmer. The members of Root are subjected to rigorous training, rendering them devoid of emotion, mere assassination machines driven by their own will. They are beholden to the Council of Elders and engage in clandestine struggles against the shadowy factions under the Hokage's command. Though their power may have waned from the annals of history, this does not signify their disappearance. Ayuki despises such a ninja village, for the rare peace it boasts is built upon the corpses of both the deceived and the deceivers, who bled and sacrificed for their cause. She loathes this ninja village, as it proclaims peace while secretly manipulating the rise and fall of nations. She abhors this ninja village for its rhetoric of unity, which belies the reality of covert surveillance and elimination conducted by its darker factions. She resents this ninja village that reduces ordinary ninjas to mere pawns and expendables, inciting those with power to engage in slaughter. She detests this ninja village, which condemns forbidden techniques as inhumane while simultaneously pushing the burden of disputes onto the powerful bloodline limits, all the while teaching children the arts of killing in a bid to harness the might of those formidable bloodlines. The tragedy of annihilating the Kumahara clan stems from a profound fear of power. The despair of blaming past utilizers for all wrongs arises from a dread of public reproach. The dark experiences and the arduous trials, akin to a battlefield, have rendered her incapable of maintaining the innocence that once defined her. Strangely, she finds a semblance of gratitude in this harsh reality. She once believed that meeting the requirements to join the Umbu would simplify matters. The Umbu, formerly known as the Special Assassination and Tactics Force, comprises elite ninjas who have forsaken honor and confidentiality. She is not naive enough to assume that becoming an Umbu member would exempt her from the bloodshed that inevitably accompanies such a path. Regardless of how pure one's spirit may be at the outset, stepping onto the dark road inevitably leads to the taint of blood, resulting in a singular fate, a perpetual descent into darkness. Much like her, and the twilight that envelopes her, the purity that White possesses is something she lacks. Though she has never directly engaged in combat, her economic influence has irrevocably stained her hands with blood by dismantling numerous adversarial forces. It is no wonder that she has been unable to dissolve the animosity held by Twilight. White, as pure as snow, radiates a gentle light, representing the very essence she wishes to protect. The inability to bring Twilight back is an everlasting regret, while safeguarding White has become her sole aspiration. If it means preserving White's innocence, she is unfazed by the prospect of staining her own hands with blood or struggling in darkness henceforth. As long as White, whom she cherishes dearly, can retain her pure-heartedness, that will suffice. She can no longer bear the thought of witnessing a once innocent soul being gradually dragged into darkness by blood and other malevolent forces. The feeling of helplessness, being unable to extend a hand in assistance, is a burden she can no longer endure. In comparison to the arid winds of the land of wind and the misty haze of the land of water, the environment of the land of fire can only be described as paradise. The mountains and rivers are picturesque, the environment is exquisite, and resources abound. As I stroll along the winding paths of the hills, inhaling the invigorating air, it dawns on me why so many cast covetous glances towards Konoha. While I remain largely unaware of the environmental conditions in other nations, my personal experiences suggest a stark contrast. The land of mist and the land of wind, when compared to the land of fire, are woefully inferior. The current prosperity of the land of fire, as previously analyzed, hinges upon the strength of Konoha. Should Konoha's power be diminished, the implications could be dire. Indeed, the prospect of obliterating Konoha appears alarmingly feasible. Past analyses have highlighted significant flaws within Konoha's current educational system. Apart from those elite shinobi forged in the crucible of war, such as the J-Nin, Special J-Nin, and the younger generation beneath the Hokage, there are remarkably few capable individuals to consider. If one could, with a power akin to that of a shadow, eradicate those J-Nin. Even if the Hokage refrained from executing them, Konoha would undoubtedly experience a profound period of vacancy. At such a juncture, should other nations mobilize for invasion, Konoha, in its weakened state, would lack the capacity to resist. Furthermore, if my memory serves me correctly, the Land of Fire, situated centrally, is a battlefield besieged by formidable enemy shinobi villages to the north, south, east, and west. Despite long-standing treaties of ceasefire with these nations, no one dares to rely on mere documents to ensure peace. It is inevitable that Konoha would find itself ensnared in prolonged, low-intensity conflicts. Moreover, Konoha's defensive posture is characterized by a facade of laxity externally, yet rigidity internally. This tenuous grip on neighboring smaller nations fails to erect a formidable barrier. Once breached, warfare would ensue on home soil, and even a victory would be Pyrrhic. The rapid response capability of Konoha's shinobi, which is crucial for triumph in domestic conflicts, akin to the famed guerrilla strategies employed by the 8th Route Army during the anti-Japanese War, is heavily reliant on a robust intelligence network. In essence, should this vital flow of battle intelligence be misled or severed, Konoha would find itself utterly ill-equipped to fend off enemy incursions. Should such a scenario unfold, compounded by national pressures to impose sanctions or a series of oppressive measures against Konoha, it would not be long before the village's demise became inevitable. What, you ask? About seeking assistance from allies. While the Sand Village to the southwest holds an alliance with Konoha, its strength has been significantly curtailed during the shinobi wars, with Konoha itself being one of the principal architects of this decline. Let us momentarily set aside the discussion regarding whether the animosity between the two parties, stemming from the ravages of war, is sufficient to undermine the alliance. The stark disparity in strength between the land of fire and the land of sand has, from the outset, dictated the transient nature of this agreement, which is inherently unequal. This becomes evident through the actions of Gaara and his companions. In essence, without adequate strength or substantial benefits, one cannot expect their so-called allies to provide assistance. Merely avoiding betrayal is a commendable outcome. Why dwell on such thoughts? She is not akin to that deranged serpent intent on annihilating Konoha. Realizing that she had once again drifted into a reverie, Chinchua forced a wry smile, shaking her head to dispel those peculiar musings, leaning against a tree by the roadside for a brief respite. She was preparing to resume her journey when a sudden wave of dizziness washed over her, as if something within her was awakening. Is it Bai? Chinchua glanced around before leaping onto a nearby tree, sitting cross-legged in a comfortable position and closing her eyes. It stands to reason that Bai should be waking now. Thus, she would willingly relinquish control of her body. Having used it for so many days, it would be a small indulgence for her. She wished to protect Bai, to safeguard this delicate and fragile boy with a pure heart. This was her purpose. Chapter 9. Upon returning to that dark mental space, she was unsurprised to find Bai standing there, awaiting her return. Bai, you're awake? Observing his still drowsy demeanor, Chinchua smiled and gently ruffled his hair. How long have I been asleep? Bai rubbed his eyes, his voice still husky from slumber. If we begin counting from when you fell asleep here, it has been approximately 7.5 days, Chinchua provided with precision. From the moment of awakening until Zabuza assigned her a task, 2 days elapsed. The journey from the hidden mist village to the border took another 2 days. Reaching the oasis consumed an additional day and a half. Half a day was spent gathering medicinal herbs, and finally, reaching the land of fire required yet another day and a half. 7.5 days? Bai blinked in astonishment. Why do I feel as though I have only slept for a brief moment? I am not entirely certain, but if I were to hazard a guess, it may be due to the differing perceptions of time in the realms of consciousness and reality. Chinchua was somewhat vague on the specifics. By the way, Bai, I have deciphered the principles behind the single-handed hand seals. Really? Bai appeared momentarily dazed. Sister Chinchua, you figured it out? Yes, indeed, Chinchua smiled, for idleness was not an option. During your rest, quite a few events transpired. However, due to the sudden nature of these occurrences and your need for rest, I refrained from waking you. What happened? Well, it is as follows. Zabuza has tasked you with gathering medicinal herbs in the land of sand, and now the herbs have been collected. We currently find ourselves in the borderlands of the land of fire. You should be familiar with the route back to the land of mist, correct? After briefly recounting the events that transpired during my time in place of Bai, Asakura gazed gently at Bai, whose thoughts seemed to be laid bare upon his youthful countenance. Is there no further request from Mr. Zabuza? Bai's expression was somewhat glum. After all, this was a task he had entrusted to me. Yet it was Asakura who had come to my aid, even executing a one-handed hand seal. He felt utterly useless. Asakura sighed inwardly, cradling Bai in her arms as she offered words of comfort. Bai, there's no need to dwell on it. I understand that the one-handed seal was merely a coincidence. You needn't feel so despondent. It truly pains me to see you unhappy. Is that so? Bai murmured, his head bowed. Well, let's not dwell on that. I shall first impart to you the key to the one-handed hand seal. Asakura cleverly chose to shift the topic, adding, moreover, we are currently in the land of fire. It would be best not to linger here for too long. Understood. After divulging all the essential techniques to Bai, Asakura released a sigh of relief. Now, Bai, it's your turn to take control of the body. Bai hesitated momentarily before replying. No, I would like to review a bit more. Could you please assist me in returning to the land of mist, and then allow me to reclaim my body? Oh, Asakura blinked, a hint of disbelief crossing her face at what she had just heard. My current condition is not optimal, and I fear that even if I were to take over, it would be perilous. Thus, I wish to rest a little longer. A fleeting glimmer passed through Bai's eyes, but as he spoke, his head was slightly lowered, preventing Asakura from noticing. So, I must ask for your help. Very well, Asakura conceded, her heart a bit heavy as she observed Bai's earnest gaze, shimmering like pure water. You may rest a while longer. Once we reach the land of mist, I will return your body to you. Understood. Bai smiled. After watching Asakura's form dissolve into silvery light, he slumped to the ground in despair. Your existence is solely to care for the electric spirit, is it? Did the purple-eyed woman truly speak the truth? Was his existence merely to serve Asakura? Once her spirit was restored, would he be cast aside? He gazed at his hands, then turned his eyes towards the place where Asakura had vanished. His delicate, pale fingers slowly curled, as if striving to grasp something elusive, forming a tight fist. He did not wish to lose her. He truly did not want to lose her. Asakura, I am filled with reluctance. Reluctant that I have yet to fully seize the ability to protect what I wish to shield. Yet, could he truly accomplish this? Or would he, as that enchanting girl with the mesmerizing purple eyes in his dreams had foretold, ultimately fade away? A bitter ache welled up within him, and by murmured, placing his hand over his heart, desiring strength, he aspired to become formidable enough to protect all that he cherished. Upon opening his eyes, Qianxue remained alert, refraining from immediate movement as she attuned her senses to the ambient sounds around her. Once assured that no unforeseen noises infiltrated the silence, she prepared to descend from the tree. Suddenly, distant footsteps broke the stillness. Were there others? Judging from the sounds, there were at least 3. Without hesitation, she ascended the tree once more, concealing herself amidst the dense foliage, while regulating her breath, imitating the sound of an animal's respiration as she had once discussed with Bai. Narrowing her eyes, she peered through the gaps in the leaves, gradually discerning 3 figures approaching her line of sight, 1 adult male and 2 children. But how could it possibly be them? Qianxue was nearly startled into a deep breath. The leading adult man had long, black hair cascading down, his skin, visible among the strands, bore a ghastly pale hue. Clad in a simple pullover ninja outfit, his gray-yellow, lifeless eyes exuded a chilling discomfort. At first glance, she was struck by an impression akin to encountering a cold-blooded serpent, a creature reminiscent of Orochimaru, the notorious pervert engaged in human experimentation, and a prodigious ninja among the legendary Sannin. Qianxue's brow furrowed momentarily. How could he be here? By her calculations, Naruto was now 1 year old, and Orochimaru had long since defected from Konoha, joining Akatsuki as one of its members. What brought him to the borders of the Land of Fire? Moreover, if he was here, who accompanied him? Unable to resist, Qianxue slowly tilted her head, cautiously redirecting her gaze to the 2 children trailing behind Orochimaru. One had short, silver-gray hair, appearing quite refined, with glasses that obscured his eyes, his countenance handsome yet familiar. Though clad in ninja attire, he bore no headband, suggesting he was roughly the same age as Bai. The other was an ordinary child with short black hair, equally unremarkable, yet donned a ninja outfit identical to Orochimaru's, presumably brought along by him. Orochimaru-sama, why the urgency in summoning me? Queried the silver-haired boy, adjusting his glasses with a calm, unflappable tone. Kabuto, why pose such unnecessary questions? Have you forgotten the instructions I imparted upon my departure? Orochimaru halted, turning to regard the boy. Kabuto? Qianxue finally comprehended the source of her familiarity. Although her initial interest in this manga was sparked by the resemblance of a character, initially perceived as an antagonist, to a figure from her own life, this does not imply that she is oblivious to the other characters within the narrative. In truth, she found herself quite intrigued by the enigmatic Du, the chief subordinate of Orochimaru, who is often shrouded in mystery. Despite being deemed Orochimaru's confidant, it was apparent that he is not excessively enamored with power or authority. His perpetual smile, akin to that of a masked facade, resonated with her own demeanor. If that is the case, then there is little for me to report, Du stated, exchanging a natural glance with Orochimaru. Is there truly no suitable candidate? No. Du, you ought to be aware of my temperament. Orochimaru's eyes narrowed dangerously, his long tongue flicking out to moisten his lips. I have no patience for trivialities. The child behind Orochimaru subtly retreated a step, as the atmosphere around them thickened and turned frigid. There are no trivialities, my lord. Presently, there are 3 candidates. Du appeared unfazed by his precarious position, maintaining his composure. The first candidate is the esteemed Jonin, Kakashi Hitaki, whom Orochimaru has expressed a fondness for. However, you have previously noted, my lord, that Kakashi's physical condition has become rather fixed, and he has now entered the Umbu, making it challenging for me to approach him. The second candidate is the Jonin from the Moonlight Clan, Kaze Yugugo, yet his health is also lacking, and due to his condition, he too cannot join the Umbu. I assume that you would not desire such a frail individual, would you, my lord? The final candidate is Itachi Uchiha, the eldest son of the Uchiha clan. However, being recognized as a prodigy in Konoha, and his aloof nature that distances him from others, even within his family, he only maintains a close relationship with Shisui Uchiha. Despite my efforts, I have only managed to procure scant intel on him. Itachi Uchiha, the boy? Orochimaru seemed to perk up at this mention. Indeed, At the tender age of 6, he had already mastered techniques typically reserved for nin, and his proficiency with shuriken approaches that of a jonin. Heralded as a once-in-a-century genius of the Uchiha clan, Du adjusted his glasses, adding, more importantly, Itachi is now merely 7 years old, allowing for considerable potential for development. I believe you find this aspect appealing, my lord. Du, you do know my preferences. However, Orochimaru's serpentine eyes narrowed. Why do you claim there is nothing of significance to report? Because, in comparison to another matter, I deem this information rather inconsequential. Du exhaled, continuing. Concerning the follow-up on the experiment you have conducted, my lord, wait. Orochimaru raised his hand to halt Du's ongoing report, turning his head. Humph. Akiyuki was startled, instinctively gathering her chakra. Unbeknownst to her, a small mouse had inadvertently slipped through unnoticed. Orochimaru's yellowish serpentine eyes narrowed, a bloodthirsty and sinister glint flashing across them as he casually gestured. This is troublesome. A reflective iron plank bridge, where a shuriken whistled sharply above Chinchua as it cut through the air. Indeed, it was the genius among the legendary 3 ninjas. Merely hearing a specific name had caused her breath to falter slightly, resulting in her exposure. Utilizing the momentum of her backward lean, she executed a backflip off the tree. But the mask on her face fell away due to inertia just as she steadied herself. What a disaster. Although she quickly caught the mask and put it back on, Chinchua was acutely aware that her current appearance had been revealed to Orochimaru and Kabuto. Without a moment's hesitation, she raised her hand, and the needles hidden in her wrist shot forth. Simultaneously, she swiftly retreated. Thinking of escaping, are we? Orochimaru sneered, effortlessly swatting away the flying needles that were aimed at him, scattering them onto the ground. Kabuto, do you have any information on that ninja? Silver blue eyes, rather than gold green. I presume. Tionine, I wonder how many can guess Kabuto's identity from this clue. Hint, those who have read my Naruto volumes should know. Kabuto's glasses reflected a glimmer of light. There is no data on this ninja. He is likely not from Konoha. His tone remained flat, yet if one listened closely, they could detect a faint sense of regret and disappointment woven within. Find out his information. Orochimaru's tongue flicked out again, noting, to have evaded my senses from the beginning, quite the interesting specimen indeed. TCH, that persistent fellow. As she dashed away, she narrowly avoided a shuriken that whizzed past her, causing Chinchua to click her tongue in annoyance. Does he not understand the meaning of surrender? The anxiety that had been suppressed by Orochimaru's presence ignited into a blazing fury after another kunai nearly severed her hair. Damn it, just because the tiger doesn't roar. Does he think I'm a mere cat? Having reached her limit, Chinchua made a sharp turn and halted beside a small stream. Moments later, her pursuer arrived. It was the black-haired boy who trailed Orochimaru, appearing slightly younger than Bai. However, Chinchua did not believe this was sufficient reason to underestimate him. The strength of a competent ninja is certainly not proportional to age. Thus, those who judge by appearances deserve their fate. Without uttering a word, the black-haired boy launched the first attack with a ferocity that was undeniably lethal. Caught off guard, Chinchua barely evaded injury. Truly, he was formidable, being in the company of Orochimaru. Yet, she was no easy prey. The needles from her wrists sprang forth, deflecting the kunai. Then she pivoted and executed a powerful side kick that forced her opponent back, advancing toward him with swift precision as she aimed the needles at his body. The black-haired boy retreated with a leap, his other hand poised to strike at Chinchua's side. Shall you succeed in this manner? Then all my years would have been in vain. Chinchua's eyes narrowed slightly, and with her unarmed left hand, she precisely pecked at his wrist. Seizing the moment when he faltered due to the attack, she deftly flipped his arm upward, pressing against his elbow. The chakra swirling within her palm vibrated rapidly. With a sharp crack, one of the boy's hands fell limply, dislocated by Chinchua's strike. Lowering her head, she deftly dodged the kunai from the boy's other hand, while the flying needle in her right hand was not idle, skillfully piercing his pathway and completely immobilizing him. Now it is done. Retrieving the flying needle, Chinchua gazed at the black-haired boy, whose expression was one of dissatisfaction, pondering how to deal with him. Should she let him go? Certainly not. If she did so, that perverse serpent would undoubtedly target her. Although it seemed she had not overheard any particularly sensitive conversations, who could fathom the thoughts of that twisted snake? If he were not concerned, he likely would not have dispatched someone to track her down. Should she eliminate him? Even if Orochimaru learned of her escape, it would be only after discovering the boy's corpse, granting her time to return to the land of mist. As an elite rogue ninja, it was unlikely that Orochimaru could brazenly appear in a ninja village. With channels of information curtailed, she doubted that even with Akatsuki's intel network, someone like Bai, who had not yet been formally registered, would be prioritized for attention. Once she returned to the land of mist, Bai would be momentarily safe. No matter how adept Kabuto was at gathering information, as long as she did not reappear before him, he would remain oblivious to her identity. Moreover, her eyes were entirely different from Bai's. The mask had unexpectedly fallen, and surely no one would think the face revealed had been subjected to Jinjutsu. She understood clearly that upon first meeting her, most were captivated by the color of her eyes. Thus, even if Bai's appearance were enchanting, in the minds of Orochimaru and Kabuto, her silver blue eyes would represent a significant clue. Eliminating this boy would ensure Bai's safety. A cruel smile slowly curled upon Qinshua's lips as she raised the flying needle. No, Sister Qinshu, you cannot take a life. Bai's voice suddenly rang out in her ears, and at that moment, Qinshu was astonished to discover that her hand had lost control. If her mask were to be removed now, one would see that one of her eyes had reverted to a beautiful brown-black, the color that belonged to Bai. Why, Bai? Do you not understand the magnitude of trouble you would invite by letting this person go? Qinshu furrowed her brow, attempting to reason with Bai in her consciousness. No, I do not wish to kill again. Bai's voice trembled with tears. What does it matter if there is trouble? I do not want to take another life. Not at all. Sister Qinshu, I implore you, do not listen to Bai's voice, which is on the verge of collapse. Qinshu hesitated for a moment. The one who killed him was I, not you. I do not wish to. I do not wish to. Her chestnut brown eyes brimmed with crystalline tears, which swiftly vanished behind her mask. Yet the other silver blue eye remained tranquil and unwavering. I cannot bear to witness another life extinguished before me. Qinshu sighed helplessly within. Having witnessed her mother's death and having taken her father's life, Bai, have you yet to release the guilt that haunts you, remaining shrouded in that shadow? Is that why you cannot bear to see another fall before your eyes? While it cannot be said that your thoughts are erroneous, what then becomes of your own existence? In this merciless world, as a ninja, if you do not take lives, the only fate that awaits you is death. She could spare this child, for she is capable of doing so. However, the price that follows is one she cannot afford to bear. She will not permit anyone to pose a threat to Bai's life. To eradicate those latent dangers, she is willing to stain her hands with blood. Such a conclusion was predetermined the moment she chose to protect Bai. She had comprehended all of this from the very beginning. Simultaneously, she understood clearly that by eliminating this child before her, she and Bai could never return to the moment when they first met. This is the price of safeguarding Bai's innocence. With her eyes closed, Qinshu heard her own cold voice. Bai, have you considered the consequences of releasing this individual? As a ninja, one cannot afford to overlook any potential threat. Have you forgotten? If you cannot take action, then simply close your eyes. Sister Qinshu, Bai's voice was filled with shock. Why? You have always been so gentle, have you not? Why be so cruel this time? Gentle? Qinshu murmured to herself in self-mockery, shaking her head slightly. In truth, she was not gentle at all, as Merxie had stated. She was more selfish than anyone else. She merely wished to protect those she cared for. The fate of others was of no concern to her. At that moment, the restrained boy suddenly moved, launching a swift attack towards Qinshu, who had momentarily lost her focus. Without hesitation, drawn by instinct, her body reflexively initiated a defensive counterattack. The needle in her hand accurately pierced the boy's neck, close to the base of his skull. Once the brainstem, which governs the autonomic nervous system, is damaged, there is no salvation. The boy, with unwilling eyes wide open, collapsed, followed by an oppressive silence. After a prolonged moment, Qinshu opened her eyes, which had closed at the moment of the boy's death, revealing a pair of icy, pure, and transparent silver blue orbs. Even if you, Bai, harbor hatred towards me, I only wish to protect what I hold dear. The serene voice slowly escaped her lips, dissipating into the air. It seems as if one were speaking to the fragile and pure soul, desperately screaming within their consciousness, or perhaps whispering an oath to oneself. My tenderness is but a fade. This sentiment is held by Qinshu, who is acutely aware that I am merely an exceedingly despicable and selfish individual. Thus, whether Bai resents me or not is of little consequence. My sole wish is for you to eternally preserve this innocence that refrains from harming others. All sins, I shall bear alone. Silently, we returned to the border of the foggy nation. Qinshu said nothing as she exchanged the right to inhabit her body with Bai. Yet, the two individuals, crossing paths, failed to see one another, their lowered faces, obscured by strands of hair, concealed expressions that could not comprehend each other's positions, a lament shared by all. Ultimately, all emotions converge into the identical crystalline tears reflected in each other's eyes. Chapter 10. As Dream Mushi stepped once more into the courtyard, now meticulously restored to a state devoid of remnants of the explosion. It had been half a month since that fateful incident. The verdant, expansive leaves of deep green remained lush and unyielding, transforming the afternoon sunlight into delicate, dappled shadows. The sunlight was warm and unobstructed, devoid of summer's harshness or autumn's chill. It possessed only a gentle lightness. Treading along the pebble-strewn path toward the rear pavilion, he beheld a panorama of once familiar scenery. He recalled every detail of this courtyard, all lovingly tended by her hands. The soft, moist shrubs stretched their branches, while the prune vines gracefully ascended their supports, creating a harmonious layering of scenery. Occasionally, here and there, a stark burst of pure white emerged, seemingly intentional. Upon closer inspection, he realized it was the white marble stone, suddenly blending seamlessly into the surrounding landscape, a feat far beyond mere sculpture. He raised his hand and gently caressed the marble stone. Once perplexed by her choice of rock formation over sculpture, only now grasping the reason. She had always been this way, never justifying her actions. Instead, quietly positioning herself behind the scenes, analyzing and controlling everything. Just as outsiders would never believe that the brain of the Dream family's strategist was a woman barely in her 20s. She was the decision-maker of the Dream family. A secret weapon, an entity that mirrored the current family leader. He had often pondered how splendid it would be if time could be suspended at the moment of their first meeting. Had that been the case, perhaps they would not have arrived at such a conclusion. It was a lofty afternoon, with gentle winds and warm sunlight devoid of summer's intensity. The sky appeared as if washed clean, a deep azure canvas graced only by wispy clouds weaving delicate patterns of pale satin, accompanied by a gentle breeze. Everything felt so serene and leisurely, drifting into a distant reverie devoid of tangible reality. Only the cicada's song in the afternoon stirred a soft commotion in the wind. He, Mengmuxi, found himself tumbling over the walls of a villa due to a wager with others. A forbidden zone that was strictly off-limits to the collateral members of the Meng family. Initially, it was a childish whim, yet upon scaling the wall, he was captivated by a delicate doll suspended in a hammock between the trees, which altered his intentions. The dappled light cast a dazzling sheen on the doll's golden hair, reminiscent of shards of sunlight, brilliant and resplendent. Half of it cascaded along the edge of the hammock to the ground, while the other half was strewn across its own form and the hammock itself. The white, oversized, traditional-style dress, cinched at the cuffs and waist, accentuated the doll's slender figure. Her long, arched brows appeared as if drawn with a pencil, slightly furrowed. The doll's porcelain skin resembled the finest jade he had ever seen, devoid of any semblance of life. The exquisite features were so perfect that they seemed almost artificial, evoking memories of the dolls his sister cherished. Were it not for the subtle rise and fall of her chest, he would have believed he was facing a life-size doll. Just as his fingers itched to pinch the doll's cheek to confirm his feelings, the doll suddenly opened her eyes. So beautiful. He had always enjoyed crafting lenses from ice cubes and gazing at the sky through them. The view through those thin sheets of ice revealed a hue of blue that was distinct from the typical azure, a pale, pristine blue that evoked a sense of clarity and transparency. Now, the gaze directed at him mirrored the pure silver blue of those refracted skies. Caught in a playful act, he felt a sense of bewilderment. To the children of collateral families, the houses associated with such forbidden zones conjured images of witches from fairy tales. Who are you? Surprisingly, the doll-like girl slowly drew up the corners of her lips, smiling gently as she inquired about his name, showing no signs of initial trepidation. My name is Cece, he replied almost unconsciously, sharing his nickname with the girl before requesting that she refrain from alerting the owner of the house, assuring her he would leave soon. The owner of the house? The girl appeared puzzled, but then, as if grasping something, she covered her mouth and chuckled softly. I understand, I won't tell. Her laughter was genuinely enchanting, soft and light, like a gentle breeze, illuminating her entire presence. May I know your name? He asked cautiously. Snow, you may call me Snow. The girl tilted her head, her silver blue eyes sparkling with evident curiosity. Cece, have you come from outside? If so, could you tell me what the world beyond is like? Faced with his affirmation, the little girl turned her gaze towards the world beyond the enclosing wall, her eyes shimmering with a hint of yearning. Due to her physical condition, she was unable to leave this place. Even a short walk would impose considerable strain on her heart. Could you tell me about the outside world? She asked. Is your heart not well? Almost immediately, his heart ached at the thought. How could such a delicate creature, resembling a porcelain doll, be burdened with such a grave illness? Yes, I have congenital heart valve damage, a weakened immune system, and also mild albinism. Only on clear days like today can I venture out to bask in the sun for a while, she replied with a carefree smile. Although she had read numerous books about the world outside, she still found it difficult to imagine. It's all right. I shall share everything I know with you. His eloquence may not have been remarkable, yet to the little girl, the ordinary details he provided were filled with wonder and intrigue. In that moment, the girl truly resembled a princess confined within a castle. Their pleasant conversation was abruptly interrupted by the sound of the girl gasping for breath after a chill swept through her. "Snow, what's wrong?" he inquired. "It's nothing," she replied, her face pale, yet still managing to force a smile. "I just caught a bit of a chill. My trachea can't handle it. You need to leave quickly. The people in the house will be coming out soon. Then, may I come to see you again?" he asked. "Will you really come back?" Her voice brimmed with excitement. "Yes, it's a promise. I have so much more to share with you. I'll tell you everything next time." "That would be wonderful," she replied, her hands trembling as she raised them. "Yes, it's settled." With a solemn gesture, he linked his pinky with hers before climbing over the wall to depart. Later, those who had wagered with him inquired about his encounters within the wall, but he remained vague, concealing the truth. Not for any other reason, but to harbor a small sense of possessiveness over the secret of a beautiful princess, akin to a doll, residing in the old witch's domain. A gentle breeze returned his wandering thoughts. After a self-deprecating smile, he continued onward until he stood before a greenhouse with frosted glass walls. Upon pushing open the door, he was greeted by a subtle yet elegant fragrance, tinged with a hint of intoxicating allure. As he inhaled, what began as a delicate aroma soon grew richer, enveloping him in a mildly euphoric haze. Looking down, he noticed the ground strewn with wilted, yellowing petals, a poignant testament to their former beauty. It dawned on him that the blooming season of the Adumbra had already passed. She had once expressed a desire to witness the Adumbra in bloom, all the while tending to this greenhouse with her frail body. Standing here, it seems I can still perceive her, nestled among the drooping vines, smiling at me in her familiar way. The translucent light casts a dim and ambiguous glow, evoking a fleeting illusion of time reversing. It feels as if I could merely extend my hand to touch that figure, deeply etched in my memory, just as before. Although I resented her ever-present smile directed towards everyone, I cannot deny that the slight curve of her lips, even without the sun's radiance, emanated an extraordinary warmth. Yet, the hand that reached out toward the air, as if to grasp something, fell back in despair. She is no longer here. The mistress of this greenhouse will never return. Twilight, do you harbor hatred for the Meng family? I recall her leaning against me, asking that question. How could I? I am a part of the Meng family. Besides, my lady, you are also one of us, are you not? I answered in my usual humble manner, my brow lowered. Really? I wish I were not a member of this family. At that moment, she spoke softly, her head bowed. In retrospect, she must have seen through my identity long ago. Yet, ironically, I believed I had concealed it well. Do you hate the Meng family? How could I not? I once had a mother who adored me, a father who, though strict, never overly chastised me, and innocent, delightful cousins. I had capable and gentle elder siblings, a home that, while modest, was always warm. Friends with whom I could share my heart. However, all of this was irrevocably shattered by the patriarch's decree. I could never fathom how different my life would have been had it not been for that fateful night when I celebrated my birthday at a friend's house. Had it not been for that night when my uncle brought along a child of similar age to visit. No one knows the shock I felt the following day upon seeing the newspaper, nor the truth hidden beneath the words. Except for the boy who once eavesdropped on his parents' conversations out of mere curiosity, Meng Mushi ceased to exist from that moment onward. I became a specter, a being driven solely by the desire for vengeance. No longer the noble knight I once aspired to be. The childhood dream that had once vaguely flickered in my heart was forever sealed away, buried beneath the inexplicable disappearance of the girl named Shui. Just as I was about to reveal my identity to her, she died. For when I once again crossed the walls, what lay before me was an empty courtyard devoid of life, and the sudden realization that struck me brought an overwhelming sense of disappointment. The girl, resembling a princess, named Shui, must have perished. After that day, I never saw her again. That night, I wept alone in the courtyard beneath the great tree where we had shared so many conversations, mourning the disappearance of a girl named Snow, whose smile radiated an inexplicable warmth and beauty reminiscent of a porcelain doll, and the vague sense of loss that accompanied the fading of first love. Subsequently, he concealed his identity, surviving in place of that friend's child, learning and training, an incessant cycle devoid of respite. For every moment of leisure summoned memories akin to suffocating newspaper reports. Beneath this lay a darkness so profound it threatened to drag one into an abyss. Through his remarkable performance, he ascended to the periphery of the Dream family, whereupon he received a new assignment: to impersonate Dream Mushi and serve as the bodyguard of the family's decision-maker. Is it not a bitter irony? The person he must impersonate is none other than his former self. His mission: to safeguard the young lady, ensuring she does not engage too closely with the outside world. This directive came directly from the head of the Dream family. If you perform well enough to win the young lady's affection, I might consent to your marriage, given your current role as her cousin. The words from that man were so vile they made him feel nauseous. Simultaneously, he felt a twinge of pity and curiosity towards the young lady mentioned by the current patriarch. Though he had perused the files, his understanding of this so-called young lady remained nebulous. He only knew of her frail health and her semi-reclusive existence as the intellectual backbone of the Dream family. He was intrigued by what kind of being could elicit such a mixture of fear, admiration, respect, and pity when spoken of, a presence both enigmatic and impossible to overlook. When he finally met her, the shock within him was uncontainable, not for any other reason than the striking resemblance of her silver-blue eyes to those of Snow. But had not Snow already perished? "Hello, I am Dream Chinchua," the girl in the wheelchair said, gazing directly at him with a smile. Her long golden hair sparkled under the sunlight streaming through the window, radiant to the point of blinding. Her frail form, delicate as if a gust of wind could whisk her away, appeared even smaller beneath the ample apricot-colored blouse. Yet the warmth of the smile gracing her lips was profoundly comforting, gentle as a breeze. "Hello, I am Dream Mushi, your personal bodyguard from now on." She was not Snow, for Snow had long since departed, even if she now resided in the very courtyard where he had once encountered her. In light of such a severe illness, how could Snow possibly still be alive? He repeated to himself. I understand. I will be relying on you," she nodded, then lowered her head to organize the reports beside her, before looking up and smiling at him once more. "Could you kindly assist me to the courtyard? The sun is splendid today, and I would prefer to attend to these documents outdoors." He paused, only to be struck by the realization that he stood in the very spot he often occupied when accompanying Chinchua. A wry smile escaped him as he reflected on how habits indeed become second nature, and his gaze wandered to the familiar place where Chinchua would invariably linger. It was a banyan tree, the central botanical marvel of the greenhouse. He recalled that whenever Chinchua managed to carve out a moment's respite from her demanding duties, she would gravitate towards this tree, often lost in thought for hours until her break concluded. Does the young lady hold a particular fondness for this banyan tree? Otherwise, she would not have insisted on safeguarding it during the construction of the greenhouse, even personally designing its layout. Mushi, do you know? This tree harbors some very special memories for me. He remembered gazing through the transparent glass, watching Chinchua beneath the banyan's canopy, her expression radiating warmth and clarity. "Even if that person has perhaps now forgotten me and changed, I still believe her essence remains as kind as when we first met." "That person? Is she your friend?" He noticed Chinchua smiling, though tinged with a hint of sadness. "I suppose one could say that. To me, she is a uniquely significant presence. However, it has been quite a while since we last met." "Then why doesn't the young lady seek her out?" He couldn't recall such details in the documents. "Seek? I have already found her. It's just that she no longer recognizes me. Perhaps this is for the best for both of us." As she spoke these words, Chinchua kept her gaze lowered, thus obscuring her expression from him. Yet, he could feel a pang in his heart. To outsiders, she appears as an enigmatic intellect. But surely she spends most of her time feeling unfulfilled and unfree. Why speak of such things? Please take me back. I suspect the materials I requested yesterday have arrived. Her request interrupted his train of thought. By the way, Mushi, are you familiar with the time-space treasure box? As he was guiding her back indoors, he heard Chinchua pose this question. I have heard of it. One is to place their wishes and most cherished items within the box, then conceal it in a favored location, awaiting the future self to unlock it, correct? Indeed, I did not expect you to know of this. By the way, do you believe in it? His silence was his only response. How do you know? Because I once crafted one with Shui when we were together. At that time, my wish was for Shui's illness to heal so we could remain together indefinitely. Alas, it was merely a wish. Shui has long since passed away. He stepped forward, gently resting his hand on the rough trunk of the tree, momentarily lost in thought. He recalled the initial encounter with Snow, which also took place beneath the banyan tree, though he wondered if that tree still stood. The time-space treasure box. A sudden spark of inspiration left Mushi momentarily dazed. Although he understood that he had little chance of ever seeing the time-space treasure box again, he still wished to make an attempt. Consider it a whimsical indulgence. He remembered that 2 months after their first meeting, Shui had given him a small iron box, requesting that he place it in the banyan tree. He pondered whether she could still recall their shared secret of hiding the time-space treasure box together. Mushi, promise me that after I pass away, if you still remember me, you will come to see if this box remains, all right? You shall not perish so easily, my lady. At that time, he had casually tucked the iron box into a hollow at the base of a banyan branch, responding to her with these words. Perhaps, who could predict the future? He remembered Qian Shui's demeanor back then, gazing at the banyan tree with an air of palpable melancholy. Perhaps that person would never think of him again, nor of the time-space treasure box they once shared. The Mushi of that time had promised her that if the box remained after her passing, he would dispose of it without opening it. Very well, my lady. What lay within that iron box? Mushi admitted to his curiosity. He yearned to understand what kind of person could leave such an indelible mark on Qian Shui's heart. He exited the greenhouse, deftly climbed to its apex, and then ascended the banyan tree, meticulously searching for that old hollow. Ah, found it. Cautiously, he extracted the iron box from the hollow and was astonished to discover that, despite the passage of years, it exhibited no signs of rust. Returning to the ground, he procured a tool and pried open the iron box. Astonishment and bewilderment enveloped him. How could this be? The item he had once given to Snow had reappeared here? Inside the box lay only a small piece of paper wrapped in red gauze and a few colorful, transparent marbles. Nothing else remained. Yet Mushi recognized those marbles as his favorite childhood toys, and he had deliberated for quite some time before deciding to include them in the box. There was no doubt they were the same marbles, as one of them bore a small chip in its colorful paint. But how could this be? Could it be? He swiftly unwrapped the item encased in red gauze and discovered 2 notes. One bore an extremely childish yet familiar handwriting, unmistakably his own from childhood. I hope Snow's illness will improve and that we can always be together. She. The other note was a yellowed photograph. A photograph of him and Qianxue came to mind, a cherished moment captured shortly after he became her bodyguard, when she had playfully insisted on taking the picture together. On the back of the photo, a familiar handwriting, one he had grown accustomed to over the years, was inscribed. It belonged to Qianxue, who would often leave notes on documents during her review. If only life were as it was upon first meeting. Snow? Was the name she left simply Snow? As dusk fell, he felt a wave of dizziness, overwhelmed by the revelations that muddled his thoughts. Yet amidst the chaos, one truth stood out starkly. The dreamlike Qianxue was the very girl named Snow he had encountered in his childhood. What had he done? What had he truly done? He could say that he had, with his own hands, caused Snow's demise. Had Qianxue known from the very beginning that he was her childhood friend, Cece? If so, what intentions lay behind her meticulous planning leading to her own tragic end? Even if that person had forgotten him and changed, he still believed in the fundamental goodness they had shared upon their first encounter. That's Cece, promise me, if this box remains in your possession after my death, dispose of it without opening it. Qianxue's words echoed in his ears like a haunting incantation. What had he done? Kneeling on the ground, he gazed at the note and photograph in his hands, his vision blurring with tears. If only life were as it was upon first meeting. What thoughts had Qianxue harbored when she penned that line? He closed his eyes, and regretful tears streamed down his face, falling to the ground. Qianxue, 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 Qianxue. I'm sorry. Are you the dream, Cece? A voice, crystalline in quality, broke through his reverie, prompting him to lift his gaze and frown. May I ask who you are? Why are you here? Before him stood a girl who appeared to be merely 16 years old. Yet her presence emanated an aura that made it difficult for him to meet her eyes. Despite her seemingly delicate form, with long black hair and faintly purple eyes, she possessed an undeniable authority, a gravitas reserved for those of high stature. Allow me to introduce myself. My name is Yellowfeely. You may call me Lofii. The girl blinked, then scrutinized him up and down. I must say, I can't see what makes you so special that Electric would sacrifice so much for you. Electric? Why did this entirely unfamiliar name sound somewhat familiar? Electric is the name Qianxue once bore, she said, pursing her lips. Do you wish to see Electric again? What did you say? His eyes widened in disbelief. Are you saying I can see Qianxue again? That's impossible. Shallow Snow has indeed manifested some abilities. The girl seemed aware of Mushi's disbelief, yet she did not exhibit any signs of action. Behind her, a pair of resplendent, multicolored wings unfurled. When she was struck by lightning, I arranged for her soul to be transported to another realm, where she now rests. Can I also traverse there? Mushi inquired almost immediately. My power is insufficient. Sending one soul across has already consumed most of my strength. As for you, I can only permit your soul to pass, and it can only exist within an illusion. The girl scratched her cheek and added, while I can assure you that the lightning will indeed experience that illusion, I cannot guarantee whether you will still exist once the illusion is transcended. Is that acceptable? It matters not. Mushi responded almost instantaneously. As long as I can see shallow snow, I am willing to endure whatever may come. He owed her far too much, an insurmountable debt, and all he wished for was to see her once more and utter a simple apology. Nothing more. This makes things easier. Follow me. The girl waved her hand, and Mushi's form transformed into a luminous particle, soaring into her grasp, becoming a small, radiant flame. Task accomplished. This fellow is exceedingly easy to manipulate. The flame was placed within an earring, and the girl smiled with satisfaction. Is it wise to proceed in such a manner? There exists another in that realm who bears his likeness, capable of allowing him to borrow a body in return. A handsome young man with silver-gray hair appeared beside the girl, enveloping her in his embrace. To have caused the death of lightning, even knowing it was fated, I shall not easily forgive this individual. Allowing him to reunite with lightning is already an act of mercy on my part. The girl puffed her cheeks. And the specifics would depend on his conduct in that realm. Should he resolve lightning's inner turmoil, I might contemplate granting him a few requests. But that is a matter for another time. Let us depart, Lu. Very well. The young man held the girl close, and after a gentle flash of light, they vanished, leaving behind a note, a photograph, and a red scarf on the ground. A breeze swept through, turning the photograph to its reverse side, where the pencil-written words, though clear, bore a certain haze, much like the content they conveyed. It was a wish eternally unattainable, if only life were as it was at first glance. Chapter 11. In the days following that fateful event, Bai and Shallow Snow continued their studies on ninjutsu and related materials, maintaining a dynamic akin to their previous interactions. Yet, they both understood that their relationship could not revert to its former state. The intimate and pleasant atmosphere they once shared had vanished entirely with the death of that unnamed child. In truth, beyond research and analysis, they found themselves devoid of any other topics to discuss. Each time the discussion reached its conclusion, Bai would swiftly depart, while Chinchua merely observed his vanishing figure in silence, offering no pleas for him to stay. She understood that this was Bai's form of protest against her, yet she felt no desire to elucidate her reasoning. For once she began to explain, she could not guarantee that Bai would continue to cherish the beautiful notions he once held. Her intention was to safeguard Bai's innocence, a thought she had entertained since her decision to protect him. Thus, even if Bai were to never forgive her, it mattered not. As long as she could shield him, she would remain indifferent to everything else. The dark realities of scheming, deceit, and bloodshed were burdens she would bear alone. This was the only solution she could conceive, akin to the actions she had taken for Mushi in the past. In this atmosphere of unspoken grievances and stubbornness, half a year swiftly elapsed. During this time, Bai's performance merely surpassed that of his peers slightly, yet it fell short of being exceptional. Consequently, he did not catch the attention of the esteemed ninjas responsible for graduation assessments. While he excelled compared to his contemporaries, he remained largely mediocre. His overly gentle disposition rendered him ill-suited for the life of a ninja. This was the evaluation rendered by those overseeing the assessments, a judgment that was hardly surprising. Throughout the entirety of the examination, it had been Chinchua who manipulated Bai's body. A simple, fundamental illusion, subtle and easily overlooked, concealed the sole distinguishing feature between them, the color of their eyes. As this was merely a minute and weak illusion, it could easily be disregarded, often leading others to only question the oddity of Bai's eyes without delving deeper. The inertia of thought indeed makes it quite simple for one to exploit such gaps. Although Bai did not concur with Chinchua's methods, believing that assessments demanded one's utmost effort, he also recognized that excelling might lead him into the umbu, allowing him to fulfill the directives of Mr. Zabuza. Nevertheless, his protests metamorphosed into acquiescence after a simple statement from Chinchua. Her words were straightforward. Regardless of graduation or joining the umbu, once one becomes a ninja, one must inevitably kill and obey, for such is the duty of a ninja. Chinchua acknowledged that she was gambling, wagering on Bai's aversion to bloodshed. In this, she was correct. Bai harbored an almost instinctual repulsion and loathing for violence. Indeed, for a kind-hearted individual like Bai, a tranquil existence was most fitting, whereas the bloody life of a ninja was utterly incompatible with his nature. Bai's kindness was both his virtue and his flaw. Thus, Chinchua wished to prevent witnessing the tragic scene of such a child, stained by irrevocable bloodshed, spiraling into despair. Her choice of this harsh yet undeniably effective method stemmed from a desire to preserve their bond, even if it risked irrevocably shattering it. Since she chose this method, she would resolutely continue on her path without turning back. She felt no need to harbor guilt. Her sole wish was for Bai to retain his innocence forever. As for Zaibu Zhan, A simple declaration of her strength was meant solely for his ears. After demonstrating her ability to form hand seals with one hand and showcasing a portion of her bloodline limits, she effortlessly silenced any objections from Zai Buzhan. Perhaps to vent his dissatisfaction with Qian Shui, Bai trained with such intensity that even Yuan Jingyue could hardly bear to watch. Thus, Qian Shui accepted her frequent presence at Bai's residence, willingly caring for him. Strangely, despite being somewhat timid around outsiders, Yuan Jingyue always managed to adopt a big sister demeanor with Bai, imposing her will upon him regarding her arrangements, which were ultimately for his benefit. For this reason, Qian Shui did not oppose Yuan Jingyue's involvement. Bai had indeed been pushing himself too hard, and while she could not forcibly take over his body, having Yuan Jingyue assist was a welcome relief. Bai's initial resistance gradually transformed into reluctant acceptance, observing Yuan Jingyue tending to Bai's wounds from training. While also struggling to lift his head, Qian Shui smiled, albeit with a hint of bitterness. She had lost the right to be the one to care for him. Frustrated, Bai struck the tree beside him, channeling the pent-up anger from repeated failures into a childish outburst against the now-doused campfire. How many times had this happened? Why was it that every time he was so close to capturing that elusive figure, he fell short? This was a rare task that Zai Buzhan had sternly entrusted him with. Suddenly, he paused, closing his eyes. Upon reopening them, his dark brown gaze transformed into a clear silver blue. Bai, what troubles you? Such anger is detrimental to your health. Qian Shui's gentle voice echoed in his mind. That person got away again, Bai responded, his reluctance palpable. Let us take a break before pursuing again. No matter how formidable one is, they cannot escape indefinitely. Qian Shui calmly analyzed the situation, recalling that Bai had not slept properly for 3 days while chasing that person. If this continues, you will exhaust yourself. But Zai Buzhan's mission, Bai retorted, but her straightforward statement effectively closed off any retreat. Yet, Bai, unwilling to concede, pouted, insisting. But Zai Buzhan said the information on that person is crucial. 6 days have already slipped away, and all I desire is to reclaim that time. If you persist in this manner, your body will succumb before the task is completed. Qian Shui offered the most objective observation, and that individual is indeed a renegade from a Wagakure. Is he not? The Wagakure is most adept at stealth and prolonged engagements. Without formidable stamina, even if you were to catch up, it would merely lead to your demise. However, there is no buts. Bai, I propose a trade. Grant me a respite, do you hear? No. Bai shook her head defiantly. Every time such situations arise, it is you who aids me in accomplishing the tasks. I no longer wish for this. The silver blue eyes narrowed slightly. Bai, at such a critical juncture, you are still throwing a tantrum? This mission holds significant importance for Zabuza, does it not? If we continue to linger as you are, the timeliness of the intelligence may very well expire. Bai, somewhat reluctantly, bit her lip, only releasing it after a prolonged moment. I understand. He truly feels inadequate. Every time a challenge arises, it is Sister Qian Shui who assists him. Why can he never bridge the gap between them? Bai gazed at her hands in frustration. He is undeniably putting forth effort. Yet why, whenever he believes he is close to standing shoulder to shoulder with Sister Qian Shui, does he only find that she has advanced once more, leaving him with nothing but a distant silhouette? It is profoundly disheartening to be so consistently cared for by Sister Qian Shui. With closed eyes, when she reopened them, her beautiful silver blue irises shone with an extraordinary calmness. She extracted the mask she always carried, letting out a gentle sigh before donning it, concealing the upper half of her face. Then, she took out military rations and water, leaning against a tree to rest her eyes and regain her strength. Unlike Bai, who relentlessly toils to fulfill the mission, she harbors no such obsession. After all, Zabuza bears no connection to her. If possible, she would genuinely seek an opportunity to eliminate that man, to spare Bai from any potential sacrifice for him. In truth, were it not for Bai's ability to reclaim his body at any moment, Qian Shui might have seriously considered reporting Zabuza to the higher-ups in Kirigakure. Bai is devoted to Zabuza. Thus he approaches the tasks assigned by Zabuza with utmost diligence. However, that is merely Bai. It does not imply she would follow suit. She is acutely aware that Zabuza is currently racing against time to finalize preparations for a coup, which has resulted in a severe shortage of manpower. Hence, he has enlisted Bai to procure the intelligence he seeks. As for the rogue from Awagakure, it is evident from the dialogue between Zabuza and Bai that he is a spy previously planted in the land of Earth by Kirigakure, for reasons unknown. Although he has not been exposed, he is being hunted and refuses to return to Kirigakure. What Zabuza desires is simply the roster of intelligence connections held by that ninja. With that roster for communication, Zabuza will possess a considerable advantage, no matter the endeavors he undertakes. It is imperative to recognize that intelligence serves as a significant determinant in the orchestration of a coup d'etat. The rogue ninja from the Land of Rock must have already been subjected to a bounty and manhunt, while the Land of Water appears to be unusually silent, seemingly prepared to abandon this pawn. However, it is rumored that the defector's motive for betrayal was to infiltrate the Earth altar in the Land of Rock to acquire a sealing artifact. This scenario suggests a downfall driven by greed. Yet, upon closer examination, numerous inconsistencies emerge. A spy, particularly one of high rank infiltrated within the ninja ranks, should inherently possess superior willpower and capabilities. Would such an individual truly allow avarice to lead to their premature exposure? Although the espionage skills within the Land of Water appear subpar, it seems implausible that a seasoned spy would make such a juvenile blunder. Furthermore, if memory serves, the bounty issued was of a mid-level rank, indicating that the Land of Rock remains unaware of the rogue ninja's true identity. Otherwise, the task would undoubtedly warrant a higher classification. Moreover, the lack of response from the Land of Water is peculiar. Typically, one would expect the Umbu to be dispatched for extermination duties, unless, of course, the higher-ups in the Land of Water are oblivious to the fact that this ninja has been compromised, perhaps due to some concealment of information. Additionally, it is quite strange that the rogue ninja has not attempted to return to the ranks of the Mist, seemingly unconcerned about being pursued by the Umbu beyond the borders of the Land of Rock. A sudden thought jolted Shallow Snow. Could this individual be a double agent? Upon reflection, this possibility is not entirely out of the question. Yet, if this rogue ninja were indeed a double agent, to which faction would they owe their allegiance? Frustration arose from the scant intelligence and data, rendering further analysis impossible. Shaking her head, Shallow Snow relinquished this line of thought, as it bore no direct relevance to her current mission. However, wait, does a bounty exist? This implies that there are others besides herself hunting this rogue ninja. If one were to consider a different perspective, aligning with those pursuing the rogue ninja could render the task significantly more manageable. After all, her objective is merely to procure information. She harbors no interest in the rogue's head. Bai likely accepted this mission under the premise that as long as the information is obtained, the details of the assassination are irrelevant. If the task required killing, Bai's nature would likely have led her to refuse outright. Based on the trajectory of Bai's pursuits over recent days, it appears that the rogue ninja's destination lies near the borders of the Land of Fire, in the transitional small nation of the Land of Grass. It remains uncertain which ninjas would undertake such a mission, but should they be from Konoha, this task may turn out to be unexpectedly straightforward. Certainly, provided one does not encounter that grotesque serpent. She recalled that the manga had mentioned, during the Chunin exams, that repulsive snake appeared disguised as a ninja from the village hidden in the grass. Although it did not explicitly indicate the location of Orochimaru's base, it is prudent to exercise caution. If that vile serpent were to fixate upon her, the mere thought of its tongue was utterly revolting, and its weaponry emanated from its very mouth, truly a creature of aberration. Disgusted, she furrowed her brow and hastily retracted her wandering thoughts, redirecting her focus to her next course of action. Her stamina seemed to have nearly replenished, enabling her to proceed with the subsequent tracking endeavors. As she opened her eyes, preparing to ascertain the whereabouts of the rogue ninja, a sudden frown crossed her face as her gaze fell upon a shrub standing at half her height. The upgraded ninja tool, the Sunban, was firmly gripped in her hand, and chakra began to coalesce around her discreetly. Addressing the shrub, she called out, "I wonder which ally is lurking there. Would you kindly reveal yourself? I am a mist ninja." After a brief silence, a figure emerged from behind the foliage, with silvery hair cascading to one side, illuminated by the sunlight filtering through the trees. He possessed an almost ethereal quality. Adorned with a fox mask and clad in the pale blue attire of the leaf Sumbu, his exposed left arm bore a crimson symbol entwined in a symmetrical spiral. The aura he exuded was one of chilling authority. She furrowed her brow. Was that mark indicative of the leaf Sumbu? And could that silver-haired man be Kakashi Hitaki? However, something felt amiss. The Kakashi she remembered was the sort who would doze off with his eyes wide open, fabricating pathetic excuses for his tardiness. The sort who would pull out a copy of Ica Paradise during training battles, embodying a carefree rogue. Yet, why did he now emit a presence that felt as if it could freeze one's very blood? Reflecting on this, she began to understand. Kakashi was likely around 16 years of age now. Obito's death occurred when he was 13, and the fourth Hokage had perished just a year prior. The successive losses of Obito and the fourth within a mere 3 years must have inflicted profound anguish upon him. Observing the man before her, an overwhelming wave of sympathy surged within her, rendering her breath a tad labored. since her engagement with the world of Naruto. She had always admired this jonin for his dedication, beliefs, and the efforts he expended. His despair, and even his nihilism, did not escape her notice. Was he merely existing to live in Obito's stead, perceiving the world through his eyes? Was it only for the sake of bearing responsibility that Kakashi could not afford to consider his own desires? What was the reason for the Mist Ninja's presence here? At the borders of the Leaf Village? The voice of the silver-haired man was cold and slightly tremulous, imbued with a deep resonance. I am on a mission. With a downward glance, I let the misty hidden headband, which I used as a pouch for needles, dangle from my wrist. This was something I carried every time I set out on a task. My purpose for being here was solely to respond to the bounty issued by the Land of Earth, with no ulterior motives. I keenly sensed a momentary relaxation and tension in the muscles of his hand. Lifting my face, I smiled and said, "If I am not mistaken, you are also here for this mission, aren't you?" The silver-haired ninja's body instantly regained its optimal state for movement. "What makes you say that?" he inquired. "Your breath is cleverly concealed. It seems you must have arrived here before me," I calmly deduced. "It is no boast to say that few can approach within 50 meters of me without detection. Moreover, there are no signs of a struggle here. Due to my bloodline limit, my sensitivity to water was exceptional. Wherever there was water, I could not be deceived. Although my current sensing range was limited to 50 meters, it would undoubtedly expand with the growth of my strength." Casting a glance at the still vigilant silver-haired ninja, I continued. "I have tracked a rogue ninja from the Land of Earth to this location. The absence of the smell of smoke on you suggests that you are not connected to the one who started this fire. Ninja villages Umbu rarely act unless on a mission, and even when pursuing those who disturb the peace. They would not stray beyond a 5-kilometer radius from the village. It's a rule. But now, we are at the border, are we not? Thus, it is reasonable to conclude that you are indeed engaged in a mission." The silver-haired ninja nodded, his hostility diminishing slightly, yet he remained cautious. His vigilance was commendable. After all, he was a high-ranking ninja, far superior to some of those from the Mist Village. The strength of Konoha is not without merit, I mused inwardly, offering him a faint smile before continuing. "As for why I suspected that you and I are on the same mission, it is quite simple. Just now, when I mentioned the bounty, I noticed a change in your heartbeat, clearly influenced by my words. It is merely a straightforward deduction. Does Konoha's Umbu participate in bounty missions? Is it solely for the reward, or could there be another motive? This certainly raises questions. However, with insufficient information, I am unable to make further conjectures, which is quite bothersome. I found myself nostalgically reminiscing about the organization I once formed, which seemed to cover all bases. "So why did you call me out?" the silver-haired ninja suddenly asked. Such a question was only natural, for in the absence of direct conflict of interest, it is customary for both parties to ignore one another unless one interferes with the other's actions, a tacit rule of the ninja world. "Why did I call you out?" I replied with a smile. "Because I wish to discuss the possibility of collaboration." Though separated by a mask, Shinshue could discern that the silver-haired ninja before her momentarily faltered, seemingly taken aback by her suggestion. It was hardly surprising. According to the unspoken rules of the ninja world, it was customary for ninjas to adhere to a principle of non-interference during missions. A proposal for collaboration, such as hers, was likely unprecedented. With her arms crossed, Shinshue regarded the individual before her with calm determination. "The information I seek pertains to the data on that ninja. There is no conflict of interest with your mission, is there? If so, why not choose cooperation? Such an arrangement would be mutually beneficial, would it not? After all, she was not a ninja, and thus could afford to disregard these unwritten rules. But why have you chosen me?" The silver-haired ninja stepped forward slightly, his aura firmly locking onto the smiling Shinshue. "No, it is not a matter of choosing you." Shinshue shook her head. "Had it not been for your presence within my radius of vigilance, I would likely have proceeded alone. This proposal arises solely from my desire to accomplish my task more efficiently. Your ability to track me all the way from Konoha suggests that your tracking skills are remarkably proficient, an area in which I currently fall short. The failures in my recent pursuits can be attributed to my inexperience in tracking." Raising her chin, Shinshue smiled confidently, unafraid. "Therefore, since we now have a means to expedite our respective goals, why not take advantage of it?" The silver-haired ninja scrutinized her for a moment before coolly stating, "How do I know you won't hinder my progress? Can two unfamiliar individuals truly foster a seamless partnership? Every team evolves from strangers to familiarity. Moreover, we are merely a temporary assembly united by self-interest, not a lasting alliance." Shinshue sheathed her kunai, noting that both of them were competent enough to undertake missions independently. "During our time spent tracking, I believe we can discover a way to coexist, do you not think?" After a brief period of contemplation, the silver-haired ninja nodded in agreement. I can accept that. To facilitate communication, my codename is Snow. Qianxue acknowledged this with a nod. Truly, one renowned for possessing intellect rivaling that of Shikamaru adapts remarkably swiftly. Engaging in conversation with astute individuals certainly alleviates many burdens. After a moment of silence, the silver-haired ninja spoke again. Thunder? Does that derive from the technique Raikiri? With that, he turned away. Keep up. I will not wait for you. Oh, what a notably cold demeanor. Qianxue shrugged and then followed suit. Hataki Kakashi, the foremost technician of Konoha, at your service. Chapter 12. An unpleasant feeling narrowing her eyes slightly. Qianxue gazed at the flickering flames before her. She tugged at her damp clothing, soaked from traversing the forest under the night dew, murmuring softly. The dampness and chill clung tenaciously to her body, penetrating her very marrow, as if a frigid serpent coiled around her. The warmth generated by the flickering campfire was but a fleeting wisp, dissipating into the surrounding air with each gust of wind, utterly inadequate to fend off the morning cold. Within the crisp atmosphere lingered a faint earthy scent, reminiscent of rust, which stirred within Qianxue unsettling memories of the past. The persistent stickiness evoked recollections of nights awakened by nightmares, drenched in cold sweat. Tossing a branch at her feet into the flames, the crackling sound of its combustion resonated harshly in the otherwise tranquil environment. The dancing firelight cast a soft yellow glow against the darkness, causing the objects surrounding the campfire to project unsteady shadows upon the ground. She lifted her gaze slightly, inadvertently sweeping it across the opposite corner, where a silver-haired ninja rested against a tree, arms crossed. He had kept watch during the first half of the night. Now it was her turn. Their unspoken understanding required no prior agreement, merely an instinctive collaboration marked by a hint of camaraderie. Both concealed behind masks, they could not discern each other's expressions, and all reactions had to be inferred from tone and inflection. Silence was the predominant state between them. Aside from essential exchanges regarding their movements, they refrained from probing into each other's true identities. Perhaps due to their shared intellect, despite only a few straightforward conversations over 2 days of travel, they could sense a subtle, yet unmistakable, rapport developing between them. Staring blankly at the campfire, Qianxue found her thoughts interrupted by an alien presence. After taking a deep breath, she closed her eyes and opened them again. Within her mask, her peculiar silver blue and brown irises reappeared. Have you awakened? Yes. How long has it been? 2 days. If all goes well, we should catch up to that individual by tomorrow. Is that so? Do you wish to take over? I can step back. No, I am not familiar with that ninja. I will simply observe. After closing her eyes, Qianxue felt the subtle tremor of Bai's thoughts. She exhaled slowly. I will not kill indiscriminately. For this mission, I will gather intelligence and depart. Will that suffice? Do you not trust me? Qianxue lowered her head, feeling somewhat disheartened. It is not that I do not trust you, Qianxue. I merely do not know what to say. Bai hesitated. I realize my request may be excessive, but ensuring your safety is my ultimate priority. Interrupting him, Qianxue replied, I cannot stand by and watch you plunge into danger simply because you hesitate to take a life. Therefore, my assurance of non-lethality can only be upheld under the condition that you remain safe. After a prolonged silence, Bai finally spoke. This is more than sufficient, thank you. Qianxue refrained from further comment. When she opened her eyes again, she was greeted by a pristine expanse of silver blue. She should have felt elated at Bai's consent. Yet an inexplicable chill enveloped her instead. Curled up, she gazed at the orange-red flames of the bonfire, once more experiencing the bone-deep cold that threatened to freeze her heart. However, lost in her contemplations, Qianxue remained unaware that as she engaged in conversation with Bai, the silver-haired ninja leaning against the tree trunk had subtly lifted his face, directing his gaze toward her, only to revert to his original, statue-like posture once their exchange concluded. Within the lush forest, 2 figures raced with urgency. Despite the surrounding white mist, they skillfully navigated through the thickets. The faint sounds of clashing weapons resonated in the tranquil woods, delicate yet distinct. Suddenly, a taut net sprang up from the ground with a sharp twang of a trap. The figure at the forefront swiftly pivoted, fluid in motion, though their speed inevitably waned, granting the pursuers precious moments to close in. To the right lay a mountainside, ahead was the net, and behind them were their relentless pursuers. There was no choice but to escape to the left. You've toiled long enough. You deserve a moment's respite, came a delicate voice from the left, as the mist gradually parted to reveal a slender silhouette standing resolutely in the path. Tiny droplets clung to the silver mask, imparting an ethereal quality to the figure, whose gentle yet undeniably assured tone echoed. Is this what you've driven me to? To wait like a predator for its prey? The pursued halted, grounding themselves in a battle-ready stance. Nay, Shinshue replied, her lips curling into a slight smile. I merely invite you into my trap. From the moment she decided to collaborate, she meticulously analyzed the escape routes on the map and conferred with Kakashi, well-versed in the terrain. With the understanding that their adversaries were advancing toward the hidden grass village, she ultimately pinpointed the ideal ambush location. Over the following 2 days, through Kakashi's advanced tracking techniques, they compelled the foes to unwittingly converge upon the chosen site. What ensued was a succinct yet sharply contested half-hour of discussion, followed by 2 days of intricate scheming and preparation. The result was a scenario that could be deemed a classic example of pursuit in the ninja world. Do these two inexperienced children believe they can ensnare me? The voice dripped with derision, the sudden surge of aura serving as both a test and intimidation, as they endeavored to project a formidable presence. Julyuo Hutu, 32 years old, a jonin of the Rock Village, adept in weaponry such as shuriken and kunai, skilled in ninjutsu including earth release techniques and the Earth Dragon technique, concealed his identity as the leader of the 3rd Intelligence Squad of the Mist Village. The true identity remains unknown, suspected to be a subordinate of the Xiaozhong members. Shallow Snow calmly reported the information of the individual before her, with the last statement being her own deduction. She was not at all surprised to see the person's pupils constrict slightly. How do you know my information? Julyuo Huta questioned, one hand gripping a shuriken and the other a kunai. A secret, Shallow Snow replied with a faint smile. I only desire the intelligence you possess. Everything else, including your life, is not within my aims. Are you not pursuing my bounty? Julyuo Hutu eyed Shallow Snow with suspicion, pondering the futility of chasing down rogue ninjas from other nations. When did your Konoha begin engaging in such fruitless endeavors? Though doubtful, he remained on high alert. Shrugging, Shallow Snow maintained an ambiguous smile. I merely conveyed my intentions to you. How to proceed is ultimately your decision, is it not? If I give you the information, you want to take my life? Julyuo Hutu scrutinized Shallow Snow, one hand already reaching into his cloak. That, you must determine for yourself. My price is laid bare before you, is it not? Shallow Snow stepped forward slowly. What a foolish man. Suddenly, Julyuo Hutu withdrew his hand, launching a flurry of shurikens. Under the sunlight, the black blades glimmered with a ghostly blue light, clearly laced with poison. Do you think I would fall for such a simple trick? How foolish to step into his attack range. Truly, a novice. Who is truly foolish here? A light, ethereal laugh echoed. What? Julyuo Hutu was taken aback to find that the figure pinned by the shurikens had transformed into a pool of water, dissipating at the sound. Water release, water clone technique. Just as Julyuo Hutu was astonished, a fierce wind surged from behind him. Relying on years of experience, he twisted his body to evade the incoming attack. But before he could retreat and prepare for another assault, he was struck harshly in the chest by Kakashi, being sent flying. Concealed nearby, Shallow Snow seized the opportunity to unleash her prepared ninjutsu. Water release, 1,000 killing water arrows. Thousands of water arrows surged towards the airborne Julyuo Hutu. However, being a Nin, he coughed up blood, yet managed to adjust his posture mid-air, landing on one knee. Almost simultaneously, a wall of earth arose before him to shield against the incoming water arrows. Earth release, earth flow wall. A mocking smile curled at the corners of Shallow Snow's lips. While earth may conquer water, having discerned the type of ninjutsu this man excelled in, would she be foolish enough to employ the easily countered 1,000 killing water arrows? One could only wonder who was truly naive. Enhanced by the bloodline limit of white, some of the water arrows had crystallized into ice arrows. And under her deliberate chakra manipulation, the 1,000 killing water arrows spiraled in a formidable manner, their power increased by more than 5-fold. Impossible. After being struck by the ice arrow that pierced through the earthen wall, Julyuo Hutu staggered back a few steps, bewildered by the icy nature of the attack. Seizing the moment, Kakashi, who had been waiting nearby, advanced and engaged in close combat. Meanwhile, Qian Shui capitalized on the opening created by Kakashi's assault, launching a needle that successfully pierced through, immobilizing his movements. Why is it impossible? Qian Shui smiled gracefully as she stepped forward. It is not uncommon for ninjutsu to be enhanced. Such incredulity was rather unwarranted. Reflecting on the mission, she noted how unexpectedly effortless it had been. According to their original plan, she had used a water clone to divert Julyuo Hutu's attention, allowing Kakashi to regain his stamina. Her intention had merely been to gather intelligence, diffusing his desperate resolve with words. This, combined with his sudden realization of being outmaneuvered and the psychological slip that followed, had culminated in the current advantageous situation. To outsmart one's opponent is the highest form of strategy, she mused, finally grasping the true essence of that phrase. However, credit was also due to Kakashi for his impeccable timing. Had they lacked a measure of tacit understanding and attacked prematurely, they might have found themselves entangled in a protracted struggle to regain control. Collaborating with a clever ally indeed made things easier, Qinshui thought, and then spoke. Now, you may reveal to me the location of what I seek. Her smile remained, yet to Zhu Luoho too, it resembled a devil's grin. Following his instructions, she retrieved a scroll from his possession, contemplating her next move. She then removed the forehead protector he wore around his neck, and despite his gritted teeth, she unveiled the cloth behind it, extracting another miniature scroll concealed within. Did he truly believe her to be a fool? It had been evident that he had been vigilant in safeguarding the forehead protector throughout their skirmish. If she had not deduced that something lay within, she would have been unworthy of her craft. Have you acquired what you sought? Kakashi, who had remained silent until now, finally spoke. Nodding, she tossed the item in her hand and turned to him. Indeed, this is precisely what I desired. Now it's your turn. A hint of regret lingered. While she had witnessed his remarkable physical prowess, she yearned to see the legendary Sharingan and his unique techniques. After all, Kakashi Hatake, who had replicated over 1,000 ninjutsu, was truly exceptional, was he not? Yet this time, due to the smoothness of their operation, she had not even glimpsed his Raikiri. If Qinshui claimed she felt no disappointment, it would be a blatant falsehood. Are you not planning to release me? Zhou Luoho too exclaimed, thrashing in protest. I only ever stated my objective was the data. I never claimed we were involved. Shallow Snow turned her head, smiling at him, and remarked, moreover, I never promised that obtaining the item would guarantee your release, did I? Zhu Liaoho too was so enraged that he nearly choked. Furthermore, you seem to have overlooked a crucial point. Dear uncle, Shallow Snow said, playfully waving her finger. My lack of acceptance of the bounty mission does not imply that others have not taken it up. More importantly, I do not recall ever claiming to be a ninja of Konoha. Was it not his own misguided assumption that they were allies simply because he saw Kakashi clad in dark attire and the garb of the Yambu? After speaking, she disregarded the furious expression on Zhu Liaoho too's face and turned her attention to Kakashi. Now it's your turn. As long as the needle remains embedded in his body, this fellow is rendered immobile. You may do as you please. How dare you underestimate me? Zhu Liaoho too seemed to have resolved to risk everything. Employing an unknown technique, his entire body suddenly swelled, and a visible dark chakra erupted around him, forcing the needles Shallow Snow had pierced into him to be expelled. This is bad. Shallow Snow's expression shifted, but she was pushed back by the overwhelming chakra, losing the opportune moment to subdue him. Seizing the chance, Zhu Liaoho too immediately fled deeper into the forest. Although this method allowed him to amass vast amounts of chakra in a short time, the repercussions were severe, making it imperative for him to escape swiftly. As for the intelligence, Zhu Liaoho too smirked enigmatically as he hastened away. That depends on whether that fellow has the life to pursue it. Shallow Snow clenched her teeth. The duck she had nearly caught had flown away, a significant blow to her. How careless. She had assumed no one could break her needle technique. Just as she was about to pursue him, a piercing sound suddenly erupted behind her, reminiscent of 1,000 birds gathering in a cacophony, causing her to instinctively furrow her brow and turn around. What she beheld left her momentarily stunned. The jarring noise, along with a hand crackling with flashes of lightning and the vivid blue chakra, was almost blinding. The dazzling blue light flickered, nearly obscuring her vision, and simultaneously illuminated Kakashi's fox mask, casting an interplay of shadows that felt surreal. Kakashi's unique technique, known as the lightning cutter, was classified as a secret high-level jutsu. Before she could fully comprehend the situation, Kakashi darted past her in a flash of electricity, leaving only the lingering echoes of the piercing noise in the air. How fast? Shallow Snow stared in astonishment as Kakashi vanished into the depths of the forest. So this is the power of a jonin. The disparity is truly vast. Hatake Kakashi, indeed a prodigious ninja of Konoha. I find myself utterly unable to catch up. Having enjoyed a few minor victories, I had begun to pride myself. But now it appears I have no means to surpass him. After a moment, she watched Kakashi emerge from the woods, carrying a bloodied head. And bitter reflections filled her mind. The overwhelming stench of blood suffocated the air, causing Qinshui to momentarily believe she had returned to the past. Recalling the harrowing experience of inadvertently entering the laboratory, a memory that often left her trembling in terror upon awakening at midnight. Although the images she once beheld had begun to fade with the passage of time, the sanguine odor remained unchanged. After a prolonged silence, Chinchua finally heard her own voice. Parched to the extreme, "I apologize." Kakashi, who was approaching her, paused to glance her way before silently continuing onward, retracing his steps. Yet, Chinchua understood that as he passed, he had left her with a parting remark. "As a ninja, you still have much to learn." His tone was faint, yet unmistakably laced with reproach and a hint of pride. Chinchua's hands, which had been hanging limply at her sides, instinctively clenched into fists, humiliated. Yet she recognized it as a consequence of her own short-sightedness. She had been careless in the end. This was a lesson she deserved. Therefore, she remained silent and motionless, determined to remember this lesson forever, for repeating such a mistake could very well cost her and by their lives. Thus began, in an odd fashion, the first collaboration with Kakashi, only to conclude abruptly. Chinchua did not open the scroll to inspect its contents. Instead, she hurriedly made her way towards the hidden mist village. However, as she ran, she suddenly felt her body becoming unresponsive. Looking down at her hands, she discovered that her palms had turned an inky black. The scroll was poisoned. This was her immediate reaction. Then came a bitter smile. What good was this knowledge now? Who would have thought that a moment of carelessness would lead to such a punishment? Her body began to numb, and Chinchua collapsed helplessly in the woods. How ironic it was, to be outmaneuvered, yet unaware of who the true victor was. Was she to perish like this? She had intended to protect Bai, yet it seemed she was the one dragging him down. A profound unwillingness filled her heart. In the last fleeting moment of consciousness, she perceived a vague shadow leaning over her, accompanied by a soft sound of surprise. Chapter 13. The fiery sun gradually descended beyond the horizon, painting the clouds in shades of fluctuating red. From the initial dazzling gold red to the final dim gray red, the transition from brilliance to melancholy is an immutable law of nature. Humans often strive to defy such natural laws. Yet how can they comprehend that the forces of nature are beyond their control? Leaning silently by the window, Itachi Uchiha observed the sky that had just completed its transformation from dusk to night. The evening breeze rustled through the trees, now darkened by the waning light, producing a whispering sound accompanied by an eerie and hollow wail, reminiscent of a dirge. What, one might wonder, is being mourned by this lament? Is this a family already beginning to decay? A fleeting glimmer of derision flickered in Itachi's eyes, transforming from an initial, thunderstruck brilliance to a subdued calmness, concealed within his dark gaze. This serene expression, warm yet deceptive, veiled all genuine turbulence, rendering him lifeless. He was heralded as a rare prodigy of the Uchiha clan, having graduated from the ninja academy at the tender age of 7. With the approval of his father, he was granted a year of freedom, after which he would be compelled to serve in the Yambu, striving to procure greater glory for the Uchiha name. "You are the pride of the Uchiha clan," proclaimed the elders in commendation. Yet, who truly comprehended the immense toil he endured for such praise? Success was deemed a foregone conclusion, attributed solely to his prodigious title. All his labor and sweat were obscured beneath the halo of genius. Every moment demanded vigilance, devoid of companionship, as all those around him were rivals, even his closest cousin. Shursui, the burden of failure was intolerable. Beneath the clan's radiance, his personal sentiments had been utterly eradicated. He possessed no right to his own emotions, for he was merely the glory of the Uchiha clan. Swallowing a sigh, Itachi shook his head and glanced at the now deep blue sky before illuminating the room. The dim interior instantly brightened, the air infused with a faint medicinal aroma mingled with a subtle metallic scent, creating an indescribably peculiar atmosphere. His final task during this year of supposed freedom involved escorting a client for a month, ensuring their safety while gathering herbs, with the duration subject to change based on circumstances. Throughout the assignment, he was bound to execute any commands from the client, provided they did not contravene fundamental principles. This was the last mission he would undertake during his allotted time, perhaps explaining the unwarranted fluctuations in his mood. A soft groan emanated from the bed, heralding the awakening of the individual he had rescued days prior. "Itachi-kun, I care not for any ninja regulations. Having saved him, he is now my patient. I command you, as his elder sister, to take good care of him. Otherwise, I shall demand additional compensation." The client's fierce visage resurfaced in his mind, perhaps named Suki Satin, who had persistently bossed him around, taking advantage of her 4-year seniority. Nevertheless, it must be acknowledged that her alertness was commendable, despite being poisoned. She still managed to gather strength for a counterattack under such dire circumstances. "This place is quite secure." Noticing that the person on the bed, though eyes closed, had adjusted into a defensive posture, ready to strike, Itachi spoke calmly while retrieving the medicine bowl from the table. Suddenly, the figure on the bed stiffened. promptly opening their eyes and bolting upright, fixing a hard stare upon him. Such beautiful eyes, Itachi inwardly marveled. They were not the commonplace shades of crimson blue or aquamarine, but rather a pristine hue that seemed incapable of harboring any impurities, akin to the delicate, glimmering blue of thin ice reflecting a clear sky. This rare and extraordinary color was pure and unblemished. Yet why? Why did those eyes, gazing at him, convey a sense of excitement, disbelief, and even a hint of dazed confusion? Perhaps it was due to the lingering haze of consciousness, for a thin veil of mist clouded those eyes, bestowing upon them a peculiar beauty. Merely those eyes alone were enough to evoke admiration, not to mention the striking visage they accompanied, which had left him momentarily stunned upon first glance. It was no wonder that this individual wore a mask. The figure parted their lips, yet no sound emerged. Soon after, those silver blue eyes fluttered shut once more, the body collapsing weakly as if the previous exertion had drained all their strength. Itachi furrowed his brow and stepped forward to support the figure, discovering that they had merely succumbed to fatigue and had drifted back into slumber, even in unconsciousness. The person's lips continued to move, producing a hoarse, stilted sound that took a considerable time to traverse the air and reach the listener's ears. Though faint, Itachi's exceptional hearing discerned the utterance. "Mikazuki, I'm sorry. Forgive me." Accompanying this repetitive, almost delirious murmur were crystalline tears that slowly slipped from the corners of their eyes. They meandered down the cheek, ultimately falling onto the back of Itachi's hand resting on their shoulder. He withdrew his hand, allowing the individual to lie back upon the bed, and then he gently licked away the tear. It was cold, imbued with a taste of bitterness and despair. Yet, why did he find those tears so beautiful? Itachi glanced at the other hand, where Tsukiyuki had instructed him to administer medicine to this person upon their awakening. However, a dilemma arose. Casting another glance at the individual now completely ensconced in unconsciousness, Itachi pondered with a slight headache. What should be done with the medicine? Were they still not awake? Tsukiyuki entered the room, reeking of herbal scents. "They have awakened. The medicine has been administered," he replied, standing motionless by the window. In truth, he was reluctant to approach this client within a 5-meter radius, as he feared that any closer proximity would test even his remarkable self-restraint and compel him to take action against this individual. Upon their first encounter, the girl had clung to him, probing and prodding for an extended period until he nearly succumbed to the urge to draw his shuriken. Although her rationale was to assess his physical condition, he regarded it with the utmost skepticism. The reason? As the man approached the bedside, uttering words about inspecting the fundamental condition, the transparent liquid resembling drool that hung from the corner of her mouth seemed poised to drop. No. Suddenly sensing movement from the person on the bed, before Yao could advance, the individual had swiftly turned, pinning Yu Duanfei before him. A glimmer of crystalline light flickering between his fingers, pressed against her neck, his silver blue eyes still veiled in a haze of drowsiness. Wasn't this person's weapon already disarmed? Where did that flying needle originate? "Who are you?" The voice was cool yet tinged with youthful innocence, raspy and dry. However, judging by the current state, this was merely an instinctual response of vigilance. True awareness had not yet fully emerged. "Just instinct. I am the one who saved you. We have met before, have we not? I merely wish to examine your health, if you would kindly." Upon feeling the sharpness of the object piercing her skin, Yu Duanfei wisely fell silent. In this vast world, one's life is paramount. "It is quite safe here. You may temporarily relax," Yao stated, retracting his aura of menace. His voice calm. His gaze swept over her cascading black hair, which only accentuated her delicate and graceful appearance. The moment he spoke, her previously tense body began to ease, and as she turned her silver blue eyes toward him, the fog deepened, as if she were speaking in a dream. "Mushi, are you also here? How wonderful." After uttering the final word, her body slumped once more, clearly indicating that her previous actions were merely a primal response to an unknown threat. Once assured of her safety and with her nerves unwinding, the oppressive fatigue surged back, overtaking her once more. The released Yu Duanfei blinked, seemingly struggling to comprehend the events that had transpired. Yao frowned, suddenly throwing a shuriken toward the thicket outside the window. "Who is there? Show yourself." Xiao Di awkwardly leaped from her hidden perch among the treetops, just as the shuriken whistled past her cheek. Had she not evaded in time, the shuriken would have struck perilously close to her throat, barely a centimeter away. The terrifying precision and force were shocking. She had merely swayed slightly, causing a rustle among the leaves, and yet she had been discovered. Cold sweat trickled down Xiao Di's spine. Alas, had I known, I would have tempered my curiosity. Had it not been for my fortuitous encounter with a girl possessing an exceptionally rare mane of green hair, whose presence was accompanied by a familiar fragrance intermingled with the scent of medicine, I would not have stealthily followed her. It is truly vexing that after finally extricating myself from the clutches of Xiao AI, I managed to gain the privilege of undertaking missions alone, only to falter at the last moment. Standing firmly on the ground, Xiao Di straightened her posture, fixing her gaze upon the boy who had leaped from the window. His brilliant amber eyes narrowed slightly, and her muscles involuntarily quivered, for he had already begun to lock onto her with an imposing aura. Indeed, a formidable presence. She recalled him as a genius from the Uchiha clan, did she not? Her eyelids lowered slightly, concealing the complex emotions that flickered within her amber gaze. Humph, what is genius but a superficial facade in the eyes of outsiders? The only true genius, she acknowledged, would forever remain that one individual, even if she could never behold him again. Yet, Xiao Di also admitted that apart from Shui, this was the first time someone had stirred her combat instincts. While both Shui and the boy before her could only be described as strong, she could distinctly perceive the differences between them. If Shui was akin to a tranquil sea, then this boy was like a shadowy night sky. Though they appeared similarly reserved, their essences were fundamentally different. Beneath the seemingly calm exterior of both lay a ferocious power capable of engulfing anyone. This outing was merely intended for a leisurely respite, a simple task of relaying a message. Initially, she found herself bored due to the lack of worthwhile battles, yet unexpectedly, she had encountered such a formidable adversary. Was this Uchiha Itachi from the Leaf Village? She could hardly believe that he surpassed her brother, Tongue. What is your purpose? Itachi inquired, regarding the visibly younger red-haired ninja before him with a calm demeanor. Was it an illusion? That fiery red hair seemed familiar from somewhere. It was surprising to see a ninja from another village embroiled in this affair. Although it remained unclear whom this ninja was targeting, judging by her current combat-ready stance. It seemed inevitable that a confrontation would ensue today. Yet, did he fear anyone? Narrowing his eyes slightly, Itachi assessed the situation with calm pride. His confidence, rooted in the formidable strength recognized by many, did not compel him to rush into an attack. Instead, he stood still, coolly scrutinizing this opponent now labeled as an enemy. The strength of a ninja cannot be gauged solely by age. The ability to accurately assess an opponent's power without being swayed by subjective perceptions is an essential skill for a mature ninja. He is now assessing the strength of his opponent, arriving at a conclusion that he holds the advantage. Thus, he remains unhurried, waiting for the other's actions to ascertain how he can achieve victory with minimal expenditure. How vexing. She is precisely the type of person who thrives on calculation. Xiao Di bit her lip, hesitated momentarily, and then, unable to restrain herself, launched an attack. She leaped forward, swiftly forming hand seals. One hand immediately coalesced a small, vibrating air blade, while the other wielded a kunai, slicing rapidly towards the person before her. Wind release, wind blade. Itachi hardly moved, effortlessly blocking Xiao Di's kunai with one hand, while simultaneously using the other to accurately strike her wrist, causing her wind blade to go astray. Infuriating. Her indomitable spirit compelled Xiao Di to execute a backflip, despite her dislocated arms being forced into painful positions with a cracking sound. In that same moment, Itachi had to momentarily relinquish his grip and step back slightly to evade her swift downward kick. Emotionless, Xiao Di used the momentum of her backflip to retreat a certain distance, colliding with a small tree in the courtyard. With a crack, her dislocated shoulder returned to its rightful place. She remained silent, using her now healed hand to realign her other arm, then casting her gaze once more at the nearly motionless Itachi. She despised the feeling of being toyed with, as if she were insignificant in his eyes. Narrowing her eyes, her amber gaze sparkled with intensity, subtly shifting towards a golden red hue. Though she felt a deep sense of frustration, she acknowledged that this person's strength surpassed her initial estimations, yet she refused to believe he could rival her brother, Tenjin. Though their skirmish was brief, she could discern that his attacks were perfectly measured, expending no unnecessary effort or energy, as if everything unfolded precisely as he anticipated. How infuriating. She had thought that encountering a peculiar talent like Yuki was already astonishing, yet here emerged another of comparable caliber. Was fate determined to shatter her confidence completely? Damn it. However, she would never concede defeat. In the name of what she cherished most, Honglian Tenjin, what is your objective? Itachi regarded the fervent Xiao Di before him and spoke once more. He wished to avoid unnecessary conflict. It was best to circumvent battles among ninjas whenever possible. Moreover, he sensed no malice emanating from this red-haired ninja. Yet, it appeared that his inquiry was met with utter silence. A troublesome predicament. Nevertheless, it seemed the only way to uncover the truth was to engage with this individual's armed might. Having resolved his course of action, Itachi wasted no time, launching into an immediate assault. This is bad. His speed is astonishing. Sensing an impending danger, Xiao Di swiftly turned to retreat, gripping the dagger that had slipped from her sleeve, aiming for Itachi's throat. Yet, midway through her strike, an irresistible force struck her abdomen, propelling her backward. Had she not instinctively tightened her grip at that moment, the dagger would have likely slipped from her hand, clattering to the ground. Coughing lightly, Xiao Di tasted a metallic sweetness in her throat, the excruciating pain radiating from her abdomen nearly inducing a wave of nausea. How infuriatingly brutal. Gritting her teeth, she stifled the urge to vomit, forming a hand seal as she gazed at Itachi, who was charging towards her. Even in her severely wounded state, she vowed that this fiend would not escape unscathed. Activating her bloodline limit to control fire, her blood began to coalesce in her throat, compressed by her own chakra. However, to the untrained eye, she appeared utterly defeated from the blow. Just as Itachi reached her, delivering a swift chop towards her neck, Xiao Di suddenly opened her mouth, unleashing the flames that had been compressed within. The blood, now turned to mist, erupted forth, igniting into a blaze. The chilling air was instantaneously heated, causing friction. The outcome of such a phenomenon was undeniably clear, a small-scale explosion, one from which neither of them could evade. Yet, just as Xiao Di was about to ignite her blood with the bloodline limit, a wall of water materialized between them, absorbing the mist she had expelled, rendering it useless. Both explosion and combustion required two essential conditions: the purity of the blood and air, neither of which could be met within the confines of the water wall. Water release, water barrier. Stop. A soft, yet assured voice resonated from the window, tinged with a husky timbre. That voice. Startled, Xiao Di turned her head, her amber pupils contracting sharply. Shue? What are you doing here? At the window, the one who should have still been unconscious in bed was propped up, watching the two in the courtyard. Her silver blue eyes sparkled with a mesmerizing brilliance, yet her pallid cheeks and lips betrayed her dire physical condition. Xiao Di, you've acted recklessly again. The tone was gentle yet entirely resolute, causing Xiao Di to lower her head in shame. There was little she could do. Her fiery temperament, compounded by a prolonged period of melancholy, had led her to this impulsive folly. As Xiao Di prepared to respond, Qian Shui groaned softly, her hand slipping from the window frame, her entire body teetering perilously outward. Shui! Xiao Di gasped in astonishment, her intention to step forward thwarted by a sudden discomfort in her abdomen, forcing her to halt reluctantly. She watched as the instigator of her injuries executed a swift maneuver, catching the falling body of Qian Shui just before it hit the ground. Could it be that this individual had unleashed that advanced ninjutsu? How could such a frail physique summon the chakra necessary for such techniques? Was it merely an illusion? Itachi blinked, slightly puzzled. It seemed he had caught a glimpse of this person's eyes turning dark brown before they closed. He was well aware of the earlier situation. The red-haired girl had spewed forth a mist of blood with a clear intention behind it. It was likely some sort of technique, and if allowed to succeed, it would result in mutual destruction. In a sense, he owed this individual a debt of gratitude. Was this person truly so naive as to strain themselves to wield ninjutsu merely to prevent further casualties? Itachi furrowed his brow, gazing at the nearly weightless Qian Shui in his arms, perplexed by the subtle tremor of emotion stirring within him. Perhaps it was best to return her to bed. Her sudden rise from it had shocked him. It wasn't he until this moment that Yu Duanfei rushed out of the room. Is Shui all right? Xiao Di bit her lip, finally swallowing her pride to call out to Yu Duanfei, who was about to follow Itachi inside, whispering her inquiry. It's nothing serious. He was recently poisoned quite severely and is currently weakened and in need of recuperation. A period of rest will suffice, Yu Duanfei explained. She had been startled when she discovered him at the border. Had she arrived even a moment later, it might have been too late for salvation. That's a relief. Xiao Di sighed with relief. Despite being consistently outmaneuvered by Shui in both strategy and ninjutsu, she could find no resentment toward her. Rather, upon witnessing her injury, she felt worry and fear. Perhaps it was because Shui's gentle aura bore a striking resemblance to that of her brother, Tong, whom she would never see again. In her subconscious, she might have already begun to view Shui as a substitute for Tong. As Xiao Di relaxed her taut nerves, a wave of dizziness washed over her, accompanied by a dull ache in her abdomen and a sharp pain in her throat from the accumulation of chakra compressing her blood. Damn, why now? Are you all right? Hey, Itachi. Yu Duanfei looked on helplessly as a trickle of crimson seeped from the corner of Xiao Di's lips. She was too far away to reach her. No way. Is she going to collapse too? Just as Itachi placed Qian Shui gently onto the bed, he heard Yu Duanfei's voice. Glancing out the window, he saw Xiao Di plummeting toward the ground, glimpsing the moonlit figure of Xianyue Fei still lingering at the doorway. Itachi surmised that he had once again been summoned due to the girl's kind-hearted impulsiveness. In a fleeting moment, he performed a body flicker technique, arriving outside the window just in time to catch the unconscious Xiao Di, pondering with a tinge of helplessness whether he was a ninja or an ambulance. Chapter 14. Sister Qianxue, with a sense of helplessness, gently shook the seemingly lifeless Qianxue, who had just appeared in his consciousness space, collapsing onto him. How could this be? Why has it come to this? He murmured, desperately calling her name. Sister Qianxue, please awaken. Do not frighten me. The warmth of her body was fading, her breaths growing faint and sporadic, like delicate threads drifting away, her pallor rendering her almost transparent. Though she wore an expression of serene slumber, an ominous premonition loomed ever stronger. Sister Qianxue, please wake up. Bai's voice began to tremble, thick with emotion. As tears blurred his vision, he sensed that if the two combatants continued their clash, someone would inevitably perish. It was merely his desire to prevent death from occurring before his eyes that compelled him to implore Sister Qianxue to intervene and save the two outside. In truth, Sister Qianxue had indeed intervened, yet why had she suddenly fallen into this state? She had been perfectly fine before she stepped outside. Was it his fault? Clutching her cold body, Bai trembled, futilely calling her name again and again. Sister Qianxue, please awaken. Why would she not respond? Why did she no longer smile at him, inquiring about his troubles as she used to? Why did she lie there with her eyes closed? Her presence so faint it felt as if she could vanish from his embrace at any moment? Was it now the case that even Sister Qianxue would leave him? He could not bear it. He did not wish for Sister Qianxue to fade away like this. He longed to see her smile at him once more, to help him with the dilemmas he could not resolve, always gazing at him with unfaltering kindness. The warmth of being with Sister Qianxue enveloped him, akin to her gentle smile, radiating a soft, heartwarming light. Such a feeling he selfishly wished to hoard, not wanting to lose it so easily. Yet, as her body grew colder, Bai desperately endeavored to warm her with his own heat, continuing to call her name. No matter what, he could not bear to lose Sister Qianxue. Was there no one who could assist him? Truly, the situation remained unchanged, as if time had stood still. A pristine, unique sound, devoid of impurities, resonated with a quality akin to glass, albeit faint, yet it compelled Bai to lift his gaze. It's you. The inky black hair, cascading down to her waist, shimmered with a ghostly azure hue, as if imbued with a life of its own. Her elegantly arched eyebrows, reminiscent of willow leaves, were partially concealed beneath wispy bangs, while her eyes, pale violet and crystalline like the finest amethyst, exuded an air of transparency and clarity. Below a straight nose, her rose-tinted lips were pressed tightly together, and her porcelain skin, smooth as jade, combined with her tall and slender figure, created a striking presence that captivated everyone's attention. Merely standing there, she emanated an undeniable aura that compelled others to yield to her will. This girl was none other than the one who had previously entrusted him with the care of Sister Qianxue. It's me, surprised? She smiled gently, then turned her gaze to the Qianxue cradled in his arms, her expression dimming slightly as she sighed. This foolish girl, pushing herself again. With a slight lift of her hand, Qianxue floated effortlessly before her. Is Sister Qianxue all right? She asked, her voice laced with concern. For reasons unknown. Every time he encountered this girl, a wave of dread washed over him, nearly causing his spirit to falter. How could she possibly be fine? The girl rolled her eyes, and from her back unfurled a pair of resplendent wings, enveloping herself and Qianxue in a cocoon of vibrant colors. He felt a bit at a loss. While he understood the meaning of the phrase soul-scattering, he could not fathom why the situation had escalated so dramatically. I truly do not comprehend what is so remarkable about a little spirit like you, he mused. Once again, the familiar voice echoed in his ears. He turned in astonishment, only to find the same girl had reappeared behind him. Blinking in confusion, he glanced between the glowing orb and the girl before him, struggling to grasp the situation. Was this some form of shadow clone technique? But this was not the realm of consciousness, where ninjutsu could be employed. What then was transpiring before him? Surely, you need not be astonished. In your world, I am capable of anything, she said, as if understanding his thoughts. Did I not mention this before? I created this world for her. She pointed to the orb of light, enveloped by the vibrant wings. I understand, he replied, biting his lip. You told me that our Mizuki clan was born for Sister Qianxue. Yes, but it is not that simple, she said, her eyes twinkling mischievously as a smile graced her lips. The lightning you spoke of, it was Sister Qianxue who, after my reincarnation, voluntarily chose to enter the soul pool to atone for her self-exile. After regaining my full powers, I attempted to find her. But she insisted that the cloaking seal placed upon her by that ancient wretch was too formidable. I spent a considerable amount of time in vain. Coincidentally, during that period, I encountered another friend who requested that I create another world, which consumed a considerable amount of time. It seems that due to a recollection of her past companions, a hint of nostalgia and affection appeared on her face. I remained silent, utterly bewildered by the girl's words, as they were far too astonishing for him to comprehend. Yet, he acknowledged that even a fragment of understanding brought him a shock that was no less profound than the moment she abruptly invaded his dreams, asserting with unwavering resolve that she intended to house a soul within him. He found himself unable to voice his thoughts, as the sense of pressure emanating from the girl was overwhelming, even though she did nothing more than stand there in an utterly ordinary manner. Articulating her intentions with an unremarkable tone, he could only remain there, dazed and passive, unable to take any action. At the age of youth, he could claim he was still small and lacked the strength to resist. However, after nearly 2 years of arduous training, he believed he had grown stronger. Yet, in the presence of this girl, nothing seemed to change. Rather, understanding the disparity of their powers made the situation even more dire. Was Sister Chinchua the companion she sought? Would he truly never be able to catch up to her? I bit his lip, feeling a tinge of unwillingness. He did not wish to remain eternally in Sister Chinchua's shadow. He longed to stand beside her as an equal. But I digress. The girl seemed to realize she had strayed off topic and hurriedly redirected the conversation. You of the Mizuki clan were created using my original body as a model. However, I did not anticipate that your abilities would undergo mutation over time. The entire Mizuki lineage now possesses only the power to manipulate water. Though you have further developed the ability to control ice, the initial lightning manipulation bestowed upon you has seemingly vanished. Quite a conundrum. I managed a wry smile, pondering what he could possibly say in response. In the presence of this girl, he felt as though she had seen right through him. I initially intended to annihilate the entire Mizuki clan and recreate it anew. This would allow everything to revert to its original design, preparing a flawless vessel for Dien. The girl spoke with an air of nonchalance. Why? I could no longer contain himself. Her utterly indifferent attitude towards the sanctity of life sent him into a frenzy. How can you so casually speak of extinguishing lives? The feeling was akin to being viewed as less than human, akin to mere insects in her eyes. It was deeply unsettling. What did she regard human life as? A mere plaything? Of course, it is, she replied with a disdainful smirk. Without any visible movement. I felt a constriction around his throat, a suffocating sensation that caused his youthful face to flush crimson as he struggled desperately for breath. Do you sense it now? You and I exist on entirely different planes. The girl released her hold on by, her tone tranquil, even tinged with a hint of pity. Coughing and gasping for breath, I was drenched in cold sweat. In comparison to this girl, his strength seemed utterly insignificant, rendering him no more than a speck of dust in the air. Moreover, this world, after all, was a creation of my own making. Erasing those tribes that do not align with my desires is my prerogative, is it not? The girl spoke with a calmness that belied the gravity of her words, as though discussing the weather. To you, I am a deity, an exalted entity forever beyond your reach. To illustrate, you are merely my playthings, mere toys engaged in a pastime born of ennui. Had I not resolved to obliterate the Mizuki clan and fortuitously discovered a soul on the brink of vanishing, do you truly believe you would have survived to this moment? Do not forget who sealed your abilities, you Navi little fool. Bai, rigid with shock, found himself at a loss for how to respond. The girl cast another glance at the still egg-shaped shallow snow, curling her lip in disdain. I simply did not anticipate that Den would protect you so fiercely. I even went so far as to create a parallel projection of her most cherished person from that time, granting him life and allowing them to meet. I never imagined this fool would be you, almost thwarting my efforts. The effort she expended to create this projection was considerable. Even Lou assumed it was a genuine life form. In any case, the Dusk has no intention of allowing them to meet for the time being. She has utterly squandered Den's affections, forfeiting her right to bring Den happiness. Were it not for the loathsome laws and the principle of causality she is compelled to adhere to, she would have restored Den's memories and crafted a companion most suited to her desires. Nevertheless, Den chose the cyclical path of the Mobius ring, allowing her spiritual imprint to gradually dissipate with each reincarnation. If, in this life as shallow snow, she fails to recognize her, it is likely that in the next, Den will vanish from existence without a trace. Den, do you truly wish to forsake life? The girl's tone was laden with disappointment, yet Bai wisely opted for silence. She approached him, her movements flirtatious, yet retaining an air of elegance as she lifted his chin to scrutinize his face. Your appearance bears an uncanny resemblance to Den's from long ago. You should be grateful for this coincidence. Otherwise, I would not have chosen you. However, you are merely a naive fool with superficial similarities. The biting sarcasm flowed from her lips without mercy. You possess none of Den's wisdom or calmness, nor her gentle attentiveness. You have shrunk into your shell over a trifling wound, naively believing that one can survive in this world without resorting to violence. Faced with difficulties, you rely solely on Den to resolve them, leaving me perplexed as to why she would choose you as her charge. I do not, bi-weekly protested, his argument lacking conviction. Never mind, the course of action is ultimately Electric's decision. This fellow has been like this from the very beginning. Once she sets her mind on something, no one can sway her. The girl sighed in exasperation, shrugging her shoulders. Though it was a complaint, one could still discern her protective sentiment towards Shallow Snow. Yet, this fool, fully aware of her weakened state due to poisoning, still insisted on converting her soul energy into chakra, a method that is undeniably tantamount to self-destruction. At least Ing had the sense to utilize the power of the initial crystal shards to wrestle against Sorrel's strength, while this imbecile was depleting her own life force. Had I not sensed something amiss and rushed over, she would have been lost to the void. Perhaps she has grown weary of the world, this wretched state of affairs. As I continued, my voice turned into a low growl. Chakra, the force transformed from mental energy, resides within the cells of the body. Bai's complexion grew somber. He understood all too well that Shallow Snow's current predicament was entirely his fault. Had he not implored her to save lives, she would never have forced herself to employ chakra-consuming jutsu. Extracting chakra from a body devoid of it comes at an exorbitant cost. Why? Why must it be this way? If he had informed his unoccupied self that there was no chakra left in her body, he would have never made such a request. To indulge her like this is unbearable. Even if he harbored no desire to take a life, he would rather suffer the injury himself than see Shallow Snow come to harm. The ability of spiritual vision truly is a nuisance. Everything one wishes to avoid rushes forth unbidden. The girl scratched her cheek, displaying her displeasure. It dawned on me why Electric seeks to protect you. It's astonishing that in this era, someone like you still exists. Bai, you are so pure that it almost invites contamination. Perhaps casting you into a dive that would be a fitting choice. What? Bai blinked, somewhat bewildered by the situation. Enough, enough. How she chooses to act is Electric's prerogative. It was rare for me to utilize provocation to help her solidify her goals, only for her to decide upon such a troublesome course of action. Muttering as if in resignation, the girl glanced at Bai again. But what good does this do? Even if you preserve white silk at its best, it will inevitably yellow and fade with the passage of time. At that moment, the radiant glow of the multicolored orb began to dim, its wings parting to reveal the still unconscious Shallow Snow within. Then, the girl who had embraced Shallow Snow vanished into thin air. The girl approached to examine Shallow Snow's condition, then turned to Bai. Watermoon's lad, shall we make a deal? Bai was somewhat at a loss for understanding. This world is of my own making, the girl stated calmly, but I too must adhere to certain rules. Since the moment this world was completed, I have lost control over some of its aspects. I can annihilate a whole race at will, yet I am unable to alter a predetermined fate. Once the world took shape, it was seized and orchestrated by those three wretched old men of power and resources. What do you wish to convey? A transaction. The girl smiled. Self-satisfied and cunning as a fox, it was merely a transaction. Just as I once sealed your abilities in exchange for allowing electricity to rest within your consciousness. After a moment of silence, Bai gazed at the girl and spoke. What is it? Perhaps this girl truly is a deity, as she claims. Even if you were to defy her, she would ultimately acquiesce, wouldn't she? I offer you a chance at rebirth. A rebirth you desire. The girl tilted her head slightly, observing Bai. But conversely, I have a request. Rebirth? Could he live like an ordinary person? Would he be free from the burdens of his bloodline? What is your request? Suppressing his inner excitement, Bai took a deep breath and inquired. You are aware of your lifespan, are you not? The girl stated matter-of-factly. If you did not ere that time, I shall not live beyond the age of 18. Bai hesitated, his expression tinged with melancholy. He recalled that the first words this girl uttered upon appearing before him were to inform him that his life would end at the threshold of adulthood. Indeed, I also mentioned that afterward, I would enable electricity to revive through your body. The girl continued nonchalantly. Bai's countenance darkened. Yet, who would harbor fondness for such topics? Now, I must assign you a task. The girl's demeanor shifted to one of utmost seriousness. I need you, over these nearly 10 years, to find a goal for electricity. Bai was momentarily taken aback, struggling to comprehend. A goal. The girl's gaze towards Qianxue softened, filled with helplessness and affection. Electricity is stubborn yet kind-hearted. If you were to perish, she would be engulfed in guilt and sorrow. If I am not mistaken, this individual is currently devising ways to alter your fate. This individual, now plagued by a profound disdain for the world, likely harbors the thought that even in death, she must ensure by continues to live. Even if she dreams of them surviving together, when faced with the final moment, she could easily sacrifice her own life. This has been her nature since time immemorial. I was utterly astonished. Electricity, for those she recognizes, has always been willing to offer her very heart. Yet, she conceals her affections subtly. If she chooses not to speak, no one would ever know. The girl's expression dimmed momentarily. I can sense that you are exceedingly important to her now. To avert your demise, electricity would undoubtedly go to any lengths. However, the principle of equivalent exchange remains the fundamental law of this realm, a rule even she, with her chaotic powers, must abide by. Should electricity forcibly alter Bai's destiny, the price she would have to pay could be extraordinarily steep, potentially resulting in the complete obliteration of her spiritual essence. Opening his mouth, yet finding himself unable to utter a single word, Bai first discovered the profound impotence of language. Thus, I implore you to provide a purpose for Dian, one that will sustain her even in your absence. This is my request. The girl gazed at him, her pale purple eyes shimmering with brilliance. If you can fulfill this, I shall grant you the life you desire. Do you accept this proposition? Bai remained silent. After a prolonged moment, he spoke with a hint of defiance, asking, what if I refuse? He loathed the girl's unwavering certainty that he would acquiesce. Refuse? She replied with a slight smile, her light purple eyes narrowing mischievously. Well, that is splendid too. However, before that, I shall obstruct all her plans. Even if it means enduring eternal resentment from you. Once you perish, I will erase all her memories, allowing her to embrace your form. Do not presume, Water Moon's heir, that she cannot survive without you. Furthermore, Bai's throat constricted once again. He despised being threatened. It was only when he felt himself on the brink of fainting that the girl released her hold on him, stating matter-of-factly, do you think I am unaware of your little schemes? You wish to alter your fate through the likes of Tao Di and Nijan? Fate is termed as such precisely because of its irreversibility. Even possessing absolute power comes at an exorbitant cost when it comes to altering destiny. Thus, she can only guide, slightly diverting from the predetermined course of certain fates. Nevertheless, all paths lead to the same destination, even if the details deviate. The ultimate outcome may remain unchanged. She understood the principle of the butterfly effect, yet just as she could save Diane's soul, she could not alter the inevitability of her demise. In this space constructed upon a web of temporal threads, the influence of the butterfly effect remains utterly unpredictable. Coughing, Bai gasped for breath. The terrifying girl was impervious to any challenge, and she would not permit anyone to defy her will. So, will you accept? The girl observed him, her cold tones signaling that her patience was waning. Bai finally managed to suppress his cough, summoning an inexplicable strength to meet the girl's gaze, even without your demands. I will not allow her to die. Sister Shui, you are the first in this world to acknowledge the significance of my existence. I swear I will not permit you to perish before me. Remember your words and your oath. I am Shui Wuyue Bai. Seeing Bai's earnest expression, the girl's face broke into a knowing smile. Thus, the contract was established. A gentle cascade of multicolored light emanated from the girl, merging into Bai's being. Take care of Dian. Should anything happen to her, I would not hesitate to let the entire world mourn her. Accompanied by what could be deemed both a declaration and a statement of fact, the girl's figure gradually blurred and faded away. At that very moment, Qianxue emitted a faint, indistinct moan, indicating that she was beginning to awaken. Sister Qianxue, you are awake? Bai approached with joy. Bai? Qianxue struggled to open her eyes, offering Bai a familiar smile before quickly succumbing to sleep once more. Bai cradled Qianxue's body, sitting there quietly without moving. Sister Qianxue is all right. How wonderful. Yet, he longed to leverage his own strength to ensure her survival. What a predicament this was. He stretched lazily, placing the crystal orb down. The once vibrant orb, shimmering with 7 colors, had now dimmed entirely without Yi's power to sustain it. It seems that your presence in this world lacks luster. The gray-haired man standing beside her opened his sharp, black, eagle-like eyes, a faint smile gracing his handsome face. As long as Dian can survive, I am willing to accept being the antagonist. After all, I have never cared about others' evaluations, have I? He chuckled, leaning against the man. Speaking of which, Dian's allure remains as captivating as ever. It is evident that that boy from the Mizuki family is quite anxious about her. Are you still going to make that request of him? Better safe than sorry. He laughed. As long as those I care for can find happiness, I will go to any lengths for it. All my current arrangements are solely to ensure Diane's joy. As for the troubles of others, what relevance do they hold for me? You, the man said with a mix of exasperation and affection. Is it truly acceptable for you to be misunderstood by Diane in this manner? During their meeting, he could sense that Diane, having lost all her previous memories, harbored a considerable disdain for E. That meeting was intentional. After all, I know Diane's personality best. Provoking her is the most effective approach. Did you not notice how she, who had been so withdrawn, began to share her body with Bai after our encounter? He smiled triumphantly. I am quite curious to see her expression when she recollects her past and encounters me again. The gray-haired youth looked at E, who was laughing unabashedly, with a hint of speechlessness, letting out a resigned sigh. E, you truly are the epitome of willfulness and mischief. I am indeed a selfish person. E replied with a carefree smile, gazing at the dim crystal orb. Diane, I have done everything I can for you. The rest is up to you. To my cherished friends, I hope you all find happiness. Chapter 15. The gentle chirping of birds, accompanied by the delicate sounds of footsteps in the wind, heralded the dawn of a new day. Morning light graced the eyelids, casting a warm red hue, imbued with a slight touch of warmth. This was not the blinding glare of harsh light, but rather a gift from nature. With closed eyes, she keenly sensed the temperature surrounding her skin, accompanied by the gentle caress of the morning breeze. The refreshing sensation enveloped her in comfort, while the faint aroma of herbs mingled with the distinct scent of aged lime from the old house. It was exceptionally quiet, save for the whispers of the wind and the delicate chirping of birds, punctuated only by the long and steady breaths that resonated in the room, not hers, but of another presence. Strangely, this brought her a sense of reassurance. Yet, something seemed amiss. Ah, the wretched moon. What experiment have you concocted this time? As she pondered, a sudden, robust roar shattered the serene tranquility of the morning. Following this was a cacophony of chaos, as the calmness of her abode dissipated in an instant, replaced by a pulsating energy that seemed to breathe life into the space. Ah, how could she have forgotten those two rascals? A slight smile curled at the corners of her lips, laced with a hint of indulgence and affection. Awake? The voice belonged to one still in the pre-adolescent phase. Yet it bore an unexpected calmness that belied his age, reminiscent of tranquil ripples on a pristine lake. She opened her eyes, squinting slightly as they adjusted to the morning light, turning toward the window from whence the voice emerged. Every cell in her body cried out in fatigue, yearning for rest. Even the minor act of turning her head elicited a painful creak from her muscles, a sensation that spread through her nerves as if she had been steeped in aged vinegar for far too long. Standing at the window was a figure who, while still a boy, exuded a composure that could easily be likened to that of a man, bathed in golden morning light. The backlight cast a long, dark silhouette, blurring the lines between light and shadow in an ethereal dance. This profile, this familiar scene, momentarily transported Chinchua back in time. It felt as if she had returned to those moments when, for various reasons, she sought to escape into slumber, only to have someone draw back the sterile curtains and let sunlight kiss her face, watching as she stirred awake. In those instances, the sunlight would always cascade upon his profile, just as it did now. She parted her lips, two syllables caught in her throat, unable to escape. Instead, they festered within, gradually transforming into a sorrow that had no outlet. I am not the twilight. Yao lightly furrowed his brow, abruptly speaking again, and gazed into those silver blue eyes that shifted from confusion and joy to a poignant self-deprecation after a fleeting moment of surprise. He despised being mistaken for another, merely a substitute for someone else. I'm sorry, you bear a striking resemblance to a friend of mine, both in voice and appearance. Chinchua offered a sheepish smile, contemplating her surroundings. This was the world of Naruto, not the one she once knew. Even though the individual before me bears a striking resemblance, they are certainly not the twilight I once knew. Outside the window, the clamor persisted incessantly. I slightly raised my body, only to wince in discomfort due to the aches that plagued me. It is indeed a fortunate circumstance that, having grown accustomed to various peculiarities through treatment, I still felt a sense of unease. I was relieved to not have emerged from this ordeal in vain. What do you wish to do? Itachi inquired as he picked up a bowl of medicine from the table and approached me. I wish to sit up. A glance at the bowl in Itachi's hands made me frown childishly at the prospect. Must I drink it? It is unbearably bitter. My relationship with medicine, especially bitter concoctions, appears to be an inescapable fate across any realm I traverse. As a ninja, I ought to be able to endure such flavors, after all. Itachi spoke with a nonchalant demeanor, gently lifting my body and positioning a pillow for me to lean against. Have you ever tasted it? I looked at him skeptically, wondering what warranted his certainty. Itachi lightly coughed and averted his gaze. Not this particular concoction, but I have observed Miss Yu using similar herbs and deduced this. A deceptive claim, I noted, for his expression suggested he had indeed tasted it. Yet, why would he sample such a potion? Despite my curiosity, I decided to feign ignorance at his raised brow, grimacing as I raised my hand to accept the bowl from him. I pondered the potential outcomes of pretending to accidentally spill it. Miss Yu has made ample provisions of this medicine. Itachi seemed to perceive my intentions and spoke calmly. If you lack the strength to hold it, do not force yourself. Miss Yu insisted that you must consume it. With my thoughts laid bare, I could only accept defeat and took the medicine from him, grimacing as I swallowed it down. My once beautiful face contorted, yet it did not diminish my allure. Rather, it added an endearing quality to my expression. How could this be so bitter? I had previously tasted the most bitter of herbal brews, yet this was unparalleled. What on earth had Miss Yu added to it? Observing my struggle as I pinched my nose to force it down, Itachi's eyes glimmered with the faintest hint of amusement. A subtle yet undeniable presence. Then, as if recalling something, he retrieved a beautifully wrapped sugar cube from his pocket. Would you like this? Thank you. I quickly accepted the sugar cube, savoring its sweetness that finally alleviated the bitterness in my mouth. However, a question lingered. How did he know I needed this? Suddenly, I recalled a comic I had read that mentioned Itachi's fondness for sweets. Unable to contain myself, I let out a soft chuckle. What is amusing? Itachi raised an eyebrow slightly. Nothing, merely that it is hard to envision you pulling sweets from your pocket, I responded with a gentle laugh. My eyes narrowing slightly as the silver blue depths sparkled, soft yet captivating. I am not particularly fond of sweets, yet it seems that some believe children must adore them, insisting on bestowing their collected treats upon me. I have no habit of wastefulness, thus I must consume them. The weasel responded with a hint of exasperation. Having grown accustomed to such reactions, Snow's response was rather mild compared to Moon Satin Fei's earlier exuberance upon seeing him produce sweets, which had elicited quite a commotion. Just as Chinchua pondered who might have bestowed those confections upon him, a thunderous noise erupted outside the window. Damn it! Curse that moon! I swear I won't rest until I've turned you into a roasted mooncake. From Chinchua's vantage point, she caught sight of Shouty, who was simultaneously forming seals and cursing fervently. Her once fair complexion was now marred by bizarre, tattoo-like patterns that spread ominously down her neck. Upon closer inspection, they were revealed to be pulsating veins. The sight transformed Shouty's previously charming visage into something grotesquely fierce. It was no wonder she was clamoring to eliminate Moon Satin Fei. Anyone else waking up to such a startling transformation would likely have crumbled under the shock. That earlier deafening crash was likely the sound of a fireball Shouty had unleashed, obliterating an old wooden railing. However, one must commend Moon Satin Fei's prowess for managing to evade her wrath for so long. Dear Shouty, it was merely an accident. Is such fury truly warranted? With a swift motion, she dodged the barrage of fireballs, her voice laced with both anger and a hint of threat. I don't care. Watch me burn off that green hair of yours today. Narrowing her eyes, Chinchua observed how Moon Satin Fei, amid her frantic evasion, still managed to protect her well-maintained blue locks from Shouty's fiery onslaught. This agility sparked a sense of admiration within Chinchua. Each time, she narrowly escaped peril, occasionally. One might say it was mere luck, but time and again, it drew her attention to the elegance of Moon Satin Fei's movements. How intriguing it was to witness such finesse in this chaotic setting. Shouldn't someone intervene? If this continued, they would likely begin dismantling the very house around them. Reclining on her pillow, Chinchua surveyed the charred and chaotic scene before her, then turned her gaze towards the stoic weasel by her side. My current task is to take care of you. His obsidian eyes betrayed no emotion, and he continued, moreover, my client is not in any immediate danger. His unwavering demeanor stirred an insatiable mischief within Chinchua. Gazing at him felt reminiscent of her youth spent with Twilight, and she found herself tempted to see if she could shatter his perpetually expressionless visage. No danger, is there? A faint smile curled on her lips as she addressed the tumult outside. Shouty, take 3 steps back, turn left, and launch an attack. Though momentarily taken aback, Shouty complied with Chinchua's instructions, stepping back 3 paces before unleashing a small fireball to the left. By a stroke of fate, the figure of Yuduan Fei was careening directly towards the fireball. How could there be no danger? Chinchua gazed at Itachi, who had dashed out the moment he sensed the impending peril, a bemused smile gracing her lips as her thoughts momentarily drifted. There was an uncanny resemblance between Uchiha Itachi and Meng Mushi. just in time to save Yu Duanfei, who was preparing to close her eyes and become a barbecue. Itachi swiftly cast a genjutsu to immobilize Xiao Di, subsequently escorting Yu Duanfei back to their room. This seemed to alleviate any concerns about their lodgings being demolished. Leaning against her pillow, Qian Shui smiled at the still frightened Yu Duanfei. Dead Moon. Our account is not settled. Show yourself. Xiao Di's furious voice echoed from outside the window. Itachi, how long does your genjutsu last? To be prudent, Yu Duanfei felt the need to ascertain how long she could rest. If all went according to plan, perhaps around 6 hours. This meant she had 6 hours of respite. Wonderful. Instantly, Yu Duanfei slumped onto the table, exasperated. That pesky Xiao Di. Did she really have to chase me like that? I'm utterly exhausted. By the way, what was up with Xiao Di's face? Casting a glance at Xiao Di, who was fixed in the courtyard outside, Qian Shui decided to inquire further. It's nothing serious, Yu Duanfei replied evasively. Last time I extracted some toxins from your body for research purposes. I used the bowl that had contained your blood without cleaning it when helping Xiao Di prepare a restorative potion yesterday. This was undoubtedly a deliberate act on her part. Casting a sympathetic glance towards Xiao Di, Qian Shui opted to shift the topic. When will those marks on her face disappear? If all went well. Yu Duanfei's gaze began to waver, probably in about a week. Dead Moon. A week. If I have to endure this face for a week, I will definitely chop you first. Xiao Di's voice thundered from outside. Miss you. You must be quite knowledgeable about potions, right? While vitality is commendable, the incessant noise was rather bothersome. For the sake of her own ears, perhaps a strategy should be devised to ensure that this pair of adversaries could coexist peacefully for a while. Being in a fragile state, it would be truly unfortunate to catch a cold due to a lack of proper lodging. Don't call me Miss You, just call me Moon. I'm only 2 years older than you. Being the elder sister, you shouldn't act so youthful. It would only invite ridicule from the younger generation. Xiao Di's words floated in from the window, prompting Qian Shui to chuckle as she observed a large red cross pulsating on Yu Duanfei's forehead. Raising an eyebrow, Qian Shui noted how Xiao Di's verbal skills had notably improved over these past few days. It was no surprise, considering that each time they clashed, the outcome was either Xiao Di being thoroughly exhausted or being thwarted by Itachi's timely intervention, leading to her defeat. Thus, she could only strive to gain the upper hand verbally. Judging by Xiao Di's current efforts, her goal seems to be the highest realm of exasperation. Never mind, yeah. Could you devise a method to alleviate the blemishes on Xiao Di's face? For a young lady, having such imperfections is ultimately undesirable. Qian Shui gazed at Yu Duanfei, a gentle smile gracing her lips. Although she had already ascertained that Yu Duanfei's actions were deliberate, after all, the preparation of potions requires meticulous attention to detail. This so-called accident had an abundance of moisture within. However, with no solid evidence at hand, it was best to refrain from confrontation. The next few days may prove challenging for Xiao Di, having incurred the resentment of a potion-savvy girl. May God, if such a being exists in this world, grant her protection. What? You wonder why Qian Shui does not intervene to mediate, but rather adopts a spectator's stance. The reason is quite simple. She is not exceptionally magnanimous. She still harbors resentment over the bitter medicines she has consumed these past few days. Regardless, if necessary, Yao will ensure Yu Duanfei's safety. Even if Xiao Di were to lash out, no unfortunate incident would transpire. Why should she expend mental energy to reconcile these two? As long as their antics do not threaten her current abode, everything else is secondary. Sometimes, observing the drama can be quite entertaining, which is particularly significant for her as she recuperates. Qian Shui is indeed very gentle. Yu Duanfei's eyes sparkled with admiration. By the way, do you have a girlfriend? A dense cloud of annoyance immediately overshadowed Qian Shui's expression. Accidentally glancing at Yao beside her, she inwardly marveled at the remarkable extent to which one could conceal their emotions. What are you talking about? I'm afraid I don't quite understand. Qian Shui responded with a smile, innocently blinking at Yu Duanfei. What is a girlfriend, dear Annie Moon? Auntie. Yu Duanfei seemed as though she had been struck by a colossal hammer, retreating to a corner to mutter and draw circles. She was merely 2 years older. Did it warrant being called auntie? Surely, she was not that old. Oh, my beloved Tofu. How innocent, charming, and pure this beautiful young boy is. I simply cannot bring myself to act. Feigning innocence was indeed the right approach. After finally comprehending Yu Duanfei's mutterings, a cold sweat trickled down Qian Shui's back. Yet, why did her words sound so familiar? Tofu, young boy, was she thinking along those lines? If so, this world would truly be fascinating. Outside, Xiao Di gazed at Qian Shui with admiration, who continued smiling as if completely oblivious to any missteps in her words. How impressive. This is the pinnacle of sharp-tongued wit. The other party is internally troubled, yet cannot express their anger. Qinshue's brilliance is evident. It seems I must continue to strive for improvement. Meanwhile, Yao turned his face away, diligently pretending to have seen and heard nothing. However, from the dense black lines at the back of his head, comparable to the delicate snow, and the slightly trembling shoulders, it is perhaps best to feign ignorance for the sake of self-preservation. The ensuing days continued at a languid, yet fiery pace. Although the medicine provided by Yu Duanfei was exceedingly bitter, its effects were undeniably remarkable. At least, this was the case for Qian Shui within a few days. She had managed to gather a modicum of chakra within her body. Though her physical condition remained frail, it had improved significantly compared to the initial state. The poison that afflicted her was later subjected to experimentation, leaving her astounded by its potent effects, while simultaneously feeling fortunate to have encountered Yu Duanfei. Otherwise, she might have already succumbed to eternal rest beneath the earth. Yet, it is important to note that the efficacy of Yu Duanfei's medicine was solely applicable to Qian Shui. The other patient, Xiao Di, faced a different fate. Each time she took her medicine, it resulted in rather unexpected outcomes due to certain careless oversights by someone. On the first day, all the blood vessels beneath her skin became visibly prominent. On the second day, Xiao Di lay bedridden, only able to cast a withering gaze at a certain chuckling figure. On the third day, the blood vessels on her left side receded, while those on the right side remained. On the fourth day, the vessels on her right side vanished. Yet those on her left side re-emerged. By the fifth day, all anomalies had finally dissipated, but Xiao Di remained incapacitated, devoid of any strength. It seemed that the estimate of a week's time was indeed quite accurate. Qian Shui mused with a hint of resignation. Yet, despite being bedridden, this did not imply that Xiao Di lacked the strength to vocalize her thoughts. Thus, a rather entertaining exchange of banter commenced. "You wretched moon. What kind of shoddy medicine have you concocted? Must you be so blatant in your intentions? Even if I pretend not to know, it feels like an affront to one's intelligence. I relish it. What business is it of yours? Be careful not to tarnish your reputation. How dare you say that? A quack. I am not a physician. My interest lies only in the study of herbs. My true profession is that of an innkeeper. Moreover, isn't the medicine for Shui quite effective? The apparent disparity in treatment is glaring. Shui is but 2 years my junior. It's quite improper for an old cow to seek tender grass." Anti-moon. A sound akin to a popping bubble erupted. "What nonsense. Do you expect me to have an interest in you? And I am not an ant. Anyone over 5 years my senior is considered an ant. What is the matter? Are you envious of my youth?" Anti-moon. Another bubble burst above Yu Duanfei's head. "How vexing. Speak again, and I shall render you mute." "Oh, did I strike a sore spot? Dear Anti-moon. Honestly, why must you be so unappealing as a child? Unattractiveness in youth leads to loneliness in adulthood. If you wish for me to feign cuteness only to be subjected to your whims, I would rather remain unloved. Shui is merely patient and does not hold it against you. With me around, you shall not lay a finger on Shui. Who do you think you are? The Princess Knight? Shouldn't it be the other way around?" This time, Little D's forehead erupted with a cross. "Why should it concern you, Aunt Moon? Who lacks shame?" The quarrel was quite intense, to the point where it seemed the roof might cave in. However, such dialogue was utterly devoid of sophistication. Were one to establish a grading criterion, it would likely only reach the level of an elementary school student. Shallow Snow, rubbing her throbbing temples, began to contemplate the possibility of using a needle to seal the mouths of the two bickering individuals, who appeared to have completely forgotten that others resided within this house. On the 6th day, as her headache intensified, Shallow Snow adopted an innocent expression and a tone of feigned grievance, compelling a certain Yulu to merrily assist Little D in dispelling the effects of the potion afflicting her, even forgetting to consume her tofu. Possessing a pleasant appearance, coupled with the advantage of youth, indeed yields remarkable results. She had braced herself for the possibility of being taken advantage of. Sweating profusely, Shallow Snow observed Little D, who, upon regaining her faculties, began to relentlessly pursue Yu Duanfei, and she couldn't help but exclaim inwardly. Meanwhile, she continued her recovery training. Although the chakra she could summon was still quite limited, it sufficed for some restorative exercises. With Itachi's assistance, her recent recovery progress was satisfactory. As for the intelligence, it had been sent away by the oblivious Yu Duanfei long before Shallow Snow awoke, alleviating her concerns regarding the situation with Zabuza. Throughout their time together, Itachi had remained notably silent yet perceptive, always intervening at the opportune moments to halt Shallow Snow's training, insisting she take breaks. While this was partly due to the commission from Yu Duanfei, The tenderness concealed beneath his indifferent exterior left Snow feeling perplexed. Indeed, how reminiscent it was. Reflecting on this, Snow sat atop the roof basking in the sun, grimacing as she downed the medicine Itachi had offered, then sucking on a piece of candy while smiling at the two individuals in the courtyard who were playfully chasing one another. The sky was azure, the breeze gentle, and the days leisurely. If only it could remain this way for eternity, such peace and tranquility. This was the thought that lingered in Snow's mind. Yet, she was acutely aware that this wish was but a fleeting fantasy for her. For this was the world of Naruto, fraught with unending warfare, where might reigns supreme. And power and profit are pursued with fervor in this blood-soaked reality. In such a world, serene peace is always ephemeral. Chapter 16, Hiss. Drawing in a sharp breath. Snow endured the relentless pain assaulting her nerve endings, extracting the acupuncture needle embedded in her left arm and submerging it once more in the medicinal bowl before her. The evening air carried a hint of chill, with a gentle breeze wafting through the window, bringing a touch of coolness. However, Snow, exposed and bare from the waist up for the acupuncture treatment, was slick with a fine sheen of perspiration, her nearly translucent, fair skin tinged with a delicate blush. Snow, are you truly all right like this? Little D inquired, resting her chin on her hands atop the table that bore the medicine bowl, entranced by every movement of Snow. Though it is well understood that Snow is inherently beautiful, describing it as such is not an exaggeration. Observing it up close is undeniably breathtaking. Regardless of the circumstances, Snow exudes an elegance in its movements, a grace that perhaps I could never truly master. It indeed resembles the gentle and refined aura that both Snow and Brother Tongue convey. The affliction I endure has significantly eroded my nerves and muscles. Without such measures, my body may never regain its former vitality. Exhaling softly, I moved my left hand, assessing my control over it, and nodded in satisfaction before reaching for another bowl containing the prepared flying needles. The recovery effects are promising, with a few more days of this regimen. I should return to my pre-injury condition or perhaps even surpass it, thanks to the unexpectedly effective concoction crafted by Yu Duanfei. Recalling the way Yu Duanfei had eagerly presented the medicine before me, her unabashed gaze roving over my form with an almost drooling intensity, I couldn't help but smile gently. Although that girl is 2 years my junior, her candid and unpretentious reaction evokes memories of Little D. Perhaps this is why, despite knowing that she harbors desires for my, one might say, body, I feel no aversion. Instead, a sense of warmth envelopes me. Are you so eager to recover because you plan to return? Xiao Di inquired, her amber eyes blinking with an eager curiosity, seeking to confirm her speculation. Being near Qian Shui brings an unparalleled sense of relaxation, a stark contrast to my time in the Sand Ninja Village, where only in Xiao Ai's presence could I momentarily lower my guard. I cherish this feeling of blissful ease, devoid of the need for constant vigilance, and wish to linger with Qian Shui for as long as possible, dreading the impending separation. Having already lost my dearest brother Tong, the prospect of parting with another kindred spirit is disheartening. Qian Shui paused momentarily in her task of administering the needles, yet quickly resumed her movements. With a casual smile, she remarked, "Not quite. I simply dislike the sensation of being unable to command my own body. Before traversing into this world, I had grown weary of that feeling of helplessness. Thus, unless absolutely necessary, I am loath to remain stationary in one place, even if it requires effort. I refuse to lie in bed and ignore others' requests, compelling myself to engage in rehabilitation exercises. In the end, even Itachi could not dissuade my resolve and became my training partner. But can mere needle pricks infused with medicine truly facilitate recovery?" Xiao Di shook her head in confusion, curling up in her chair. "I've seen hospital treatments that are far more intricate than this, and yet the results are often less effective. There are numerous methods of treatment. Acupuncture is merely one of many." Qianxue furrowed her brow slightly, enduring the discomfort caused by the unique vibrations produced by the medicine upon its entry into her body. Despite the unease, her tone remained calm and serene. The efficacy of the remedy was undoubtedly due to the Moon's herbal concoctions. "Can that quack-ass medicine really be effective?" Xiaodi scoffed, her expression one of disdain. "Xiaodi, the potions crafted by the Moon are truly remarkable," Qianxue chuckled, urging her not to harbor prejudice. "Haven't you suffered enough already?" "Puffed, as far as combat is concerned. I fear her not." Xiaodi puffed out her cheeks defiantly. "If she weren't so preoccupied with fleeing or poisoning me, I could easily take her down with one hand. Relying solely on brute strength will not resolve the issues at hand. Regardless, the Moon possesses a significant advantage when it comes to survival." Qianxue smiled. observing how Shouty had endured quite a few defeats at her hands lately. Why haven't you learned your lesson yet? That's just my nature. I can't change it. Shouty shrugged nonchalantly, casually retrieving a flying needle to examine. Chinchua laughed softly. It's not merely a matter of personality. I believe you have underestimated the situation. The battles between true ninjas are not as simple as you might imagine. You must exercise caution. Okay. You're lecturing me again, Snow? Shouty exclaimed, exasperated. After tossing the needle aside, she rested her chin on her arms on the table, her eyes rolling. Suddenly, she spoke up. By the way, Snow. What is it? If you were to fight that despicable Moon's bodyguard, what was his name? Itachi? What do you think the outcome would be? The needle in Chinchua's hand nearly slipped as she turned her head to look at Shouty, momentarily stunned by the question. After recovering her voice, she asked, Shouty, why do you suddenly ponder this? I'm just curious. Shouty scratched her head. It seems that both Itachi and you share a similar fighting style. So I'm eager to know who would prevail between the two of you. You're mistaken. He and I are not alike. Chinchua shook her head, her expression serious. Our methods of combat differ significantly. How could you compare us? Different? How could that be? Shouty gasped, her eyes wide with disbelief. You both observe your opponents meticulously before striking at the most opportune moment. Not the same. Chinchua smiled gently, reaching out to pat Shouty's head. I specialize in exploiting the openings in an opponent's attack, while Itachi excels at creating various scenarios to lure his adversaries into making mistakes. After being subdued by him so many times, have you not noticed this? My goodness! Shouty exclaimed, astonished. Is that truly a distinction? To me, it sounds rather similar. Chinchua chuckled, gazing out the window. No, they are fundamentally different. Your lack of awareness stems from insufficient experience. However, in time, you shall comprehend the nuances that differentiate the two of us. Though their approaches may appear alike, the disparity in their combat styles is evident when analyzed closely. One is adept at analysis, skillfully gathering intelligence to exploit the weaknesses of others. The other excels in calculations and control, ensuring that everything unfolds as anticipated. Such is her style, while Itachi's manner mirrors that of Twilight in every conceivable way. She harbors doubts. If Twilight were to enter this realm, would she not simply be another indistinguishable Itachi? Itachi and Twilight are entirely disparate individuals, a fact she has repeatedly reminded herself, attributing what she observes to mere coincidences across two different worlds. Yet, after a brief period of acquaintance, she finds herself unable to assert with confidence that she can distinctly discern the differences between him and Twilight. The more she delves into their similarities, the more perplexed she becomes by the increasingly evident traits they share. Perhaps it is fair to say she has become thoroughly confounded. How strikingly alike Itachi and Twilight are. She knows she ought to perceive them as distinct individuals, yet she struggles to differentiate between them. Despite being acutely aware that this mindset is a disservice to both Twilight and Itachi, she cannot quell the intensifying sense that they are, in fact, the same person. Why does such a phenomenon arise? She cannot fathom how two individuals, who should be entirely different, can resemble one another to the extent of seeming like one and the same. As her thoughts spiraled deeper, she buried her face in her hands, distressed by the complexity of it all. Do those older than me revel in riddles? This is quite taxing. The feeling is utterly loathsome. It is far more effortless to be with Xiao Ai. That is merely because you are too innocent. Moreover, like attracts like, does it not? Your level of reasoning likely only aligns with that of my younger self, Gaara, who is merely 3 years your junior. Knowing that voicing such a thought would provoke someone's ire, Xueqian wisely chose to swallow her words. Although she is a member of the Sand Village's Umbu, her ability to maintain such a disposition speaks volumes about Xiao Di's strength in certain respects. Should she disclose the matter concerning Yashimaru? Perhaps it is unnecessary. Despite her verbal expressions of impatience, it is evident that Xiao Di cares deeply for Gaara. With her presence, Gaara is unlikely to unravel, is he? As she mused with a smile, a sudden ripple belonging to Shiro disrupted her thoughts. Momentarily taken aback, Xueqian narrowed her eyes, concealing the now bizarre hues of her gaze. One blue and one black. Fortunately, at that moment, Xiao Di's attention had shifted to her excess needles, leaving her unusual state unnoticed. Is something amiss, Shiro? She inquired. You shouldn't be out, especially during your recovery period. It is nothing. I merely sense that we have been away for too long. We promised Kakashi-sensei that we would return promptly. Shiro remains ever concerned about Kakashi, Xueqian thought, slightly furrowing her brow. This is not an auspicious sign. In my recollection, Bai ultimately sacrificed himself to save Zai Bujan, perishing at Kakashi's hands. Is there no way to alter this fate? He would never concede defeat. Yet, in his current state, although he is not fully recovered, he is nearly there. Returning to the hidden mist village would allow him to receive further medical treatment, would it not? After a brief pause, Qianxue gently exhaled. Bai, is there a particular reason for your urgency to return? Something feels amiss. Bai's demeanor is unsettling, as if he is fearful of something, eager to escape. Is there something here that frightens him? It is rare to witness him so resolutely cling to a matter. It's nothing, Bai stammered, suddenly beset by a foreboding sensation. Could we please leave this place? I wish to return, Qianxue elder sister, if that is all right. However, his body remains unwell, and it is likely that someone would object to his departure. A self-deprecating smile unfurled at the corners of Qianxue's lips. A foreboding sensation. How could she not know that Bai possessed such intuition? Truly, he is so clumsy that he cannot even lie. Just leave a note, Qianxue elder sister. Did you not once analyze with me that the land of water seems on the brink of internal strife? Bai hesitated momentarily, as if resolutely making a decision. I am concerned for Mr. Zaibujan. May I ask for your assistance, Qianxue elder sister? That internal strife is, after all, instigated by Zaibujan himself. Even if you rush back, it will not alter the outcome. Qianxue felt an overwhelming sense of helplessness, yet she could not directly convey this to Bai. I understand. Within the next few days, we shall set forth, she reluctantly agreed. Regarding Bai's request, she truly found herself unable to refuse. Thank you, Qianxue elder sister. It is no trouble. This is what I ought to do, Qianxue replied with a bittersweet smile. What are you pondering, Xue? You seem lost in thought. Xiaodi's voice suddenly interrupted, prompting Qianxue to open her eyes and glance towards her. Oh, it's nothing, merely reflecting on some matters, feeling a bit sentimental. Qianxue offered a slight smile, searching for an explanation for her earlier distraction. What are you thinking about? Xiaodi inquired, her eyes wide with curiosity. It's just a reflection on the responsibilities of a ninja, Qianxue remarked casually while removing the flying needle from her right arm. Responsibilities? What is there to feel sentimental about? Isn't it merely an obligation? Unconditionally obeying orders from superiors is the first rule of the ninja code, Xiaodi replied, perplexed. But have you ever considered, if one day, we were to face each other in battle? How could that be? The Sand Country and the Mist Country have never had any significant conflicts. Xiaodi exclaimed in disbelief. Listen to me, Qianxue shook her head. I am merely positing a hypothetical situation. It is important to understand that in this world, absolutes do not exist. Every nation engages in varying degrees of interaction. There are no permanent allies or enemies in the realm of politics. This notion may elude your understanding, but it does not preclude the possibility that one day, two nations might find themselves at war, thus adopting adversarial positions, such as the contemplation of Xiaodi. At that juncture, it would be the moment for a ninja to fulfill their responsibilities. What would you do? Would you obey the commands from above, confront me, and ultimately end my life? Qianxue sighed and continued, stating that there is no need to use our examples. Even now, Itachi may find himself in conflict with one of us. We three belong to three distinct nations, and inevitably, there will come a day when circumstances compel us to fight for our lives. Can this situation be evaded? It appears impossible, for that is the essence of responsibility. Once the needle is withdrawn, Qianxue turned her gaze to the scenery outside, realizing that from the moment one becomes a ninja, they are burdened with responsibilities that cannot be cast aside. Responsibility is a weighty term, once entwined with it. Even the simplest matters can become exceedingly complex. However, I have no desire to engage in combat with you, Snow, Xiaodi mused, resting his chin in contemplation. I hold a fondness for you, and to entertain the thought of killing you is utterly unacceptable. Indeed, Xiaodi is still a child, exuding a sense of purity. Yet, it remains uncertain whether Xiaodi perceives her as male or female. Qianxue chuckled softly, expressing her delight in Xiaodi's fondness for her. Nevertheless, mere affection does not suffice as justification. I understand. Xiaodi's face flushed suddenly, yet he genuinely treasures his feelings for Snow, relishing the comforting presence she exudes. How I wish Tengu was still here. You two would surely get along splendidly. As she spoke, her voice dimmed. Tengu? Qianxue raised an eyebrow. Who might that be? A relative of Xiaodi? I'm back. A boisterous voice echoed from the courtyard, causing Qianxue to swallow her impending question, while Xiaodi's expression turned pale, prompting him to swiftly vacate the room. Oh, the quack has finally returned? How fortunate he hasn't succumbed to herbal poisoning. Truly, he possesses a remarkable constitution. Are you envious of my vast knowledge? Who cares about your narcissistic self? Here we go again. Qianxue, somewhat exasperated, rubbed her throbbing temples, donned the attire she had previously removed for acupuncture, and began tidying the table. Although she had promised Bai to return in the next couple of days, it seemed prudent to conjure a suitable excuse. Outside in the courtyard, the customary chase had commenced anew. Once Qinxue had organized her belongings, she chose to observe as usual, prepared to intervene when Moon Satin Fei appeared on the verge of exhaustion, thereby allowing Itachi to step in and conclude the skirmish. This chasing exercise was beneficial for training Xiaodi's speed, though it bore little effect on her, as she had already discerned Moon Satin Fei's true capabilities. Though somewhat surprised to learn that Yuduan Fei's mother hails from a lineage of crossers, it appears that she was inexplicably transported to this world by an individual known by the online moniker of Transforming Moon. However, she tragically passed away 2 years ago. The manner of Yuduan Fei's speech is entirely shaped by her mother's teachings, which offers a glimpse into her mother's formidable nature. According to her own claims, she was a prolific writer in the realm of fan fiction, often echoing the mantra, "Without me, there is nothing." Given such a mother, it is no wonder that Yuduan Fei embodies such a disposition. Yuduan Fei's agility seems to be a family inheritance, leading one to speculate whether her father's ancestors were also part of the crossing lineage. Otherwise, how could one explain that her footwork derives from the 9 palace steps? When she first recognized this, she was quite taken aback. Suddenly, the smile that graced her face froze mid-gesture. Qinxue swiftly brushed her wrist, and in the next instant, she materialized in the center of the courtyard, her hand raised as several flying needles shot forth. "Who goes there? Step forward." At the same moment, Itachi had already pulled Yuduan Fei behind him, a shuriken appearing in his palm. Even Xiao Di had abandoned his playful demeanor, adopting a stance of vigilance. "Itachi, it's me." The flying needles were caught, and 2 figures emerged within the courtyard. Itachi paused, though his expression remained unchanged, his voice tinged with surprise. "What brings you here?" "There has been an incident at the clan that necessitates your return for discussion. I am here to take over your duties," explained the dark-haired ninja who had suddenly appeared in the courtyard. His features bore a slight resemblance to Itachi's, yet his visage conveyed greater maturity, accompanied by an apologetic smile. "Given that your whereabouts are often elusive, I enlisted the help of an acquaintance from the Umbu to track your movements. I truly did not anticipate causing such a misunderstanding." "It is nothing. Merely a misunderstanding, is it not?" Qinxue replied, one hand resting behind her back, her gaze directed toward the silver-haired Umbu member standing behind him, a smile forming on her lips. "What a coincidence. It is delightful to see you again, Lei." The silver-haired Umbu, adorned with a fox mask, appeared to hesitate. "You are Shui? Shui, do you know this person?" Xiao Di gently tugged at Qinxue's sleeve. "Indeed, we collaborated a while ago due to necessity, but we soon parted ways to pursue our own paths. It was shortly thereafter that I encountered you while afflicted with poison," Qinxue elucidated. Kakashi remained silent, standing there quietly, composed. "And who might you be? Have you come to take over Itachi's tasks?" Yuduan Fei, sensing no imminent danger, stepped out from behind Itachi. "Yes, as your contract has yet to expire, but Itachi's return is urgently required, hence my presence here." The dark-haired ninja stepped forward, bowing slightly. "Miss you. I shall be responsible for your safety from now on. My name is Uchiha Shursui. I am of the same clan as Itachi. You may call me Shursui." "Uchiha Shursui." Qinxue gazed at the dark-haired boy before her with mild surprise. He appeared slightly older than Itachi, bearing a demeanor that was more composed and a countenance that could be deemed strikingly handsome. It was such a person who ultimately met his demise at the hands of Itachi, thereby facilitating the final awakening of his Manjiki Sharingan. Although the narrative suggests this, she does not believe that Itachi would have known the precise conditions for the complete awakening of the Sharingan without any external guidance. Observing the apparent camaraderie between Itachi and himself, she speculated that Shursui may have been a pawn sacrificed by his clan, a tragic supporting character in the tale of Naruto. Just as she was about to speak, a ninja bird descended and landed on Xiao Di's shoulder. "Excuse me? Do you need something?" Xiao Di, taken aback, retreated a few steps before retrieving a small scroll from the bird's talon. After perusing its contents, she incinerated it with her chakra, turning apologetically to the gazing Qinxue. She said, "I'm sorry, but the village has sent for my return." Indeed, considering their time spent outside, it was high time for them to depart. Qinxue nodded. "Just so. My injuries have healed sufficiently, and it is time for me to head back." "Are you all leaving? Together?" Yuduan Fei inquired, a hint of regret in her voice. "Not quite. Our paths diverge," Qinxue replied, shaking her head. "Luna, I appreciate your care during this time, but it is indeed time for me to leave." "Ah well, it cannot be helped," Yuduan Fei said, scratching her head as if suddenly recalling something. She produced a stack of cards from her pocket. "Oh, this is the address of my family's hot spring. Do visit when you have time. I can offer you a 50 discount." "Thank you." Qinxue accepted the card. tucking it into her attire. Both Itachi and Xiao Di, however, declined with a hint of rudeness, leaving her feeling somewhat disheartened. It was indeed time to bid farewell. Observing Itachi and Kakashi standing together, along with Xiao Di, who was preparing to release the ninja bird, Chinchua sighed softly within her heart. Perhaps this was for the best. Sparing her the trouble of finding a reason to say goodbye. Raising her hand in a gesture of farewell, she exited the courtyard without hesitation or a backward glance. For the responsibilities they bore were inescapable constraints. Chapter 17. Before the mirror, two pairs of eyes gazed back. One a serene silver blue, the other a pure, clean brown-black. Have you made your decision, Bai? Yes, I have decided. It was Mr. Zabuza who rescued me, so I wish to assist him within my capabilities. Is that so? Is that not permissible, Sister Chinchua? No, it simply feels akin to what Bai would do. You are always so kind, making it a pleasant experience to be around you. A gentle smile graced the silver blue eyes, while a blush blossomed on the fair complexion. Ah, it's not quite as you say, Sister Chinchua. Hee, that is indeed Bai's virtue. However, if you depart just like that, what will Yin Jinghua say? Did you not promise her to keep her informed of all matters? I have already left her a note. Shall we not bid farewell in person? A flicker of hesitation and struggle passed through her brown-black pupils, ultimately accompanied by a hint of remorse. The cost of betraying the Hidden Leaf Village is severe, and I wish not to involve others any further. Indeed, it seems to reflect Bai's disposition. Regardless, Sister Shallow Snow, I must express my gratitude to you. For what do you thank me? Thank you for supporting my decision. Fool. What is there to thank for? Was this not our agreement from the outset? As long as it is something Bai wishes to do, I will always assist you. Well then, I shall take my leave to rest. I am not particularly fond of that Zabuza, so if possible, could you conceal my presence from him? Certainly. The silver blue hue of her eyes gradually returned to brown-black. Gazing at her reflection in the mirror, Bai let out a soft sigh. Even if she chose to follow Zabuza, must Sister Shallow Snow still aid her? It truly seems as though that girl spoke correctly, although somewhat reluctant. She could only concede that the girl genuinely understood Sister Shallow Snow's character. A slight headache ensued. Must she truly follow the girl's instructions to provide Sister Shallow Snow with the will to live? Biting her lip, a look of unwillingness flickered across her exquisitely delicate face. There was an unsettling feeling of being meticulously calculated by others. Nevertheless, it was time to seek out Mr. Zabuza. She could not keep him waiting. Casting one last glance at her humble abode, Bai turned away, unreluctantly. How infuriating, truly infuriating. In the Hidden Mist Village, a slender little girl stood atop the highest building of the Ninja Academy, tightly clutching a piece of letter paper, murmuring to herself. The pristine white paper bore a light blue watermark, with inked characters that were clean and orderly, exuding a graceful elegance. Her jet-black hair swayed with the wind, brushing against her face, while her long, fan-like eyelashes fluttered gently. Large drops of tears cascaded from her dark, glistening eyes, sliding down her doll-like, exquisite features, and plummeting onto the concrete ground below. What is this? Her quivering voice trembled with confusion and discontent, yet more so, it was suffused with sorrow. The ache of abandonment. Bai Shui, why did you choose to betray the village? Is Zabuza truly that significant to you? The letter, crumpled in her grasp from the intensity of her grip, was carefully smoothed and unfolded once more, her fingertips tracing the familiar characters. In her despair, the girl finally collapsed onto the ground, weeping. I too wish to walk alongside you. Why must you leave me behind? Is my power still insufficient? Am I not strong enough to be taken along with you? Suppressed sobs, faint and ethereal, gradually permeate the cool air without stirring the slightest ripple. On the same day, after the failed coup, the rogue ninja Momochi Zabuza became a fugitive wanted by the Land of Mist. This news swiftly reached other nations. On that very day, within the hallowed halls of the Hidden Mist Village's Ninja Academy, a neglected, ungraduated student named Haku was reported missing, suspected of having defected alongside Zabuza. Beneath a cerulean sky, transformed into a resplendent purple by the evening glow, lay an expanse of boundless yellow sands and peculiar weathered rocks, silently narrating the wonders and harshness of nature through the passage of time. Not far from the entrance of the sand village, atop a solitary weathered rock, a diminutive figure curled tightly, the last rays of the setting sun casting a deep black shadow before him. His short, crimson hair, reminiscent of dried blood, swayed fiercely in the gusty wind, while his pale azure eyes reflected the blurred and uncertain horizon where earth met sky. His slender fingers clutched at his clothing tightly, the joints turning white from the strain. In this curled position, he diminished his presence to its lowest point, as if he were the sole inhabitant of a desolate world. Beside him, a small first aid kit lay on the ground, its strap flapping in the wind, producing a sound akin to a soft lament amidst the howling breeze. Go away, monster. The disdainful glares and words echoed in his ears once more. His hands instinctively tightened again, the fibers of his clothing straining under the pressure, emitting a faint sound of struggle. Why? Why? All he wished to do was deliver medicine to the child he had inadvertently harmed. Why the furious, fearful looks directed at him? Why must they perceive him as a monster? Why this pervasive dread and rejection? He never intended to hurt anyone. Was Gaara truly a child unwanted by anyone? His watercolored gaze reflected the fading sky, gradually dulling with the encroaching darkness. Would even Yashimaru be unable to find him here? The night deepened, revealing the slender crescent moon, its pale light casting an icy glow over the desert, instilling a chilling sense of solitude. The wind wailed as it swept through, mercilessly stripping away the last remnants of warmth from his body. As the sand swirled aimlessly around him, so too did his feelings. Lost and disoriented. It was truly cold. Yashimaru had not come after all. Would anyone find him if he were to perish here? Would it be better to die like this? The body he had trained since childhood instinctively reacted to an aura suddenly manifesting on the rock, entering a defensive stance without the need for hand seals, as the sand reflexively surged forth. Little love, it's me. A somewhat exasperated voice rang out. A nearby individual executed a nimble backflip, evading the onslaught of sand, and landed not far from him. However, perhaps due to the unexpected nature of the attack, a strand of crimson hair was swept up in the tumult of flying debris. This is terrible. It's Sister Shouty. In a moment of panic, I attempted to rise, but my nearly frozen body failed to respond with agility, leaving me half kneeling on the ground. Gaara found it hard to believe his own eyes and ears, uncertainly uttering, Sister Shouty. Oh no, I hope Sister Shouty isn't hurt. It's only been a while since we last met. Was such a grand welcome truly necessary? Shouty mumbled something, and upon witnessing the sand around Gaara settle, she approached him. It had been a while since they last met, and Gaara's sand had indeed grown swifter and more forceful. He had nearly been caught off guard. It seemed his recent laziness had finally caught up with him. How troublesome. It appeared he would once again have to request the instructor to devise a training plan. I'm so sorry, Gaara said, looking up at Shouty, who wore a slight frown, his heart swirling with unease. Would Sister Shouty also come to fear him, just like that child today? Observing Gaara's expression, Shouty felt a twitch at the corner of her eye. In the past, it hadn't affected her much, but during that time of convalescence in the snow, she had heard Snow's words, and now, seeing Gaara, it indeed resembled what Snow had described. Gaara, especially in this moment, appeared like a small dog, ears and tail drooping, reflecting on its mistakes, truly, irresistibly adorable. Why are you apologizing? Suppressing her laughter, Shouty reached out to tousle Gaara's hair. Gaara paused, momentarily at a loss. Is Sister Shouty not angry? Not scared? Honestly, I just returned from a mission and heard from Yashimaru that you had gone missing. I never expected you would end up here, making me worry so much. Honestly, knowing how cold it gets in the desert at night, why are you dressed so lightly? That is not a way to invite death. Grasping Gaara's wrist, Shouty noticed how icy his skin felt, prompting her to frown. She removed her cloak and draped it over him, chiding, Come on, let us go back. No, I don't want to go back. Hearing Shouty's intent to take him home, Gaara struggled momentarily. He did not wish to return to that place, which only evoked feelings of endless cold. The people there, apart from Yashimaru and Sister Shouty, merely used their gazes to remind him of his identity, a monster. All right, if you don't want to go back, then you don't have to. Shouty scratched her head, somewhat helpless, and acquiesced, directly sitting down. Truth be told, she had no fondness for that place either. So it mattered little if they didn't return. She would simply explain later that she had found Gaara during that time. Regardless, it is evident that those individuals have not sincerely sought him out. After all, Xiaoai is the son of Fengying, is he not? It seems that even Fengying does not hold him in high regard. Is it truly the case that a child born of a secondary wife, without a mother, is destined to be unloved? Yero fell silent, merely biting his lip. Is it only Sister Shouty who can find him? Each time, when even Yashimaru is unable to locate him, it is only Sister Shouty who succeeds. With a sigh of exasperation, Shouty rolled her eyes and lifted her hand to pull Yero, who, despite being wrapped in a cloak, still trembled slightly, into her embrace, wrapping them both in the cloak. She let out a soft hum, her muscles tensing momentarily before relaxing, as Yero inadvertently pressed against her injuries when he fell into her arms. TSK. I wonder what method Itachi utilized. Though the marks he left are not visibly apparent, they still ache subtly, persisting for so many days without improvement. Thankfully, it does not impede my normal duties. Otherwise, upon regaining her focus, Shouty furrowed her brows, troubled by the frigid temperature of Yero's frail body, which felt almost akin to that of an ice block. How can his body be so cold? Truly, even if one possesses formidable abilities, one should not neglect their own health. Unlike me, with my fire affinity chakra, he has no idea how to care for himself. As she lamented, she began to channel her chakra, embarking on the arduous task of melting the ice. Shouty muttered to herself, cursing the time spent near the snow, which had unconsciously led her to take care of others. Although she internally scolded her own maternal instincts, her hands did not cease their work. Yero, cradled in Shouty's arms as usual, remained silent, simply listening to her gentle murmurs, feeling the once near-frozen state of his body begin to awaken with a tingling warmth. Burying his face in her embrace, the subtle vibrations against his cheek mirrored the steady rhythm of his heartbeat, while the warmth enveloping him emanated from her chakra. Sister Shouty possessed a fragrance that others could not perceive, a delicate scent that was soothing. Each time he inhaled it, his restless emotions would find solace. He recalled that fragrance, reminiscent of a plant known as lotus. Yet, it was different. Sister Shouty was unlike anyone else. Though there were moments when she found him bothersome, and at times she wore an indifferent expression that seemed to say leave me be, or even when she brusquely ordered him to go away, it was still different. Sister Shouty did not regard him as a monster, unlike others, even Yashimaru, who had once admitted to fearing his power. She always treated him as a person. Suddenly, he felt an overwhelming urge to cry. Zaiwai. Shouty gazed at the child in her arms, whose tears cascaded from his watercolored eyes, glimmering softly in the pale moonlight, resembling exquisite pearls, beautiful yet sorrowful. What should she do? Feeling a bit perplexed, I scratched my head and recalled Yakimaru's words about Gaara delivering medicine. Gradually, I began to comprehend why Gaara found himself here. Dear Gaara, you needn't concern yourself so deeply with the opinions of others, I said, scratching my hair. I, who seldom offered comfort, spoke in a halting manner. That harm was not your intention, was it? Besides, you later went to deliver medicine yourself, didn't you? You bear no fault in this. The blame lies with those individuals. Do not let it weigh upon your heart. Is it not my fault? Gaara blinked in disbelief, struggling to accept my words. Everyone claimed he was angry. Even Yakimaru believed that his anger was the cause of the injury. Yet, why did Sister D assert that he bore no guilt? Indeed, Sister D nodded earnestly. It is the fault of those whose abilities are lacking. Had they possessed strength akin to mine, you would not have unintentionally harmed anyone due to a loss of control. It is their inadequacy they refuse to acknowledge, which leads them to shift the blame onto you. Thus, treat their malicious words as mere barking. Let them pass by your ears. If you allow everything to penetrate your heart, you will only await your own collapse. A warmth enveloped my heart. It truly felt comforting. All right, enough of overthinking. Regardless of the circumstances, Gaara, you have done nothing wrong. With an air of uncertainty about what more to say, Sister D concluded with this somewhat contrived, yet characteristic expression, gently patting Gaara's trembling back to soothe him. The two of them nestled together under the moonlight, the expansive cloak enveloping them entirely, as if creating a barrier between two worlds. Sister D, Gaara murmured, softly stirring the grains of sand around him. He cautiously gathered the strands of hair that had fallen to the ground, slowly drawing them in. What warmth! For the first time, I realized how comforting a person's embrace could be. Sister D, somewhat distracted, gently caressed Gaara's hair. The texture was delightfully soft. No wonder Snow enjoys ruffling her own hair. Can you stay by my side? The barely audible whisper reached Sister D's ears, faint enough that she almost doubted its existence. A faint smile graced her lips as she looked down to meet Gaara's expectant, pale blue eyes, and promised, very well, even if I must depart, I shall take you with me. Agreed? Agreed. As she observed the contentment in Gaara's expression, and then his joyful laughter, she turned her gaze skyward. Suddenly, uncertainty washed over her. The weighty words about responsibility echoed abruptly in her mind, pressing heavily upon her heart. The tone, accompanied by those silver blue eyes, seemed to shimmer with an unspoken portent as these words were uttered, instilling an unsettling sensation within. Yet, dismissing the perplexity, she resolutely decided to abandon all concerns. Wrapping herself in her cloak, she shut her eyes. The moonlight, as fluid as water, gently enveloped the two entwined figures, safeguarding this rare moment of tranquility. In a shadowed nook concealed by rocks, a figure discreetly turned away. It appeared that some subtle changes were unfolding. The plans of that esteemed individual seemed poised for alteration, necessitating a method to inform him. Yet, the deeper the trust, the more profound the scars and anguish when betrayal strikes. The meticulously crafted web of schemes was swiftly contracting. Your world is on the brink of becoming a blood-soaked hell, rife with the agony of betrayal, dear Gaara. This is the carefully orchestrated vengeance I have prepared, aimed at the entirety of the Sand Village, and against that Kazekage, who disregards the will of others in his relentless pursuit of power. For this, I would willingly barter my very soul with the devil. Chapter 18. What did you say? Shouty could scarcely believe her ears. Were it not for the identity of the person before her, she would have tugged at their garments and demanded clarity. How could this be? Surely, she must have misheard. How could this individual propose such a request? I implore you, find an opportunity to kill Gaara. Each word was pronounced with deliberate clarity, devoid of any hesitation or doubt. Chillingly resolute. But Gaara is your son, is he not? The weight of the revelation rendered Shouty nearly speechless, her astonishment causing her speech to falter. How could such a situation arise? As a father, to contemplate slaying his own offspring? Gaara trusts you greatly. Should you act, the likelihood of success is high. The Kazekage, observing the trembling figure before him, young yet formidable in combat prowess, spoke with unsettling calmness. But why? At long last, Shouty regained her voice. You arrived here only after Gaara's birth, hence your ignorance. Within Gaara lies a sealed beast. Furthermore, the seal is incomplete, resulting in his aggressive tendencies. It appears that as Gaara ages, he becomes increasingly difficult to control. If he is not dealt with now, the consequences may be dire. Thus, for the sake of the Sand Village, I must ask you to kill Gaara. This is the burden you must bear as a member of the Sand Umbu. Responsibility. Shouty felt a wave of dizziness wash over her. When Snow first spoke of this term, a hint of concern seemed to flicker across her expression. Little did she know how swiftly she would have to confront this burden. To extinguish Shao Ai, could she truly carry out such an act? After a prolonged silence, she finally heard her own voice, hollow and distant, as if it were not her own. The subordinate is aware. What shall I do now? She could not recall how she had exited the Wind Shadow's office, wandering aimlessly towards the intelligence department. Though she had acquiesced, could she truly bring herself to harm Shao Ai? It felt utterly impossible. Shao Ai was so fragile, so fearful of solitude, so inherently kind and endearing. Why must he be slain? Merely because he bore a power not his own? Did he deserve to shoulder such a heavy fate? If he was sealed away, why was he ever allowed to be born? Why, upon realizing they could not control him, had they resolved to eliminate him? To the Wind Shadow. Was Shao Ai merely a powerful tool? Were they not father and son? Why was it so easy to utter the command to kill him? Simply out of fear of an uncontrollable power, was he to be erased? That owner of the azure eyes, clearer and lonelier than anyone else? From the moment one becomes a ninja, the burden of responsibility is irrevocably assumed. One cannot simply cast it aside, can they? Looking down at her hands, Snow's words echoed in her mind. Shouty paused, then forced a bitter smile. Was it truly the case? Should she not have known? In the Sand Village, power was the only currency of respect. It was her bloodline that had earned her reverence within the Umbu. Here, human connections were reduced to mere utility. Relationships so tenuous they could almost be ignored. Was it not precisely because of this that she cherished the warmth she felt with Snow even more? Yet, despite this understanding, accepting it was still a formidable challenge. As she entered the intelligence department, Xiao Di distractedly sifted through documents. A wanted notice from the Land of Water regarding the rogue ninja, Momochi Zabuza. Wasn't Snow a mist ninja? After a moment's hesitation, she picked up the related reports and scrutinized them closely. A formerly overlooked student from the Mist Village Ninja Academy, named Haku, had been reported missing, suspected to have defected alongside Zabuza. No way. Xiao Di, this body harbored another existence. One could envision it as two individuals sharing the same visage. Twins, perhaps? That interpretation could suffice. The name of that person was Haku. Should they meet in the future, she hoped to show mercy. Memories of playful banter with Snow resurfaced in her mind. She once thought that it was Snow playing tricks on her, but now it seems otherwise. Is there another Snow? Does it mean that Snow has chosen to flee from the ninja village? If that is indeed the case, then her current troubles are no longer a concern. Shouty chuckled softly. Snow, you have truly been an immense help to me. Are you looking for Lord Gaara? Yakimaru paused his work, assessing the girl before him with hair like flames. Yes, is he not here? Xiaodi furrowed her brow, disliking the way he scrutinized her. Though she recalled Gaara had once expressed great trust in him, she remained uncomfortable. How to describe it? Although his gaze was gentle and accompanied by a smile, a closer inspection revealed a distinct absence of warmth within that smile. In the past, she might have been easily deceived, but after spending time with Snow, she now possessed a clear basis for comparison. She simply did not like this man. Lord Gaara was called for training today. He might not return until evening. Yakimaru replied with a smile. If you wish, you may wait here for him. Is that so? How annoying. I dislike being around this person. Yet, Xiao Ai seemed to trust him, so she decided to give him the benefit of the doubt. Xiao Di scratched her head and requested a piece of paper from Yakimaru. After writing several lines, she handed him the note. Could you please give this to Lord Gaara when he returns? Ah, certainly. But do you really not want to wait for him? No, I have other matters to attend to. I must be going. Understood. Watching the red-haired girl depart, Yakimaru smirked coldly. How naive, to trust me so easily. Are you leaving? Perhaps it is for the best. That esteemed individual would surely be eager to learn about this girl. The note in his hand disintegrated into ashes under the influence of chakra. Xiao I am preparing to leave the Sand Ninja village. If you wish, come to the oasis where we gathered herbs tonight. The message on Xiao Di's note vanished before it could be delivered. Her eyes narrowed slightly, a calculating glimmer flashing momentarily. Now, let me ponder how to capitalize on this rare opportunity. Why? The pale azure of her eyes tightened and then relaxed, trembling with a voice laden with disbelief, pain, and sorrow. Throughout the solitude of countless nights, amidst malicious and fearful gazes, during the pangs of anguish in her heart, it had always been Yakimaru who stood by her side before Xiao Di's arrival. But why? Why was this dying figure on the ground? This assassin striving to take her life, a person whose bloodied visage was nonetheless recognizable as Yakimaru, her fingers entwined with the black, veiled silk scarf. Suddenly, I am filled with remorse for having unveiled that veil. How much better it would have been to remain in ignorance. Within every heart lies a Pandora's box, the key to which is sometimes held in our own hands, and at other times, in the hands of others. When Pandora's box is opened, all negative emotions and the darkest evils are unleashed. And who holds the key to your Pandora's box? You, born under the possession of the Sand Guardian, have merely been preserved as a subject of experimentation until now. However, the Guardian's power, which is beyond the control of Lord Gaara, will inevitably pose a threat to the village one day. Yashimaru, bloodied and battered, yet smiling through the grime, ruthlessly exposes the harsh truths that everyone tacitly understands. Yashimaru does not act willingly. He is merely following his father's orders, cautiously inquiring with a voice choked with emotion, desperately seeking confirmation of something. How I long to hear that familiar voice affirming that it is not so. Yashimaru's voice is soft, reminiscent of the calm farewells shared before the lights dimmed. Indeed, Lord Kazekage has issued the command. Still, I believe that if I were to refuse, I could indeed refuse. I remember your sister, Little D, who seems to have taken on a task akin to mine. My heart grows colder and colder. Does Little D also seek to end his life? Why has even she turned against him? Yet, that little girl ultimately chose to depart on her own. Why was it not as we had agreed? That we would walk together? My fingers unconsciously moved to my chest, pressing against a pendant that lay there, a barrier between it and my heart. Why must you abandon me, Little D? Lord Gaara, deep within my heart, I harbor profound resentment towards you. You, born from the life of my beloved sister, have taken her from me. I force myself to think of you as a relic of her existence, striving to cultivate affection for you, yet I find it impossible. In truth, my sister did not wish for your birth. She sacrificed herself for this village, cursing it as she perished. From that moment, an indelible scar was etched into my heart. Your name was given by my sister, Gaara, meaning Ashura who loves only himself. You fight solely for your own survival. However, my sister did not name you out of love or concern. She named you to ensure your survival, to compel you to reveal her hatred and curse towards this world to all. She bore no affection for you. Yashimaru, spitting blood, yet resolute in revealing the most brutal truths, declares, weep, mourn, I shall reclaim all the pain my sister once endured. To place blame, one must acknowledge that you are the progeny of the monster who robbed my sister of her life. Though I wish to resist, each word penetrates my ears, harsh and frigid, enveloping my body in a chill reminiscent of the wintry nights of heavy snow I once endured. In those moments, it was Yashimaru who stood by my side. Even later, there was Sister Cuddy, but where is she now? Has she forsaken me entirely, abandoned me? Has everything come to an end? With the last vestiges of his strength, Yashimaru unfastened his garment, revealing the multitude of explosive tags concealed beneath. Let us perish together, he implored, as everything reached its conclusion, unfolding precisely as the adult had orchestrated. Thus, the entirety of my existence has fulfilled its purpose. Sister, this is the final act of vengeance I can offer you. For the village of sand that has condemned your life, I have succeeded in leaving behind a token, a harbinger of destruction. Smoke and heat swirled in a tempest, as dozens of explosive tags converged. unleashing their force to create a crater 2 meters wide upon the stone surface. Despite Yashimaru's final explosive sacrifice, the protective barrier of sand that had formed could not be breached, ensuring no harm would come to him. Ultimately, Yashimaru left no trace, as if the world had never acknowledged his existence. I believe Sister loved me, loved Lord Gaara. Her affection for him lies within the sands, safeguarding him from further harm. Were all the promises spoken mere fabrications? My fingers tightened around the pendant at my chest, knuckles blanching from the pressure. Very well, even if I must depart, I shall take little AI with me. Did we not vow to leave together? Why, then, has Sister Cuddy abandoned me as well? Why must agreements be broken? Why betray me, as Yashimaru did? Why? Am I truly a child no one desires? If so, why was I ever born? For what purpose do I exist? I raised my head, anticipating the snowfall, yet what descended was only a bloody, disjointed sand. It wailed and soared recklessly until it blurred my vision with tears. To love only oneself, to fight solely for oneself, that is the essence of Gaara. My fingers grasped the pendant, yearning to discard the fiery strands it contained, but ultimately, I relinquished that desire, gripping the pendant tightly, as if this act could grant me warmth. I have finally come to understand. I am but a solitary being, enveloped in loneliness. Indeed, I am utterly alone. Grains of sand coalesced around me, etching a symbol upon my brow. The vivid red character for love serves as the deepest reminder to myself. From this day forth, I shall love only myself. The Pandora's box has been opened, unleashing all shadows and calamities upon the world. When the box is sealed once more, the last glimmer of hope remains within. Yet, who knows when Pandora's box will be opened again? At the profound edge of the cerulean sky, a gentle, ethereal white light, unique to the dawn, began to emerge. In the faint morning glow, a red-haired girl, perched upon a verdant tree by the oasis, let out a soft sigh, rising to stretch her stiff limbs. The breeze tousled her short hair, the fiery strands dancing like flames, as her amber eyes gazed towards the direction of the Sand Ninja village. When the morning light enveloped her completely, a trace of sorrow finally graced her youthful visage. A barely audible sigh escaped her lips. Has he not yet arrived? Indeed, this is the Sand Ninja village. No matter how cruel, it is the birthplace of little AI. Even if it comes to taking his life, he is, after all, little AI's father. What place do I, an outsider, have to interject? Yet, it seems I am left all alone. Shaking her head, little D patted her cheeks, rallying her spirits. Well, if little AI is unwilling, so be it, after all. It is his own choice. For now, I shall seek out Snow. It is rare to encounter someone I feel a connection with. Perhaps Snow might even need my assistance. After all, I am a member of the Umbu. But which direction has Snow taken? Pondering for a moment, little D casually snapped off a branch and tossed it aside. Ah, it is in the direction of the grass-hidden village. Decision made, she set forth in that direction, with a sense of purpose. Little D limbered up and vanished from the oasis. Chapter 19, the flickering campfire danced, casting a warm orange glow that illuminated the faces of those gathered around it, wavering in the light. Why, are you truly not going to eat? Zai, while discarding a bloodied kunai into the flames for sterilization, munched on a piece of well-roasted meat. No, thank you. I have no appetite, I replied, shaking his head, lowering it to quietly nibble on his rations. The metallic scent of blood lingered in his nostrils, and the remnants of that crimson splash seemed to hang in his vision. The echoes of the dying man's curses, filled with despair, still reverberated in his ears. It is a cruel reality. A life has vanished just like that. The previous time I took a life, it was at the hands of Sister Shui, and that person died swiftly and quietly, appearing to suffer no pain. At that moment, it felt as if I were shrouded in gauze. I merely thought it was wrong, sensing that there must have been a better solution, yet I was not deeply affected. Unlike this time, it was Mr. Zabuza's hand at work. After the blade passed, a crimson scene unfolded, bloody and brutal. It was then that he first grasped the fragility of life, its inherent insignificance. His body lay utterly immobile, reminiscent of the profound chill he felt upon his mother's death, and again at his father's. This deep-seated coldness rendered him incapable of movement. Although the battle was nearing its conclusion, Mr. Zabuza remained oblivious to his own peculiar state. Yet, he was acutely aware of his condition, bitterly contemplating whether he was merely a burden. Is this your first encounter with such a scene of murder? Zabuza observed by silence and suddenly spoke. I nodded, his memories flashing back to that moment of bloodshed, followed by waves of nausea. Eat this. Zabuza offered a piece of roasted meat to Bai. I don't want to eat. Bai hesitated, gripping his clothing tightly. The aroma of the freshly roasted meat wafted enticingly, with droplets of fat glistening down, making it appear quite delectable. However, the image of the food's origin, drenched in blood, filled Bai with a wave of revulsion. You must consume it, Zabuza said, watching Bai's retching with a hint of nostalgia, yet his tone remained calm and cold. I can't eat, Bai replied, another wave of nausea overtaking him as he looked at the meat presented before him. Ninjas should be accustomed to this lifestyle, Zabuza stated matter-of-factly. This is a period of adaptation for a ninja. If you wish to follow me, you must eat it. Was Mr. Zabuza once like me? Bai asked, confused by Zabuza's words. Zabuza remained silent for a moment, gazing at the sky before finally speaking. There was a time when my reactions were even more intense than yours. I would vomit at the sight of meat. Yet, as he recalled this, Zabuza ceased his reminiscence, suppressing a bitter smile beneath his bandages. How absurd to think of such matters. I must be too lax mentally. However, it is perhaps due to the presence of someone like him. He glanced at Bai, whose pallor had returned due to the distraction from the conversation. And then, Bai tilted his head, seeking further clarity from Zabuza. Then, I became accustomed to it, Zabuza exhaled. If you wish to stay by my side, you must eat. Embrace the ninja way of life. This is not child's play. If you refuse to eat, you may leave. Silence enveloped them. For Zabuza, was this level of bloodshed still too much? It was evident, though unspoken, that Bai detested killing. When he had slain the pursuing ninja, Bai's muscles had tensed, and even his heartbeat and breathing had become markedly irregular. Although Bai had consistently demonstrated remarkable capabilities, both in intellect and ninjutsu, he had even instinctively learned to conceal his true strength. However, the essence of a person cannot be concealed, no matter how hard one tries. This child possesses an inherent kindness that is almost overwhelming. To follow him, one must adapt to the current circumstances. Otherwise, one would merely become a burdensome encumbrance. He does not require anyone to impede his progress. To accompany him entails only two choices, to kill or to be killed. Observing the silent Bai, Nanjan gradually withdrew his hand. Those who are inherently kind yet possess immense power, without a profound awareness, often face either collapse or self-destruction. As per his experience, this world is, after all, harsh and unforgiving. It is a realm of exploitation and being exploited, of interests and power. It is an inescapable mire that ensnares all. One is either tainted or utterly consumed. There exists no alternative. The victor and the vanquished. He is but the most practical example of this principle. Furthermore, even if this child were to relinquish his current path, he would inevitably return to Nanjan's side, wouldn't he? Was it not stated from the outset? They both share the same lonesome gaze. I have declared my intent to heed Mr. Nanjan's words. To his surprise, before Nanjan could retract his hand, Bai reached out and accepted the piece of meat from him. Thus, I implore you, Mr. Nanjan, to regard me as a tool and keep me by your side. Bai suppressed his nausea, closed his eyes, and cautiously took a bite, disregarding the act of chewing, swallowing it whole. This led to a fit of coughing. He yearned not to remain a burden any longer. He aspired to grow strong enough to stand alongside Sister Chinchua at the same height. Therefore, he must conquer his fear of blood starting now. He must overcome this. Truly, it is rare for one to experience a pang of conscience, yet you choose to refuse. Observing Bai, who was coughing persistently, Nanjan offered a wry smile and lowered his head, falling silent. Bai blinked, perplexed. Nevertheless, after forcibly swallowing the meat, he felt considerably better. There was no need to linger over it. Having eaten, he should rest, for there would be travel to resume at dawn. Understood. After the meal, Bai leaned back against the branches of a tree, gazing up at the starry sky, while Nanjan sat by the fire, lost in thought. A gentle night breeze wafted by, and Bai stared at the utterly silent stars, momentarily entranced. Bai, what occupies your thoughts? Suddenly, one of his pupils transformed into a delicate silver-blue hue, as Sister Chinchua's thoughts intertwined with his mind. Sister Chinchua, am I truly so ineffectual? Bai, why would you perceive it that way? Because today, I was utterly immobile. If there had been another person at that moment, Bai cast his gaze down at his hands, dejectedly murmuring, "It is not your fault, Bai." Sister Chinchua's voice carried a hint of laughter. Why is it not my fault? As a ninja, it is truly perplexing that one can harbor a fear of blood. Is it not a reflection of a profound appreciation for life? The gentle timbre of Chinchua's voice possessed an enchanting quality, gradually soothing Bai's agitated heart. Having witnessed the fleeting nature of life before his very eyes, Bai's trepidation towards blood, a symbol of death, was entirely understandable. This, in itself, was a testament to Bai's inherent kindness. Was it not? What merit is there in self-reproach? It is essential to recognize that my affection for Bai stems from his innate goodness. However, there are no buts. If one day Bai were to become indifferent to blood, like Zabuza, he would no longer be the kind-hearted Bai I have come to know. Qinshue's voice softened, expressing her desire for Bai to remain as he is now. After a moment of silence, Bai spoke in a low voice. But, Sister Qinshu, I do not wish to always be the one hidden in the shadows of others. He lifted his gaze to the stars above. Sister Qinshu is remarkable, yet I aspire to grow stronger, strong enough to protect those I hold dear. Is that not a valid desire? Then, whom does Bai wish to protect? Qinshu inquired, noticing Bai's face flush with embarrassment as he hesitated to respond. If you do not wish to share, that is perfectly fine, she continued. But Bai, have you considered the implications? If you pursue your aspirations recklessly, I fear you may not withstand the harsh realities that lie ahead. To bear the burdens of a ninja is an inescapable fate, is it not? Bai's voice lowered but remained resolute. Everything was already determined when I made the decision to leave. Is that so? Qinshue's tone became contemplative. Bai, what troubles you? She asked, sensing his sudden silence. Nothing. Just a moment of reflection, Qinshu replied with a smile. Bai has grown, perhaps without even realizing it. I have always been mature. Bai retorted indignantly at her observation. Oh, that was a slip of the tongue. What I meant to say is that Bai has become quite dependable, Qinshu responded, her voice laced with amusement, recognizing the youthful rebellion in his rebuttal. Sister Qinshu, well, it is getting late. Bai, you must continue your journey tomorrow. It would be wise to rest. Oh, but I have to keep watch. I shall take that responsibility tonight. Your spirit has already been quite strained, has it not? Do not overexert yourself. Sister Qinshu, you treat me like a child. Yet, at this moment, you do resemble one, she teased. How annoying. I am going to sleep. Bai huffed, shutting his eyes defiantly. Beneath his closed lids, the brown-black of his eyes transformed into a shimmering silver blue. In this state, how could he not be perceived as a child? As Qinshu opened her eyes, a subtle smile graced her lips. She glanced at Zabuza, still seated beneath the tree, before closing her eyes once more. Forget it. Considering the meet I had today, I shall coexist peacefully with you for the time being, provided you refrain from indoctrinating me with your dialogue. The crackling of the fire punctuated the air with faint pops. Leaning against a branch, Shallow Snow abruptly opened her eyes, swiftly forming a hand seal before touching her own eyes. How troublesome to initiate an attack at such a moment. Simultaneously, Zabuza sprang into action, his previous resting place now adorned with several kunai. Has it arrived so swiftly? Zabuza rested his blade upon his shoulder, an expression of disdain etched upon his face. Then cast a fleeting glance towards Shallow Snow, slightly shaking his head. Was he implying that she should refrain from intervening? Upon sensing Zabuza's intent, Shallow Snow furrowed her brow. Though she understood that, in Zabuza's eyes, she appeared as Haku, convention would suggest that she should assist and simultaneously confront her psychological barriers. After all, the assailants were not of Kakashi's caliber, and the mere awareness of their approach was proof enough of their formidable presence. Could it be deemed improbable? With the sudden emergence of this thought, Shallow Snow's lips twitched slightly as she chose to swiftly form seals, concealing her presence before directing her gaze towards Zabuza. At that moment, Zabuza had already lured the pursuing attackers to a nearby location, now shrouded in dense white mist. The water release, hidden mist technique. It seems someone is about to unleash a massacre. How to describe it? There's an inexplicable, rather peculiar sensation. Surely, I must be overthinking it? Would Zabuza truly entertain thoughts of taking care of others? Perhaps during their time in the land of waves, she might have believed it. But now spare her. It is relatively easier to believe that Gaara's personality resembles that of a small dog, having witnessed it firsthand. Amidst the thick fog, a scream echoed, abruptly silenced. Unmistakably muffled by some force. One has already fallen. At this pace, it seems there will be no need for my intervention. Indeed, considering Zabuza's combat prowess, which could only be described as terrifying, it would be odd to require assistance from Haku, who currently possesses merely Ch-Nin level abilities. Moreover, with the mist in play, it appears the blood is no longer visible. Wait, I digress. The peculiar thoughts that I had initially suppressed resurfaced, causing Shallow Snow to frown once more. Recently, it seems that I have been influenced by Bai's perspective on the world, always inclined to think positively and even infuse subjective emotions into judgments. This is not a commendable phenomenon. However, Qinshu managed a self-deprecating smile. It seems to subtly attest to Bai's remarkable charisma. With a swift leap, Qinshu sprang from her hiding place and landed upon a branch of a tree across the way. A commendable reaction from the little ghost. It is no wonder that Nozomi chose to keep you by his side. In the very spot where Qinshu had previously stood, there now stood a ninja adorned with a fog-hidden umbu mask. a silent assailant, launching an attack without uttering a word, hardly possesses the standing to judge me. With a deft movement, she flipped her hand, brushed against her wrist guard, and as she extended her arm, 1,000 blades materialized in her grasp. Her demeanor calm as she assumed a defensive stance, gazing expressionlessly at her adversary. Why do I say this? I hold a considerable admiration for you. Your aim, from the outset, has been slightly misaligned. Qianxue regarded the individual before her with a hint of sarcasm. To think that one would resort to employing a few mediocre characters to distract the more formidable opponents is quite a lazy endeavor. Nevertheless, Qianxue cast another glance at the dense white fog lingering in the air. At such a juncture, one must reconsider Nozomi's intellect, or perhaps, she mused. As her eyes subtly shifted, he had orchestrated this deliberately? That would indeed be rather intriguing. With a gentle upward curve of her lips, Qianxue reined in her thoughts and redirected her focus to the umbu before her. What needed to be done now was to dispatch this seemingly bothersome individual. Although this was a test assigned by Nozomi to Bai, she felt compelled to intercede, for it was she who had appeared, and thus, she would accept this challenge. Under no circumstances would she allow Bai's hands to be stained with blood. So, was it for my capabilities, then? Qianxue inquired, seeking to ascertain the reason Bai had drawn attention. Have you already deduced it? It appears there is no further need for me to elaborate. Following Nozomi, this rogue ninja has no future whatsoever. How about you return with me? The umbu crossed his arms, his voice laced with a casual tone. Just as Qianxue was about to respond, an unexpected surge of thought interrupted her. I refuse. That exclamation emerged from Bai's lips. Bai, how have you awakened? It would be disingenuous to claim that I was not astonished. Shouldn't Bai still be resting at this hour? How could she suddenly appear? I was not asleep. Bai stammered momentarily before continuing. Qianxue, this is my battle, is it not? How can you usurp my task? However, if you insist, it may lead to bloodshed. No need to worry. I believe I can prevail. Qianxue, have faith in my abilities. Bai's voice resonated with an eager determination, infused with a fervent desire to grow stronger. This opportunity, I do not wish to forfeit. I understand, yet I cannot bear to witness your suffering. After establishing the final boundary, Shallow Snow was left with no choice but to withdraw and refrain from interference. She could only respect Bai's decision. Chapter 20. What should he do now? Having exchanged positions with Shallow Snow, Bai took a deep breath to calm his thoughts, striving to contemplate the strategies he ought to adopt. Although he had previously engaged in battles with his instructor and peers, those encounters were merely on a similar level. This, however, marked his inaugural confrontation with a ninja of a distinctly higher caliber. Although he had once received a mission from Mr. Zabuza to track a ninja, it ultimately fell to Shallow Snow to see it through, leaving him without direct involvement. While he could synchronize mentally with Shallow Snow, comprehending her preparation and combat techniques, he found himself unable to emulate her approach. He could not maintain the utmost composure during battle, as Shallow Snow did, analyzing every detail to assert dominance in the conflict. She once remarked that her combat style was predicated on her analytical prowess. Each individual's method of fighting is unique. Blind imitation will only lead to your ultimate failure. He recalled how, during the period when Shallow Snow was incapacitated by poison, she had responded to his request for guidance in battle with these very words. Thus, if you wish to grow stronger, the foremost task is to discover your own distinctive combat style, not through imitation, but one that is entirely your own. What could such a personal combat style entail? What method might it embody? Such a stubborn child. It seems I can only knock you unconscious and bring you back. The figure across from him made a swift motion, producing a kunai that slid into his hand from his sleeve. Do not even think about it. Bai reacted swiftly, launching a shuriken from his hand. Bai dodged left. At that moment, Shallow Snow's voice echoed in his mind. Though perplexed, Bai obediently leaned to the left. Swish. 3 shurikens embedded themselves in the spot where Bai had just stood. Had he not evaded in time, the trajectory of the shurikens would have surely targeted his ankles. How could this be? He had only seen the person take out a kunai. When had, Bai's pupils constricted. Those shurikens were fired from the nearby tree trunk. It must be a delayed trigger trap you learned previously. Shallow Snow's voice was tinged with exasperation. Bai, have you forgotten what I told you? Even in battle, you must remain vigilant of your surroundings. When the flames flickered earlier, you should have noticed the trap's glint. Several dark lines appeared above Bai's head. Who besides you has the surplus energy to pay attention to the environment? Do you think I am you? Though I initially held back my words out of spite, a sense of gratitude lingered within. Despite my unwillingness to accept it, this disparity in rank and experience is undeniable. To some extent, Sister Qianxue's abilities are indeed monstrous in nature. A rather blunt, yet fitting description. Ah, what a commendable response. She even managed to notice my trap amidst the chaos. The dark operative across from me exhibited a slight surprise in his tone, which quickly transformed into seriousness. It is indeed a troublesome task. That wretched individual has assigned me a mission that is utterly disproportionate to my remuneration. Upon my return, I shall demand a raise from that scoundrel. The murmurs of the dark operative drifted through the wind, resonating clearly in Bai's ears, nearly causing him to stumble in disbelief. What is this? Aren't the dark operatives supposed to be absolutely loyal to the shadow? How can such an anomaly exist? Bai? A gentle call from Qianxue pulled Bai back from his drifting thoughts. Without needing further prompting, he instinctively retreated, flinging another shuriken from his hand. How infuriating it is to be misled to the point of losing focus during a battle. Such a fundamental error. How could I have committed it? That individual utilized hypnosis. It is not your fault. Qianxue's voice resonated in Bai's mind. Hypnosis? Impossible. He did not. Did you not observe his movement when he drew the kunai? At that moment, you fell victim to his hypnosis. Have you forgotten what you learned before? A master of the illusion technique can impose hypnosis with a subtle movement that goes unnoticed by others, Qianxue explained with a hint of exasperation. Indeed, it may have been too much to expect Bai to fight alone at this stage. Bai remained silent, feeling increasingly defeated. Do not be so despondent. Remember, your opponent is a dark operative. Qianxue chuckled softly. Moreover, if my analysis is correct, this individual is a skilled ninja proficient in mechanisms and illusions, presenting a unique counterbalance to your aggressive, elemental ninjutsu. A momentary setback is not to be overly concerned about. However, rather than dwelling on your frustrations, it would be wise to focus on the battle at hand. Qianxue sighed gently. She was able to deduce certain aspects of the dark operative's behavior. Yet the lack of sufficient information hindered her capacity for a more accurate assessment. Understood, Bai replied after taking a deep breath, resolving to heed Qianxue's advice. Meanwhile, the dark operative who had failed the ambush stood where Bai had originally positioned himself, the kunai in his hand now mysteriously absent. Oh my! To have reacted from my hypnosis. This is becoming increasingly rare, he remarked, observing the tense state of Bai. He scratched his head and turned his gaze towards the mist. At that moment, a scream echoed from the direction of Zabuza. Damn! Do not underestimate me. Bai, filled with resentment, gritted his teeth, grasping the 1,000 books tightly in his hand. With a powerful push of his feet, he charged towards the location of the umbu. Ah, indeed, what a child he is. His tone was nonchalant, yet his body had already assumed the optimal position for exertion. Drawing in a deep breath, just as Bai neared the umbu, he suddenly lowered himself, supporting his weight on one hand, and then his entire body twisted, sweeping across. With a leap off the ground, the umbu evaded Bai's sweeping strike, performing a half somersault, and swiftly launched a kunai. The sound of the kunai colliding with the 1,000 books echoed, followed by a dull thud. Wincing, the umbu clutched his abdomen, executing a backflip to land on a nearby tree trunk. Gritting his teeth and cradling his left arm, Bai managed to stand up, crimson blood dripping from his arm, sacrificing his left arm for an opportunity to attack. My admiration for you only grows. After a brief cough, the umbu slowly drew out a gleaming silver chain from his waist. However, time is of the essence. I have no desire to waste any further moments here. Although I feel a twinge of regret for potentially harming your exquisite face, a mission is a mission, and it must be completed. For reasons unknown. Bai shivered at the umbu's words. Close quarters combat is not my forte, so I apologize, handsome. The umbu's words carried a hint of amusement. Nevertheless, I will take care to avoid damaging your beautiful face. Honestly, facing those middle-aged men daily has left me nearly visually fatigued. Had I known things would turn out this way, I would never have agreed to join the umbu at that scoundrel's behest. Observing Bai's slightly astonished expression, the umbu continued. And your name is Bai, correct? If you continue to follow that super scoundrel Zabuza, you are bound to meet your demise because of him. But such a fate would be too unjust for that face of yours, which is beautiful enough to provoke the wrath of both gods and men. If one must perish, it ought to be that fellow at Kakashi's hands. How about we strike a deal? You could follow me instead. I promise I will never treat you as a mere tool like Zabuza does. Such a person can become an umbu. Although Bai understood that now was not the time for distraction or reverie, he couldn't help but feel a surge of disbelief. This was indeed an affront to the ninja order. Meanwhile, Shallow Snow, equally incredulous, confirmed her initial suspicions. Bai, may I speak with him for just a few moments? She implored, her concern for Bai's injuries evident. Just a few words? Very well. Bai hesitated momentarily before exchanging places with Shallow Snow. What is happening? The umbu furrowed his brow, uncertain as he tightened his grip on the chain, feeling the change as Bai closed his eyes and then opened them again. After a brief moment of hesitation, Shallow Snow finally spoke. The king covers the earth tiger. Clear pronunciation, and most importantly, it was in Chinese. Upon hearing this sudden remark from Qianxue, the dark figure froze completely, and after a moment, slowly uttered, "Bow to town Hiao?" The clarity of the words was matched only by their significance in Chinese. Silence enveloped the moment. Ultimately, it was Qianxue who shattered this impasse. Dressed? It seemed reasonable. After all, if even Yu Duanfei could be a descendant of a time traveler in this world, then the emergence of a contemporary traveler would hardly be a surprising occurrence. You too? Upon seeing Qianxue nod, the dark figure immediately clutched his head, knelt, and wailed, "Organization. Organization. I have finally found the organization. What a struggle it has been." A bead of sweat manifested behind Qianxue's head. Thus far, every traveler she encountered appeared to be somewhat mentally unusual. "Wait, you are a traveler?" The dark figure seemed to have an epiphany, leaping up and pointing at Qianxue, exclaiming excitedly, "But your body is Bai's. You clearly know the events that follow. Why would you still align yourself with that individual whose appearance is utterly incompatible with aesthetic standards? How did he even become part of the dark faction? How has he managed to survive until now without being eliminated?" The corners of Qianxue's eyes twitched slightly. Yet her poise allowed her to dispel the illusions clouding her sight. I and Bai are distinct individuals. Upon meeting Qianxue's silver-blue gaze, the dark figure's animated gestures abruptly stiffened. "In this body, Bai is in control. I can only emerge occasionally. But you can communicate with him, can't you? Inform him of the potential challenges ahead." A youth so striking. How could you bear to conceal this? If you were in my position, would you reveal it? Qianxue countered with a smile. The dark figure hesitated. Observing the understanding dawning upon him, Qianxue lowered her eyelids. "Thus, what I can do is assist him in becoming as strong as possible, strong enough to survive the battles that lie ahead. Furthermore, this is Bai's own choice." "Is that so?" "Yet I cannot agree." The dark figure's tone rose lazily. "Regardless, I must take Bai away. A beautiful soul like his, I cannot bear to witness his demise. It matters not. If you can take him, then do so. This battle is between Bai and yourself. I shall not intervene." Qianxue shrugged, completely disregarding her earlier subtle nudges. "Is that so? Then I shall not hold back." The brilliant chains emitted a faint clinking sound, then coiled tightly around his arm. "By the way, what is your name?" "Me? I am Qianxue. And you?" "My name is Siba, Xinyuan Siba." "Xinyuan, I see. Now it is time for you and Bai to engage in battle. If you wish to take Bai away, you must possess the ability to protect him. In the interest of fairness, I shall refrain from revealing your earlier antics to Bai." Shallow Snow closed her eyes, stating, "Bai, the battle that lies ahead belongs to you." "Sister Shallow Snow, what did you discuss with that individual?" "He speaks a language entirely incomprehensible to me. It was merely to confirm a few matters." "Bai, if you do not wish to be abandoned by no more cutting, you must exert yourself. I shall not offer further guidance during the forthcoming battle, unless your life is in peril. Do you understand?" "I understand. I shall not disappoint either you or Mr. No More Cutting. In that case, Xinyuan will not harm Bai, correct? His combat prowess is formidable, and with the intention of taking Bai away, he could very well serve as a stepping stone for Bai's growth. This is all I can assist you with." Shallow Snow emitted a barely audible sigh. "Now, it is your turn. Do not let me down, Bai. Have you returned?" Observing the striking youth's eyes shift from silver blue back to their original dark brown, Xinyuan discreetly exhaled in relief. He found it unsettling to confront the person named Shallow Snow, as he could not discern any of her emotions. Aside from her initial surprise, she exhibited little else, replaced instead by an unnerving sensation of being scrutinized and analyzed. It felt as if she were devoid of emotion, so rational that he questioned whether she was even human. Were he to face her in combat, surrender would be his only option. He was confident in concealing his traps from everyone, yet she appeared to see through them entirely. A truly terrifying individual. Fortunate enough not to be his enemy. Compared to Bai, Shallow Snow seemed more suited to the role of a ninja. Why dwell on such thoughts? His current objective was to escort Bai away and entirely escape the land of mist. Regardless of the circumstances, he must ensure Bai does not accompany No More Cutting. Beautiful things possess value only when they are alive, a belief he held steadfastly. However, in response to Xinyuan, Bai unleashed a shuriken. "Ah, how impatient," he mused. The chain in his hand shot out, accurately striking the 1,000 books, then arced through the air, entangling Bai's hands. Despicable, Bai silently ground his teeth. Dismayed by the use of ranged weaponry, complicating close combat. Each individual wields different weapons. What is despicable about that? I merely have the upper hand in this regard. With a flick of his hand, the chain danced through the air like a serpent, the metallic clashing producing a specific rhythm. Its gleam in the moonlight creating a mesmerizing haze. Why must my first encounter be against such a troublesome opponent? The members of the Umbu are indeed formidable. In a moment of distraction, Bai nearly found himself ensnared by a chain, although he managed to deflect it with a series of shurikens. One of the sharp links still struck him, sending a wave of intense pain coursing through his body, prompting a soft grunt of discomfort. How careless of him! With a swift motion, he sent several shurikens flying towards the leopard assassin. Calculating their trajectory, the shurikens collided mid-air, altering their speed and direction, forcing Xianyuan to retract the chains for defense. If close combat was not an option, it seemed he would have to resort to long-range ninjutsu. Yet, considering the nature of ranged attacks, he needed to prepare for the opponent's evasive maneuvers. How could he minimize the likelihood of his adversary dodging? After this battle, his sister Qianxue would likely have much to say to him. He gave a wry smile, but resolved to conclude the fight as swiftly as possible. He did not wish for Mr. Zabuza to intervene at the end. Feigning a slip, he disrupted his balance, and as the chains lunged towards him, he raised his injured left arm to shield himself. Oh dear, how careless of me. However, this did save me considerable effort. Xuanyuan's voice was laced with an unmistakable ease. Do not worry, I shall not detain you for long. Once you turn 18, I will grant you your freedom. With a flick of his wrist, the chains retracted. Hurtling towards Bai. Now was the moment. Bai swiftly formed a single-handed seal and unleashed his attack. Water release, 1,000 killing water flight. Hundreds of water arrows, coalescing from the air, shot forth and pierced Xuanyuan's form. With a soft pop, the sound of a chakra explosion echoed as Xianyuan transformed into a torrent of water, dissipating into mist. How unexpected! A water clone, and I failed to notice. Before he could retreat, a barrage of shurikens, each connected by explosive tags, rained down around Bai. He leapt away just as the tags detonated, but was soon met by a wooden mechanism that struck him. With great effort, he extricated himself from the snare of the chains, yet before he could regain his footing on a branch, the distinct sound of an explosion compelled Bai to shift his position once more. A series of cascading traps. How infuriating! Was that rogue truly trying to lure him into the trap's radius? Ah, Bai, I must concede that your prowess is quite formidable, making this quite the challenge for me. Xianyuan appeared, a smile gracing his lips as he swayed the chain in his hand, having materialized just where Bai was about to land. Defeated? Suspended midair. Bai could only watch helplessly as he descended towards Xuanyuan's position. The bitterness of defeat gnawed at him. Was he destined to forever linger in the shadow of his sister Qianxue? It is truly disheartening. He yearns for power. Power sufficient to stand against the individual before him, not for any other reason than to keep pace with that person, ensuring he is not left behind. Suddenly, Bai felt something surge within him, and everything around seemed to slow down. The world grew eerily quiet, to the point where he could only hear the sound of his own breath. Then, as if his body had a mind of its own, it moved swiftly, forming hand seals, while a vast amount of chakra flowed out of him. In its place, four crystalline blocks of ice materialized around him, resembling mirrors. Is this the mirror ice crystal? Qianxue could scarcely believe her eyes. Had Bai's ability truly awakened here? Mirror ice crystal? What a splendid name, Bai murmured. Does this power belong to me? This ability, emerging from his bloodline, suddenly presented itself in his mind, and instinctively, he envisioned the method of utilizing this ninjutsu. Is this the power of the cursed bloodline within me? Closing his eyes, Bai contained the excitement bubbling within him, turning to meld into the ice mirror and gazing at Xianyuan, who was momentarily stunned by the unexpected turn of events. Ah, I never anticipated you would awaken this ability. It truly complicates matters, Xianyuan said, scratching his head, his tone tinged with helplessness. At that moment, the mist finally dissipated, accompanied by the final scream of a victim. It seems the time has come. Well, if you do not wish to follow me, I shall not force you. Until next time, beautiful Bai. Xianyuan formed hand seals, preparing to depart. Trying to leave? Not so easily. Bai, propelled by the enhanced speed from his chakra depletion, surged forth from the ice mirror. His kunai aimed precisely at Xianyuan. Trying to retain me? I'm afraid I am quite shy. Perhaps next time. Xianyuan deftly evaded, then suddenly executed his seal, declaring, explode. Boom. The tremor from the explosive tag ultimately remained contained within the bounds of the mirror ice crystal, yet a breach was made. And Xianyuan seized the opportunity to slip away. Damn it, have I truly failed? In frustration, Bai released the effects of the mirror ice crystal and lowered his gaze to pick up the dark mask lying on the ground. No, Bai, you did very well. Qianxue smiled. Yet, he still managed to escape. But your strength has surely increased, has it not? Moreover, that person harbored no malice towards you. Qinshue observed the body that Xin Yuan had somehow created and deliberately left behind, smiling as she spoke. If you had truly killed that person, I would have been disappointed in you. Really? Certainly. When have I ever deceived you? At that moment, Zai Bujan approached, gazing at the lifeless body on the ground, then glancing at the mask in Bai's hand. Ultimately, he simply raised his hand to gently ruffle Bai's hair before returning to the fire's warmth. Bai, how do you intend to handle this mask? I wish to preserve it. If that's permissible? Of course, it is your decision, Bai. Closing her eyes, Bai donned the mask. Sister Qian Shui, I leave the rest to you. I am quite exhausted. Not a problem. Do take a good rest. You have worked hard, Bai. Leaping back into the trees, Qian Shui softly sighed. Fortunately, Bai ultimately refrained from harboring true murderous intent. Otherwise, she would have been at a loss for what to do. Chapter 21. With deft movements of her fingers, Qian Bin swiftly glided around the water curtain, creating ripples that momentarily revealed simple patterns before they reverted to their original smoothness. Steady upon the water's surface, Bai took a slight breath, swiftly forming hand seals. The several Qian Bin in her grasp shot forth, inscribing a simple symbol upon the water curtain that began to freeze. With a crash, the thin layer of ice shattered under the relentless barrage, scattering into transparent crystals that vanished into the depths below. TSK, another failure. Gazing despondently at the rippling water beneath her, Bai sighed. Compared to before, you have made significant progress. Why be so disheartened? Observing Bai's apparent fixation, Qian Shui spoke with gentle exasperation. Why push yourself so hard? There is still plenty of time. In the same body, why can you, Sister Qian Shui, achieve what I cannot? Bai puffed her cheeks, returning to shorter rest. Yet her fingers continued to torment the earth with a Qian Bin in hand. Bai, how many times must I say this? Your experiences differ. Blindly imitating my combat methods offers you no benefit. Furthermore, at your age, you are already quite formidable. Qian Shui chuckled softly, soothing the child sulking within. After all, the soil riddled with holes was innocent, was it not? But why can I not attain what you, Sister Qian Shui, have achieved? I am exerting all my effort to replicate it, yet there remains an insurmountable gap. Bai, do you have something you wish to protect? Noting Bai's entrapment in her own thoughts, Qian Shui smiled indulgently. Indeed, children are transparent in their emotions. Yes, Zai Bujan, Sister Qian Shui. I wish to protect you both. Bai responded with certainty. Why do you ask this, Sister Qian Shui? With a warm smile, Qian Shui replied, because, you see, one becomes a true warrior when they strive to protect what they hold most dear. To protect? Bai lowered her gaze to her hands. Is my strength still too feeble? Indeed, children can be quite troublesome, sighed Qian softly, ultimately deciding to refrain from saying anything further. Some matters are best contemplated alone, at least in Bai's case. Unless he comprehends the missteps in his pursuit of power, she remains powerless to assist him. As silence enveloped them, a bird alighted upon Bai's shoulder. A mission? Yes. And this one is likely a direct order from Mr. Zai Bujan. Quite rare indeed. Bai's tone carried a hint of excitement. Qian Shui peered into Bai's eyes, catching sight of the task inscribed in a special cipher he held, her brow furrowing slightly. Zai Bujan assigned such a task to Bai? What could he possibly mean by that? This diverged from their initial agreement. Rewinding 3 months to the night Bai's abilities awakened, Zai Bujan, once assured that Bai's consciousness was in a deep slumber, Qian Shui removed her mask and descended from the tree. Who are you? Noting the stark contrast between her eyes and Bai's, Zai Bujan momentarily faltered before regaining his composure. Shui, seating himself by the fire, Qian Shui retrieved the leftover meat Bai had not consumed and placed it near the flames to warm. After all, it was Bai. He could not casually partake in meals. Thus, from a nutritional standpoint, she needed to ensure he received sufficient sustenance to fuel his energy requirements. She had never considered herself a kind person. What Bai could not accomplish did not imply she was incapable of doing so. You and Bai, I am another Bai. You may regard us as distinct individuals. However, typically, Bai assumes the dominant role, and I seldom emerge. From a hygienic perspective, once the meat was thoroughly cooked, Qian Shui retrieved a kunai, slicing it as she spoke. Yet, I am aware of all that Bai has experienced, including matters between you and him. Observing Qian Shui's deliberate movements, Zai Bujan's pupils constricted slightly. Then why have you come forth this time? I understand your initial intent in bringing Bai along, and I recognize your aspirations for a resurgence. I also comprehend why you took such time to deal with those insignificant nuisances. To be frank, I harbor no fondness for you. Calmly consuming the sliced meat, Qian Shui's demeanor was graceful, a habit from her previous life she found impossible to shed. Her tone remained remarkably flat, even when expressing disdain. It was delivered with an air of nonchalance, as if discussing the weather. There was no palpable malice, no loathing, merely a statement devoid of emotion. As tranquil as a still lake. Such a person is indeed well suited to the role of a ninja, especially within the shadows. Zai Bujan narrowed his eyes slightly. Is that so? If so, why meet with me at all? There was no interval, whether in speech or consumption, leaving no opportunity for offensive maneuvers. I truly did not anticipate that within Bai's corporeal form resided such an existence. Has he stumbled upon a treasure, or is there another reason for their encounter? After finishing the last morsel of meat, Qianxue grasped a recently broken branch beside her, channeling her chakra to swiftly conjure a water orb in her palm. While the branch appeared to have been drained of life, becoming charred, Zabuz's pupils slightly constricted, impressed by her precise chakra control. For Bai, you hold significant importance. With a nonchalant shrug, Qianxue, having cleansed her hands, lifted the corners of her lips, adding, if it weren't for your prior conversation with Bai, I doubt I would have made an appearance before you. Thus, it seems the matter indeed pertains to me. Zabuza regarded her. What do you wish to convey to me? Little girl? Merely a transaction, Qianxue replied calmly, meeting his gaze. A transaction? Zabuza chuckled. What leverage do you possess to bargain with me? You, who are fundamentally restricted by Bai's body, hold no value for negotiation. Unfazed, Qianxue smiled subtly, partially covering her lips. Why should I not? That is indeed an intriguing question. If I were to claim that your current lack of strategists for intelligence analysis could be remedied by my innate talent in that domain. Zabuza's laughter came to an abrupt halt. I must admit, you are quite astute. He scrutinized Qianxue, his fingers tightening slightly. He had never broached such matters in Bai's presence. Could this individual have deduced such a fact through her own prowess? If that were the case, her analytical skills would be exceedingly rare. Yet, a fleeting glimmer of murderous intent flickered in Zabuza's eyes. The person before him harbored too many uncertainties. He could not ascertain whether she could be of use to him. Such unstable elements must be eradicated promptly. Has she sensed my intent to kill? However, Qianxue's calm assertion compelled him to retract his murderous thoughts. Was she truly able to see through his psyche? The intent to kill seems reasonable. After all, it is wise to eliminate unstable factors early on. Nevertheless, Qianxue smiled lightly. Did you not state initially that I am constrained by Bai's body? Observing the peculiar glimmer that briefly crossed Zabuza's gaze, followed by a contemplative expression, Qianxue silently chuckled within. Indeed, her thoughts had shifted towards Bai. Yet, this was precisely the purpose behind her words. So what would you have me do? Zabuza, seemingly struck by a thought, maintained his arrogant tone. My demands are quite simple. Allow Bai to distance himself from tasks involving slaughter. That should be an easy request for you, correct? It is indeed easy. Yet, what are your terms of exchange? Shallow Snow casually flipped through the 1,000 books in her hands. I will appear a few days each month, during which I will assist you in organizing intelligence. Would such an exchange be acceptable? Upon hearing this, it seemed to the esteemed one that the deal was rather unbalanced. Zabuza licked his lips, asserting, as long as you remain by my side, you cannot escape, can you? Unstable elements should be removed at the earliest opportunity, don't you think? Shallow Snow smiled. I believe Mr. Zabuza is an astute individual. Would it not be more advantageous for both Bai and me to lend you our strength? Or perhaps, her eyes narrowed slightly, it would be more beneficial for Bai to lose his advantages? The atmosphere suddenly thickened with murderous intent. Yet, Shallow Snow's expression remained unchanged. After a prolonged silence, Zabuza's voice broke through. I've acquired another tool. It seems I have not suffered any loss. This is merely an equivalent exchange. With her mask donned, Shallow Snow's voice took on an unusually calm tone. Now it is my turn to keep watch. Rest well. What a bore, Moon muttered, propping her chin on her hands, as she languidly observed the familiar patrons at the hot spring counter, sighing with disinterest. Moon, why are you sighing again? A cheerful customer, who had just finished bathing, inquired as they settled onto the rest bench at the counter. Oh dear, what else can I sigh about? There are no handsome men to admire, Moon lamented, slumping against the counter once more. What's wrong? Weren't you once quite taken with some of the boys in the village? How could you have changed so much after just one outing? Don't mention it. I truly regret it. Moon covered her face in despair. Had I known, I would never have gone to Konoha to hire a bodyguard. You have no idea. I encountered far too many stunning men. After getting used to such extraordinary beauty, returning here feels like a cruel joke. It's as if a once impoverished individual had tasted exquisite delicacies only to be forced back to their former diet. She reminisced about Itachi, the striking figure, and the androgynous Xiao Di, who regarded her as one of the boys. She longed for the captivating beauty of Snow, whose alluring visage was unmistakably enchanting. Accustomed to such splendor, upon returning to this small town, the previously acceptable boys now reminded her of only two creatures, toads and swans. Of course, Itachi and Snow would never be likened to toads. Oh, how lamentable it is to recall my handsome companions. If it weren't for this establishment, I would undoubtedly relocate to Konoha without hesitation. Snow, do you have any idea how much I miss you? I yearn for your breathtakingly beautiful face. Your skin so smooth it incites envy in me as a woman, and your perfectly sculpted physique. Moon, wipe the drool. It looks quite unattractive, a voice interjected, interrupting her reverie. Instinctively, Moon wiped her mouth, only to realize she had been caught off guard. Turning around, she glared fiercely at the person emerging from within. Grinding her teeth, Xian Yuan Sabao, are you itching for trouble? However, the expression on the Moon's face was undeniably lewd. The individual who had been pointed out blinked innocently, resembling an older, lascivious man gazing at a favored girl. A series of muffled chuckles emanated from nearby, and upon casting a sidelong glance, she discovered that all were familiar acquaintances who understood her well. Turning away with indifference, the Moon confronted Xian Yuan, who wore an expression of feigned innocence, and resentfully extended her hand. Very well, Xian Yuan, for the special medicinal concoction and the cost of bandaging the wound, I kindly request your payment. What? A high-pitched voice immediately erupted from the small shop, startling a couple of crows that happened to pass by. Do you have a problem, dear Xian Yuan? The Moon nonchalantly dug into her ear, casting her gaze towards him. Clearing his throat, he promptly apologized to the surrounding patrons. I'm sorry. I suddenly felt the urge to practice my high notes. He then turned back to the Moon, who was leisurely settling back into her chair, and whispered, Isn't this a bit too expensive? Can you offer a discount? Raising her eyes, the Moon presented him with a pair of top-tier sanitary balls. This is already the familial price. For others, the cost would be at least tripled. Dear Moon, could you possibly extend credit? Xian Yuan sheepishly touched his nearly empty wallet, tilting his head to regard his childhood friend from a 45-degree angle of innocence. Credit can be arranged. But first, you must settle the expenses for all those complimentary meals and drinks at my home. Returning his innocent gaze with a sly smile, the Moon proposed. Shall we call it even after a night together? Clearing his throat awkwardly, Xian Yuan bent closer and whispered in her ear. Are you certain? The Moon shot him a sidelong glance, appraising him as if evaluating something. Of course, what else would I do? Don't tell me you have an inclination towards the same sex. The chill of goosebumps prickled over Xian Yuan's skin at the Moon's suggestive scrutiny. Nevertheless, he gritted his teeth and asserted, I have no objections to a massage, cleaning, or cooking. Would that suffice? It was indeed rare for this usually stubborn man to adopt such a humble demeanor. The Moon raised an eyebrow, studying this childhood acquaintance of hers. In all honesty, if one were to be candid, Xian Yuan was quite handsome. His shoulder-length black hair was dyed golden at the tips, and beneath his tousled bangs lay delicate, dark eyebrows that arched slightly, paired with light blue, almond-shaped eyes that possessed a hint of arrogance. Beneath a straight nose rested a pair of pale, subtly upturned lips. His features slightly more pronounced than average, yet his fair complexion lent him an air of refined elegance. He appeared to be around 14 or 15 years of age. Xian Yuan's height may not be particularly tall, around 1.60 m, but at this age, it is still quite remarkable. There remains the possibility of further growth. More importantly, due to regular exercise, Xian Yuan has maintained a commendable physique, with the exception of certain areas. The Moon cast a glance at Xian Yuan's chest concealed beneath the bathrobe, lamenting the unfairness of fate. With such a handsome and delicate face, how could Xian Yuan be a girl? It seemed a waste of resources. Indeed, although outwardly resembling a young man, Xian Yuan is unequivocally a girl. This explains why Yu Liang, who has always been infatuated with handsome boys, feels no restraint around Xian Yuan, even if Xian Yuan perceives herself as a boy, aligning her demeanor and actions with that of males. However, a curious thought crossed Yu Liang's mind. Why did she suddenly feel as if she had encountered someone strikingly similar to Xian Yuan before? No way. After a moment of confusion brought on by a name that suddenly surfaced in her mind, Yu Liang rubbed her eyes and recalled, ultimately confirming her intuition was correct. What's wrong? Xian Yuan asked, slightly concerned about her childhood friend's peculiar behavior of blinking and rubbing her eyes. A drop of cold sweat trickled down the back of Xian Yuan's neck. Nothing, Yu Liang snapped back to reality. I just realized that you resemble someone I met recently. Someone like me? Xian Yuan muttered, less than pleased. With my handsome demeanor, striking presence, and charm that makes both people and flowers bloom, there surely can't be another like me. Suddenly, the memory of a face that could only be described as dangerously alluring surfaced in Xian Yuan's mind. momentarily interrupting her flow of words before she quickly regained her composure. That person is excluded. No, it's not him who resembles you, Xian Yuan, Yu Liang insisted earnestly. It is you who resembles him. Though younger, when comparing their temperaments, which carried a touch of leisure and gentleness, it was clear that Shui surpassed Xian Yuan in that regard. Moreover, even with their similarly colored light blue eyes, Shui's were undeniably more beautiful and pristine. After a fair assessment based on her rigorously trained aesthetic sensibilities, Yu Liang concluded, indeed, Xian Yuan, you cannot compare to him. Xian Yuan? Turning her head, Yu Liang was unexpectedly startled to find her childhood companion had vanished. After a moment of bewilderment, she realized that the fellow had scampered off to a shadowy corner to cultivate mushrooms, muttering to herself all the while. With a sigh, Yu Liang couldn't help but smile. Xian Yuan's personality truly remained unchanged, even within the depths of darkness. By the way, Yu Liang, regarding the matter we discussed earlier. Once Xian Yuan had recovered from the blow to her appearance, she approached again. 1 year, you are responsible for the hygiene of the clothing. It is quite clear that her tone stems from a desire to share a meal due to financial constraints, sighed Yu as she rubbed her temples. 1 month is rather unreasonable, isn't it? Can we extend it to 3? Xian Yuan immediately began to haggle. 9 months. Your debts are far too substantial. Yu, how can you take advantage of the impoverished populace? Xian Yuan gazed at her with tear-filled eyes, ready to weep. A shiver ran down Yu's spine as she noted the goosebumps rising on her skin. If he were male, he would certainly appear as a quintessential submissive, especially with that expression. Yet, the reality was that despite any semblance to a male figure, Xian Yuan was unequivocally a girl. Thus, the comparison felt somewhat unfair. How about 4 months? I have my own matters to attend to. 6 months, with meals and accommodation covered. Safety is your responsibility. Deal. The two exchanged a customary high five as a pact, while those around them were unfazed by the spectacle. Chapter 22. In the woods. A fleeting figure paused on a tree branch, casting a puzzled glance at the surroundings. This place seems familiar. What's the matter? I inquired, sensing the confusion. It feels oddly reminiscent, doesn't it? Familiar? After surveying the area, Qian Shui chuckled softly. Of course it's familiar. We were just here not long ago. Here before? I questioned, bewildered. Have you forgotten? Not far from here, you soaked in the hot springs. I believe your unique condition led to quite a humorous incident. Qian Shui's voice carried a teasing warmth, suggesting the memory. I exclaimed, her face instantly flushed, as if recalling something significant. Almost simultaneously, her complexion shifted from crimson to pale, then back to red in rapid succession like a volcanic eruption. Have you remembered? Qian Shui's teasing tone was unmistakably evident. Please, let us not bring that up again, Sister Qian Shui. I puffed out her cheeks, her face a portrait of indignation. I understand, I won't mention it again. Despite her words, the amusement in Qian Shui's voice was impossible to disguise. Sister Qian Shui, Bai's frustrated tone echoed sharply through the tranquil forest, startling several birds into flight. All right, I won't laugh. Since we're here, do you wish to greet anyone? The task location doesn't seem too far. Qian Shui, keenly perceptive, managed to suppress her laughter just in time to redirect the conversation. Bai, feeling inexplicably uneasy, shuddered slightly. Must we go? At this moment, Qian Shui found herself perplexed, and after pondering the possible reasons, she chuckled softly. Bai, even if you were mistakenly identified as a girl over there, there's no need to react so dramatically. After all, a significant part of the misunderstanding stems from your unique physique. Until one reaches the age of 18, one's physical characteristics do not reveal any gender traits, and considering that Bai possesses quite an exquisite appearance, it certainly led to quite a humorous incident at the Moon's hot spring establishment. Bai's voice lowered. Isn't that so? What could be the reason? Qian Shui inquired with curiosity. Bai glanced around, hesitating before speaking. I'm not particularly fond of the way the moon gazes at me. Upon hearing Bai mention the moon, Qian Shui finally comprehended the source of Bai's attitude. In truth, she too found herself rather troubled by the moon's peculiar aesthetic preferences and behaviors. After all, it is quite unacceptable for anyone to persistently dwell upon one's visage and skin, seizing opportunities to make advances, while muttering phrases about being an exquisite little recipient. She was not one to acquiesce to such things. During her recuperation, she had begrudgingly tolerated the girl's advances due to necessity and found it difficult to dislike her personality, but if it were not essential, she had little desire to entertain the girl's incessant matchmaking endeavors. Bai, for her part, did not grasp the concept of being a little recipient. As for Qian Shui's explanation of the term, she defined it as a delicate acceptor, one who swiftly grasps what others impart. However, she was acutely aware of its connotations. With a slight smile, Qianxue responded nonchalantly, "If by dislikes it, then let us proceed directly to the task location. If injuries occur, we can consider whether to recuperate at the Moon's place afterward." Setting aside other matters, although the Moon's personality is somewhat problematic, her herbal remedies are remarkably effective, and I can attest to that. Understood. Bai nodded and resumed her journey towards the destination. "Is this the place?" she queried, gazing at the dilapidated courtyard not far ahead. Her azure left eye and obsidian right eye scrutinizing the address in her hand with uncertainty. At first glance, it seemed to be so. "Do you have any doubts?" Qianxue surveyed her surroundings. It was evident that this location had once belonged to a wealthy family or a grand residence. Even in its current state of disrepair, after the ravages of time, the remnants of its former opulence were still discernible. The stones used to construct the courtyard walls bore a striking contrast to those of an ordinary household. If it were indeed a noble estate, there should be discernible structural traces. Furthermore, if the individuals possessing the information resided here, she could likely deduce their whereabouts. Now, the remaining challenge was to ascertain how to achieve the greatest results with minimal loss. Standing amidst the branches and leaves of the towering trees surrounding the courtyard, Qianxue rested her chin upon her hand, contemplating the most prudent course of action. Although the task from Zabuza merely entailed obtaining information from certain individuals, she harbored an unsettling intuition that the matter was far more intricate than it appeared. Her initial pact with Zabuza was to steer Bai away from bloody missions. Gathering intelligence should not fall under that category, hence why he had so readily assigned her this task. Yet, while the concept of gathering information seemed straightforward in theory, the execution proved to be exceedingly troublesome. A single misstep could transform what should have been easily acquired intelligence into a bloody endeavor. Pondering this, Qianxue's fingers gently covered her lips, her eyes narrowing dangerously as she mused over the implications. Was this a deliberate arrangement by Zabuza, merely to test her capabilities? Very well. He had calculated that she and Bai shared the same body, assuming she could not bear to witness Bai in peril. Lowering her gaze, a soft smile graced Qianxue's lips. Thus, let us see who ultimately emerges victorious. However, her immediate task was to dispatch a few bothersome pests. "Bai," she said, her intentions clear. "Of course," Bai replied with a gentle chuckle, the kunai already gripped firmly in hand. It was time to demonstrate her recently honed skills. With a smile, Qianxue relinquished control of their body back to Bai. "Out you come," Bai commanded, twisting her hand as the kunai soared in a different direction. A soft gasp escaped from the location where the kunai had been launched, as a figure emerged somewhat clumsily from the foliage. Using the branch as a springboard, the figure propelled itself forward, and Bai, sealing her hands into a series of swift gestures, found herself standing before the individual in an instant. One fist struck the opponent's abdomen with force, while the kunai in her other hand deftly pierced the adversary's chakra point, easily subduing their impending resistance. The opponent groaned, pinned against the tree by Bai's strength. "Ah, how careless of me," they remarked, their tone languid and unconcerned despite the predicament. That voice sounded familiar, Bai thought, momentarily taken aback. Who was this person with dyed hair and striking blue eyes? Had she encountered them before? "Bai, this is the Umbu member you faced last time," Qianxue interjected, unable to contain her irritation. Though unmasked, their physique and voice remained unchanged. How could you not recognize them? Moreover, she realized that she had discovered something intriguing this time, something she had overlooked previously. "Not everyone possesses such an exceptional memory as you do," Bai retorted, a flush of embarrassment coloring her cheeks, yet she held her tongue. "Allow me," Qianxue suggested with a light laugh. "I suspect someone with her personality may not be your forte." Bai remained silent, yet obediently exchanged positions with Qianxue. "So, Xinyuan, may I inquire why you find yourself in this place?" Upon opening her eyes, Qianxue smiled gently, twirling the 1,000 blades in her hand with a light tone. "Oh, dear brother Xue, would you be so kind as to keep your esteemed hands away from my fragile neck?" Unable to suppress a shiver, Xuanyuan's voice dripped with insincere flattery. "Well, that depends on my mood." Qianxue smiled, yet the 1,000 blades in her grasp remained utterly still. "If your answer does not satisfy me, my mood may take a turn for the worse. The outcome then would likely be undesirable for all, wouldn't it? Such a discussion is quite negotiable. However, let us not forget that I am, after all, a member of the hidden mist Umbu. Are you not afraid that by killing me, you might invite trouble?" "Invite trouble?" Qianxue chuckled lightly. "That presupposes you are still a member of the mist Umbu." "Ah," Xianyuan gasped. "How do you know that?" "Why should I not know?" Qianxue replied softly, though Xianyuan found himself involuntarily shuddering. Your information has long since permeated the intelligence networks. The defector from the land of mist, Miss Xianyuan Siba. At their first meeting, he had truly believed her to be male, but upon closer inspection, he noted the absence of an Adam's apple and the bandages around her chest. Although it felt impolite to say so, Xianyuan appeared to embody a stark contrast to Bai. A cold sweat trickled down Xuanyuan's back, and ultimately, after Qianxue gently pierced his skin with her 1,000 blades, he surrendered. I took on a mission to track down missing children. I did not intend to follow you. Missing children? Qianxue furrowed her brows slightly. Yes, there have been cases of missing children in the land of rivers, the land of mist, the land of fire, and even the land of sand. Although I have distanced myself from the land of mist, I still possess another identity. Recently, in need of living expenses, I accepted a commission to find someone, which led me here. Xianyuan provided a thorough explanation. A mission to find someone? After a moment of contemplation, Qianxue retracted her 1,000 blades and loosened Xianyuan's bindings. May I leave now? Xianyuan asked cautiously. It's of no consequence. As long as you do not interfere with my mission, Qianxue replied nonchalantly. Suddenly recalling something, she added, by the way, you mentioned that this disappearance involves the land of rivers, the land of mist, the land of fire, and the land of sand, correct? I feel as though I might have overlooked something significant. Indeed, at first, I thought it was merely a matter of finding a child. However, I was astonished to discover that the investigation was entangled with so many nations. Xianyuan nodded. Looking up at the sky, he noted that evening was approaching. If other countries are involved, it would not be surprising for ninjas from various factions to arrive. Qianxue analyzed. Therefore, we shall act tonight. Once we acquire the target, we must depart immediately. After all, you currently have a high-level wanted notice on you, making it unwise to engage in conflicts with others. I understand, Sister Qianxue. However, are you not concerned about letting that fellow go? Qianxue turned to cast a glance at Xianyuan, only to find her standing obediently in place, embodying the essence of a well-behaved child. This individual poses no significant threat. Our objectives do not conflict, unless she has set a trap beforehand. Your current prowess is more than sufficient to subdue him effortlessly. In simpler terms, he is an inconsequential character. Understood. Then let us proceed under the cover of night. Bai affirmed. Very well. Regaining control over her body, Bai elegantly chose to disregard a certain individual and turned to leave. That night, Bai stealthily infiltrated the dilapidated courtyard, advancing toward the destination as per Qianxue's prior analysis. Approaching a house, the sound of footsteps within prompted Bai to retreat and conceal herself within the shadows of the nearby decor, holding her breath. The door to the house creaked open, and 3 men emerged, adjusting their clothing as they exited. This time, the scent is quite enticing. It's simply exquisite, albeit a tad ferocious. Spare me. What good is ferocity if ultimately it leads to laughter? Another retorted. We must keep this matter under wraps. Otherwise, if the boss finds out, we shall suffer the consequences. Humph, as if you are not the most ruthless among us. Beasts. Due to their auditory connection, Qianxue caught snippets of their conversation and cursed under her breath. She harbored a profound disdain for 3 types of individuals: those who betray their friends, rapists, and those who experiment on human beings. The 3 men before her clearly belonged to the second category. Sister Qianxue? Sensing Qianxue's ire, Bai tilted her head in confusion. It is nothing. There is no need for you to understand. Qianxue quelled her emotions, smiling gently. Bai, it would be prudent to retrieve the items and leave promptly. This is not the time for complications. After a moment of hesitation, Bai suddenly sprang from her concealed position, her hand deftly launching a flurry of shurikens that swiftly pierced the bodies of the 3 unsuspecting men. Bai, it is nothing, Sister Qianxue. I was merely contemplating that since there are individuals within this house, it would be wiser to investigate. Bai smiled, her demeanor calm. Though she did not grasp the reason for Qianxue's anger, she instinctively understood these men were in the wrong. Merely making them stand as punishment seemed lenient. Bai, it would be best if you do not enter. Why not? Because. Qianxue hesitated, feeling a sense of dread about how to explain the gravity of the situation to Bai. It is merely that you should mentally prepare yourself. With a final soft sigh, Qianxue conceded, what lies within is too brutal for you to bear. What is it? Although she had mentally prepared herself to some extent, upon entering the room and witnessing the scene within, Bai could not help but draw in a sharp breath, swiftly turning her face away. Bai exchanged glances with Qianxue, who sighed softly and murmured, indeed, it is difficult to accept the grotesque aspects of human nature. How could this be? Bai silently shifted positions with Qianxue, emitting a barely audible sob. Do not look here, let me handle it. Qianxue closed her eyes momentarily before reopening them, unfastening her cloak that had concealed her form, and stepped into the room. A faint scent of blood and debauchery permeated the frigid air, illuminated by the pale moonlight that filtered through the shattered window, casting a spectral veil throughout the space. Torn garments lay scattered across the floor, and following the trail of the clothing, in the shadowy corner of the room, a curled, delicate figure emitted low whimpers, accompanied by subtle tremors. The metallic tang of blood intensified. Despite her prior mental preparations, Qianxue felt a chill seize her at the sight before her. Gently adjusting her stance, Qianxue approached the cowering figure. "Are you all right?" Upon hearing a human voice, the figure instinctively recoiled in fear, a youthful voice trembling with sharp trepidation. "No, don't come closer. I'm not the one who harmed you." Qianxue knelt before the figure, softly reassuring, "Please, it's all right." Yet, the other seemed unable to grasp her words, continuing to thrash about in a frenzy until, when Qianxue placed a hand upon the shoulder, the cries escalated into a piercing scream. This was untenable. Her emotional state was far too volatile, and in such moments, words held little power. If her cries attracted unwanted attention, it would spell trouble. Without a moment's hesitation, Qianxue delivered a swift blow to the child, rendering them unconscious, and wrapped their form in her cloak, cradling them gently. This scent, as she lifted the child, Qianxue adeptly discerned an elusive musk entwined with the stench of blood and bodily fluids. Just a whiff sent her blood racing. Moreover, though faint, she could sense the presence of chakra within the child. Was this yet another bloodline trait? What could this mean? As she exited the dwelling, it came as no surprise to find Xianyuan waiting outside. "This child has been violated," Qianxue stated calmly, her gaze shifting to the three individuals immobilized by Bai's needles, her expression turning icy and sharp as a blade. "Violated? But this child is so young." Xuanyuan's voice, stripped of its usual languor, now bore a weight of shock and menace. "Bow down." Qianxue gazed at the child in her arms, who had succumbed to a state of unconsciousness. The silvery moonlight cascaded upon his face, illuminating his shoulder-length black hair, save for the striking wine-red strands framing his cheeks. His skin, pale to the point of translucence, resembled white jade, exuding a crystalline sheen. The delicate, ink-black brows, arched like willow leaves, were drawn in a picturesque manner, and the corners of his eyes, reminiscent of fine mercury, were gently upturned. Qianxue recalled that within the confines of the room, he possessed a pair of exquisite, pale gray phoenix eyes, now tightly shut, and his soft lips, even in unconsciousness, remained clenched. Though he appeared youthful, the ethereal beauty mixed with a hint of wicked allure in his features was undeniably captivating, a presence that demanded attention. As the night breeze swept through, a corner of the cloak was lifted, revealing the child's slender neck and collarbone, marred by grotesque, dark bruises that were horrifyingly vivid. "How cruel," Xianyuan murmured, lamenting the fate of such a beautiful girl. Qianxue inhaled gently. "Xianyuan, I know it may seem excessive to correct you now, but this child is a boy." A crow suddenly soared over the eerily quiet courtyard, cawing, "Passing, passing." "A boy?" Xuanyuan's voice, though restrained, rose an octave in surprise. Such a beautiful face, rivaling that of a girl, is indeed a boy. "Yes, he is a boy." As Qianxue finished her response, she observed Xianyuan retreating to a corner, scribbling circles on the wall, a black line forming atop his head. A twitch of her eye betrayed her disbelief. Is this guy serious? And is she truly from the Dark Division? Why does she feel so comical? Turning her gaze back to the three individuals, Qianxue's demeanor shifted to one of calm resolve. However, the audacity of these three to target the boy was utterly despicable. They deserved their fate. Raising her hand, the 1,000 blades in Qianxue's grip glimmered with a chilling silver under the moonlight. Just as she was about to strike, several shurikens flew from the opposite side, erupting in a crimson fountain at the throats of the three men. Turning her face, Qianxue was taken aback to see that it was Xianyuan who had acted. At that moment, Xianyuan bore a tranquil expression, his light blue eyes slightly squinted, and a gentle smile played upon his lips. "Such a person is not worth your dirty hands, Brother Xue. Allow me to take care of this." Seemingly sensing Qianxue's confusion, Xianyuan turned to her, tilting his head with a smile. The issue was not this, but rather the familiarity of Xuanyuan's expression. It bore a resemblance to that of Sister Qianxue. A sudden realization struck Qianxue, causing her to experience a surge of irritation. "This guy resembles me? What a disgrace." Yet before she could voice her thoughts, the sounds of fierce combat and the distinct explosions of ninjutsu echoed from a distance. "This is bad. Have we arrived too late?" A sudden shock coursed through Shallow Snow's heart as she swiftly raced towards the source of the sound. Chapter 23. What a predicament, to be preceded by someone else. Concealed in the shadows of the forest bordering the battlefield, Shallow Snow gazed with dismay at the fierce confrontation that had already commenced. This task appeared unexpectedly arduous. What should we do now? What about the documents? I inquired anxiously. If it were anyone else, I might suggest ignoring it and simply entering the house to retrieve the documents, Shallow Snow replied with a wry smile. Her eyes fixed on the two-leaf Umbu ninjas engaged in battle. However, if the adversaries are these two individuals, we can only pray that their objectives do not conflict with ours. It was truly troublesome to encounter one of the few individuals she least desired to confront, and to stumble upon two of them at once. Was this a stroke of good or bad luck for her and Bai? Their paths had crossed with the enigmatic yet popular characters from Naruto, and now they found themselves in direct confrontation. Though masked and clad in Umbu attire, Shallow Snow had spent considerable time with both individuals and had witnessed their prowess. By comparing their attack methods and physical attributes, she easily discerned their identities, Hatake Kakashi and Uchiha Itachi. Under normal circumstances, encountering either of them would prompt her to fervently hope for a friendly encounter. Yet now both were present. If their mission objectives were indeed at odds, Shallow Snow felt it would be wise to persuade Bai to abandon the task. Rubbing her aching forehead, she instinctively began to analyze the situation before her. What on earth was happening? According to the contents of Zabuza's letter, the documents concerning the Land of Water's daimyo could not possibly warrant the mobilization of Konoha's Umbu. Moreover, based on the information she had previously gathered with Bai, these individuals were merely a group of relatively formidable human traffickers. Although they were indeed criminals, their level of notoriety did not seem sufficient to incite the collaboration of two elite Umbu members. Even the prior rock ninja had been dealt with solely by Kakashi. What could be the reason behind the current predicament? One had to consider that if Kakashi and Itachi were to join forces, even Jiraiya might need to lay low for a while. After all, two high-intelligence ninjas possessing the Sharingan could likely hold their own even against the legendary Sannin. Suddenly, Shallow Snow felt her thoughts shift, as if something was on the verge of revelation. Sharingan, power, Jiraiya, the legendary Sannin Orochimaru? Yes, currently, the Land of Rivers, the Land of Water, the Land of Fire, and even the Land of Wind were experiencing cases of missing children. Although I have defected from the Land of Water, I still possess another identity to utilize. Recently, in pursuit of financial sustenance, I received a commission to locate a missing person, which ultimately led me here. The words of Xianyuan echoed in my mind, triggering a realization within Xianxue that sent a shockwave through her consciousness. In disbelief, she took a step back, overwhelmed by an urge to flee. What a jest! This was merely an intelligence-gathering mission. How could it possibly lead to a confrontation with the formidable Orochimaru? Xianxue, what troubles you? Bai inquired, sensing her astonishment and hesitation. Bai, is it possible for you to forego this task? After a moment's contemplation, Xianxue voiced her concern. Absolutely not. This is a mission entrusted to me by Mr. Zabuza. Bai retorted passionately. Yet, with your current capabilities, it is utterly impossible to evade their scrutiny and procure the necessary information. Xianxue closed her eyes, calmly articulating the harsh reality. Kakashi Hatake, the one with whom I previously collaborated to acquire intel from the Raikage, is well aware of his prowess. And the other individual, Itachi Uchiha, possesses a bloodline limit akin to yours, and you have witnessed his prowess firsthand. Surely you comprehend the gravity of the situation. But I have made progress. I protested, clinging to hope. No buts. Those two, either one of them, are beyond your current capabilities, even if you have begun to master some aspects of your bloodline ability. Xianxue, fully cognizant of Bai's thoughts, unceremoniously doused his aspirations with cold reality. Have you forgotten the material I once had you memorize? The Sharingan can see through all Jinjutsu and replicate it, except for bloodline abilities. Moreover, when the Sharingan reaches its zenith, you would be powerless against the mental assault of Tsukuyumi. Both individuals before you wield the Sharingan. You struggle against one, let alone two. You are merely a ninja specializing in taijutsu and close combat, while they each excel in their respective domains, one in long-range Jinjutsu and mental attacks, the other in a balanced blend of ninjutsu and taijutsu. Together, they would undoubtedly overpower you. What folly is this? She was indeed mad to contemplate sending Bai against such formidable characters from the early to mid-stages of the shinobi world. Yet, Bai stubbornly countered, but. Xianxue's tone shifted to one of rare severity. Regardless of the circumstances, I will not allow you to take such risks. I shall assume this mission. Understood. Recognizing the gravity of Xianxue's tone, Bai fell silent. Feeling Bai's quietude, Xianxue exhaled softly, then entrusted the child in her arms to Xianyuan, who had approached her from behind. Please take care of him. Eh. Xian Yuan, momentarily taken aback by Qian Shue's sudden gesture, complied without protest upon seeing the gravity of her expression. Taking the boy and stepping aside. She is certainly not a fool. Among the two Umbu currently engaged in battle on the battlefield, the one with black hair may remain unidentified, yet the silver-haired Umbu, who wields a sphere of blue lightning chakra in his palm, is unmistakable. If she fails to recognize him, it would be a disservice to her understanding of Naruto. Observing the expression on Shue's face, it seems likely that she is about to confront them. Standing at a distance to avoid being caught in the crossfire would be prudent. After all, her life is of utmost importance. Taking a deep breath to steady her tumultuous thoughts, Qianxue desperately churned her mind, contemplating all conceivable scenarios. From the information at hand, it can be surmised that the recent spate of missing children across multiple nations is orchestrated by Orochimaru, who operates from the shadows. While the reasons behind his abduction of so many children may elude those present, anyone familiar with Naruto would easily deduce that he seeks vessels for his reincarnation techniques. Naturally, given Orochimaru's nature, he would only pursue exceptionally unique bloodline heirs. Thus, the task of collecting children is likely delegated to his subordinates. It would not take a genius to conclude that the most accessible avenue for acquiring children would be through human traffickers. Currently, it is confirmed that the target information sought by Zabuza indeed lies within the grasp of these traffickers. Based on her previous encounters with those individuals, it is apparent that this mission could be executed with relative ease by alone, should it be tackled separately. Had she overthought her earlier hypotheses? Habitually, she cupped her lips with her hand and squinted her eyes, intently observing the fierce skirmish on the battlefield. Indeed, it is evident that the synergy between Kakashi and Itachi is lacking, suggesting they are a makeshift duo. Wait, weren't they supposed to be partners? Almost immediately, Qianxue's gaze shifted to the combatants, her pupils narrowing slightly. Positioned directly behind the two, she easily perceived the cursed seals spreading across the nape of their necks. The black markings had already tainted nearly half of their bodies and appeared to be gradually spreading. This is a special mark possessed only by Orochimaru's most trusted subordinates. These two individuals are not simply the traffickers Bai is after. At this juncture, has Orochimaru already developed the second stage of the cursed seal? That despicable wretch who treats people as mere tools. Yet, with this revelation, everything falls into place regarding why these two from Konoha have arrived here. One can only lament their ill fortune. The widespread disappearance of children would undoubtedly alarm the Hokage of Konoha, making it entirely reasonable for them to dispatch personnel for investigation. It is likely that Kakashi and Itachi followed different trails of inquiry, ultimately converging here. Perhaps the investigators surmised a connection to Orochimaru, prompting the deployment of Konoha's Umbu for a search. After all, Orochimaru is a rogue ninja from Konoha. However, it is now certain that the presence of Kakashi and Itachi here today is purely coincidental. Moreover, their objective does not appear to be the information sought by Zabuza, but rather the two subordinates of Orochimaru currently engaged in battle. With this thought, Asen Snow let out a subtle sigh of relief. Regardless of the circumstances, as long as their goals do not conflict, it is acceptable. Moreover, she wished to avoid a direct confrontation with these two formidable individuals if at all possible. Casting a glance at the ongoing skirmish, Asen Snow ultimately resolved to prioritize the completion of her mission, to prepare for any unforeseen developments. She took out a mask belonging to the Mist's Umbu and donned it over her face. This way, if she were to be discovered, claiming to be on a mission would be more readily believed. Once the mask was secured, Asen Snow found it somewhat uncomfortable and adjusted her head. As the mask obscured part of her view, leaving her, who was accustomed to being aware of her surroundings at all times, feeling rather uneasy. If given the choice, she would have preferred to forego the mask. She could not comprehend how Kakashi and Itachi managed to operate so effortlessly while masked. After taking a deep breath, Asen Snow stealthily retreated from her hiding spot. She then circled around, slipping through a window from a more secluded corner into the room behind them. If her instincts were correct, the item she sought should be in this very place. Carefully concealing her breath, she minimized her movements to the lightest degree as she rummaged through the contents of the room. Asen Snow was determined not to make any unnecessary noise that could alert the four individuals outside who were locked in an intense battle. It was clear to her that Kakashi and his comrades would certainly not fall in this confrontation. The more fiercely they fought, the less likely they would notice any disturbances within the room, which was crucial for her. Upon cautiously opening a box, Asen Snow quickly flipped through the documents inside and furrowed her brow. In addition to the information she needed, there were also extensive surveys regarding the customs and geography of the Land of Rivers, even detailing local fauna. The depth of these documents was astonishing. These materials were packaged in different folders than those sought by Zabuza, clearly intended for different recipients. Who might these documents be for? Orochimaru? Asen Snow gasped quietly, her mind racing through the relevant narratives of the Hokage, finally discerning the purpose of these documents. Orochimaru is already beginning preparations to establish the Sound Village. All this information is meant for the founding of the village. A slight smirk tugged at the corners of her lips. While this data held no significance for her, it was of great importance to Orochimaru, whom she already harbored a dislike for. Seizing the opportunity presented by her mission, a subtle act of sabotage seemed fitting. She removed the bothersome mask and meticulously organized all the materials. However, as she finished stowing away the documents, a fleeting moment of blankness overcame her when she inadvertently glanced at the spot where the files had been placed. Why does this dagger appear here? Sister Chinchue, what is wrong with you? Bai Minrue keenly noticed Chinchue's unease and inquired aloud. And nothing, truly nothing, she stammered. Her trembling fingertips recoiled slightly upon touching the cold hilt, as if frozen in place. Biting her lip, she inhaled deeply, closed her eyes, and suddenly grasped the dagger that lay peacefully before her. In that moment, she found herself at a loss for words, immobilized. All thoughts paused under the familiar sensation of the weapon in her hand. Indeed, it was her dagger. As she opened her eyes, now clouded with emotion, the blade shimmered in the moonlight, casting a cold and familiar dim glow. The hilt, perfectly molded to her grip, was delicately wrapped in pale blue silk, while the area near the blade had darkened to a deep purple, faintly stained with blood. Raising her hand, she brushed against the icy blade. All her resolve crumbled at the touch of the faint, familiar engravings on both sides. She covered her mouth, barely swallowing the sob that threatened to escape, the sensation nearly suffocating. Inscribed on the cold steel were two words etched with clumsy strokes: Chinchue and Mushi. This was indeed her dagger. Opening her mouth, her throat, now parched, could produce no sound. Why was this dagger here? She had resolutely decided to forget the past. Why, upon seeing this dagger, did despair grip her heart? Clutching the dagger tightly, Chinchue closed her eyes once more, tears streaming down her cheeks in silent anguish. Too faint. Choked words drifted into the cold air. Mushi. It seems this time the effect surpasses my expectations, he mused, observing the scene within the crystal ball. A gentle smile gracing her lips as she leaned back into the embrace of the silver-haired man standing behind her. Is this truly all right? She questioned, noting the girl in the crystal ball, silently weeping as she clutched the dagger under the moonlight, her tone tinged with disapproval. Are you upset, Lu? He turned her face, blinking innocently. No, Lu replied, averting his gaze. I just think you need not go to such lengths. I know you worry about Dian, but rest assured, she's my companion too. My actions are justified, he laughed lightly. I do not see you as helping her, Lu retorted. Perhaps some might believe you are merely toying with her. Shaking her hand, the crystal ball flashed through several figures. Who says I am not helping her? That dagger carries its significance. Lu said calmly as the person in his arms looked up at him. Stay away from that chaotic fellow, understood? He gazed at him in confusion. You have been tainted by him. There was a hint of complaint in Lu's tone. Ka was startled by Lu's words, causing him to cough for a while before regaining his composure. Why do you say that? Raising an eyebrow, Lu glanced back. Your manner of speaking has become increasingly similar. After a moment of choking, Ka, with cold sweat trickling down, reflected on this and begrudgingly admitted the truth. I understand. I will change. Why send that dagger over? Looking at the crystal ball, a complex emotion flickered in Lu's dark eyes. Was this truly beneficial for her? That item is essential, Ka replied, scratching his head with a casual smile. That dagger is a necessity for encountering that individual. That individual? Lu furrowed his brow slightly and then realized, you have sent that person to this world? Indeed. Otherwise, would I want to hear his complaints every day? It drives me insane. Seemingly recalling something, Ka frowned. So, to ensure only Jian could find him, I had no choice but to do this. That dagger cannot be given to anyone until Dian truly finds peace, right? It can serve as a switch to open that place. Moreover, with that dagger in hand, even if Dian were to meet Mushi again, she wouldn't lose her composure. Would she? Lu looked at her and then said calmly, You have other intentions, don't you? Ka squinted her eyes in a smile. You know me well, Lu. Yes. That dagger does have other purposes. Returning her gaze to the crystal ball, she observed the familiar face silently shedding tears. She gently tapped the table, saying, Some matters cannot be resolved through evasion. That dagger is my final hint to Dian, should there be no way to sever the past. Dian, you will never truly find liberation or happiness Do you understand? Especially now that you tightly grasp that dagger? Chapter 24 Sister Qianxue, what is wrong with you? I called out softly, somewhat at a loss, to Qianxue, who had evidently fallen into a daze. Never before had Bai witnessed such a vulnerable expression on her sister's face, one that appeared as fragile as delicate glass. Thin, transparent, and fragile, it seemed that even the slightest breath could shatter her. What could be the reason for this? What did that dagger symbolize? Why did Qianxue lose her composure upon seeing it? Bai's urgent calls finally brought Qianxue back from her reverie. Sister Qianxue, it's nothing. I merely saw something I thought had vanished, and I lost my composure. With a bitter smile, Qianxue closed her eyes and took a deep breath, calming the tumultuous thoughts within. Although she found it strange that the dagger appeared here, it was evident that her focus should not dwell on that at the moment. By the way, Bai, what is it, Sister Qianxue? May I take this dagger with me? Shallow Snow unconsciously caressed the cold blade of the dagger with her fingertip, the chill and rough texture gradually restoring her previously lost composure. She was Shallow Snow. Such impulsive emotions were not what she needed. This dagger must be of great importance to you, Sister Shallow Snow, Bai whispered. I will take good care of it for you. Thank you, Bai. It's nothing. Shallow Snow smiled faintly, tucking the documents securely into her embrace before turning to depart through the back door. However, just as she was a few steps away from the exit, Shallow Snow halted. Her gaze swept over the mottled shadow cast on the window not far from the back door, and she let out a soft sigh. Truly, it seemed that even when she wished to leave quietly and unnoticed, fate was against her. Recently, what could be said about the luck she and Bai had? The mask of the Umbu was swiftly returned to her face as Shallow Snow closed her eyes, calculating the potential for conflict within the room, along with the ensuing consequences. The conclusion was clear. If there was to be a confrontation, it would be more prudent to step outside. In an instant, all her thoughts were organized, and with calm hands, she formed seals, channeling her chakra to activate the body flicker technique. The objective was the vacant courtyard about 30 meters beyond the back door. No need to hide, come out. The thousands of needles spun at her fingertips as she addressed a shadow outside the house with a serene tone. Sister Shallow Snow? Bai inquired, puzzled by her actions. Bai, do not ask so many questions. This opponent is beyond your capability. I will handle the battle. Shallow Snow furrowed her brow as she observed the boy emerging from the shadows, one of a similar age to Bai, or rather, Itachi, and felt a throbbing pain at her temple. Why had this person appeared? Wasn't he supposed to be undercover at the Konoha Ninja Academy? Though she was already aware that the document in her possession was urgently sought by Orochimaru, she had prepared herself to confront whoever he sent. Yet, she had not anticipated crossing paths with this individual. At that moment, Shallow Snow was certain that her and Bai's luck was abysmally poor. If there were individuals in the world of Naruto that Shallow Snow desperately wished to avoid confrontation with, she could name at least 10 without a second thought. Orochimaru would undoubtedly be first, with Kakashi and Itachi tied for second, and third was this very person before her. His hair was a light gray, almost white, complemented by black-rimmed glasses, and his appearance was strikingly refined and scholarly. Even upon being discovered, he wore a smile that could easily endear him to the unsuspecting, though that was only true for those unaware of his true nature. Kabuto Yakushi, known as Orochimaru's confidant, possessed remarkable talent as a medical ninja. Pushing up the pair of glasses perched on his nose, Do smiled and inquired, I am quite curious. How did you come to know of my existence? Through countless experiences and under the guidance of Orochimaru, he felt assured that even the Umbu would be unable to discern his hidden presence without preparation. How, then, did this individual before him become aware of him? Qianxue slightly lowered her head, adopting a vigilant combat stance, the sound and the shadow. Had she not noticed the dissonant protrusion reflected in the window, she would not have paused. Moreover, if she had not halted upon realizing something was amiss, she would not have detected the unnatural sounds concealed within the clamor of the battle outside. Although Do's concealment was nearly flawless, he could not entirely eliminate his own presence. The rhythm of his heartbeat and the sound of his breathing were unmistakable. Thus, she was able to discern him. To think that a flaw would emerge in this aspect, I can certainly understand why Lord Orochimaru holds you in such high regard. A brief glimmer reflected off Do's glasses obscured his expression, rendering his thoughts indecipherable. Admiring me? But we have never met, have we? Qianxue struggled to suppress the urge to roll her eyes, adamantly denying any prior encounter with them. After all, it had been more than a year since their fleeting encounter, and she and Bai were not easily recognizable, were they? Moreover, the most crucial detail was that she currently wore a mask. How so? Do adjusted his glasses, his smile warm. More than a year ago, after our first meeting, which resulted in significant losses for us. Lord Orochimaru began to hold you in high esteem. He mentions you in conversation quite frequently. I apologize, but I am unaware of what you are referring to. No wonder she and Bai had been experiencing inexplicable chills over the years. It turned out they had been the subjects of a certain serpent's ramblings. Although such thoughts lingered in her mind, Shan Shui's tone remained perplexed, thoroughly concealing the truth of the matter. Is that so? While it may be an imposition, might I request you accompany me? Blue chakra surged from his hands, and Do's smile grew ever gentler. His tone was calm and even remarkably polite. Regrettably, I have other matters to attend to. I can only express my apologies for your kind invitation. While uttering these seemingly trivial words, Shan Shui's focus intensified, her fingers tightening around the hilt of her kunai. She was acutely aware that the chakra blade formed by Do's chakra was the optimal weapon for severing muscles and nerves, a combat branch unique to medical ninjas. The potency of this chakra blade was something Tsunade had experienced firsthand. Even someone with her formidable regenerative abilities found it troublesome. Though Do was still young. The examples of Kakashi and Itachi before her left her with little confidence that she could easily manage the situation. I must also express my apologies. Do adjusted his glasses, suddenly taking the initiative. Though he harbored no fondness for combat, I could not allow you to take the documents. Had he already been present when she retrieved the materials? Did he see the color of her eyes? It is no wonder he was so certain he was the individual from over a year ago. Almost simultaneously with Do's advance, Shallow Snow deftly launched her shuriken, swiftly evading his assault by exploiting the brief gap in his defense. Yet, why did he not strike when she appeared momentarily distracted by the dagger? Understanding that Do was a master of close combat, Shallow Snow, after a fleeting moment of bewilderment, immediately chose to abandon such musings and refocus her attention on agile evasion, constantly monitoring the distance between them while diligently seeking openings in his attack. She released 1 or 2 shuriken to neutralize his seemingly inevitable strikes. They were both acutely aware that all their previous exchanges were merely tentative, each probing for vulnerabilities, identifying patterns of offense and defense, and waiting for the opportune moment to deliver a decisive blow. Both were adept at uncovering each other's weaknesses and equally skilled at compensating for their own. Thus, albeit reluctantly, this battle could only be described as endless. After assessing the situation before her, Shallow Snow resignedly arrived at this conclusion. She leapt gracefully, landing on a tree behind her. Her silver-blue eyes narrowed slightly, devoid of any discernible emotion, only reflecting cold calculation. To alter this stalemate, it would require one party to exhaust their stamina or reveal a flaw. Do, like a phantom, pressed forward, his hand enveloped in chakra, swiftly aiming for Shallow Snow's abdomen. However, Shallow Snow paid no heed to the attack directed at her midsection. Instead, she thrust her shuriken with utmost urgency, targeting Do's throat. This was a departure from her previous evasive tactics, a desperate gamble for her life. She was betting, and evidently, her wager was correct. Do had no intention of engaging in a life-or-death struggle. Faced with such an onslaught, he merely gasped and swiftly retreated up the tree trunk. Neither party gained the upper hand. Thus, they found themselves in a standoff, one perched in the tree, the other grounded below. Do gently brushed his sleeve, which had been grazed by the shuriken during their skirmish, his gaze obscured by his glasses. It seems we have reached a stalemate. Since we are at an impasse, how about we each take a step back? Shallow Snow proposed calmly, though she was contemplating ways to extricate herself from this predicament. To alter this situation would require either side to falter or exhibit a weakness. I apologize, but those documents are of great importance to Lord Orochimaru. With a refined gesture, Do adjusted his glasses, expressing a notable personal interest in the mysterious lady before him. Goosebumps instantly prickled as Chinchua rolled her eyes behind the mask and declared, I am a man. A crow cawed, soaring over the suddenly silent clearing. Do's glasses slipped down his nose, his expression momentarily frozen in disbelief. You have a chance. Seizing the opportunity while Do was momentarily distracted, Chinchua swiftly formed hand seals with one hand positioned behind her. Water release, 1,000 killing water flight. The scant moisture in the air abruptly coalesced into sharp ice spikes, which densely surged towards Do. Having previously expended considerable chakra to enhance her speed to evade Do's attack, Chinchua's 1,000 killing water flight was merely aimed at forcing Do to retreat. In truth, she held little expectation for this assault. What she truly desired was to create a diversion. With a decisive motion, Chinchua unleashed an explosive tag, successfully triggering a small-scale explosion. Subsequently, as Do looked on in astonishment, she leapt from the tree, disregarding his incoming attack, and swiftly formed hand seals with both hands. Water release, Water barrier. Standing behind the transparent water wall, Qianxue keenly detected a distant, indistinct sound, and a calculating smile slowly emerged beneath her mask. The only way to escape this predicament would be for their side to exhaust their stamina, reveal a flaw, or for a third party to intervene. In the current scenario, the potential third parties were limited to two, the two individuals already cursed by Orochimaru, or Kakashi and Itachi. While it appeared to be a 50-50 chance, Qianxue assessed that, based on combat experience, the likelihood of Kakashi and Itachi's presence was approximately 80%. She had always trusted her analytical conclusions. Do, seemingly aware of Qianxue's intentions, almost immediately retracted his attack, wiped his face, and removed his glasses, altering his appearance entirely. Almost simultaneously, two figures materialized in the battlefield. One appeared beside Do, intercepting his attack and engaging him swiftly. The other landed beside Qianxue, pressing a hand firmly on her shoulder. Qianxue managed a wry smile. Must you be so wary of me? After consecutively employing 2 advanced jutsu, my chakra is nearly depleted, leaving me with only the most basic capacity for movement. How troublesome it is to have an intruder. It seems I have lost this round. After repelling Itachi with a swift knife hand strike, Do retrieved a pellet from his pocket. I look forward to our next meeting, he remarked, tossing the pellet before Itachi could launch another attack, resulting in a blinding flash. Although Shanshu was prepared when the hand was raised, she was still momentarily blinded by the flash. Once her vision cleared, only 3 individuals remained in the arena. Taking a sharp breath, Shanshu turned to glare at the person gripping her shoulder. I mean, Lei, I'm not going to run away, so why the excessive force? You're nearly dislocating my arm. The discomfort from her depleted chakra combined with the pain from Kakashi's grip almost brought her to tears. Upon hearing her words, the 2 others present paused, then exclaimed in unison, Shui? Who else could it be? She retorted, reluctantly freeing her poor shoulder from Kakashi's grasp, while flexing her aching joints. What brings you here? Itachi approached, his tone somewhat unfriendly. You can tell by my mask, Shanshu shrugged indifferently. Like you, I'm on a mission. What is your objective? Kakashi's hand once again latched onto her shoulder, prompting Itachi to step back slightly. It's of no concern to you. How cautious, Shanshu remarked, accepting the inevitable. Without any resistance, she allowed Kakashi to hold her shoulder and added, You tracked us here because you know these traffickers are connected to Orochimaru, right? Itachi nodded. My mission involves gathering some information on these traffickers, Shanshu smiled. And that information is right here with me. You may inspect it. It's nothing of great significance. So knowing it won't matter to you. What was that about earlier? Itachi inquired as he approached her again. That individual was quite formidable when the flash occurred. I could only manage to kick him hard, and he even used a substitution technique. The information I possess is urgently needed by Orochimaru. That person attacked me for that reason. Sensing the hostility from the 2 was dissipating, Shanshu smiled and asked, Has your battle concluded? Yes, Kakashi nodded, releasing her shoulder. For some reason, those 2 suddenly perished during the fight. Then allow me to offer you a piece of information, Shanshu continued. Their sudden demise suggests that Orochimaru's cursed seal has not yet fully succeeded. This news brought her a slight sense of relief, and she met Kakashi's skeptical gaze with friendliness. You 2 effectively saved me, otherwise, I would have been embroiled in a prolonged battle with that man. So, sharing this information seems fair, doesn't it? Besides, you wouldn't want to leave empty-handed, would you? We will be taking the bodies back, Kakashi voiced his dissatisfaction. The bodies are merely one aspect. The information I provide is far more significant. What do you wish for? Itachi inquired. Honestly, I've mentioned that it's being offered for free. Ace replied nonchalantly, and I too harbor a disdain for that serpent. Orochimaru is currently amassing a multitude of children for a purpose. Isn't it merely to cultivate his loyal subordinates? Kakashi replied with a hint of impatience. Ace rolled her eyes, though the effect was diminished by her mask. Orochimaru is gathering information from various regions, preparing to establish a nation. Both Kakashi and Itachi's bodies jolted, exchanging glances. I initially intended to inform them of Orochimaru's intended location for this nation, but now, is the information accurate? Itachi inquired. If it is erroneous, you may certainly come to the land of water to settle the score with me. Thank you for the intel. Kakashi nodded at Ace. Then we shall take our leave. No need to see us off. Ace coolly waved her hand. As Itachi passed by her, he hesitated momentarily before offering her a pill. It replenishes chakra. With that, he vanished without a trace. Clutching the pill tightly, Ace lowered her head. After a long moment, accompanied by a soft exclamation of fool, her figure also disappeared from the battlefield. Chapter 25. Oh dear, what a hassle. Xinyuan sighed. raking a hand through his hair while gazing at the young boy in his arms, who was frowning even in unconsciousness. Having lived in the world of Naruto for quite some time, he was not unfamiliar with its customs. Yet, it was precisely this familiarity that made matters exceedingly complicated. This world, in a manner of speaking, bears resemblance to the situation in China. While the term homosexuality exists, and even in the households of prominent figures, one may find so-called male attendants, there remains a general resistance to it. In his previous life, as a standard representation of a female werewolf, he was well aware of all that was known. However, understanding and accepting it from a certain perspective does not imply that others would comprehend or embrace it. After all, merely the act of being violated is something no man could endure, right? Thus, the pressing dilemma before him was how to treat this young boy. In a certain sense, this boy possessed an aesthetic appeal that aligned with his preferences, a gender-neutral, somewhat effeminate beauty. Yet, despite being a beauty, he was fundamentally just a child who appeared to be no older than 7 or 8. What to do? Dealing with children was his greatest weakness. He recalled the time when Luna's mother entrusted him with the care of little Luna, enduring the torment of her piercing cries, which had fostered a rather unfortunate habit of developing headaches at the mere sound of a child crying, compelling him to seek a wall to bang his head against. Stealing a glance around, he noted the absence of any walls. So what should he do? Should he find a stone to strike himself? In the midst of her distress, a cool voice emerged from behind her, asking, "What are you doing daydreaming here?" Startled by the sudden sound, she instinctively threw her bundle aside. To her dismay, she had not noticed someone approaching so closely. Realizing what she had just discarded, Xian Yuan gasped and hurried after the thrown package. Beautiful individuals are meant to be admired, not harmed. Such a lovely face should not suffer injury. Was this person truly a fool? Qian Shui, with a head full of exasperated thoughts, observed the clumsy attempt of a certain individual to catch another. If all went as expected, even if he managed to catch the person, he would likely end up landing on his back. How could Bai have compared her to this fool? It was utterly shameful. However, her chakra was nearly depleted. The little she had left was barely sustained by the medicine Itachi had given her. Why should she employ the body flicker technique in such circumstances? What benefit would that serve her? Thus, Qian Shui resolutely turned away. Thud. A loud sound echoed. Ugh. Xian Yuan rubbed the back of her head, nearly brought to tears. It hurt tremendously. The collision was so painful it nearly took her breath away, yet before her, a dazzling array of stars danced in her vision. She finally understood the phrase, seeing stars. Nevertheless, she did not relinquish the child she held in her arms, carefully cradling him instead. Xian Yuan, are you all right? Noticing a branch lying nearby, Qian Shui poked the figure on the ground, feeling it necessary to inquire about the one who had used himself as a cushion for her sake. I'm fine, he replied, shaking his head, only to find that the throbbing in his head intensified. To Qian Shui, it appeared as though Xian Yuan's eyes were swirling like incense spirals. For the first time in her life, Qian Shui seriously contemplated the feasibility of committing murder and disposing of a body. With a swift motion, she drew a shuriken from her wrist and accurately struck it into Xian Yuan's acupuncture points on his hands and head, suppressing her urge to stab the shuriken directly into his brainstem, and calmly inquired, "Is that better?" "Thank you," Xian Yuan said, recovering from his dizziness and gazing gratefully at Qian Shui. "It's nothing. Is this child the one you were looking for?" Qian Shui shifted her gaze to the still unconscious child, slightly furrowing her brow as she asked. "No, I'm searching for another child," Xian Yuan replied, shaking his head after glancing at the child in his arms. "Is that so?" Qian Shui frowned, taking the child from Xian Yuan's embrace, and once again, she accurately positioned the shuriken above the child's head. "What do you intend to do?" Due to the swiftness of Qian Shui's actions, Xian Yuan was unable to intervene in time and could only voice his inquiries. Observing the child, who was already in a state of unconsciousness, flinch at her movements, Xian Yuan felt his brows furrow deeper. What was the necessity? The child was still so young. Would it not be better for him to awaken on his own? This boy must be one of the missing children. Rather than expending energy in search, it would be far more efficient to simply inquire directly. Though her methods were somewhat brusque, they were undeniably effective. Moreover, with Orochimaru's plans having already faltered, it was plausible that he would hasten to other locations in pursuit of children. Time was of the essence. She could not afford the luxury of waiting for this child to gradually regain consciousness. The tone of her reasoning left Xian Yuan momentarily at a loss for a response. With a soft groan, the boy cradled in Qian Shui's arms opened his eyes. However, the misty gray hue of his gaze suggested that he was not yet fully alert. Sensing the warmth of the body holding him, the child immediately let out a piercing scream. "No. Let me go?" At that very moment, While Xianyuan had long prepared himself to evade, he found himself in profound distress, banging his head against a tree in exasperation. Why did the child's cries possess such penetrating power? His head throbbed painfully. A sharp slap echoed through the tranquil forest, momentarily stunning the 2 or 3 onlookers. Qianxue? In an instant, a figure dashed back with the speed of light, swiftly extracting the dazed boy from Qianxue's embrace and gently rubbing the flush on his pale cheek. She swore, were it not for the fact that Qian was a man, he most certainly would have refrained from taking any action. Recalling their initial encounter, Xianyuan, lacking in resolve, dared not glare at the calm figure of the instigator, who stood with arms crossed. Sister Qianxue, puffed out his cheeks disapprovingly. The child was already pitiable enough. Why strike him further? Would such actions truly calm that individual? Were it not for the fact that the questioner was Bai, Qianxue vowed she would have certainly delivered a reprimanding tap to his head. Bai, do you wish to save one person, or many? Bai was momentarily at a loss for words. If you wish to save more, then please do not interfere with my actions this time. Is that agreeable? Upon observing Bai's expression, Qianxue was inexplicably reminded of the mythical Qilin. She recalled having read in books that the Qilin is a benevolent creature, with horns enveloped in flesh and padded feet, moving as swiftly as the wind for fear of harming the beings beneath it. In essence, Bai bore a striking resemblance to the Qilin, embodying an extraordinary level of kindness and compassion. However, there are times when excessive kindness may not be a virtue. Understood. Bai remained silent, enveloped in a sullen quietude. On the other side, how does it feel? Does it hurt? A gentle rub, and all is well. Xianyuan pulled the little boy aside, cradling him protectively like a hen shielding her chicks, bending slightly to tenderly soothe the red marks on the boy's face. This scene, witnessed by Qianxue, inexplicably sent a chill down her spine. It seemed that this fellow had an unyielding fondness for all things beautiful. Meanwhile, the little boy, gently caressed by Xianyuan, let moisture well in his striking gray eyes, before embracing Xianyuan and weeping in his arms. Between sobs, he incoherently called out for his brother, yet another soul enchanted by Xuanyuan's exterior. This sudden turn of events left even Qianxue momentarily stunned. How much more bewildered must Xianyuan be? Helplessly, he pressed one hand to his temple while the other patted the boy's back in a bid to console him. Judging by the distortion of his features, it was evident that he was experiencing quite the headache. Must he endure such a situation? Qianxue shook her head in exasperation. She stepped forward, gently extracting the little boy from Xuanyuan's embrace, and raised her hand once more. Snow, are you mad? This time, Xianyuan, having finally reacted in a timely manner, swiftly seized Qianxue's raised hand. I merely sought to calm him. Even through her mask, the faint chill emanating from Qianxue's silver-blue eyes sent an involuntary shiver through Xianyuan. For a long time, she had known that tears served no purpose. Or rather, she had been deprived even of the right to weep. Her congenital frailty condemned her to a life devoid of emotional highs and lows, stripping her of the privilege to cry. Unable to laugh heartily or weep freely, she was left with only the faintest of emotions and expressions. A mere observer, she could only remain detached. Even against her will, she had to suppress all feelings beneath the facade of rationality, calculating the slightest emotional fluctuations before allowing them to surface. Thus, her smile became her mask. Apart from smiling, she had no other expression to wear. It was this very circumstance that led to the misunderstandings that ensued. She's misinterpretations of her. In this world, the only one to trust is oneself, and the only one who will not betray is oneself. For in this world, reliance rests solely upon oneself. Stunned into silence by the revelation, the little boy blinked his beautiful gray eyes, gazing at Qianxue, who calmly uttered these words. In this world, the only one who can save you is yourself. Do not place your hopes in others. The white mask adorned with crimson patterns obscured the expression of Qianxue, leaving only her voice to reverberate through the nerves of all present, striking them one by one. For in this world, no deities exist. And even if they did, let it be remembered that with her head bowed, Qianxue revealed a smirk tinged with mockery behind the mask. Gods do not save mortals. They bear no such responsibility. To them, humans and ants are indistinguishable. Would you pay heed to, or even assist, an ant? Even if you might, it would likely be merely a fleeting impulse. Would it not? Thus, rather than relying on deities, it is far wiser to depend upon oneself, a truth she had long since comprehended. Ignoring the intense gleam in the boy's gray phoenix eyes that erupted upon hearing her words, Qianxue turned her head slightly, her tone unperturbed. Then, little ghost, can you lead us to where the other children are imprisoned? Repeating the mantra that gods do not save mortals, the handsome young boy raised his head. I am not called Little Ghost. I have a name. Though his childish voice still carried a hint of sobbing, it was imbued with a resolute determination, as if he had already made a decision. And what is your name? Shinshue inquired. Uepa, he declared, lifting his chin defiantly. My name is Shuepa. Xian Yuan stood by, his mouth agape, rendered speechless for a long while. Is this truly acceptable? A mere utterance of nihilistic rhetoric, devoid of comfort, could resolve everything? In a sense, Xian Yuan felt that Shui had taken yet another significant step toward becoming something beyond human. A sharp pain, akin to fire coursing through his side, caused Do, who was sprinting hastily, to cough, halting his steps as he swallowed back the surge of blood threatening to escape his throat. Although he had employed a substitution technique, he was still wounded by the dark-haired operative. Chakra flowed into his palm, which he pressed against the wound, initiating the healing process. This mission had indeed taken a heavy toll. Leaning against a nearby tree, Do chuckled ruefully as he adjusted the output of his chakra, preparing to wipe away the disguise that adorned his face. Who would have thought he would encounter the person he had seen a year prior in this very place? In that fleeting glimpse, he had only managed to remember a pair of silver blue eyes so pristine they seemed devoid of any emotion. The clarity of that hue, reminiscent of the blue sky reflected in ice, had remained etched in his memory. His initial impression was simply one of beauty, a stark contrast to the pale, bluish, pupilless eyes of the Hyuga clan, which lacked such profound allure. Like a rare memory buried deep within the recesses of the mind, those extraordinary golden-green feline eyes remain vivid. Even though I have long understood that I exist in a world similar yet distinct, I find myself unable to relinquish the pursuit of that soul resembling the figure from my recollections. And has he been found now? More composed and rational than I remembered. Possessing a beauty that is both reminiscent and uniquely different, I encountered this individual under the guise of night. Was it mere coincidence? I recall the time when you had not returned for an extended period, prompting Lord Orochimaru to take him in search. By a small stream, they stumbled upon Yu's lifeless body. Upon examining the wounds, it was determined that the cause of death was a needle-like puncture that had penetrated the brainstem. It had cleanly severed the central nervous system responsible for respiration, resulting in an instantaneous demise. Without a hint of hesitation, whether cruel or compassionate, when he deduced the outcome, Lord Orochimaru almost immediately erupted into laughter, patting his shoulder and proclaiming that he had found a worthy opponent. His first reaction was to wonder if this individual was also a medical ninja like himself. However, Lord Orochimaru offered no answers to his inquiries, only commanding him to search for this person. Yet, no matter what he did, he could not gather any information. The person with silver blue eyes seemed as though he had never existed in this realm, and even the enigmatic figure of Yi was not so difficult to investigate. He scoured the records of the Land of Fire for an extended period, yet could uncover nothing regarding this individual. If not for Lord Orochimaru's persistent orders, he might have dismissed it as merely a figment of his imagination. To his astonishment, he encountered this person once again today. Initially, it was merely due to the prolonged absence of the individual tasked with retrieving items. However, upon arriving at the designated location, he was taken aback to witness the person accompanying him engaged in a confrontation with the Umbu of Konohagakure. It was utterly predictable that such a foolish suggestion to procure children from traffickers would lead to entanglements with the Umbu. Just as he prepared to enter the building, he was rendered speechless by the sight before him. A girl with long, flowing black hair, strikingly beautiful, stood quietly within the room, her profile turned towards him. With her hands tightly gripping a peculiar dagger and her head bowed, she wept silently. Her tears fell in large, glistening droplets from her silver blue eyes, cascading down her cheeks and landing upon her hands, the dagger, and even the floor. Silently sorrowful, yet devoid of sound, desperately struggling, as if on the verge of bleeding. Yearning to seize something intangible, enveloped in a hopeless longing. Despite knowing he ought to advance and eliminate the unguarded figure before him, he found himself inexplicably immobilized. His body seemed to possess a will of its own, paralyzed by the scene that lay before him. Thus, he could only gaze blankly at the girl, seemingly cloaked in moonlight, as tears flowed and then subsided, ultimately retreating into an expression of detached fragility. Then, she smiled gently, radiating warmth in stark contrast to the earlier despair. Who was she? Why did she exhibit such distinct expressions, like two disparate souls? There were no answers. The sole sensation he experienced was one of profound shock. For the first time, the memories of the night began to fade. In the subsequent battle, he discovered striking similarities between himself and her. The same cunning, the same adeptness at concealing emotions, the same fade. It felt as though he were gazing into a mirror, confronting another version of himself. How intriguing. He closed his eyes, tugging at the corners of his lips. This time, he had lost the battle, yet he felt no inclination towards despair. Moreover, he had no intention of reporting the outcome to Lord Orochimaru, as he had unexpectedly encountered someone who piqued his interest. With a soft sigh, he calmly called out to the other side, "Who goes there?" "Ah, my apologies. I did not mean to intrude," came a slender figure emerging from behind a tree, short, flame-like hair dancing in the moonlight. "I merely wished to inquire about some information." "Is that so?" He donned a habitual smile, replying gently, "I hope I can assist you." Lowering his gaze, he concealed the glimmer of calculation. It was only at this proximity that he realized the absence of discernible ninja markings on this seemingly formidable individual. If he were to bring this person back, Lord Orochimaru would surely be pleased. Chapter 26. So, you only know the appearance of that individual and a name, Yuki? After removing his glasses for disguise, he adjusted the bridge of his nose with his fingers, reflecting on what he had just heard before speaking. "Yes, that's correct." Xiao Di cradled her head, pondering intently, and then lamented, "Although Yuki is very kind, I realize I know nothing more. How foolish of me. After all that time spent together, I never thought to ask. First, we must ascertain the gender. Is the Yuki you speak of male or female?" He skillfully probed for information. "So, the person with silver blue eyes is named Yuki?" From the perspective of combat performance, this truly aligns with his style and personality, doesn't it? Upon being questioned by Do, Xiao Di appeared momentarily taken aback, then furrowed his brow in deep contemplation. He had never heard Xue mention it. Given his striking beauty, he must be female, right? Yet, based on the moon's reaction, it seems he should actually be male. Do found himself momentarily at a loss, unsure of how to respond. He began to doubt the accuracy of the intelligence received from Yachimaru. How could this evidently simple-minded individual have become a member of the Sand Ninja's Dark Division? Has the Sand Ninja begun to decline as well? No wonder Lord Orochimaru sought power to change all of this. However, it was settled. He could confirm that the person before him was indeed the rogue ninja mentioned in Yachimaru's reports, who had a close relationship with the one-tailed Jinchuriki. Lord Orochimaru once remarked that, according to Yachimaru's accounts, this ninja possessed a remarkable bloodline limit, which he wished to acquire for research. Truly, at times, Lord Orochimaru could be quite capricious. He may speak lightly of it, but it is their followers who bear the burdens. Nevertheless, there was no point in overthinking it. The simplicity of this individual's personality was her own issue, at least for him. Bringing her back to Lord Orochimaru seemed to become considerably easier. "Since you are unaware of Xue's whereabouts, I shall have to search elsewhere." With a hint of disappointment, Xiao Di patted his cheeks and turned to leave. Have you considered how to find that person?" Do could not allow the target to slip from his grasp. He hurriedly called out to her, wearing an innocuous smile. Just as she was about to take a step forward, her movement came to an abrupt halt. Do observed the individual who had wandered off to a nearby tree, sulking and aimlessly circling like a mushroom, unsure of how to react. Such a person, with a head full of dark thoughts, made Do feel a slight ache in his head. Was this individual truly as formidable as Yachimaru's report suggested? He found himself doubting. If it's merely a matter of information, I believe I might have a solution. Regardless of his skepticism, as long as he could ascertain this person was indeed the one Lord Orochimaru sought, that was sufficient. Really? Xiao Di immediately sprang back to her feet, her amber eyes sparkling so brightly that Do instinctively took a step back, averting his gaze. It was blinding, akin to standing before a 10,000-watt bulb, making it difficult for him to keep his eyes open in the shadows. "So, as a condition for this exchange, is there something you require me to do?" However, the subsequent question caused Do to pinch his nostrils, uncertain about the initial definition he had ascribed to her. "What do you mean by that? You must have a purpose in raising this question, correct?" Xiao Di chuckled nonchalantly, gesturing towards her own lips. "Though your smile appears warm, it pales in comparison to that of Snow's, doesn't it?" She hesitated momentarily, pondering whether she truly seemed so insincere in contrast to that individual. After all, were they not of the same kind? Or perhaps that person had become a master of disguise, even more adept than herself? Snow had once imparted a lesson. In this world, no one offers selfless assistance. Every act of kindness demands a personal sacrifice. Xiao Di smiled again, remarking, "Moreover, we hardly know each other, do we? It is only natural for you to think this way. So have you failed?" This fellow appeared more formidable than anticipated. Was recourse to force the only option? Yet, after 2 consecutive battles, her chakra was nearly depleted. Engaging in conflict now would prove quite strenuous. Had she known, she should have brought anesthetics with her. "Of course, I shall follow you." Xiao Di's words momentarily stunned Do, who was already gathering chakra in his palm, almost losing control of it. Why had he assumed this girl would refuse? After all, it was evident he had ulterior motives. Ordinarily, a person with even a modicum of awareness would not agree to continue following him, would they? Well, I am already a rogue ninja with no place to go. Xiao Di smiled sweetly. You are quite impressive. You must also be a ninja. Since you wish for me to accompany you, there must surely be a purpose for my presence. As Snow once advised, one should maximize the utility of anything that could be of use. It was merely a matter of mutual exploitation, after all. Do found himself at a loss for words. He could not discern whether the person before him was clever or foolish, as it was exceedingly difficult to judge. Moreover, he was far more preoccupied with the one named Snow. He was beginning to find her far more intriguing than the night itself. It seemed that Lord Orochimaru had not erred in his assessments. He had indeed encountered a worthy opponent. However, should that opponent truly be her, perhaps it would not be such a bad turn of events. Regardless, as long as she agreed to accompany him, it mattered little. Compared to the lost information, this girl would surely delight Lord Orochimaru even more. Then, follow me. Without further ado, Do turned and departed. After a moment's hesitation, Xiao Di bit her lip and followed suit. After all, she had nothing left to lose. She feared nothing. Why are there so many? Gazing at the nearly full room of people, Qian Shui rubbed her aching temples in exasperation. The guide, Shui Pu, had already mingled among the children, seemingly engaged in some unknown task. Given that matters involved Orochimaru and his plans to establish the Sound Ninja Village, coupled with the information she received from Xianyuan, she had prepared herself to encounter many individuals. However, she now had to admit that she had underestimated the ambitions of that serpent. The number of individuals before her had far exceeded her initial expectations, with at least 50 more present. Orochimaru, can you truly accommodate such a multitude? Your appetite is indeed extraordinary. I must admit I underestimated your capacity, she mused. Shallow Snow, sister, I called out softly, breaking into her thoughts. I understand what you wish to convey, but have you considered the financial implications of supporting such a large group? Shallow Snow closed her eyes momentarily, pressing her temples. However, Sister Shallow Snow, are you not going to take responsibility? Bai's voice trembled with a hint of sorrow. It is not that I disregard it. You are aware that Xianyuan has received reports regarding the investigation into the missing children, correct? Shallow Snow sighed with resignation. Though by displayed intelligence, she struggled to connect theoretical knowledge with practical realities, which could prove detrimental for a ninja. What does that matter? Bai questioned, perplexed. Since there is an investigation into the missing children, it implies that their families are searching for them. Therefore, we need not dwell on the logistics of accommodating everyone. Shallow Snow analyzed meticulously. What we must do now is ascertain whether these children have families. It would be imprudent to assume every child has a home. Our only hope is that there are not too many orphans among them. Understood, Bai replied, somewhat disheartened. She was not oblivious to Shallow Snow's intent, yet felt a pang of frustration for not having thought of this herself. Did this disparity signify that she would never catch up to Shallow Snow? Removing her mask, Shallow Snow smiled gently, inquiring softly about the well-being of each child, their wide, terrified eyes fixated on her and Xianyuan. With a tender tone, reminiscent of youth yet imbued with a maturity far surpassing her years, she calmed their anxieties, avoiding the catastrophic scenario Xianyuan had envisioned. It must be said that she wielded her essence with remarkable finesse, as she watched 1, 2, then 3 children become entranced by her delicate smile. Xianyuan pondered with a furrowed brow. While he recognized that the silver blue eyes before him were strikingly beautiful, the maturity of their owner belied her youthful appearance. He couldn't help but lament that such a talent should not be squandered in teaching. Despite being aware of her profound thoughts, he suspected that her current demeanor was largely a fade. However, despite this awareness, I could not help but be captivated. The warmth was simply overwhelming. Just gazing at her, one could scarcely fathom the icy composure she exhibited in battle, a demeanor seemingly devoid of emotion. It was as though she were two entirely different individuals. Would she truly not suffer from a split in her psyche if this continued? A peculiar thought suddenly crossed Xuanyuan's mind. Meanwhile, the children being questioned were efficiently divided into 2 groups by Qianxue. Xianyuan. After completing the inquiries with the last child, Qianxue let out a gentle sigh of relief and called out to the dazed Xianyuan. Hey, what is it? Xianyuan responded immediately. Can you take these children to a larger village? They all bear clues to their families, and you should be able to acquire a significant sum. Pointing to the majority of the children, Qianxue sighed lightly. Ah, those children? No problem, I can handle that. But could you please make sure they stop crying first? Xianyuan nodded earnestly. What a delightful opportunity. Refusing it would be utterly unreasonable. So, how do you plan to handle those orphans, Sister Qianxue? Bai's voice trembled slightly. Of course, I will find a way to take them in, Qianxue replied with a smile. Huh. I had initially intended to plead with Sister Qianxue for a solution and was momentarily at a loss for words, having assumed she would be indifferent. Their backgrounds were strikingly similar to Bai's own. Qianxue sighed softly, observing the remaining group of approximately a dozen children, all of whom had been scorned, ostracized, or even hunted for displaying a modicum of supernatural ability. Although their fates were not as dire as Bai's, having been forced to kill their own kin, they were not far removed from such tragedy. Bai realized he could not simply ignore these children before him, even if some appeared older than he. Thus, recognizing the futility of attempting to alter Bai's stubborn mindset, Qianxue resolved to find a way to accommodate him. Fortunately, Bai's thoughts were generally quite predictable. His astonished tone confirmed her suspicions. But given our current capabilities, is it even possible? Bai, not lacking in intellect, felt disheartened by the reality that, while he wished to rescue them, the situation seemed bleak. Solutions are conceived by people. Let us first identify a place where these children's abilities will not be viewed with suspicion and settle them there. Qianxue pondered potential plans. Her lips partially covered as she thought. Oh dear, this is quite the headache. Xianyuan cautiously interjected. What is it? Qianxue turned to him. If it's about the placement of these children, I know of a location that could help you resolve this issue. Although I do not believe that the overly rational Snow before us would contemplate this issue. Her actions in separating the children suggest she may have been influenced by the true self of Bai. Given Bai's inherently kind nature, it is reasonable to interpret her intentions as a desire to assist these children. Do you have a solution? Indeed, I have a childhood friend, a few years my junior, who has opened a hot spring establishment, Xianyuan remarked, and she has a fondness for charming young children. I believe these children, appearing quite capable, could assist her there. A hot spring? A sense of foreboding suddenly washed over Qianxue. Listening to Xianyuan, why did she feel an uncanny familiarity with the person he described? If the children have no objections, it should pose no problem. At some point, Xuepa, who had been conversing with the children confined together, emerged. I just asked them, and they all expressed willingness to accompany you. Is that so? Qianxue smiled and turned to Xianyuan. May I inquire about the name of your childhood friend? Oh, her surname is Yu, and her name is Duanfei. As expected, both Qianxue and Bai felt a shared moment of disbelief. Truly, this world is quite small. The room, with its stone walls, appeared rather rudimentary and rough, illuminated only by the dim glow of an overhead light. Shelves lined the walls, filled with countless scrolls, while some partially open scrolls lay scattered across the floor. In the center, a figure sat at a table, intently examining a scroll, their black hair absorbing the yellow light. Resembling a dark void, ominous and profound. Lord Orochimaru. The slightly ajar door swung open, and Do entered. How are the two? Still engrossed in the scroll. Orochimaru's grayish-yellow eyes did not lift. The newly arrived Chien evaded critical strikes. Currently, the more troublesome issue is the wound on Junmaru's face, which will likely leave a scar. Do adjusted his glasses, finding comfort in their presence, and replied, Junmaru seems unable to fully control his newfound power, which led to his injury. However, his recovery ability is astonishing. The burned areas have nearly healed without treatment. Still unable to control it? It appears training remains insufficient. Orochimaru frowned momentarily before asking, how is the task I assigned you progressing? What about those two? We encountered Konoha's Umbu. Preliminary deductions suggest they were Uchiha Itachi and Hitaki Kakashi, whom you have been monitoring. Both have perished, seemingly unable to withstand the rapid flow of chakra. I nearly fell into their grasp as well. Do cautiously selected his words. A failure, then? Orochimaru finally lifted his gaze to Do. Even accustomed to Do, an unsettling chill surged within him, prompting a slight retreat as he respectfully bowed his head and replied, yes. You had better provide me with a reason that does not incite my wrath. Orochimaru slightly narrowed his eyes. Lord Orochimaru, the individual you sought last time, I encountered during this mission. After a moment of contemplation, Kabuto decided to withhold part of the truth. A significant factor behind this mission's failure was indeed due to him. Oh, you have crossed paths with him? Orochimaru cast a sidelong glance at him, inquiring whether he had gathered any information. His fighting style is quite similar to yours, yet he possesses remarkable speed, wielding 1,000 blades. When I saw him, he was donning a mask of the Umbu from the land of mist. I suggest you contact the spies stationed there to collect further intelligence. Pausing briefly, he added, moreover, it seems he can perform intermediate water release jutsu with a single hand seal. This is all the information I have acquired. Similar to your fighting style? Capable of one-handed seals? Orochimaru appeared intrigued, his expression transforming into the familiar cold smirk known to Kabuto. Indeed, due to the limited time of contact. This is all the data I could gather. Kabuto exhaled softly, continuing, he seems to be quite a promising specimen. Orochimaru licked his lips. How is the plan proceeding on the Konoha side? Everything is unfolding according to plan, with no errors. Kabuto adjusted his glasses and smiled. Lord Orochimaru, may I take my leave now? The effects of the Blaze Demon's anesthetic are nearing their end, and I cannot allow her to witness my current state. Furthermore, my pretense of illness in Konoha cannot be sustained for much longer. I must return. Orochimaru emitted a sound through his nose. And what of the specimens that have already arrived here? How are they faring? Most have passed the tests, although a few have been eliminated. How do you wish to handle them, Lord Orochimaru? They cannot even pass such a basic assessment? Truly worthless. Dispose of them promptly. No further questions are necessary. Understood. Kabuto nodded and turned to depart. The remnants of the Uchiha clan, the orphan of the Honlin clan, you say? Orochimaru, recalling a certain declaration made by someone he had just met due to Kabuto's reminder, stood up with a sinister smile. Tung, how would you react if you knew your beloved sister was currently in my grasp? The black empty ring on his slightly bent finger glimmered. In any case, as his own village was nearing establishment, it would be prudent to sever ties with that place. He had no interest in remaining anyone's subordinate. Licking his lips, Orochimaru exited the room cluttered with scrolls. Now, while that girl remains unconscious, let us make some preparations. Witnessing those who once despised me become my subordinates is indeed a pleasurable prospect, especially when considering the expression of a certain individual upon discovering this matter. It is truly something to anticipate. Chapter 27. The small village, bustling with a hint of noise, can only be described as simple, bustling with activity within. However, upon closer observation, one might discern that despite their tender age, these children wear expressions that are incongruous with their years, either composed, mature, or shrewdly worldly. They diligently engage in their tasks or training, exuding an air of quiet determination. Although the village before them consists of merely a few rudimentary houses, it boasts a remarkably expansive training ground. Within this arena, at least 30 children, appearing no older than 7 or, at most, 12 years of age, are engaged in fundamental physical training while bearing heavy loads. Although they are drenched in sweat, none choose to surrender. Instead, they grit their teeth and persevere. Their sole motivation is the desire to grow strong enough to safeguard their cherished homeland. On one side of the training ground, a blue-eyed boy with partially dyed golden hair furrows his brow slightly, then raises his hand. The silver chain coiled around his waist immediately leaps forth, ensnaring the waist of one child and dragging him toward the shade of a nearby tree, where a few waiting girls tend to him. You need to rest. Honestly, your complexion is so pale, yet you still insist on pushing yourself. Today's children are becoming increasingly worrisome. Stealing a glance at the houses on the opposite side of the training ground, Xianyuan begins to calculate the feasibility of slipping away. After all, that enigmatic figure, who seemed to have traversed from another realm, was currently engrossed in contemplating the village's financial development and was momentarily unconcerned with his whereabouts. Moreover, Xianyuan, should you attempt another escape, Lord Shui will undoubtedly be exceedingly displeased. Just as Xianyuan was recoiling the chain around his waist, a youthful, ethereal voice rang out behind him, causing him to turn abruptly after a brief shiver. Xiaopa, could you refrain from startling me like that? The imitation of Lord Shui's voice was so uncanny that, had it not been for the distinctive intonation used when addressing him, he might have believed that the demon had materialized. I have no guilt in my heart, for I am not a thief, the boy standing beside Xianyuan in the shade replied with a grin. His gray phoenix eyes narrowed slightly, and his ebony hair was tied back, with only the wine-red strands at his temples cascading down, enhancing the allure of his fair and delicate visage. Clad in a snug ninja outfit that allowed for ease of movement, particularly at the sleeves and legs, it accentuated his slender frame. Though undeniably male, he exuded an irresistible charm that invoked a desire to cherish and protect him. Xianyuan rolled his eyes. What are you doing out here? Did Lord Shui assign you any tasks? I completed them long ago. The analysis of intelligence is rather intriguing, Xiaopa replied, nodding before turning to converse with the girls who were attending to the resting child beneath the tree. Completely overlooked, Xianyuan gazed at the boy and girl whose faces flushed crimson with just a few exchanged words, as well as at Xuepa, whose enchanting smile remained unchanged. Devoid of any expression, he found himself utterly speechless. Are the children of today far too mature? Just as this thought crossed his mind, a black ninja bird descended, gently pecking at the window of a building on the opposite side of the training ground. Almost simultaneously, all present turned their attention to the bird's landing spot. watching as a hand opened the window, ushering the bird inside. Then, anyone present with normal hearing could distinctly hear the sound of a pin being snapped in half from within the house. It was over. Someone, realizing the gravity of the situation, instinctively shivered and prepared to make a hasty retreat. Xinyuan, are you not planning to stay? Shuepa's cool voice halted Xinyuan, who was about to flee, causing him to turn around with a grimace. Xiaopa, you know very well that fellow is bound to explode again. Just 3 days ago, she used me as a punching bag, and the wounds are yet to heal. Hasn't Sister Yu helped you with your treatment? Is it still not better? I'll have to inform Sister Yu. Shuepa's smile, in that moment, bore an uncanny resemblance to a certain entity that instilled fear in him. Informing Sister Yu, that woman who held grudges like no other, would mean he was inviting trouble upon himself. Where had that adorable little creature gone, who once cried in his embrace? He longed for the sweet child instead of this alluring yet fox-like brother who was anything but cute. The more he thought, the more disheartened Xinyuan became. He raised his hand and unceremoniously pinched Shuepa's cheek. Xiaopa, who taught you to be so cunning? You are not allowed to smile like that anymore, do you hear? As your brother, I absolutely forbid it. You are not my brother. Just because you pretend to be a boy doesn't change the fact that you are a girl. He scoffed. Shuepa, whose cheek was pinched, struggled to articulate a response. Unfortunately, his feeble resistance meant nothing to Xinyuan. It seemed Xinyuan was oblivious to the fact that he was bullying the younger one. He merely marveled at how his brother indeed had a face that seemed to invite torment, and the sensation of his pinch was rather delightful. Bang! The door of the house was flung open, and a dark-haired child emerged, appearing no older than 12, with a face as exquisite as a porcelain doll, adorned with an ever-present smile. The only peculiar detail lay in those captivating eyes, one blue and one black, where the brown-black eye was rapidly transforming to match the silvery blue hue of the other. Moreover, the moment one hears the creaking of the door, it becomes all but certain that a particular individual's mood is rather dismal. Almost simultaneously, everyone instinctively lowers their heads and resumes their tasks, based on their shared experiences of living together during this period. It is evident that what follows is a teaching observation session with Xinyuan and Rondu accompanying me. After casting a brief glance at the crowd that was fixed upon her, Qinshue calmly called out their names. Oh, why must her gaze be so piercing? Reluctantly emerging from behind a tree, Xinyuan felt a wave of despair wash over him. Meanwhile, in the training ground, a small boy with blue hair also stood up. Thus, amid the sympathetic gazes of the onlookers, the two approached Qinshue with a spirit as grim as that of a warrior severing his own arm. The only prayer of those present was that Qinshue's next move would not be too severe. After all, standing in the same position while bearing weight for several hours was quite taxing on the muscles. Each time they appeared, it signified the onset of a rather arduous training regimen, although it also heralded an eventual improvement in their rations. Hence, they held a love-hate relationship with the master of the Sister Qinshue. A timid voice echoed in her mind. Is there something you need, Bai? The speed of her subordinates' attacks faltered slightly due to Bai's intervention, granting the two individuals, who could barely defend against her onslaught, a moment of respite. Are you still upset with Mr. Jean? Her attacks momentarily paused, and with a flick of her wrist, a handful of dreaded shuriken were deftly pinched between her fingers. Of course not, Bai. I am not angry at all, Qinshue replied with a gentle smile. Truly, not even a bit. Yet, deep down, she harbored a desire to pin down a certain individual who roamed about in pajama pants and display him in a ballet pose in the bustling marketplace, making him a statue for an entire day. Really, I am not angry at all. However, you are clearly upset. Through Qinshue's perspective, I glanced at the troublesome figure who was currently forced to use a certain small boy as a shield while desperately trying to evade the onslaught of the Umbu, and let out a defeated sigh. What is the matter? I should be grateful to Jean for providing me with tasks that generate revenue. How could I possibly be angry with him? With a swift sidestep, Qinshue delivered a firm kick to Rondu's waist, sending him and Xinyuan tumbling away, her tone lighthearted. She was not angry at all, for after all, it was she who sought out the task from Zai Bujan that promised a reward necessary to sustain the village's operations. Most of the children she had rescued had already been returned by Xinyuan, yet there remained over a dozen orphans whose fate was still undetermined. Therefore, they were collectively placed in a hot spring establishment on the moon to work, providing them with a place to live. However, she had not anticipated that the rogue Shuepa had somehow acquired news that there were still children trapped, and Bai's character compelled her to intervene. Consequently, the number of children surged from a mere 10 to over 30, leaving even the moon overwhelmed. Fortunately, while assisting Zai Bujan with a task, she stumbled upon an abandoned village. Upon discovering that the village had been deserted due to the presence of dangerous tigers and bears nearby, she swiftly hunted down these perilous creatures and relocated all the children to this new residence. Although the living conditions were somewhat rudimentary, with proper management, it could still serve as a home. However, sustaining the village required funds, and they could only hope to continue developing after enduring the most arduous phase. Having missed the planting season, their only option to survive the winter was to devise ways to earn money for food and essential supplies. The rewards she had previously received for retrieving the children had nearly been exhausted, as she had taken them from Xinyuan. Fortunately, these children were orphans, capable of looking after themselves, which alleviated some of her burdens. While it was curious how Shuepa acquired information about the orphans, he seemed to possess a natural talent for handling such intelligence, so she entrusted him with the task of managing information. Xinyuan was borrowed from the moon to provide basic training for the children. Although Bai had some reservations, she realized that in order to survive in this world, especially considering that most of the villagers were children, they needed to enhance their abilities. Otherwise, the village would inevitably vanish. Having nearly depleted her funds, she reluctantly sought assistance from Zai Bujan, requesting additional rewarding tasks. After all, he was a rogue ninja with his own channels for assignments, making it reasonable to ask him for help. However, merely thinking about the tasks Zai Bujan had assigned her during this period filled her with frustration. It wasn't that the rewards were insufficiently generous. Rather, they were excessively bountiful, which correspondingly elevated the task levels. Should Bai attempt to undertake them alone, capture would be her certain fate. Thus, Zai Bujan was clearly taking advantage of her partnership with Bai, directing tasks in her direction. While that alone would not be so bothersome, what truly irked her was that the scoundrel Zai Bujan insisted on taking a third of the rewards every time. What is the intermediary fee? Although Bai does not seem to care, for someone like me, who now loathes spending even a penny, every extra coin is indeed valuable. Should anyone dare to suggest that Zai Bujan is merely a brute devoid of intellect, she would undoubtedly submerge that individual in a torrent of water. Having consumed a third of her earnings, they exploit her inability to act due to her connection with Bai. Bai remains oblivious. But she is acutely aware that Zai Bujan is undoubtedly preparing for a resurgence, even as he audaciously schemes to siphon funds from her. Such intolerable affronts fuel her resentment, prompting her to unleash another volley of shuriken. Sister Chinchua cannot fathom why Chinchua harbors such disdain for Mr. Zai Bujan, who is, after all, benevolently assisting them in their quest for missions. However, this is not the time for such reflections. Is there something amiss? When confronting Bai, Chinchua, regardless of her temper, manages to suppress her fury. If you continue to strike, Sister Chinchua, you shall surely perish. At this moment, Chinchua finally directs her attention to her adversaries, and then pauses. The figure before her, peppered with shuriken like a hedgehog, and the one cowering behind him in utter disarray. Could it be Rondu and Xinyuan? Perhaps she had been a tad too forceful. Instantly halting her assault, she swiftly approaches to assess Rondu's condition, relieved to find that he is merely immobilized by the wounds, and can recover with a bit of rest. Otherwise, Bai would incessantly nag her. As for Xinyuan, she need not worry. Anyone who can survive in the Ambu for such a duration must be capable enough to withstand her modest attack. Despite his disheveled appearance, he has sustained no serious injuries, merely a depletion of stamina, and he is currently using the immobilized Rondu as a shield. Have you vented your frustrations? Xinyuan inquires cautiously. Once it is confirmed that no further attacks are forthcoming, Bai shoots him a disdainful glance. What do you mean by venting? Not venting, merely conducting observational training. Is it over? Xinyuan quickly adapts, not wishing to engage in another bout. Indeed, it is concluded. Splendid. Xinyuan exhales in relief, relaxing her posture. How vexing it is that she, a trap-oriented ranged ninja, was compelled to endure such prolonged physical exertion. Although she yearns to protest against the exploitation of her efforts, the thought of her childhood friend's fondness for this individual, combined with the terrifyingly unpredictable concoction he possesses, compels her to swallow her grievances. She was acutely aware that some thoughts are better left unspoken. After all, calamity often arises from careless words, a truth passed down through generations. Now that the snow had sufficiently dissipated, it was time to embark on a mission, allowing her a brief respite. How delightful it would be to sneak away to the moon for a while, indulging in a soak in the hot springs and sipping a bit of wine, a true pleasure. Days free from constraints were blissfully serene. Are you pleased to see me go? She mused, a hint of irony in her tone. Of course, it means one less restriction, she replied instinctively. Realizing her slip, Xinyuan cursed under his breath. Just as he intended to vanish using his teleportation technique, he felt a sudden numbness at the back of his neck, rendering him unable to channel his chakra. The culprit behind this predicament stood before him, casually clutching a handful of kunai, her gaze icy. "Ah, so you are truly happy to see me leave," Qianxue remarked, observing Xuanyuan's drenched in cold sweat. "It appears I've been too harsh on you. I feel a twinge of guilt." "Not at all," Xianyuan replied, feeling a chill run down his spine. After swallowing hard, he mustered what he believed to be his most radiant smile. "You have been exceptionally kind to me, Snow. I am quite pleased to be part of this place." "Oh, deities and celestial beings. Is she truly compelled to pardon his fibs?" Qianxue inquired with a smile, tilting her head. "Since you take pride in being a member here, you wouldn't refuse to contribute to the village, would you?" Though she recognized the trap, she braced herself to leap into it. "Of course not. It would be my honor." "Excellent." Qianxue clapped her hands. "Then you shall accompany me on this mission." "Surely not." Xuanyuan's expression fell instantly. "Do you have objections?" She shot back, catching his eye and noting his bright smile. "How could there be? Let us depart at once." "Is that really appropriate, Sister Qianxue?" Bai interjected, feeling somewhat bewildered. She sensed that Qianxue had been acting rather strangely of late. "Not at all. Did you not hear Xianyuan declare it an honor? Look, he is so moved that tears are welling in his eyes at the thought of joining us on this mission. Such selflessness is rare, is it not?" Having spent ample time with Bai, Qianxue knew how to navigate such situations. "Indeed, it seems that way. So let us set forth. The sooner we complete our task, the sooner we can secure funding and resolve the village's issues." "Sister Qianxue, you are absolutely right." Thus, as time flowed gently, 3 years slipped by. Chapter 28. I am certain that not beheading that fellow was deliberate. Clutching the scroll she had retrieved from the leg of the self-restraint bird, Qianxue felt her hand tremble uncontrollably. Only after murmuring the etched words did Jingyue regain her senses, and with a bitter smile, she discovered that the glass, fogged by the warmth of her palm, was already inscribed with characters. Can she not forget? Gazing at the flickering flames, she felt as though she beheld a face so exquisitely beautiful that it evoked a sense of shame within her. Even amidst the same rigorous training, that visage remained as fair and translucent as pure jade, untouched by the sun's harsh rays. Delicate, willow-like brows framed eyes of deep ink, a petite nose, soft lips, and a subtly pointed oval face. Every angle was defined by an exquisite allure. Despite enduring countless drills, those deep brown eyes retained their clarity and innocence, rendering them impossible to gaze upon directly. A gentle and pure-hearted youth, a kind soul who would lend a hand when she faced adversity. A tenacious spirit who practiced relentlessly for an aspiration, even to the point of fainting. Bai, what has become of you now? It has nearly been 4 years. Since you departed with Zaibu Zhan, do you remain the same innocent and pure-hearted boy, or have you undergone transformation? Suddenly, a pair of pristine silver-blue eyes flashed through her mind, sending a shiver down her spine. Compared to Bai, the owner of those eyes, though their smile seemed softer, instilled an instinctive fear within her. For when they were devoid of a smile, those eyes reflected the harsh light of transparent ice, evoking a sense of awe. Yet, with someone like that in existence, Bai must be well protected, she mused, as she gazed at the sky, now ablaze with flickering lights, and watched the ninjas darting across the rooftops. She recalled the songs sung by the one with silver blue eyes. Green silk skirts and white feather fans, pearl curtains part. The moon shines bright. With blazing fire, we enter the pearl drape, the vast desert, a haze, neither mist nor smoke. In the quiet night, thoughts cannot disperse. The wind whispers, candle shadows dance. When longing is deep, the heart grows faint. A single day's azure brilliance reflects in crystal chains. Endless affection binds the heart as strings. Delicate fingers weave melodies that intertwine. Alas, good nights are fleeting, lamenting long tresses as long tresses entwine. We sit and gaze upon the moonlit sky. She remembered that the person, seemingly named Shui, sang this song with a look of profound loneliness and sorrow. For a fleeting moment, she truly believed the figure before her might dissolve into the wind, as if they were completely elusive to this world. What is the point of such thoughts? They have no bearing on her life. With a self-deprecating smile, she was about to turn back to her bed for rest when a fleeting shadow outside the window halted her steps. In astonishment, she rushed back to the window, only to find herself at a loss after confirming that someone had indeed fallen into her courtyard. Should she step outside? Surely, that person would depart shortly, wouldn't they? However, it appeared that the individual had sustained considerable injuries. Her wavering thoughts solidified into a resolute decision upon witnessing the figure remove their mask, revealing a face illuminated by the moonlight. Almost instantaneously, she burst forth from her dwelling. By June, the response to her inquiry was the astonished expression of the person turning towards her, accompanied by a voice tinged with uncertainty. Miss Jingyue? In that moment, Jingyue realized that her reflection in the beautiful silver-blue eyes of the individual was one of a smiling visage. It has been a while, Shuejun. After laboriously assisting the tall youth back into her home, Jingyue contemplated whether she needed to conceal any traces of their encounter. The boy, leaning weakly against the edge of the table, spoke. There's no need. Someone will help divert attention. Almost simultaneously, another figure swiftly descended into the courtyard from a different direction, swiftly drawing a line across their palm, scattering a trail of blood droplets before hastily departing. How did you sustain such severe injuries? With a sigh of relief, Jingyue helped the boy sit on her bed. Under the moonlight, she examined the wound on his side, gasping in shock. When she looked up, she met the gaze of the boy, who had somehow reverted to his dark brown eyes. I was a bit careless. I didn't anticipate that the location where the scroll was stored would be protected by a series of intricate traps. I was struck by a shadow operative while trying to evade. I spoke with a hint of frustration. You encountered a shadow operative? How did you manage to escape? Jingyue's eyes widened. Although she was aware of Bai's formidable abilities, she had not expected him to be capable of such feats. The very being that seemed to her almost mythical, the shadow operative, had only managed to inflict this minor injury. Was it Bai who instigated the commotion tonight? Then have we become adversaries? After immobilizing a few individuals, retreating had proven quite effortless. Bai smiled gently, his tone laced with concern. By sheltering me, Miss Jingyue, you may find yourself in trouble. It matters not. In the grand scheme of things here, I am merely an inconsequential figure. Jingyue shrugged, yet her hands were not idle. She tore the fabric at Bai's waist and retrieved a medical kit, skillfully tending to his wounds under the moonlight. Moreover, did you not also have your companions divert attention? I should be safe enough. By doing so, you are essentially betraying us. Bai cautioned carefully. Betrayal is of no consequence, Jingyue replied, lifting her gaze to Bai with a smile. If I truly have nowhere to go, how about you take me in, Bai? No longer wishing to be cast aside. I merely desire to remain by your side. Even if it means being labeled a traitor, I would not regret it. Much like your resolute choice to depart with that person in the past. Will you follow me? Bai, in a state of distress, scratched his head, questioning why you would not prefer to reside here. Observing Bai's troubled demeanor, Jingyue could not help but smile faintly. Bai indeed had not changed. He remained the same kind-hearted soul, always considering others. I truly admire him. Yet, you have mentioned before that helping you is akin to betrayal. I do not wish to relinquish you. What shall we do? Tilting her head, Jingyue mischievously regarded the distressed Bai. I must confess, there is a certain satisfaction in teasing him. Meanwhile, Bai was genuinely troubled. Never mind, Bai, I shall handle this. Jingyue, unable to bear the sight, let out a gentle sigh. Can time truly transform a person? That once shy and introverted girl has changed over the course of nearly 4 years. Her previous remark was undoubtedly intentional, aimed at eliciting feelings of guilt in Bai. Jingyue, please do not make it difficult for her. She is the one who saved us. Bai implored softly. Understood, Jingyue replied with a resigned sigh. Truly, Bai's kindness has overwhelmed me. So what do you wish to do, Miss Jingyue? The gentle inquiry prompted Jingyue to lift her gaze, meeting Jingyue's striking silver-blue eyes. With a hint of regret, she rose to her feet. It has been quite some time, Yuki. Bai remains an innocent child. Do not tease him any further. Jingyue narrowed her eyes slightly, issuing a warning. Have you discerned it? Jingyue smiled, her eyes crinkling, as she packed away the medical kit. You are indeed very protective of Bai. You have changed significantly. Jingyue furrowed her brow, observing the girl who had transformed remarkably after nearly 4 years apart. Although her appearance had not altered much, her character and demeanor were evidently different. The choice to seek refuge here stemmed partly from the wounds she had suffered, which would undoubtedly worsen without treatment. The other half was due to her own reasons. It had always been apparent that Jingyue harbored feelings for Bai. Based on her personality before leaving, she would have undoubtedly concealed the truth from Bai, even at the cost of betraying the ninja village. Thus, when she brought him in to heal, she allowed Bai to take over this body. The subsequent developments unfolded precisely as she had anticipated. However, she now recognized that Jingyue's character had changed significantly. In the past, she would have blushed and remained silent, merely watching Bai from afar while quietly attending to her own matters. Now she can speak loudly and meet my gaze without flinching. Although it is still evident that she harbors deep affection for Bai, the timid and introverted girl of yours has vanished. Indeed, can time truly alter the essence of a person? From the initial innocence and shyness to the present maturity and cunning, what transformations have transpired over these 4 years? Humans are bound to change. Jingyue smiled sadly. In pursuit of someone's silhouette and to avoid being left behind, I must embrace transformation. You, alongside Bai, have imparted this understanding. In this world, the only one capable of saving oneself is oneself. Entrusting the hope of salvation to others only leads to suffering. Beneath the moonlight, the girl with black hair and black eyes smiled with a haunting despair and fragile vulnerability. Taking a breath, Qianxue closed her eyes in comprehension, then gently pulled Jingyue into an embrace. I apologize. If it were Bai Kuan, I believe I would accept your apology. Jingyue gently extricated herself from Qianxue's embrace, concealing her vulnerable expression and smiling. However, if it were you, Shuekuan, I think there's no need for that. Qianxue frowned slightly, observing her. The pain from her wounds throbbed, and the effects of the anesthetic clouded her thoughts. The one I love is Bai Kuan. My efforts are solely for him. Although you are gentle, Shuekuan, you are not Bai Kuan. Are you? Jingyue stated softly. Though you are using Bai Kuan's body and voice, you are not Bai Kuan. Thus, you need not thank or apologize to me. Bai felt a flush creep across his face and his mind, curling up silently. There was no threat. Qianxue relaxed her guard. Judging from her words and demeanor, she had not fundamentally changed. Therefore, she would not expose her or Bai's whereabouts. Bai, your prospects seem promising. After tending to the minor wounds, Qianxue closed her eyes to rest, and then emerged in the consciousness space, playfully smiling at Bai, whose face had turned as red as a boiled shrimp. Sister Qianxue. Covering his face, Bai nearly jumped up. Don't tease me. What should I do? Of course, you should keep it cool. Observing Bai's expression, Qianxue spoke with a light-hearted tone. Bai slipped slightly, staring at Qianxue, who smiled at him in the mental space, his fingers cracking with tension. Are you angry? With a smile, Qianxue leaned closer to Bai, lowering herself to meet his gaze. By the way, what do you think of that Jingyue? That girl certainly has a fondness for you. He had always cherished Sister Qianxue's smile, yet for reasons unknown, Bai felt that when she posed this question, her smile seemed tinged with concern, which was rather bothersome. Turning his head away, Bai took a deep breath and said, Is that so? Then how about we invite her to our village? Qianxue clapped her hands and smiled. I recall that Jingyue's medical ninjutsu is quite remarkable. In our village, the children often suffer injuries. With her around, it would be much easier. That does seem like a good idea, Bai replied hesitantly. What you said seems quite right, but is it really okay? Why does it feel like something is amiss? Bai. Sometimes overthinking is not beneficial, he thought to himself. He is such a kind-hearted soul, easily swayed. Observing Bai's wavering resolve, Qianxue reflected inwardly before pressing on. Jingyue is quite fond of you, isn't she? Now, because of your connection, she has effectively betrayed the ninja village. If you wish to protect her from the repercussions, you must turn yourself in. However, this would hinder your mission regarding Zabuza. Do not forget that the task of the Shadow Leopard is merely to divert attention, while the actual information lies with us. But Bai, she continued, instead of worrying about her being implicated after we leave, wouldn't it be more reassuring to take her with us? That does make sense, Bai nodded. Then, you should speak with her. I believe she will not refuse your suggestion. Qianxue smiled. After exchanging bodies with Bai, she let out a self-deprecating laugh. She acknowledged her own deceit in manipulating Bai and leveraging Jingyue's feelings for him. But what did it matter? As long as Bai maintained his innocence, that was all she desired. The burdens of darkness were hers to bear. Nothing else mattered. Chapter 29. Thanks to Jingyue's care, Bai's wounds healed remarkably fast. In the days that followed, the pursuit of intruders by the hidden mist village had relaxed considerably, allowing Xianyuan the opportunity to infiltrate once more and meet Bai. Thus, Xianyuan, you should take Jingyue back to the village. I will need some time before I can return. As she twirled the neatly organized scroll in her hand, Qianxue smiled at the two before her. Hey, aren't you coming back with us? Xianyuan asked, puzzled. Given the current situation in the hidden mist village, there's no reason we can't all leave together. I understand that with our strength, leaving is a simple feat, but I have other matters to attend to. Qianxue replied, shaking the scroll in her hand. Do you intend to assist me with those? The person being addressed immediately shook his head vigorously, as if to deny the absurdity of the suggestion. What nonsense. She is not living in impatience, taking over Shue's task. He lacks the meticulous thought and strategic acumen that would earn admiration from all. If he were to propose undertaking the task, it would be prudent for him to refrain from intervening. After all, this individual possesses an astonishing ability to gauge the limits of personal capability, subsequently allocating tasks accordingly. During their previous collaboration with Bai, it became evident that the assignments given by Shue were always within their reach, although there is a hint of reluctance. It must be acknowledged that she lacks the strength to challenge the tasks determined by Shue. I believe it would be best for me to return Miss Yuan to the village, she stated. Is that so? What a pity, Qianxue remarked, her smile wavering. Xian Yuan instinctively shuddered and cautiously repositioned himself a few steps back. Nevertheless, he felt compelled to inquire, "Where are you planning to go?" While he understood that even with Xue's strength, injuries were still a possibility, escaping was undoubtedly feasible. Yet, Xian Yuan could not suppress his curiosity. After all, having partnered for such an extended period, it would be absurd to claim there were no feelings involved. Despite the fact that her time as a partner had been quite harrowing due to certain exploitative tendencies, he had to admit, with a clear conscience, that both Bai and Xue genuinely cared for those around them. Thus, while her experiences were somewhat tragic, she often met them with a smile. Continuing the life of a task partner, on reflection, he found himself quite willing to witness Xue's changing expressions. The Bai he perceives now diverges significantly from the heart-wrenching despair and sorrow of the comics he once read. Presently, Bai remains kind and innocent, yet exudes the essence of a meticulously protected child, both gentle and pure. Merely gazing upon her evokes a warm sensation, as if the shadows within his heart might dissipate. Perhaps this version of Bai is the truest representation of her being. If he were to encounter a situation akin to that in the comics once more, would he still trade his life for that of no more slashing as depicted? This might be the very reason why Xue shoulders all burdens alone. Yet, she herself is uncertain whether such actions are right or wrong. Bearing the weight of numerous calculations and shadows, this version of Xue stirs feelings of compassion within her. It seems as though Xue is gradually shouldering burdens entirely unrelated to her own self, even if it leads to her own descent into suffering and bloodshed. She proceeds without hesitation or regret. This sentiment leaves the observer with an unprecedented heaviness and heartache. She was unaware of the life Snow had led before crossing into this world. However, she conceded that she despised witnessing Snow's current relentless efforts for others, completely disregarding her own struggles. It evoked a sense reminiscent of the martyrs she had read about in books, those whose smiles radiated gentleness, yet were accompanied by a stark contrast of calmness and rationality. In comparison to such a Snow, Xian Yuan admitted he preferred to see a Snow that displayed overt emotional reactions, venting her discontent through the torment of others. At least in those moments, Snow appeared to finally embody the reckless abandon and capriciousness befitting her age, rather than the usual transcendent demeanor that elicited only profound pity and sorrow from those who knew her well. Thus, even if he were the unfortunate one, he could accept it with a smile. "Ah, well, Chinchua hesitated for a moment before decisively stating her destination. "I wish to go to Konoha." "What?" Xian Yuan immediately grasped the fabric of Chinchua's clothing, exclaiming, "Have you lost your mind? You actually want to go to Konoha? Are you out of your senses?" Joking aside, the current Konoha, not to mention the likes of Itachi and Kakashi still in the Umbu, could easily make an intruder regret their decision. While Snow's strength is commendable, facing them would undoubtedly lead to a dead end. What on earth is Snow thinking? Xian Yuan couldn't help but wonder if he should risk being pummeled later to dissect the thoughts swirling in her mind. "Who said I intended to sneak into Konoha?" Chinchu narrowed her eyes slightly, observing the thief-like grip Xian Yuan maintained on her chest. She contemplated whether to use a handful of shuriken to transform him into a statue for a few hours. I stand corrected. During their 3 years as partners, Xian Yuan's instinct for crisis, honed to extraordinary precision, prompted him to retract his hands sheepishly. "But you're not sneaking in. Aside from sneaking in, is there another method?" She retorted. "We are, after all, rogue ninjas now." Shaking the scroll in her hand, she added, "It's merely a message delivery. Isn't that a legitimate approach?" Xian Yuan stared blankly at the scroll spinning in Chinchua's hand, swallowing hard. "You're forging documents?" Thud. He recoiled, clutching his head, retreating to lament his own exploited fate. Nonchalantly twirling the scroll intended for her illicit activities, Chinchua turned to Jinghua. "Jinghua, you should leave with Xian Yuan. I should be able to return in about a month at the latest." "You." Jinghua gazed at Chinchua, biting her lip before bowing her head. "I understand. I will wait for you and Bai Kuan to return." Waiting for Bai, not for herself, was it? When one harbors affection, do they only care for a single individual? Chinchua closed her eyes briefly, yet her smile remained unchanged as she stored the scroll. Casually kicking the ground, she concluded, "Well then, farewell." "Indeed, Xian Yuan. The personnel in the village must still be cultivated as per our plan. I entrust this to you." "Understood." The body, propelled like an arrow, swiftly veered in midair, aligning itself towards the direction of Konoha, and sped forth. "Konoha, here I come." "Sister Chinchua, is it truly acceptable for us to proceed in this manner?" Along the way, Bai voiced her unease. "It matters not. After all, these are merely documents we casually acquired in the past. Engaging in favors is rather simple. Qianxue reassured her with a nonchalant tone. However, isn't the land of mist at odds with the land of fire? Will our possession of mist ninja artifacts not raise concerns? Bai remained quite apprehensive. Bai, you are now 12 years of age, according to local customs. You are considered an adult. Qianxue sighed softly before speaking. There are unpleasant truths you must come to understand. Surely you recall the historical texts you perused in the hidden mist village? Yes, is there an issue? Those texts pose no problems. Qianxue lifted her gaze to the vast azure sky, as serene as a tranquil sea, where the gentle afternoon breeze stirred, weaving delicate strands of gossamer clouds into a tapestry of soft white silk, evoking a sense of leisure and refreshment. Accompanied by Bai's rapid strides, they glided through the air. With a gentle sigh, Qianxue murmured, however, Bai, you must remember this. In this world, there are no eternal enemies, nor are there everlasting friends. The notions of enmity and alliances are but superficial labels in the realm of diplomacy. Yet, the essence of matters remains unchanged. The nature of Konoha has not altered, nor has the surrounding threats and constraints. Externally, they rely on allies to suppress the three adversarial ninja villages, Iwagakure, Kirigakure, and Kimogakure. Internally, they depend solely on Konoha to subdue Sunagakure and numerous smaller nations. Such a strategy of equilibrium, based on the belief in the inherent goodness of humanity, is not sustainable. Thus, the neighboring nations will undoubtedly engage in their own subtle maneuvers. As for the effects of these actions, only time will reveal the outcome. At the very least, the scrolls I possess contain crucial intelligence of significant import to Konoha. This serves as my leverage in entering Konoha, and how I wield this influence hinges on my ability to grasp the delicate key to altering Konoha's circumstances. Truly, if not for the village still being in a state of flux, the various levels of administrative personnel could not possibly be filled merely with monetary compensation. Even with the relentless missions undertaken with Bai and Xianyuan over the past 3 years, the funds earned barely suffice to maintain the village's normal operations. The matter of educating the children is indeed a vexing concern. The village they have chosen is situated at the confluence of the three nations, mist, fire, and sand, leaning more towards the realms of fire and sand. Geographically speaking, seeking resources from these two nations is entirely reasonable. The land of mist is no longer a matter for consideration, as White's identity as a traitorous ninja seeking assistance is evident. It would indeed be peculiar not to mobilize troops immediately. As a bargaining chip, Asayuki pondered this and let out a soft sigh. Among the children aged between 5 and 8, many possess talents that are at least above average, with a significant portion attaining exceptional levels. At least 2/3 of them possess bloodline limits. Such a reserve of ninjas should surely provide ample grounds for negotiation, should it not? White's voice dimmed momentarily. Is there truly no such thing as eternal friends? Betrayal casts a shadow upon trust. In her mind, an indelible figure resurfaced, and Asayuki offered a wry smile, then gently closed her eyes. White, I wish to take a moment's rest. May you call for me again upon our arrival in Konoha. Sister Asayuki, are you unwell? Is everything all right? Detecting the fatigue in Asayuki's voice, White's tone adopted a note of concern. It's nothing serious. I've simply not been resting well lately, and am feeling a bit overwhelmed mentally. A brief respite will suffice, Asayuki replied softly. Understood, White nodded, falling into silence thereafter. In early autumn, the lush, verdant leaves, still vibrant and unyielding, rustled softly in the gentle breeze, casting a mosaic of light and shadow upon the ground beneath the brilliant, clear, and translucent sunlight. A swift figure darted through the woods, leaping forward in harmony with the wind, undulating beneath the deep blue canopy of the sky. The delicate rustling sound dispersed gently in the tranquil forest, as if a wisp of time, faded from the passage of life, lingered in the air. The autumn wind stirred the fabric of their garments, resonating in the stillness, while the distant mountains, with their faint silhouettes, were adorned with thin, wispy clouds. Contrary to her earlier words, Asayuki did not rest. Instead, she quietly gazed through White's perspective, observing the scenes that flitted by. She had once traversed such serene and pristine woods at a rapid pace, yet the only difference was that, in those days, she was cradled in another's embrace. Now, she resided within another's being. The sky, silent and unyielding, was suitable for reminiscing about the past. In the faded, yellowed pages of time, who was it that casually leafed through the memories? Scenes and segments drifted by, light as clouds, as time flowed onward, becoming increasingly obscure. Curling her body gently, Asayuki buried her face in the crook of her arm, tightening her knees around herself. The memories of yesteryears appeared as tender sketches, meticulously drawn and preserved with a pencil. leaving faint traces behind. Upon that canvas, there was her, and there was him. The gray-black strokes on the sketch paper created subtle halos of white, hazy yet dim. Once, hands calloused from labor gently grasped the unusually pale, delicate hand affected by medication. Once, a steady youth with dark hair and eyes softly urged the girl, who lingered in bed due to fatigue, to wash up and attend the meeting, a slight smile gracing his lips, imbued with warmth and affection. Once, under the moonlit night, a girl, troubled by the scent of synthetic air, quietly nestled in the embrace of a boy, listening as he recounted familiar tales beneath the starry sky. In her childish whimsy, she had once traded cunning for a dagger engraved with a name, secretly reveling in joy despite knowing he was oblivious to it. Once a girl, confined by her frail body, could only watch from the sidelines, silently observing the dark-haired boy as he trained, carefully capturing his earnest expression on sketch paper. There were countless moments from the past, yet all of them are but fleeting memories now. Everything, all those yesterdays, have turned to grains of time on that fateful moonlit night. The copper-red moon, stained with blood, heralded the shattering of all pride and aspirations as that door opened silently. She lost her gamble, and the price was the collapse of her dreams and her very life. Chinchue, who had dreamt for 26 years, had awakened. Yet even so, her body trembled lightly, her fingers clutching her clothing, pale and devoid of color. Despite her frail condition, despite enduring the synthetic air and the torment of treatment, and amidst the treacherous seas of commerce, she did not wish to awaken. It was simply because, even with her eyes closed, her lips quivered silently, unable to utter a sound. The name she whispered to herself in solitude remained bound, unable to escape her lips. It was because she could meet him. The pages of her memories, tinged with the yellowing of time, blurred under the friction of graphite. The only unchanging element was the deep-seated, indelible emotion that had almost seeped into her very bones. That name, emblematic of her feelings, felt like an incantation, rendering her speechless. Chinchue, it's time. A distant voice broke through. How ridiculous to dwell on such matters. With a self-deprecating smile, Chinchue stood up and gently brushed away the worry etched on the face of Bai, who had been watching her with concern. You've worked hard. Let me take over now. Are you really all right, Chinchue? Bai did not tease her as he usually did, but instead looked at her with genuine concern. You truly seem exhausted. I'm fine. I can still manage. If it becomes too much, I can rest here in Konoha for the night, Chinchue replied with a nonchalant smile, patting Bai's head before turning to take over his duties. Bai watched her retreating figure, puffing out his cheeks slightly. Are you really okay? Chinchue looked so tired, and her eyes seemed red as if she had been crying. Furious and frustrated, she curled her body into a tight ball. Why does Sister Chinchue insist on shouldering everything alone? I too wish to offer some assistance. Opening her eyes, Chinchue scrutinized her surroundings. It appeared they were near the training grounds at the edge of Konoha. Who could it be that Bai had discovered? After pondering for a moment, Chinchue resolved to proceed with her original plan. With swift hand seals, a soft pop echoed as another Chinchue materialized beside her. The only difference lay in their eyes, one dark brown, the other a shimmering silver blue. Sister Chinchue? The clone blinked in surprise, wondering why this technique was suddenly employed. Chinchue smiled gently. It's always wise to prepare for contingencies, wouldn't you agree? After estimating her remaining chakra, Chinchue exhaled softly, reassured that the execution of her plan would suffice, without disrupting the unfolding narrative. After quietly discussing their contingency strategies with Bai, Chinchue emerged from her hiding place, only to be momentarily entranced. Sunlight cascaded at an angle, illuminating the silhouette of an individual in the training field, casting ethereal shadows amidst the swirling dust. In the background, wisps of clouds danced over distant green trees, their clarity and purity rendering the figure almost spectral and elusive. As if sensing a disturbance behind, the person in the training ground slowly turned their head. The breeze stirred a few errant strands of hair, veiling their features in delicate shadows. The incessant chirping of autumn cicadas made time seem to stand still. Like a faded memory album, the sketches once captured on rough paper astonishingly overlapped. Ah! A sharp gasp escaped Chinchue, a name that had long lingered in her throat now bursting forth. Miyuki? Chapter 30. Is it truly Miyuki again? Are we so strikingly similar? Itachi gazed at the figure before him, whose brow furrowed in realization of an oversight, yet wore a dazed expression. He found it difficult to articulate his feelings in that moment. After so many collaborations, how could there still be such a mistake? Nonetheless, for someone perpetually in the limelight, this felt like a novel experience. Now, Sasuke had begun attending the ninja academy, no longer the child who clung to him all day with endless questions. It felt rather unfamiliar. Their father's attention had remained solely on him until now, allowing that child a certain ease in navigating life at the academy, something that was far more favorable than his own experience. The honor of the clan, the family's reputation, and the weight of familial duty loomed like a mountain, compelling him to strive relentlessly for greater heights. However, it is indeed exhausting. The connection with my father is limited to those brief moments of togetherness after each task is completed. No wonder you are my son, he would say. An unchanging assessment that, upon hearing it again, evokes no excitement as it once did. I have grown weary of it. When did this begin? The disappointment in this family deepens, along with an overwhelming sense of helplessness and aversion. The only individuals who still inspire within me a sense of motivation to strive are Shui and my younger brother, Sasuke. My mother, despite possessing the strength of a Nin, has the faintest presence in our household. Her expectations of herself are limited to simply obeying my father's words and diligently completing the exercises she is supposed to undertake. Today, with rare respite from missions, I sought to escape the confines of home and avoid my father's incessant, tiresome lectures. Thus, I ventured out to a rather secluded training ground for some focused practice, only to unexpectedly encounter someone there. In an instant, I drew a kunai into my palm and swiftly appeared behind the individual before me. The cold blade pressed against their delicate, pale neck, a slight angle causing a faint trace of blood to surface. There was no anticipated resistance, as if they had no desire to fight back at all. A flicker of confusion arose within me, prompting the question, what brings you here? The current situation between the land of fire and the land of water is quite delicate. They cannot be deemed enemies, yet neither can they be considered allies. Why would a ninja from the land of water be present here? If it were to undertake hostile actions, I would not permit them to endanger Shusui's presence. Despite our past collaborations, that remains unchanged. I had come without a forehead protector or mask, not as a ninja, but simply as a person. As I snapped back to reality from my momentary daze, I softly murmured, "It is not Murakumo. I should have known that long ago, shouldn't I? This is the world of the Hokage, no longer the realm I once inhabited. Murakumo does not exist in this world, even if they bear a resemblance. Itachi is not Murakumo." I allowed a bitter smile to cross my lips, closing my eyes briefly. Yet, even with this understanding, I had still confused him in that initial, sudden encounter. "So, you came merely for a break. I am human, not a machine." After a moment of hesitation, I retracted my previous plan and opted for a different approach. "Could you lower the kunai? If your intentions are not malicious, you should know that I will not surrender easily." Although my daydreaming was indeed the primary reason for my predicament, admitting it outright would be utterly humiliating. Furthermore, for Itachi, who was about to leave Konoha, it might be wise not to involve him unnecessarily. Itachi stood silently for several seconds, seemingly contemplating something, before finally retracting the kunai. "You had better not give me any reason to suspect you of harboring ill intentions toward Konoha. What can I accomplish on my own? If it is a concern about the leakage of Konoha's intelligence, I would not mind accompanying you, Itachi, on a 24-hour mission." Taking a gentle step forward and out of Itachi's control range, Shanyuki turned and smiled at him. "You should feel reassured now, right? Speaking of which, this is my first visit to Konoha, and I was just lamenting the lack of a guide." Sheathing his kunai, Itachi gazed at Shanyuki before finally allowing a subtle smile to grace his lips. "It seems you still remember my name. I hope you refrain from misnaming me next time." Shanyuki blinked, taken aback. Had she heard correctly? It must be an illusion, surely. How could this aloof, sharp-tongued gentleman ever jest with her? Yet, the slight lift of his lips lingered in her vision, confirming that what she had heard was not merely a figment of her imagination. "What's wrong?" Itachi, feeling somewhat uneasy under Shanyuki's gaze, cleared his throat and inquired. "It's just that I find it strange when you exhibit a sense of humor." Still in shock, Shanyuki blurted out her thoughts. What did he mean by that? Itachi cast a sidelong glance at Shanyuki, carefully concealing the twitch at the corner of his mouth. I apologize." Quickly regaining her composure, Shanyuki felt her cheeks flush, and in her flustered state, she stammered, "I was merely surprised. After all, during our previous collaborations, you always maintained a stoic demeanor. I thought you were expressionless." "No, that is not what I meant." The more she spoke, the more tangled her words became. At that moment, Shanyuki wished for a block of tofu to bash her head against. How ridiculous. Even if they bore some resemblance, he is not Mushi. Why did she feel so flustered in his presence, as if she were before Mushi? Where had her previous rationality and composure gone? Listening to Shanyuki's seemingly self-reflective mutterings, Itachi's calm expression began to show minute cracks, and his fingers moved slightly. Over the past 3 years, they had undertaken numerous missions, occasionally crossing paths with one another. Although their objectives did not conflict, they had collaborated several times to save time, and the teamwork had been quite enjoyable. Thus, despite being acutely aware of the unsavory international relations between their nations, their rapport could be considered that of familiar friends. At least compared to certain members of the Umbu, Itachi preferred to work with the person before him. He could be certain that Shanyuki would not hinder him at crucial moments, and could even forge a tacit understanding with him. From an initially reluctant collaboration to one of seamless cooperation, their bond had grown. Despite knowing little about each other's backgrounds and being aware that they might find themselves on opposing sides in the future, Itachi felt secure in trusting his back to her during battles. It transcended identity or other matters. It was simply a genuine camaraderie forged through shared combat experiences. In contrast to the members of the Shadow Team he currently leads, whose backgrounds remain a mystery, Yuki seems to gain his trust more effortlessly. Perhaps that is also the sentiment of Kakashi, for he would not repeatedly mention Yuki's name during their occasional technical exchanges otherwise. However, it is quite unexpected to discover that beneath the mask, Yuki possesses not only a sharp tongue and a penchant for wealth, but also a different facet of her character. As she turned to retrieve the shuriken embedded in the target, preparing to collect the other shuriken scattered around due to the new ninjutsu, a hand had already gathered the shuriken she sought to reclaim and presented them to her. Upon raising her gaze, she encountered the slightly flushed face of Asuka, who appeared embarrassed, though they had grown familiar with one another. Itachi still found himself momentarily holding his breath before accepting the shuriken and placing them away with a slight bow of his head. Was it the removal of the mask and the absence of mission pressures that rendered them so unguarded? The change was remarkable. Aside from the initial impression of fragility and ethereality that seemed foreign to this world, Yuki had always struck him as composed, analytical, and cunningly avaricious, with a sharp tongue capable of driving one to the brink of madness. Yet, witnessing her current childlike demeanor and behavior was an unprecedented experience. She was unexpectedly beautiful and adorable. Indeed, those were the only two words that came to mind. He struggled to conjure any other adjectives. At the very least, seeing Yuki in this light sparked within him an impulse to flick her forehead, curious if she would respond with a similar expression to that of his younger brother. "Are you training? No mission today?" Asuka inquired, tilting her head slightly as she observed Itachi, who was focused on organizing his tool pouch. Her dark hair was tied back, with a few stray strands falling messily across her forehead, which glistened with beads of sweat, yet her expression remained earnest as she tidied her tools. In a moment of distraction, she seemed to catch a glimpse of someone from her memories, and a suffocating sensation gripped her chest. The two-syllable name felt like a spell from which she could not escape, Mukai. With a slight flutter of her eyelids, she suddenly shook her head, attempting to dispel the wave of bittersweet feelings that surged within her. Yet, her efforts were in vain. She knew full well that the person before her was not Mukai. Still, why could she not help but associate him with Mukai in every gesture? The shadow of Mukai appeared to overlap entirely with Itachi, leaving her utterly bewildered. Despite her awareness, despite understanding, why was she incapable of viewing Itachi and Mukai as distinct individuals? Why was she subjected to such torment, even in this world? Why could she not break free from that enchantment? "Am I on leave today, Yuki?" After Itachi had positioned his shuriken, he lifted his gaze, only to find a figure staring blankly at him. The silver-blue eyes appeared unusually vacant, and the expression was one of profound confusion. To Yukike's, it seemed as though he was gazing through her, chasing the shadow of another person. That person, could it be Karaki? Upon realizing that his words had been entirely disregarded, Itachi could not help but raise his hand, interlocking his thumb and index finger before flicking them together. Snap! "Itachi, what are you doing? That hurts." After momentarily clutching her forehead in a daze, Yukike's gaze softened, yet remained bewildered. In moments of distraction, Karaki would often do the same, flicking her forehead with his fingers. Although reason told her that the person before her was not the Karaki she knew, an involuntary expression of mild annoyance surfaced on her face, reminiscent of the times Karaki had caught her daydreaming, feigning ignorance. The silver-blue eyes once again clouded over. If it were Karaki, he would likely regard her current expression with a mixture of helplessness and a hint of indulgent amusement. Observing Yukike's mildly irked demeanor, Itachi found himself momentarily conflating her with his younger brother, who was perpetually attached to him. He never anticipated that their expressions could bear such striking resemblance. It was endearing, and it ignited a desire to tease her further. The corners of his lips involuntarily curled upwards. What is so funny? Seeing Itachi smile with the same blend of helplessness and indulgence as Karaki, a familiar expression that resonated deeply within her, prompted Yukike's to raise her hand, and engage in an act she had often performed, but only towards Karaki. Itachi stared in disbelief at Yukike's, who was now playfully manipulating his face as if it were made of clay, leaving him momentarily at a loss for how to respond. Her reaction far exceeded his expectations. Leaning slightly, Itachi allowed her to pinch his cheeks, finding it not particularly painful. Yet, gazing into Yukike's clear silver-blue eyes, a question suddenly arose within him. Who did she see in him now? He was not Karaki. If he were, he would gently pat her hand and smile, saying, "Doesn't your hand ache from pinching my face?" urging her to let go. Instead, he remained passive, allowing her to continue her playful assault on his cheeks without retaliation. Yukike's, somewhat lost in thought, blinked and then released her grip. The soft, warm texture of Itachi's cheeks, in stark contrast to Karaki's tautness, continually reminded her. He was Itachi, not Karaki. Regardless of their similarities, they were entirely distinct individuals. To conflate one for the other was a form of injury. Observing Itachi's seemingly contemplative gaze upon her, Yukike's slightly lowered her eyelids. After a moment, she lifted her head and smiled as always, saying, "We'll see if you dare to flick my forehead again next time." Surely, he must have realized it by now. As I traverse through him, I seek another shadow. In the face of the gentle smile and spoken words of Chinchua, even though I am acutely aware that her eyes are clouded with retreat, Itachi remains somewhat uncertain. Is there truly such a vast difference between wearing a mask and removing it? Are you truly Chinchua? Unable to resist seeking confirmation, I ask. With a roll of her eyes, she retorts, "If I am not Chinchua, then who am I?" After such a long absence. To pose such a question devoid of any sophistication, are you truly the Itachi I once knew? Ah, that mocking tone indeed resembles Chinchua. Itachi chuckled softly. By the looks of it, she must have emerged from her previous days, at least no longer mistaking him for someone else. Yet, Chinchua inexplicably stood on her tiptoes, attempting to reach his forehead. "What are you doing?" Itachi stepped aside slightly, equally perplexed by her actions. "I'm just checking if you have a fever." Chinchua replied with a sense of justified audacity. Otherwise, how could this emotionless face display such a pronounced smile? Caw! A crow flew over the suddenly quiet training ground, a mere transition. Knock! Ouch! Chinchua cradled her head, exclaiming, "Why did you hit me?" Itachi was not Mushi. Deep down, his feelings about this were ambiguous, neither entirely regretful nor entirely fortunate. A slip of the hand. Maintaining a poker face, Itachi's hand, which had slipped into his pocket, relaxed its grip slightly. However, upon witnessing Chinchua's expression, he felt an impulsive urge to strike again. In some respects, Chinchua was more amusing than his brother. TCH. Rolling her eyes, Chinchua turned away in frustration, even forgetting to maintain her smile. Yet, she was oblivious to the fact that in front of Itachi, she unconsciously revealed a genuine side that she had only ever shown before Mushi. The oppressive feeling of leaving home had completely vanished, and Itachi smiled, saying, "Is this what makes you angry? Truly, you're a child." Turning his head, Chinchua, having adjusted her emotions, smiled back. "Speaking of children, you are only a year older than I. My situation is unique. The burdens I bear do not allow for relaxation." Unique? Regardless of how special your circumstances may be, it does not change the fact that you are still a child. Chinchua tilted her head, by the way. "Aren't you on leave today? I thought you hadn't heard." "I do not miss any information that passes by. It's merely a matter of whether I can react to it." Chinchua smiled, gesturing towards the distant Konoha village with a tilt of her chin. "Since you have free time, how about showing me around Konoha? Considering the many times we've collaborated in the past, I have long been intrigued by this place. It seems I have no right to refuse. Just consider it a commission." A faint smile danced upon both their faces, returning them a touch of the innocence befitting their age. No talk of slaughter, no talk of battle. Merely wishing to admire the exquisite scenery, I yearn for a respite from the harsh encroachments of reality upon my heart, which has been prematurely tainted. For they have already lost the ability to indulge in the innocent whims of childhood. In the woods beyond the village of Konoha, yet in a location closer to the mountain wall, a different scene unfolds. Orochimaru-sama, Kabuto swiftly emerged from the forest, kneeling before the dark-haired man with his head bowed in deference. Beside and behind the dark-haired figure stood a person adorned with a mask of flame, quietly poised. Their fiery red hair danced in the wind, their slender form clad in tight black ninja attire, creating a striking contrast against the expansive garments of the dark-haired man. "Is everything prepared?" Orochimaru gazed down at the town of Konoha without turning his head. "Yes, the organization has dispatched 3 individuals. If all proceeds according to your plan, Orochimaru-sama, success is assured." Rising to stand behind Orochimaru, Kabuto's gaze flicked past him to the individual at his side. For 3 years, he had remained hidden within Konoha, rarely returning. Now it appeared that Orochimaru had placed considerable trust in the fiery-haired individual. Did he not fear her potential betrayal? He had not forgotten the first encounter with Orochimaru, when the girl had charged at him, eyes glistening with fervor, which had led to a confrontation with Kimimaro. Return to your duties. Do not forget your mission. Orochimaru nodded, and then turned to the red-haired girl. Shinju, go attend to the task I previously assigned you. The girl nodded stiffly before promptly turning to leave. It seemed she was under some form of hypnotic control. Kabuto observed her retreating figure, mentally deducing the most plausible explanation. Orochimaru-sama's ninjutsu appears to have advanced to a new level. With a soft sigh, Kabuto also turned away, leaving the dark-haired man standing alone on the cliff. Gazing at the town below, a chilling laughter escaped his lips as his gray-yellow serpent-like eyes narrowed, fixating on the conspicuous estate within the town. His hand, raised in the air, slowly clenched. The acquisition was finally within reach, the perfect vessel of the Uchiha clan. Chapter 31. Releasing a long, deep sigh. Shallow Snow sat on the swing in the park, gently swinging her legs and flexing her ankles. Tired? Itachi stood beside her, leaning against a tree. Konoha is much larger than I had imagined. My stamina was poorly allocated. Supporting herself with the iron chains, Shallow Snow busied herself lifting her legs for muscle relief. Honestly, when Bai rushed over, he didn't pay attention to coordinating his breathing or relaxing his muscles, which is why I have to pause for recovery so soon after starting. Perhaps that is due to your inadequate physical conditioning, Itachi remarked, observing Shallow Snow as she lightly tapped her calves in a massage, unable to resist infusing a note of jest into his words. It is indeed a rare sight to witness Snow complaining about something. Humph. Why don't you try running from the land of mist to Konoha within 2 days? Shallow Snow unceremoniously delivered a pair of health balls, having secured a rare holiday. It would be utterly unworthy to dawdle on the journey. Who told you not to make reasonable arrangements while running? I recall someone once imparting the lesson that a ninja must be mindful of managing their stamina. Itachi gently tugged at the corner of his lips, completely oblivious to the concept of politeness being akin to kicking someone while they are down. No one informed you that sometimes an impeccable memory can be a burden, right? Shallow Snow's lips twitched slightly. I only know that, as a ninja, possessing the ability to swiftly recall accurate information is essential. Itachi replied earnestly. Yet the slight upward curve of his lips betrayed a hidden truth. Someone's forehead bore a red cross pattern, pulsating with agitation. Is that truly the case? I recall the 74th rule of the ninja code states, as a ninja, one must sometimes swiftly forget information that ought not to be retained. Similarly, the 117th rule stipulates that the information requiring oblivion typically pertains to high-ranking individuals or national intelligence. Itachi feigned seriousness as he scanned Shallow Snow from head to toe, then nodded, declaring, however, that your rank is insufficient, thus the request is denied. Who said Itachi is merely a cold, stoic figure? He is clearly a cunning little weasel. Shallow Snow exhaled in frustration, releasing her legs which had begun to feel somewhat relieved after the massage. She then gently swayed on the swing, letting it carry her. The breeze brushed against her cheek, bringing a hint of coolness. Although it was early autumn, the temperature remained quite warm. It should be about to rain, she mused, glancing at the delicate fish-scale clouds drifting across the horizon. Considering the circumstances, the Uchiha clan's massacre should be approaching soon, right? Judging by Itachi's current expression, it can be inferred that Uchiha Shursui has not yet met his demise, indicating that the clan's destruction is still some time away. This interval could be utilized to gather information regarding Konoha. After walking for a while, I have gained a certain understanding of Konoha's situation. The Uchiha clan holds a remarkably significant position within Konoha, as evidenced by the respectful attitudes of others towards Itachi during their journey. Encountering the heir of the Uchiha clan alongside a stranger would naturally incite curiosity in any reasonable individual. However, after exchanging greetings with Itachi or nodding to the luggage, she had yet to see anyone cast a curious glance in her direction. It was no surprise, given her lineage, that she hailed from a family that oversaw the security of Konoha. Though the fan emblem appeared rather foolish to her, it was a pity that this year, the Uchiha clan was destined for ruin. Once a family of immense glory, Ayuki gently curled her lips, the subtle arc revealing an indescribable blend of derision and sympathy. How reminiscent it was of the Uchiha clan and the Yum family. Equally illustrious, equally revered, yet both poised to fall victim to the treachery of their kin. History, it seems, often reflects astonishingly similar coincidences. Yet, during her time with the Yum family, She had never sought to alter the impending fate. Thus, she found no desire to change the already predetermined narrative now. She was neither a sage nor a savior. Her only wish was for those surrounding her to thrive. As for others, she felt neither the inclination nor the spirit to rescue them, for she was acutely aware that this was reality. The notion of saving everyone in need was an utterly impractical fantasy. Just as Bai had once aspired to save the orphans, the concept of benevolent charity proved futile, regardless of any wealth they might possess. Consequently, she could only disperse a portion of the individuals, retaining only those who had passed her scrutiny and possessed a measure of capability. Of course, Bai remained oblivious to this fact, believing that those who had been sent away were merely children with families in search of them. In truth, he viewed the world through an overly simplistic lens. Even among biological parents, there existed those who, for various reasons, abandoned their children, however rare such cases might be. After all, how else could the so-called orphans come into being? The ravages of war had precipitated a labor shortage, indirectly leading to a scarcity of resources for survival. The abandonment of wives and children was not unheard of. Moreover, situations akin to Bai's, where parents feared their children's awakening abilities and regarded them as demons, were far from uncommon. The high proportion of bloodline heirs among those children attested to this reality. Xianyuan was aware of this as well, which alleviated her concerns that he might exhibit the kind of mercy only Bai would possess. For those children with frail constitutions or debilitating afflictions, death was the only true release. She would not utter the naive platitude that everyone had a right to live. In this cruel world of ninjas, lacking the ability to protect oneself meant one deserved to be devoured. Born into the Umbu, Xuanyuan's intervention would be painless for those children. This was the utmost compassion she and Xianyuan could offer them. Should there be a next life, she sincerely hoped they might choose a more favorable fate, at the very least. To be stronger. Weakness is not a fault. However, encountering a stronger adversary renders it the gravest of errors. That being said, she too harbored ulterior motives. She deliberately chose to visit Konoha this past year, harboring her own private motives. What is she thinking? Observing the smile on Asakura's lips, which bore a strong hint of self-deprecation, Itachi found that smile particularly irksome. Such a smile truly did not suit Yukino at all. "Ah, it's nothing. Just reminiscing about some past events and finding them rather laughable," she replied. Asakura lifted her head, the curve of her smile slightly shifting before returning to her usual serene demeanor. "What are you contemplating?" Itachi inquired as he stepped behind Asakura and gently pushed the swing. Itachi can do such things. Asakura, momentarily taken aback by his gesture, smiled and curled her feet up. It would be a waste of resources not to utilize free labor. In truth, it was rather mundane. After tilting her head in thought, Asakura spoke. "I am a ninja from the land of water. Although the Mist Village is considerably smaller than Konoha, it possesses its own distinct structure. What I was just thinking about was the downfall of a relatively large family over there. A family has fallen in the land of water?" Itachi's motion of pushing the swing faltered slightly before resuming its rhythm. "We have not received any information regarding that here in Konoha. That is to be expected. Although it was a relatively large family in the land of water, they did not engage in military affairs, merely gaining some notoriety through economic means." She continued, "Donating some money and then being ennobled by the feudal lord. There are many such families, aren't there? It would be surprising if Konoha's intelligence network paid attention to information unrelated to warfare. I only learned of it because a friend mentioned it occasionally." "Oh, how so?" Itachi relaxed his tensed arm. "Well, although the family was not very large, it still had its own set of family rules. As the saying goes, though the sparrow is small, it has all its organs." Asakura smiled. Moreover, those family rules were quite strict, which indicates that the family harbored ambitions of becoming a prominent clan. Many members faced severe punishments due to those rules. Was there a rebellion? Itachi speculated based on Asakura's tone. Yes, indeed. The head of that family meticulously prepared to eliminate all dangers in their infancy. Yet unexpectedly, the family still perished. Asakura's voice was laced with an indescribable emotion, sharp and ironic. The problem lay with the head's daughter. She fell in love with someone she should not have. Was it akin to inviting a wolf into the fold? Itachi asked. Perhaps. The daughter bestowed the family's management rights upon her beloved, only to witness him gradually consume the family's assets. Ultimately, after he and outsiders conspired to devour the family entirely, she took her own life. Asakura lifted her head, gazing at Itachi, who was looking down at her. What a foolish person, isn't she? That woman had quite a bit of courage. After a moment of contemplative silence, Itachi gently spoke. Courage? It may merely be a fleeting folly. Shallow Snow chuckled self-deprecatingly. No, she possesses great courage. Itachi slightly closed his eyes. reflecting on the person she had fallen in love with. His initial approach was likely motivated by her control over the family business, was it not? That woman must have realized his intentions, too. I am not that person, so I have no answers for you, Shallow Snow replied with a smile. However, I believe she must know. Indeed, she has been aware from the very beginning. Once she discovered the true identity of Twilight, she comprehended everything. Yet, she willingly relinquished her control to that man, did she not? Itachi inhaled deeply, observing how that individual gradually consumed her family. Surely, her heart must have been filled with anguish. Yet, she did not report him, did she? This suggests a profound disappointment towards her own family. A disappointment so deep that witnessing its demise would not evoke regret. How similar he found himself to her. However, he questioned whether he could ever accomplish what she had done. He could not bear to witness the destruction of the Uchiha clan, as it was a burden he had carried since birth. Thus, in regard to the woman who had actively paved her family's path to ruin, he felt more admiration for her courage than lamentation for her folly. Perhaps that woman had always believed that the man would eventually relent. After all, he could never believe that a woman capable of obtaining control could be naive enough to be deceived. Yet, even if she led her family to ruin, the weight of her responsibilities foretold her inevitable fate. Therefore, he could only conclude that she was indeed a person of remarkable courage. Only those who have shared similar experiences can truly comprehend the immense burden of responsibility they bear. It is an unshakable shackle that one cannot escape throughout a lifetime, which is why she might have ultimately chosen to take her own life. For her, perhaps, that was the most fitting conclusion. Itachi, momentarily lost in thought, did not notice Shallow Snow on the swing, whose expression of shock betrayed her loss of composure upon hearing his words. He knew. Itachi actually understood her choices and thoughts. Closing her eyes and lowering her head, Shallow Snow struggled to halt the warm tears threatening to spill from her eyes. To her astonishment, there was another person in this world who comprehended her decisions. Twilight, what does this signify? She pondered. I believe that woman will be deeply grateful to you. After a considerable pause, Shallow Snow exhaled softly, lifting her face to smile. Why? Itachi furrowed his brow slightly. Because you are the first to refrain from calling her foolish. Shallow Snow smiled with a sense of relief. Twilight, Itachi, you truly are not him. I can finally discern the distinction between you two. For you shall never comprehend my choices as he does. You are you, and he is he. In this world, there exists no second Dusk, nor another Itachi. Observing the gentle smile of Shallow Snow, Itachi slightly furrowed his brow, yet his hand did not cease its rhythmic push of the swing. Perhaps that woman is the sister of Snow. It is no wonder that the young Snow possesses a maturity that rivals his own. But does Snow not harbor any resentment? Itachi, are you aware? I harbor no fondness for the so-called grand families. Shallow Snow turned her head, swaying with the swing, her tone remarkably buoyant. In such an immense family, beneath the veneer of glamour, who knows how much darkness lurks within? Such a life is rather detestable, is it not? Itachi understood. And then, the two fell into silence. Only the creaking of the swing's chains, grinding against one another, and the chirping of the cicadas in the trees broke the stillness. Squinting slightly, Shallow Snow gazed up at the sky, now adorned with scales of cloud. If this were to continue indefinitely, it would indeed be a delightful affair. Yet in this world, there exists no if. The tranquility of their peculiar harmony was abruptly shattered by hurried footsteps. He stood beside Itachi, who had halted his actions, respectfully stating, Young Master Itachi, the Lord requests your return. With the absence of the free push, Shallow Snow resumed kicking the swing with her feet, smiling as she remarked. It seems your holiday has come to an end, Uchiha-kun. No need to concern yourself with me. Uchiha-kun. Itachi slightly furrowed his brow again, but then relaxed. Accepting the somewhat jarring address, Snow is indeed astute, aware that displaying a close relationship with him in front of outsiders within Konoha could lead to considerable trouble. Young Master Itachi, the man urged softly again. Itachi nodded, and then turned to leave the park. The man quickly assessed Shallow Snow before hastily following Itachi's lead. Being the heir of a prominent family is indeed a burdensome endeavor. Shallow Snow continued to sway on the swing, her mind wandering. However, no matter how one looks at it, Itachi, with such a strong sense of responsibility, does not seem like the sort to extinguish the Uchiha clan. Could it be that, as speculated in those fanfictions online, there lies another reason? Shallow Snow's hand partially covered her lips, and after a moment, she released it. After weighing her options and confirming that it would not hinder her primary purpose in Konoha, she decided to indulge her curiosity by removing her mask, gracefully weaving through the woods. That flame-patterned mask was ill-suited for this moment. To infiltrate Konoha effortlessly, and fulfill the task entrusted by Lord Orochimaru. It would be far simpler to reveal her true self. After all, the current state of oneself is merely that of a child, around the tender age of 10. Approaching Konoha, Xiao Di slowed her pace, opting for a leisurely stroll through the woods. As she passed by a tree, she deftly captured a cicada. The muffled sounds of thuds echoed nearby. Is someone there? Xiao Di furrowed her brow. In such a secluded place, how could anyone else be present? Adhering to the principle of avoiding unnecessary trouble, she silently altered her course, intending to circumvent the area. No. With agility, she pushed off the ground, leaping to grasp a branch just above her head. Using it for leverage, she flipped and landed on the trunk, swiftly moving sideways. The sound of rapid clattering followed the trajectory of her movements. It was only after concealing herself amidst the foliage that she could finally ascertain the situation. A series of shurikens were embedded firmly in the very spot she had previously occupied, judging by the depth of their penetration into the wood and earth. The assailant possessed considerable proficiency in their technique. From the direction of the initial sounds, a boy gradually approached. He appeared to be around her age, perhaps even younger. His long black hair was simply tied back, and he wore a clean, well-fitted tracksuit, adorned with a white headband. However, what captivated Xiao Di's attention were his eyes. Entirely devoid of pupils, they radiated a clear, pure white tinged with a faint azure glow. Although the boy was turned slightly away from her position, as soon as chakra veins emerged at the corners of his eyes, he instinctively turned towards her hiding place. Discovered, Xiao Di sprang from her concealment and swiftly fled, confirming her initial suspicion as she heard the rapid sounds of shurikens striking her previous hiding spot. This boy, like herself, possessed a bloodline limit. Who are you? His voice, tinged with youthful innocence, carried an unsettling calmness that belied his age. He fixed his gaze on her location, gripping a shuriken tightly. Xiao Di felt a wave of frustration wash over her as she slapped her forehead. Truly, her misfortune was compounded by the extreme training imposed by Lord Orochimaru, which had instilled in her a reflexive response to evade attacks. Otherwise, feigning a lack of urgency to avoid a blow might have facilitated her approach to Konoha. What should I do now? Xiao Di pondered her options, grappling with the dilemma. Chapter 32, Must We Fight? Though she could not fathom the source of the animosity emanating from this boy with white eyes, it seemed that dialogue was no longer a viable option. With a sense of frustration, Xiao Di squinted her amber eyes, relying on her instincts as a member of the Umbu to ponder where the flaw might lie. However, overwhelmed by a throbbing headache, she decided to set this conundrum aside and prepare herself for the impending battle, which seemed unavoidable. Unlike Lord Orochimaru, who excelled in calculations and possessed formidable strength, she found herself without an escape after fleeing from the Sand Village. To her surprise, the very person she sought was none other than Lord Orochimaru himself. The identity of Shui was merely a temporary guise employed by him, a twist of fate she did not anticipate. Although she acknowledged the beauty of those yellow eyes, she found herself longing for the pristine silver-blue eyes she had encountered initially. Regrettably, it appeared that Lord Orochimaru had little interest in adopting that particular guise again. Truth be told, his transformation was nothing short of exquisite, and she yearned to master such a technique herself. Imagine how convenient it would be to visit Xiao Ai in the Sand Village then. Speaking of which, she wondered how Xiao Ai was faring. Surely, Yasha was still looking after him, though she was not particularly fond of that fellow. It was evident that Xiao Ai placed great trust in him. Why dwell on such thoughts? With a sudden contraction of her body, she twisted and executed a powerful side kick, utilizing the grip on her ankle, which the enemy had used to restrain her, as a pivot. Her target was the sun. To allow her thoughts to wander amidst such peril was a testament to her own audacity. Seizing the moment when her opponent loosened their grip, she supported herself against a tree trunk and flipped away. Upon landing, a fierce pain shot through her ankle, soon transitioning into numbness, as the chakra in her knees ceased to flow entirely. What was happening? This unforeseen occurrence caused her to lose her balance, swaying to the side. Realizing the gravity of the situation, Xiao Di cursed under her breath, and the dagger concealed within her wrist guard sprang forth, swiftly slicing her palm. Crimson droplets erupted, igniting into brilliant red flames within the air. Her amber eyes flickered with a hint of red as she observed the pale-eyed boy, momentarily taken aback by the sudden blaze. A wave of chakra radiated around him, dispersing much of the approaching flames. A vague silhouette flitted through her memory. Xiao Di furrowed her brow. This method of controlling chakra around one's body seemed familiar, yet she was certain it was not Lord Orochimaru. What could this mean? Just as she attempted to recall, a sharp pain surged through her head. With a sharp intake of breath, Xiao Di gritted her teeth, enduring the pain. utilizing her still agile right foot. She maneuvered her body as a member of the Umbu, mastering the art of leveraging her physicality in combat to evade the fiery assault from the boy. This pain again. Although Lord Orochimaru had attributed it to the lingering effects of a past head injury, she couldn't shake the feeling that there was more to it. With a swift motion, the delicate dagger in her palm traced a glimmering arc through the air, yet was ensnared by a bandaged hand that twisted her wrist and cut into it, effectively locking her in place. A muffled groan escaped her lips as she bore the pain inflicted upon her. It was not that she lacked the will to resist. Rather, each tremor of her muscles was repelled by the thin layer of chakra enveloping her, a sensation that felt eerily familiar. With her body rendered immobile, Xiaodi forced the blood threatening to surge from her throat back down, vowing never to suffer such indignities again. She was baffled by the boy's technique, which seemed to have sealed off part of her chakra's flow. What could this be? A fleeting thought crossed her mind before a wave of excruciating pain struck her once more. With a sudden burst, the chakra surrounding the boy with the Byakugan erupted, sending Xiaodi hurtling away, coincidentally propelling the fireball that had erupted from her mouth into the air. What a tragic predicament. Xiaodi helplessly shut her eyes, curling her body defensively in preparation for the impending impact with the ground. However, the anticipated collision never occurred, as someone caught her. That voice. If not for her current state of exhaustion, Xiaodi would have leapt to her feet, eager to distance herself as far as possible. Among Lord Orochimaru's subordinates, this individual unnerved her the most. She could not pinpoint the reason, only that she instinctively detested the smile that adorned his face. Xiaodi, it's quite rare to see you in such a disheveled state, he remarked, adjusting his glasses with a smirk, before swiftly striking the back of her neck, temporarily numbing her nerves. At that moment, Xiaodi was rendered incapable of any action beyond glaring with her Byakugan. She understood all too well how cunning this smiling tiger was. If she dared to speak, the hand currently pressing against her neck would undoubtedly transform her temporary paralysis into a permanent severance. Meanwhile, he completely disregarded Xiaodi's Byakugan and turned his attention to the boy with the Byakugan, Hinata. What a pleasant surprise. The boy furrowed his brow slightly. Senior Yakushi. Do you know her? Yes, she is my distant cousin. She came to Konoha to visit me. While I am uncertain about the cause of your altercation, I suspect it is merely a misunderstanding. The harmless creature chuckled, yet the small girl in his arms, D, was covered in goosebumps, feeling that the situation was utterly disingenuous. Is she truly the cousin of the esteemed Medicnine? The boy with wide eyes paused slightly in his speech. Indeed, my cousin hails from a family of ninjas. May I inquire what led to your confrontation? The smile on Do's face remained unwavering, his tone gentle. The boy with white eyes turned his head away, replying, It's nothing. During practice, I sensed someone was watching, and upon confronting her, I realized her skills were quite impressive. I mistakenly presumed her to be a spy. My apologies. No worries. If she was injured, it merely reflects her lack of proficiency, Do said, completely oblivious to the murderous glare from D upon hearing those words. He politely excused himself, then added, Nevertheless, being a girl, may I take her to receive treatment? Understood. The boy with white eyes turned and departed. To have encountered the so-called genius, Huganiji, D, your luck is indeed exceptionally poor. As Do carried D along the path to his home, he jested. How does it feel to taste the 8 trigrams palm? I never expected you to still be alive. D huffed in response, shutting her eyes resolutely, preferring not to see or think about it. This is utterly infuriating. I can't believe this guy is the one to help me. She certainly had a fierce temper. Do chuckled lightly, unbothered, continuing on his way. However, as he passed a crossroads, he paused ever so slightly before moving on. Was that figure merely an illusion? Perhaps he had misjudged? Given the current tense situation between the land of fire and the land of water, how could that figure from the land of water's Umbu possibly appear in Konoha, let alone stay in an inn? It was indeed rather dull. Lying on the bed of the inn, after a brief rest to regain her spirits, Shallow Snow found herself bored, idly flipping through a small guidebook to Konoha placed at her bedside. Sister Shallow Snow, are we truly without issues? A voice, belonging to Bai, chimed in. How could we be without issues? Shallow Snow slightly raised the corners of her lips. Bai, your experience is still too limited. You failed to notice the surveillance. Huh. Bai exclaimed, there's surveillance? He had completely overlooked it. Didn't you notice? Well, I only detected the one watching this room. Bai scratched his head, feeling disheartened. It's merely a matter of experience. Shallow Snow, unfazed, continued with a smirk. Since my encounter with Itachi, at least 6 different groups have been assigned to monitor us. Moreover, there are not 1, but 2 individuals keeping an eye on this room. having been accustomed to living under the scrutiny of others since her previous life. Despite it being a well-intentioned watch to prevent unforeseen accidents, she was highly sensitive to such matters. Speaking of which, the vigilance in Konoha was far more stringent than she had anticipated. If one wished to slip away unnoticed, it would certainly pose a considerable challenge. Bai felt utterly crushed. Bai? Surprised by the prolonged silence of Bai, Shinshua closed her eyes momentarily, only to discover, to her dismay, that Bai was facing away from her, curled up on the ground, drawing circles with his hand. It's nothing, Bai muttered sullenly. Hee, are you still troubled by not being able to find it? Shinshua chuckled as she approached Bai, crouching down with a tender smile, gently brushing her fingers against his nose. Why is there such a vast difference between us? Even though I have worked so hard? Bai looked up with a pout, his eyes fixed on Shinshua. Why is it that you, who aren't much older than me, are so much stronger? Listening to Bai's near complaints, Shinshua softly replied, then why does Bai feel the need to surpass me? I am a boy after all. How can a boy rely on a girl for protection? Bai asserted with conviction. Shinshua paused for a moment, then raised her hand to gently ruffle Bai's hair. Who told you that? To be protected? When did you start having this desire to grow? She asked, a hint of surprise in her voice. It's what the books say. Bai replied, a slight blush creeping onto his face. But it has always been you, Sister Shinshua, who protected me. I want to become strong too. Strong enough that I don't have to depend on your strength to overcome difficulties. I want to be able to protect you when danger arises. His feelings for Shinshua were genuine and profound. Bai, do you know? Shinshua said softly, stroking Bai's hair with a smile. I am strong because I have a reason to be strong. It is simply because I want to protect you, to safeguard your innocence. That's all there is to it. The desire to protect necessitates strength. A reason to become strong? Bai echoed, somewhat bewildered. Yes, when one wishes to protect someone important, they naturally become strong. Shinshua explained with a smile. When you find the person who matters most to you, you will understand the meaning of my words. For Bai, that person was undoubtedly Jean, who affirmed his existence. He could only do his utmost to assist him. At least now, Bai did not bear the profound sorrow he felt while reading comics. Perhaps that was a good sign. Is that so? Bai murmured softly. Shinshua nodded, then opened her eyes. Boom. Outside. A brilliant flash of lightning was followed by a resounding clap of thunder. It appeared that a thunderstorm was brewing for the night. Glancing outside, Shinshua shrugged indifferently and walked into the bathroom. Are you leaving, Sister Shinshua? Yes. Just as we initially discussed, you must stay here and not wander off, understood? With swift hand seals, she exclaimed, and with a bang, two almost identical figures appeared in front of the bathroom mirror. The sole distinction lies in the hue of their eyes, one a striking silver blue and the other a deep chestnut brown. The effect appears rather impressive. Shallow Snow smiled, for indeed, this was the puppet doppelganger technique meticulously devised by her in light of our unique circumstances. The other individual reciprocated her smile. The puppet doppelganger technique, a more advanced form of the basic shadow clone technique, bears stringent requirements. Unlike ordinary shadow clones that manifest independent consciousness, this technique bifurcates the caster's spirit. Thus, a moment's carelessness may lead to mental fragmentation. However, for Shallow Snow and Bai, who harbor two spirits within one corporeal form, this endeavor is remarkably effortless. They had previously experimented with this method to act independently, and it had proven entirely feasible. The sole drawback remains that the separated body must periodically return to the original form to replenish chakra, a characteristic inherent to the shadow clone technique. Now, you shall remain here to keep a low profile. Do not wander, understood? Shallow Snow swiftly reversed her outer garment and donned a pure white mask. Understood. Why do you always treat me like a child? Bai pouted, looking even more childlike in her demeanor. Shallow Snow chuckled, playfully brushing Bai's nose with her fingers before forming hand seals. I shall take my leave now. Be careful, Shallow Snow. Bai whispered softly. I know. With a barely audible sound, Shallow Snow vanished from the restroom. Bai let out a gentle sigh and turned to exit the room. There was little left for her to do. Perhaps it was best to rest. Since chakra is primarily supplied by the original body, conserving energy wherever possible seemed prudent. A soft tapping sound roused the dark-haired man who had been resting at the table. He cautiously opened his window. Extending his hand, he withdrew it, now holding a black ninja bird. Observing the unique markings on the bird's foot, the dark-haired man furrowed his brow momentarily before a smile of relief graced his lips. Are they already set to take action? He flipped his hand to remove the scroll from the bird's foot, releasing the ninja bird meant for direct communication. Returning to the table, he opened a drawer and retrieved a black porcelain vial. After swallowing a pill from it, he carefully unfurled the scroll. Under the light, the dark Murky hands that had begun to emerge from the scroll swiftly regained their original hue. This poison is indeed potent. That esteemed individual is excessively cautious. To lace the information with poison ensures that even if others acquire it, they would not survive to utilize it. Such a treacherous mindset. Heavenly sound. This is a foreshadowing I laid when Shallow Snow and Kakashi encountered each other. I wonder how many remember it. Gently, he closed his eyes. And when he reopened them, 3 black tomos swirled within his crimson gaze. After years of relentless effort, he had finally elevated the Sharingan to this advanced level. Now, the moment to act was upon him. In truth, what he intended to do was merely to restore his family, which had become a black hole, to its former state. However, undertaking such an action would undoubtedly invoke the wrath of Itachi. Thunder rumbled ominously. A blinding flash of lightning sliced through the window, accompanied by a deafening roar. Was it a thunderstorm tonight? Turning to gaze at the now dim sky, the dark-haired man slowly curled his lips into a smile. This was fortuitous. The sound of rain could easily drown out many noises. Knock, knock. A gentle rapping at the door broke the silence. As he closed his eyes once more, they reopened to reveal the original depths of black. What could it be? The dark-haired man formed a few simple hand seals, and flames erupted, incinerating the note until nothing remained but ash. Your lordship requests your presence. It concerns young Master Itachi, came the respectful reply from outside the door. I understand. I shall be there shortly, he replied, dispersing the lingering scent of smoke with the movement of his garments, before opening the door. This family, which had shackled so many, deserved to be extinguished. Yes, your lordship requests Mr. Shursway to proceed to the side hall. The person outside bowed, nodding slightly. He concealed all his schemes behind his usual gentle demeanor, following the man as they departed. To that individual, he was merely a pawn. The Uchiha clan's bloodline was a curse of the devil. Boom. Another deafening clap of thunder echoed through the oppressive twilight sky, imbued with an ominous and foreboding atmosphere.